Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 901 to Chapter 957. According to the information I gathered along the way, the ancient sects that came this time include Shaolin, Wudong, Kunlun Sword Sect, Maoshan Sect, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Deity Sword Mountain Villa, Divine Fist Sect, Hades Sect. There are also many hidden families, including the Shiman family, Nangong family, Shangguan family, Northwest Iron Spear Lei family, and Beijing Sun family. Ling Yan listened to the names of the ancient sects and hidden families coming from Bai Yuanjiao's mouth. He couldn't help but be moved. So many? Ling Yan was a little speechless. If these people were really coming for him, then this was a little too much. Bai Yuanjia felt a little weak at the end. He stole a glance at Ling Yan and saw that Ling Yan only had a serious expression. There wasn't any fear or shock. He couldn't help but admire Ling Yan's courage. If it was someone else, they would have been scared out of their wits at the mention of so many ancient sects and hidden families. Bai Yuanjia was infected by Ling Yan and more or less regained some courage. He calmed himself down and said, "Young Master Ling, this is just what I heard casually. As for whether other people came to look for you, I really don't know." Ling Yan nodded lightly and suddenly asked, "Did the Tranquil Sect send anyone?" This was Ling Yan's biggest concern. If the nuns from the Tranquil Sect came, Zhuang Meifeng might follow. Even if she didn't come, Ling Yan would capture a few nuns as hostages and wait for the Tranquil Sect to send Zhuang Meifeng back obediently. Unexpectedly, Bai Yuanjia shook his head. The Tranquil Sect seems to have cut off contact with the Sun family. I didn't hear anyone from the Tranquil Sect coming this time. This made Ling Yan even more disappointed. Didn't those old nuns from the Tranquil Sect love to join in on the fun? Why wouldn't they come for such a big event? What a pity. Bai Yuanjia pondered for a moment before asking Ling Yan, "Young Master Ling, I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask." Bai Yuanjia was already so open with Ling Yan. What else could he not ask? Ling Yan laughed and replied casually, "Brother Bai, please ask away." Bai Yuanjia was obviously a little hesitant. He raised his hand to point in the direction of Qingshui Lake and asked in a low voice, "Young Master Ling, please forgive me for being rude, but I wonder if you've gone down into that sinkhole before." Ling Yan smiled candidly and said, "To be honest, Brother Bai, I have indeed entered that crater before. On the day I went to the Zhuang family to kill Sun Tianbiao, I had actually just come out of the crater." May I know why Brother Bai is asking this? Bai Yuanjia didn't expect Ling Yan to tell him the truth so straightforwardly. He was stunned at first, then he frowned and said, "Young Master Ling, everyone in the pugilistic world knows that during that period of time, there were about 20 ancient martial arts masters who entered the crater. Among them, the more famous ones are Dongfang Ting from the Dongfang family, Dugu Mo from the Dugu family, Shiman Gang from the Shiman family, Nangong Jian from the Nangong family, Shangguan Ju from the Shangguan family, Lei Wenxing from the Lei family, and Tai Jingping from the Iron Fist sect. However, only Dongfang Ting from the Dongfang family and Dugu Mo from the Dugu family emerged from the crater. Furthermore, both of them have already broken through to the Xiantian realm. It can be said that their progress is godly. Both Dongfang Ting and Dugu Mo had broken through to the Xiantian realm. This was good news for Ling Yan. He smiled faintly and said, "Oh? Broken through to the Xiantian realm? Indeed, it's worth celebrating." Ling Yan thought to himself that both of them had the help of the dragon saliva. If they still couldn't break through to the Xiantian realm after such a long time, then they wouldn't be geniuses but trash. Compared to young Master Ling, they are still far behind. Bai Yuanjia first complimented Ling Yan sincerely before returning to the main topic. Everyone in the pugilistic world is guessing that the two of them could improve so quickly because they obtained quite a lot of opportunities in the crater. Ling Yan didn't comment on this. He smiled and said, "Perhaps. Treasures of heaven and earth belong to those who are fated." In terms of opportunities, all the opportunities in the crater had been obtained by Ling Yan. The dragon saliva that Dongfang Ting and Dugu Mo obtained was given to them by Ling Yan. Young Master Ling is right, but... Bai Yuanjia frowned and said, "It's precisely because of this that young Master Ling's meteoric rise in Qingshui City has caused the pugilistic world to speculate that you must have also entered the crater and obtained many benefits." Ling Yan said faintly, "More or less, a little." For example, the Devil's Blade. Bai Yuanjia had probably guessed that Ling Yan had obtained the Devil's Blade from the crater. He didn't probe further and said immediately, however, some families, such as the Shiman family and the Nangong family, aren't happy about it. Not only did they not obtain any benefits, but they also mysteriously lost an outstanding genius from the younger generation. Ling Yun was speechless. He thought to himself that people like Shiman Gang and Nangong Jian couldn't be considered outstanding geniuses. These hidden families really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. They really knew how to put gold on their faces. He laughed coldly and asked, "So what?" Bai Yuanjia said awkwardly, "So many people went in, and only the three of you came out. You also had the devil's blade and were suspected to be the holy son of the devil sect." So, Ling Yan already knew what Bai Yuanjia wanted to say to him. He smiled and helped him to say, "So, these families think that their juniors were all killed by me, and now they're here to seek revenge?" Bai Yuanjia nodded silently, and then there was silence. Ling Yan suddenly asked, "Isn't there still Du Gumo and Dongfang Ting? Why are they so sure that I killed all those people?" Bai Yuanjia looked at Ling Yan with some sympathy and said softly, because these two people are descendants of aristocratic families. They're all righteous people, so they probably wouldn't do something like killing the innocent, ha 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 ha." Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh wildly. Descendants of aristocratic families? Righteous people? Ling Yan's smile disappeared, and he raised his eyebrows. He said coldly, "Good, very good. I was wondering why these unrelated hidden families also came to join in the fun. So it turns out that they treat me as an irreconcilable enemy." Bai Yuanjia felt a chill down his spine from Ling Yan's sudden release of murderous intent. His whole body tensed up, and he hurriedly advised, "Young Master Ling, if you didn't kill those people, you can explain yourself in front of everyone when the time comes. After all, Dongfang Ting and Du Gumo were also down there. You don't have to become enemies with those hidden families." Ling Yan suddenly stood up and smiled coldly. "Explain? Why do I have to explain? Is there a need for me to explain to them? Just beat them up. Forget it if they're convinced." Bai Yuanjia was dumbfounded. Ling Yan's logic was too domineering. Ling Yan turned to look at Bai Yuanjia and said gratefully, "Brother Bai, the information you told me is indeed very important to me." "Ling Yan thanks you." Bai Yuanjia had basically said everything that needed to be said. He also stood up and cupped his fists. "Young Master Ling, you're too polite. If I didn't tell you about this news in the pugilistic world, I would have felt a knot in my heart. Now that I've told you everything that I know, it's a load off my mind." After saying that, Bai Yuanjia's face suddenly turned red. He lowered his head slightly and said, "Young Master Ling, actually, I have the intention to stay behind and help you. But with my current strength, it's really..." Ling Yan waved his hand and stopped Bai Yuanjia from continuing. He held on to Bai Yuanjia's shoulder and said, "Brother Bai, what are you talking about? Ling Yan is already very grateful that you could disregard your own safety and rush over to tell me all of this at a time like this. I, Ling Yan, know how big the trouble this time is. Brother Bai, you don't have to wade into these muddy waters for me." Ling Yan's words were from the bottom of his heart. He pressed Bai Yuanjia into the sofa and said, "Please wait for a moment, Brother Bai. I'll be right back." Ling Yan scanned with his divine sense and already knew where the study of the villa was. He didn't care about the surprised Bai Yuanjia and flew towards the study. When he arrived at the study, he took out a pen and paper from his spatial ring and wrote a few hundred words. Then, he took out a self-made jade bottle and filled it with dragon saliva before returning to the living room. Ling Yan is unable to repay Brother Bai's kindness. Ling Yan passed the paper and the jade bottle to Bai Yuanjia. On this paper is a set of qinggong called floating light cloud steps. In this jade bottle is a bottle of spiritual liquid. It should be of great help to Brother Bai's cultivation in the future. Please accept it, Brother Bai. Bai Yuanjia was stunned. He was stunned for a while before he hurriedly declined. Young Master Ling, I can't accept this. I'm not here for these, Ling Yan laughed. If Brother Bai is here for these, you definitely won't be able to get them. If Brother Bai thinks highly of me and treats me as a friend, then don't reject it. Just accept it. What kind of person was Ling Yan? It was naturally impossible to take advantage of Ling Yan. However, if anyone gave him a drop of water, he would repay the other party with an ocean. Bai Yuanjia originally wanted to decline. However, when his gaze landed on the floating light cloud steps written on the paper, it was as if he was attracted by a magnet. He couldn't bear to look away anymore. "This is a peerless Qinggong, a peerless Qinggong," Bai Yuanjia murmured. His voice was trembling. "Also, brother Bai, I, Ling Yun, will give you a promise. If I'm lucky enough to survive this, you can look for me if you have any trouble in the future." With great difficulty, Bai Yuanjia reluctantly retracted his gaze. He held the paper tightly with both hands and said gratefully to Ling Yun, This is really, brother Bai, please keep these two things well. Otherwise, it would be me harming you if you attract a fatal disaster." Ling Yun smiled faintly. He stood up and patted Bai Yuanjia's shoulder lightly. "Brother Bai, it's better to leave Qingshui as soon as possible when no one is paying attention in the afternoon. If you're interested, you can pay attention to the most popular programs on Jiangnan satellite TV and some news on the internet." Bai Yuanjia said blankly, "Television? Internet? Young Master Ling, what do you think?" Ling Yan smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when the time comes." Bai Yuanjia left gratefully. Tang Meng also walked back from the villa on the west side. "Big brother Yun, what's he here for?" Ling Yan smiled leisurely. "He's here to tell me how many people are here to die this time." "Alright, let's not care about this. Has the provincial TV station made the arrangements?" "I just made a call. Su Lingfei wants us to go over now." Tang Meng replied. The human sovereign and the earth sovereign emerge from Qingshui. "Someone wants to harm me? Who could be the mastermind this time?" Ling Yun was silent on the way to the provincial TV station. His expression was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. He kept thinking about Bai Yuanjia's words. This mastermind was extremely clever and sinister. He was able to link the ancient legends of Huaxia to Ling Yun's heaven-defying performance in the past 3 months. There were no gaps or loopholes at all. He was definitely an incredible person. Of course, it was also possible that it was not a single person, but a group of people or a powerful force. Ling Zhan and Ling Hao, Ling Yan recognized his ancestors, rescued his second uncle Ling Yu, saved the Ling family from certain death, and helped Old Master Ling Lai reach the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8. This series of heaven-defying actions not only made Old Master Ling believe that he was the next successor of the Ling family, but also gained the support and loyalty of everyone in the Ling family. At the same time, this caused the position of the current head of the Ling family, Ling Zhen, to be in jeopardy. Ling Hao even lost favor with Ling Lai and was almost chased out of the family. He had no choice but to join the Condor team, which was equivalent to being completely marginalized. Every time he thought of Ling Zhen's sinister smile and Ling Hao's determination to kill him at all costs, Ling Yan felt a chill run down his spine. Long Tianjiao, Ling Yun and Long Tianjiao had a grudge against each other. Long Tianjiao stayed in Qingshui City for a period of time. Other than the occasional meeting with Ling Yun, he appeared and disappeared mysteriously. No one knew what he investigated or what he reported to the Long family. However, Ling Yun knew that Long Tianjiao wouldn't be friends with Ling Yun the way he acted. Long Tianjiao wanted to skin Ling Yun alive. Ling Yun wasn't worried about Long Tianjiao. He was worried about the mysterious and powerful Long family that had controlled Huaxia for thousands of years. With the Long family's control over Huaxia, it would be self-deception to say that the Long family did not know much about the ancient legends of Huaxia. As for the Chen and Sun families, there was no need to talk about them. The Chen family had already arranged for Chen Jianwei to travel to America and paid a huge price to help him become a member of the Blood Clan. They even had Chen Jianren lead the Japanese ninjas to Xianxia to search for the Shenong Cauldron. At the same time, the Sun family from Beijing sent Sun Tianbiao and close to 100 experts with the excuse of looking for Niu Fenjiao and Sun Xing to wreak havoc in Qingshui City. Take note that Ling Yun hadn't revealed himself yet. With the Sun family's comprehensive power, they could have easily dealt with Ling Yun with 2 phone calls. Why would they need to go through so much trouble and turn Qingshui City upside down? Now that Ling Yun thought about it, the Sun family's goal back then should have been to take control of the entire Qingshui City and the crater. In other words, Sun Tianbiao's real goal for coming here with such great fanfare was probably the crater and the ancient legend of Huaxia. The Earth Emperor's book, however, Sun Tianbiao was too arrogant and stupid. He wanted to completely wipe out Ling Yan's influence in Xianxia City, but he lost the watermelon after picking up the sesame seed. Before he could carry out his plan, he was completely wiped out by Ling Yan. The Chen family went to Xianxia to look for the Shenong cauldron, and the Sun family came to Xianxia City to snatch the Earth Emperor's book. These seemingly unrelated events happened at the same time as the crater. Ling Yan didn't think much of it before, but when he heard about the ancient legend of Xianxia, he instantly connected the dots, thinking further, if the relatively weaker Chen and Sun families knew about it, then what about the more mysterious and powerful Long and Yi families? What were they up to in the dark, the Assassins' organization? The Devil Sect. In April and May, the Devil Sect suddenly appeared in the pugilistic world and massacred a few orthodox sects and hidden families. Then, they suddenly disappeared without a trace. Now, they appeared in Xianxia City because of the news of the Devil's Blade. The moment they arrived, they caused a huge uproar. Today, Ling Yan wouldn't believe that the Assassins' organization came to Xianxia City to avenge the few yellow, black, earth, and even heaven-rank assassins. Is it because of the Devil's Blade? Ling Yan thought to himself. His instincts told him that the Assassins' organization kidnapped Lin Menghan and Yao Rou to threaten him to hand over the Devil's Blade. Or, are they here to obtain the secret of the crater from me, or are they here for the ancient legend of Xianxia? Ling Yan thought about many things along the way, but every single one of them couldn't be separated from the legend of the human emperor and earth emperor come out of Xianxia, and the world depends on one person to face the calamity. Obviously, the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book were both in Ling Yan's body. The person who faced the calamity was undoubtedly him. In that case, what Ling Yan couldn't figure out was what kind of tribulation he had just received. As his thoughts drifted, Ling Yan even thought about the 9-colored tribulation cloud that targeted him on Turtle Island. It was beyond the knowledge of a cultivation genius like him. These were all Ling Yan's secrets. Of course, he couldn't share them with Bai Yu and Jia. But that didn't mean that he didn't want to. Ling Zhen, Ling Hao, the Chen family, the Sun family, the Japanese ninjas, the Devil Sect's Assassins organization, even the Long family and the Yi family, and even the source of the mysterious 9-colored tribulation cloud. They all viewed Ling Yan as their mortal enemy. They were all hidden enemies in Ling Yan's heart. The mastermind behind Ling Yan's scheme was really unfathomable, not simple, not simple. It seems like I'm really in big trouble this time. Ling Yan thought about the underlying connections behind each incident and seemed to grasp some of the threads. However, he couldn't get the gist of it and couldn't link all these incidents together into a logical whole. Perhaps only Grandpa's generation can help me break through this dense fog. Since he couldn't figure it out, Ling Yan stopped thinking about it. He believed that his current strength was sufficient to deal with this crisis. He only wanted to take this opportunity to meet the heroes of Xianxia and deepen his understanding of this world. Before he broke through to the Qi cultivation stage, he wanted to fight to his heart's content and improve his cultivation. The only way was to fight. Since you guys want to fight, then let's fight. I'll accompany you to the end. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows and narrowed his dark pupils. The corners of his mouth curled into a confident smile. Big brother Yun, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? It was rare for Tang Meng and Ling Yan to not talk when they were alone. Ling Yan's silence earlier had already made Tang Meng feel suffocated. He had a stomach full of questions to ask Ling Yan. Nothing much. Oh, right. Give me all the rings you bought for me. Ling Yan asked Tang Meng to buy 8 platinum rings in one go. The designs were similar to Tang Meng's original one, but the patterns on the surface of the rings were slightly different. Tang Meng held the steering wheel with one hand and rummaged around with the other. Very quickly, he passed an exquisite bag to Ling Yan. Inside the bag, there were 8 small exquisite boxes, and in each box, there was a man's platinum ring. Big brother Yun, why did you suddenly ask me to buy so many rings? Ling Yan smiled. To wear them. Of course, I'm buying them to wear. Tang Meng was speechless. 8 rings, including the one that was originally made into a spatial ring. That was a total of 9 rings. Was he trying to act like a nouveau riche? Big brother Yun, you're wearing all of them? Yes, I'm wearing all of them. Ling Yan said as he opened the packaging of a ring and put it on the middle finger of his right hand. Very quickly, he opened all 8 rings and put them on his finger. Finally, only his right pinky finger was left empty. Tang Meng glanced at Ling Yan's hands through the rearview mirror and almost burst out laughing. His face turned red as he said, "Big brother Yun, you're wearing so many rings. Are you trying to learn from that Lu something Qian? Are you going to perform magic on television?" Ling Yun chuckled. "Congratulations, that's the correct answer. I'm going to perform magic on television. Otherwise, why would I ask you to spend 5 million yuan to book 2 primetime slots on the provincial and city TV stations?" Even if Ling Yun did not say it, Tang Meng had a rough idea of how dangerous the situation was this time. According to Ling Yun's usual practice, he should have kept a low profile and waited for the enemies to come knocking on his door. Then, he would close the door and kill them all. Why was he performing magic on television this time? Tang Meng really didn't understand what Ling Yun was trying to do. He scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Big brother Yun, the enemy is in the dark while we're in the light. Shouldn't we be keeping a low profile? Why are you suddenly so high profile and going on television?" Ling Yun didn't let Tang Meng continue to wonder. He smiled mysteriously and said, "Yes, the enemy is in the dark while we're in the light. Unfortunately, I'm not clear enough." "Ah." Tang Meng was so anxious that he almost jumped out of his seat. He was almost shouting, "What? Big brother Yun, the properties in Xianxia city can't be moved or hidden. To that dog *T assassin's organization, it's like lice on a monk's head. It's obvious. And those 2 villas of yours, Villa number 1 and Villa number 9, as long as they know you or have heard of you, almost all of them know that they are your homes. If the enemy wants to find them, they can come to your door. Isn't that obvious enough? Do you really have to bring the enemy to your mansion personally for that to be clear?" Ling Yun endured Tang Meng's roar and waited for him to finish before frowning and saying, "Why are you so agitated? Let me finish what I have to say. Yes, I did say that we weren't strong enough in the past, so we had to keep a low profile. However, Tang Meng, you know, when a person can't hide anymore, just like you said, when everything about him is found out, do you think we can continue to keep a low profile? Absolutely not. On the contrary, we should stand out with the highest profile and the most confident attitude. This time, I want to be the focus of everyone's discussion. I want the whole of Xianxia city to know of my existence. I want to attract everyone's attention, and then, lure the snake out of its hole and annihilate the invading enemy." To be continued, what? Tang Meng was completely shocked. He slammed on the brakes and stopped the car. He turned around and looked at the god in his heart, Ling Yun. Ling Yun was unruffled, calm, and confident. He had a signature smile on his face and was looking at him with a grin. "Who told you that I set up the formation just to wait for the enemy to come to my house and fight and kill? You can't touch the property or the house, but I can't." Ling Yun was extremely domineering. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed to the west. "I won't hide it from you anymore. The real battlefield isn't within Xianxia city. It's in the mountains to the west of Xianxia city. Wherever I go, that's the battlefield." At this moment, Tang Meng's shock had reached its peak. He was stunned for a long time before he finally said, "Big brother Yun, you mean that you're going to be a live target this time? You're going to attract everyone's attention and let the enemies chase after you?" Ling Yun was speechless. He corrected him patiently, "Do you know how to speak? It's true that I'm letting the enemy come and kill me, but they're the ones who will die, alright? It's indeed a hunt, but they're in charge of the chase, and I'm in charge of the kill." Ling Yun chuckled and waved his hand. "Let's go." You parked the car in the middle of the road. The people behind are already cursing. Provincial TV station, broadcasting studio number 1. The female anchor of Jiangnan Satellite TV, Su Lingfei, had her makeup done early. She was waiting for Ling Yun's arrival with mixed feelings. Su Lingfei never dreamed that there would be a day when Ling Yun would specifically look for her and say that he wanted to do a show with her as a super guest. For this show, Ling Yun did not hesitate to spend 5 million yuan. He got Tang Meng to book 2 primetime slots for the provincial TV station and Xianxia city's metropolis, lifestyle, variety, and entertainment channels. Su Lingfei had been waiting for this opportunity for far too long. She had been anticipating it for far too long. She had even buried this whimsical idea deep in her stomach. However, just when she thought that it was impossible to invite Ling Yun to be a guest and do a show, this opportunity came. It came very suddenly, and she was unprepared for it. This made her inexplicably excited. Su Lingfei and Ling Yan had crossed paths more than once. At Linjiang Garden, when Ling Yan single-handedly tore down two of Tian Buotao's mansions and scolded Luo Zhong, she had interviewed Ling Yan. However, the result was that the higher-ups had given strict orders to destroy all video and audio materials and not allow them to be broadcast. Su Lingfei went to the opening ceremony of the Ordinary People's Clinic again. Her preparations were flawless. She had brought along everything she needed, including an invisible camera and a high-grade recording pen. Unfortunately, when she left, she realized that all she had recorded was snowflakes and a buzzing noise. Both times, they were shocking scenes that could subvert the concepts and cognition of ordinary people. She was present at both times, but she missed both of them. At Linjiang Garden, Ling Yan used his actions to vividly display the masculinity and arrogance of a man. At the opening of the Ordinary People's Clinic, Ling Yan also used his heaven-defying performance to display the miraculous skills and benevolence of a doctor. Su Lingfei, who was born into a noble family, had always had her eyes on the top of her head. She had never seen a boy like Ling Yan, who had two completely opposite temperaments. Most importantly, Ling Yan was too mysterious. She was curious because of his mysteriousness, and attracted because of her curiosity. She really wanted to understand Ling Yan and interview him. She didn't care if it was for personal gain or if it couldn't be broadcasted. However, she was restricted by her work. She had to go to work on time every day. Even on Saturdays and Sundays, she had to anchor the news program. She didn't have much private time, so she didn't have the chance to find Ling Yan. Now, the opportunity had finally come. Su Lingfei couldn't help but be secretly delighted. However, she was inexplicably anxious because Ling Yan still hadn't arrived. Is the cameraman in place? Lighting, makeup, costumes, props, hurry up and get everything ready. Why are there so few people in the audience? Assistant Wang, call them immediately and see what's going on. In Broadcasting Studio Number 1, the beautiful anchor, Su Lingfei, was definitely the number one. She was known for her intelligence, competence, and decisiveness. It's just because I took an extra look at you in the crowd, a melodious ringtone sounded. It was Wang Fei's legend. Su Lingfei's beautiful eyes lit up, and she immediately picked up the call. Sister Su, we're already at the entrance. Where are you now? Tang Meng asked. Su Lingfei smiled. Where else? Broadcasting Studio Number 1. Do you want me to pick you up? Tang Meng chuckled. There's no need. I've been to Broadcasting Studio Number 1 so many times. I'm more familiar with it than my backyard. Tang Meng parked the car and went straight to Broadcasting Studio Number 1 with Ling Yan. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Su Lingfei welcoming them with a smile. Sister Su, I brought Big Brother Yun here. Big Brother Yun, do I need to introduce him? This is Jiangnan's number one beauty, the anchor of Jiangnan Satellite TV, the great beauty, Su Lingfei. Tang Meng had a glib tongue. The introduction was fake, but his real intention was to make Su Lingfei happy. Hello, Sister Su, we meet again. Ling Yan had his signature smile as he took the initiative to shake Su Lingfei's slender hand. At the same time, he looked at her with a slightly appreciative gaze. Su Lingfei was 27 or 28 years old. She had ear-length hair, snow-white skin, a pure and beautiful face, and eyebrows that were like a painting. She wore a professional office lady suit, a white lapel with a tight waist, a V-shaped low-cut, and a white lace tube top. Her snow-white breasts were extremely full, and her deep cleavage was faintly discernible. She wore a short black skirt, flesh-colored stockings that covered her slender legs, and high-heeled sandals. Even though she wasn't as enchanting as Liang Fingyi, she exuded a strong intellectual beauty. Her actions were elegant and appropriate. Ling Yan, you're really mysterious. I heard that you went to Beijing not long ago, but I didn't expect you to be back so soon. Su Lingfei smiled, forming two dimples on both sides of her cheeks. Her teeth were neat and white, as if announcing her eloquence. You, however, Su Lingfei let out a delicate cry. Why are you wearing so many rings? Did you open a jewelry store? Su Lingfei frowned slightly. She didn't want Ling Yan to look like a vulgar nouveau riche. Hee, I'm here to perform magic. Of course, I have to wear a few more rings. This is a smokescreen. This was indeed a smokescreen, but it wasn't for magic. It was to let the people in front of the television see his magic and determine that everything was related to the spatial ring on his left middle finger. What? You spent so much money just to perform magic? Su Lingfei's reaction was almost identical to Tang Ming's. That's right, perform magic. Ling Yan said as he raised his left hand. A bottle of mineral water appeared out of thin air. This? Su Lingfei was instantly dumbfounded. Was he really here to perform magic? However, this was too much. He did it just like that? Ling Yan smiled and personally opened the bottle of mineral water. He handed it to Su Lingfei and said, "Big Sister Su, are you ready? Can we start recording the show?" Su Lingfei was a little disappointed. Originally, she wanted to do a serious interview with Ling Yun. She didn't expect Ling Yun to be here to perform magic, however, disappointment was one thing. Ling Yun had spent a lot of money. As for the specific show, it was up to Ling Yun. She could only try her best to cooperate. Ling Yun, tell us, how do you need us to cooperate? How do you want us to film? What props do you need us to prepare for you? Ling Yun laughed. I don't need any props or cooperation. I just need you to provide me with an ordinary table so that I can put things on it. As soon as they were done, the recording of the program began. After everything was ready, Ling Yun stood on the stage empty-handed. He smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I am Ling Yun. Next, I will perform a magic. The name of this magic is making something out of nothing." Next, naturally, was the moment of the miracle. Ling Yun really had the spatial ring in his hand. He raised his hands and spread his fingers. After showing that he was empty-handed, a bottle of mineral water appeared in his hands. Oh my god, another bottle? Su Lingfei couldn't believe her eyes. She knew that Ling Yun had indeed brought nothing with him when he went on stage to perform. Ling Yun smiled as he placed the bottle of mineral water on the table. With a flip of his hand, a can of beer appeared in his hand, followed by a bottle of Coca-Cola. At this moment, everyone except for Tang Ming was completely stunned, be it behind the scenes, the audience that had been temporarily invited, or the staff in the recording studio. However, this was not the end. Next, Ling Yun performed another dazzling show. School supplies, office supplies, pots, pans, seasonings, and even a gas tank. The audience went crazy. Whoosh, amidst the screams, a thick stack of $100 bills appeared in Ling Yun's hands. There were a total of 10 bundles of red bills, the lights were dazzling, and the sound of people snapping photos could be heard incessantly. People held their breaths and shouted. All eyes were focused on Ling Yun, and they didn't even blink. Impossible, this is impossible, absolutely impossible. Su Lingfei's beautiful eyes were wide open as she stared at Ling Yun's hands. She could only say that it was impossible. This was really making something out of nothing. Not to mention that Lu Something Qian, even the top magician in the world, would not be able to do this. Ling Yun stopped when the table was filled to the brim. He signaled for everyone to be quiet and smiled. I just performed a small magic trick for everyone. It's just an appetizer. Now, I'm going to show you the real magic trick. The first one, holding fire and water in one's hands. After saying that, Ling Yun walked away from the table and secretly took out a fire talisman and a water talisman each. After saying that, a dazzling flame and a huge blue water ball appeared in Ling Yun's hands. To be continued. Wow. It's a real flame. Oh my god, I can feel the heat of the flame. How is it possible that his hand is fine? At this time, because of the shock of Ling Yun's performance, the audience below the stage had long forgotten where they were. They all stood up, especially the audience in the first row. Many people had already unknowingly left their seats and went to the front to enjoy Ling Yun's performance. Ling Yun's expression was calm and composed, and a mysterious smile hung on his handsome face. He purposely took a few steps to the front of the stage so that the audience could see more clearly. He was only using a level 2 fire talisman, and the temperature of the flame was only about 600 to 700 degrees. It wasn't very powerful, but the volume of the flame was larger than a basketball. It was bright red, and it was perfect for intimidating people. That flame is still fine, but why is that blue water ball in Ling Yan's hand? Why didn't it fall? That's amazing, that water ball didn't fall to the ground. Some people who were thoughtful noticed the even more amazing point and exclaimed loudly. The water ball formed by the clear water talisman was also the size of a basketball. It was perfectly round, blue, and transparent. It was held in Ling Yan's hand quietly, and it was very dazzling as it reflected the various lights in the studio. Of course, Ling Yan couldn't really create something out of nothing. The clear water talisman was a water talisman. After it was used, it would instantly condense the water vapor around the user. Depending on the level of the clear water talisman, the condensed water ball and the length of time it could be preserved would vary. The water ball in Ling Yan's hand could be maintained for about 40 to 50 seconds before it would fall to the ground. However, how could Ling Yan let the water ball fall to the ground? He allowed the flame on his left hand to slowly extinguish. When it was about time, Ling Yan activated the yin-yang harmony balance, and the yin qi in his body flowed from his conception meridian to his right palm. Then, it instantly overflowed and enveloped the water ball in layers. Next magic trick, water ball freezing. Ling Yan smiled. Before he finished his sentence, the audience was shocked to see that the surface of the water ball in Ling Yan's palm was completely frozen. Very quickly, it turned into a transparent ice ball. Wow! It turned into an ice ball. Amazing, so beautiful. How is this possible? After witnessing this scene, everyone in the studio was stunned. Even Tang Meng, who knew Ling Yan the best, was dumbfounded. He didn't know that Ling Yan could do this. Su Lingfei was completely dumbfounded. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her petite mouth formed an O shape. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was as if she was in a dream. Ling Yan smiled and glanced at Su Lingfei before turning to the audience. Actually, magic is not my forte. My forte is sculpting, he said in a clear voice. Shua, the pitch-black devil's blade appeared in his left hand. At the same time, he tossed the ice ball in his right hand into the air. In the next moment, the sharp tip of the devil's blade faced the ice ball in the air. Swish 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 swish, Ling Yan's wrist shook non-stop as he used the tip of his knife to slash at the ice ball at lightning speed. He looked casual, but in reality, every move he made was executed perfectly. As the large and small ice shards fell to the ground, the audience was shocked to see that the transparent ice ball quickly thinned and gradually turned into a slender human figure. Her eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and nose were vivid and lifelike. In her right hand was a microphone. Shua. When the last carving was completed, Ling Yan put away his knife. He raised his hand lightly and caught the delicate ice figure that was about to fall to the ground. His eyes swept across it and he nodded in satisfaction. Needless to say, the exquisite ice figure that Ling Yan had carved in one breath was a miniature version of the beautiful anchor, Su Lingfei. Oh my god! It's Su Lingfei. It's so similar. Wow, so amazing. Ling Yan chuckled as he held the ice figure in his right hand. In a few steps, he came to the side of the stage and handed the ice figure to Su Lingfei. Big Sister Su, thank you for giving me this opportunity to perform. This is my gift to you. Please don't blame me for the poor carving, okay? Su Lingfei was already stunned. She looked at the ice figure in Ling Yan's hand in a daze. She was so excited that her delicate body trembled slightly. The excitement in her heart was indescribable. Ling Yan, this is really for me? Su Lingfei was so excited that she stuttered. Ling Yan smiled and nodded. He grabbed the little Su Lingfei and shook it lightly. Suddenly, Su Lingfei noticed the body part of the ice figure that Ling Yan was holding. Her face suddenly turned red. She stretched out her empty left hand and snatched herself from Ling Yan's hand. Ling Yan was stunned at first. Then, he suddenly remembered that he was holding Su Lingfei's waist and buttocks. Coincidentally, his right thumb was pressed on the twin peaks of Su Lingfei. It was originally an impromptu carving. Of course, it was a casual matter to hold it anywhere. However, in Su Lingfei's eyes, it was naturally different. Ah! It's so cold. Su Lingfei, who had snatched the ice figure, immediately felt a chill in her hand. A gust of cold air assaulted her face, causing her to shiver all over. However, Su Lingfei couldn't care less about that now. She took the ice figure and took a good look at the face of the ice figure. She was immediately dumbfounded because Ling Yun's carving was too similar. Not to mention the hairstyle, clothes, shoes, even her exposed lace bra was perfectly displayed. At this time, Ling Yun had already walked back to the middle of the stage. He first smiled and bowed before saying indifferently, "I was just in the mood to carve a gift for our Jiangnan province's beautiful anchor, big sister Su Lingfei. Today's magic show will end here. Thank you, everyone." The applause below the stage was thunderous. Cheers and cheers rang throughout the entire broadcast hall. It took a full minute before it gradually died down. Also, I would like to announce something here. During my summer break, I will be going to Jiangnan province's Celestial Ridge. I will be carving a huge Buddha statue at the Heavenly Spear Peak. I will probably be leaving tomorrow. I will first go to the Heavenly Spear Peak to choose a suitable stone wall. Please wait for me to finish carving before you go and admire it. After Ling Yun finished his announcement, he didn't bow again. Instead, he faced the camera and suddenly stretched out his arm, pointing towards the west of Qingshui City. That was, of course, the direction of the Celestial Ridge's Heavenly Spear Peak. Cut. Following the director's shout, the entire recording process finally ended. Once the recording stopped, the director in charge of recording rushed towards Ling Yun. His face was full of excitement as he rushed over and grabbed Ling Yun's hands tightly. He shook them violently and said in shock, "Genius, miracle. Ling Yun, I can guarantee that once the show is broadcast, you will immediately become famous. No, you might even become famous all over the world. How about it, are you interested in entering the entertainment industry?" Ling Yun was a little embarrassed. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't enter the entertainment industry. However, Tang Meng's eyes lit up when he heard this. It seemed like he had thought of a way to earn big money. At this time, be it the lighting crew, the cameraman, the costumes, the props, or the audience below the stage, they all rushed over. Soon, there were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding Ling Yun. Everyone held up their phones and took pictures of Ling Yun like crazy. "Ling Yun, I love you." There were some female students in the audience. They had long been excited by Ling Yun's miraculous performance. Sigh. I knew it would be like this. Tang Meng was completely left out. He stood there helplessly with both hands in his pockets, shaking his head and sighing as he looked at the girls crazily squeezing forward. On the other side, Su Lingfei didn't care about the cold in her hands. She held the gift that Ling Yun gave her tightly. Her heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. No wonder Feng Yi talks about him every day. This boy is really... not good. Suddenly, a drop of cold water fell from Su Lingfei's palm onto the floor. Seeing that herself in her hands was about to melt, Su Lingfei let out a soft cry and reacted. She hurriedly threw the microphone away and rushed to a freezer in the corner of the recording studio. She didn't have Ling Yun's ability. She could only put her ice sculpture in the freezer to ensure that it wouldn't melt. Ling Yun, who was completely surrounded by people, just happened to notice this scene. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Everyone surrounded Ling Yun and asked him all kinds of questions. Of course, the main topic was how Ling Yun changed his magic. Ling Yun only smiled without saying a word. He didn't answer any of the questions about himself. However, there were people who were curious about when he would go to the Celestial Ridge's Heavenly Spear Peak to carve the Buddha statue. The Heavenly Spear Peak is huge. The focus for the next week is to choose a specific location. I will go there every day to look for a suitable stone wall. However, don't worry, I will definitely finish carving the Buddha statue before the end of the summer break. Of course, Ling Yun didn't forget his purpose of coming here. After he performed the magic and deliberately displayed the Devil's Blade, he repeatedly emphasized the location of the Celestial Ridge's Heavenly Spear Peak. He believed that once this program was broadcasted, it would attract the attention of countless people. Moreover, the news that he deliberately leaked would definitely be spread to his enemies. Because there were other programs to rehearse in Broadcasting Studio 1, people started to leave one after another. Finally, it became deserted. Ling Yun, these props, what do you plan to do with them? Su Lingfei asked Ling Yun as she looked at the table on the stage that was full of things. She had checked those things carefully just now and they were all real. They were not props at all. She had also deliberately checked the table and stomped on the floor of the stage. Everything was normal. No matter how hard she racked her brains, she could not figure out how Ling Yun had made these things appear. I don't want them anymore. You guys deal with them as you see fit. Ling Yun smiled freely. It wasn't easy for Ling Yun to take out the spatial ring. Of course, he wouldn't take it back. Su Lingfei couldn't help but remind him, there's still 100,000 yuan. Ling Yun grinned and said, everyone has put in a lot of effort today. I'll leave the $100,000 for you guys to have a meal and drink together. Consider it my treat. Su Lingfei could not help but have a better impression of Ling Yun after witnessing his generosity in front of her colleagues. Just as she was about to invite Ling Yun to her office to discuss the details of the show, Ling Yun waved his hand and called Tang Meng over. Tang Meng's face was red. Tang Meng, the show is done. Stay here and discuss the details with Big Sister Su. I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving first. He had just received a text from Abing saying that the new shot and steel balls had been brought to the entrance of Xianxia Wharf Mansion No. 9. Ling Yun still had to rush over to set up a large array. Tang Meng naturally received the text as well. He nodded and said, all right, Big Brother Yun. I'll send you out first. Su Lingfei couldn't help but feel a sense of reluctance when she saw Ling Yun leave. However, she couldn't think of a good reason to make him stay. She could only sigh in her heart and accompany Tang Meng to send Ling Yun out of the provincial television station. I'm leaving. Oh right, Tang Meng, don't forget that the copyright of the show belongs to us. Ling Yun got into the car and started the engine. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind Tang Meng about the copyright of the show. In order to fight for the primetime slot, they had invested 5 million yuan. Of course, they had to get it back. Really, how could I forget that the copyright of the show belongs to you? Su Lingfei was angry and embarrassed. She stomped her heels on the ground. Even she didn't know why she was so bothered by Ling Yun's words. She also didn't know why she threw a tantrum at Ling Yun. Big Sister Su, I originally thought that Big Brother Yun was only going to perform a few magic tricks. I didn't expect him to use his trump card today. If that's the case, we really have to talk about the profits of the show. After Ling Yun drove away, Tang Meng seriously discussed the profits of the show with Su Lingfei. Su Lingfei had worked in the provincial television station for many years. She could imagine the sensational effect this show would cause after it was broadcast. She also knew how high the ratings would be. Therefore, she agreed to it. All you think about is money. Alright, I'll make sure you guys make a lot of money this time. Let's go to my office. Ling Yun drove onto the highway and headed east towards Xianxia Wharf's mansion No. 9. 1, 2, 3, hi. 1, 2, 3, hi. When Ling Yun rushed to mansion No. 9, he could hear the sound of Green Dragon's underlings unloading trucks from afar. When he got closer, he saw a few big trucks blocking the entrance of mansion No. 9. The back of the truck was filled with big iron balls and shot balls. There were 5 or 6 Green Dragon lackeys squeezed into the carriage closest to the door. All of them were sweating profusely and had their butts in the air as they pushed the iron balls that were more than half a meter in diameter down the carriage. A big iron ball weighed more than 150 kilograms, and a shot ball was even heavier. 2 people would not be able to move it, and a crane would not be able to get in. If they wanted to unload the truck, they could only use the dumbest method. However, they did not move it down by force. Instead, they used thick, long steel plates to build a slope between the carriage and the ground. As long as the iron ball was pushed to the side of the carriage, it could roll down the slope to the ground. Stop, stop, stop. If you guys continue unloading like this, won't it take you until tomorrow night? Ling Yun smiled as he got out of the car. He waved his hand at the Green Dragon lackeys and asked them to come down. Then, he threw the keys to mansion No. 9 to Abing, who was in command, and asked him to open the door. Seeing that Ling Yun wanted to unload the truck himself, Abing could not help but say, Big Brother Yun, why don't you go in and rest? Let them unload the truck slowly, Ling Yun smiled. I'm not as precious as you think. It will be dark by the time they finish unloading the truck. Do I have anything else to do? As he said that, Ling Yun leaped lightly into the carriage. He aimed at a big shot ball and hooked it with his foot. Then, he lifted his leg and kicked it lightly. That big shot ball flew into the air and drew a parabola in the air. With a loud bang, it landed in the forest more than 10 meters away, causing the soil to splatter everywhere. Wow! All the green dragon lackeys exclaimed when they saw Ling Yan playing with the iron balls that weighed a few hundred kilograms as easily as playing with a soccer ball. Good skills, Long Tu. In the morning, Abing did not follow the car to mansion number 1, so he did not see Ling Yan unloading the truck. Now that he saw it, he was shocked. He secretly thought about the shocking weight of those big shot balls and wondered how strong Big Brother Yin was. Now that Ling Yan's stellar condensation technique was at the pinnacle of the second major realm, each arm had at least 3,000 kilograms of strength. At the same time, he had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. If he circulated his true qi at full force, each arm would have an additional 1,500 kilograms of strength. This meant that Ling Yan could now exert a maximum of 4,500 kilograms of strength in each arm. That was the legendary 5,000 kilograms of strength. For example, if Ling Yan used all his strength to lift an adult elephant that weighed 10 tons, he would be able to lift it with both of his hands. Frankly speaking, a person with such strength could easily exert 1,000 kilograms of strength in his hands. If he did not grasp it well, the cups, plates, and bowls would shatter in his hands. However, Ling Yan was on the path of cultivation. He had already experienced the hardships and obstacles of cultivation. No matter what he did, he could control the strength in his hands to the pinnacle. Therefore, his performance was no different from that of an ordinary person. Of course, to an ordinary expert at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9, it would already be considered godly if they could exert 1,000 kilograms of strength in one arm. However, Ling Yan was different. He had cultivated the heaven-defying stellar condensation technique. The essence of the sun, moon, and stars was naturally not absorbed for nothing. At the pinnacle of the second major realm, his body would have an additional 3,000 kilograms of strength. This was also where Ling Yan had the upper hand in the battle. It was conceivable that a casual swing of his blade or a punch would carry the force of 1,000 caddies. His opponent would have to use all their strength to block it. How many times could they block it? Everyone present was from the Green Dragon gang. Ling Yan did not want to hide his strength. Using both his hands and feet, he quickly unloaded all the goods from the carriages. After unloading the carriages, Ling Yan did not waste any time. Just like in mansion number 1, he used his divine sense to calculate the distance and position. He used hundreds of large metal balls to form 1,000 chance 9 slaughter formation. Because he had to calculate the distance and position repeatedly, and he also had to place the metal balls and lead balls, it took Ling Yan more than 2 hours even though he was a master of formations and was extremely familiar with formations. Phew, I didn't expect it to be so tiring. Mansion number 9 was much larger than mansion number 1. It was close to 10,000 square meters, with a length and width of 100 meters and a circumference of close to 500 meters. Ling Yan was really tired after all this work. His forehead was slightly sweaty. Big Brother Yun, you must be exhausted, right? Come in and drink some water. Abing looked at Ling Yan moving the large metal balls around, but he could not help at all. He felt very guilty and could only boil water and make tea in advance. Okay, let's talk inside. Ling Yan brought Abing into the house, and the two of them sat on the sofa. Ever since he reached physique tempering stage 4 and emerged from the crater, it had been a long time since Ling Yan had exercised like this. After drinking a few cups of tea, he felt that his limbs and bones were unobstructed and comfortable. Abing, you've done well during this period of time. Ling Yan praised Abing as he reclined on the sofa and sipped his tea. Thank you for your compliment, Big Brother Yun. You've given me such an important position, so I'll do a good job in Green Dragon even if I have to risk my life. Abing bowed slightly and answered honestly. Ling Yan smiled. We're brothers, so you don't have to be so reserved when you speak to me in the future. Just be casual. Yes, Big Brother Yun. Ling Yan nodded. Don't let Green Dragon cause too much of a commotion during this period of time. Don't fight for territory either. Just focus on developing our current businesses. I'll leave the keys to mansion number 9 in your care from now on. Send someone to guard it 24 hours a day. Also, find someone to install a set of professional surveillance equipment. Try to protect this place as much as possible. Ling Yin instructed Abing. Abing stood up. I understand, Big Brother Yun. I'll do my best. Ling Yin gestured for him to sit down. Also, you're aware of the situation in Xianxia City. I'm in big trouble here, so you have to help Tang Meng. Send someone to keep a close eye on all our businesses in Xianxia City, including those that Go Lianqing transferred to us. Got it? Abing naturally understood that this was a serious matter. He nodded his head vigorously to show that he remembered. Ling Yin stared at Abing for a long time. Suddenly, he smiled and said, Abing, do you want to learn martial arts like Tai Xiaohu? This was something that Abing had always dreamed of. How could he not want to? Hearing this, he stood up hurriedly and asked in surprise, Big Brother Yun, you're willing to teach me? Ling Yin laughed. You're my brother. As long as you're willing to learn, I'll definitely teach you. However, not now. I'll have to wait until I get rid of the enemies this time. When you're free, follow Tai Xiaohu and learn some basic martial arts knowledge. After I'm done with this busy period, I'll help you build a good foundation before I leave Xianxia City. Thank you, Big Brother Yun. Abing was so excited that he jumped up in joy without waiting for Ling Yin to finish speaking. Ling Yin picked up a cup of tea and downed it in one gulp. Then, he stood up and patted Abing's shoulder. Don't be too happy yet. You're not going to learn any ordinary martial arts from me. It's going against the natural order. You have to be prepared to endure hardships. Abing had seen how Tai Xiaohu cultivated. He understood what Ling Yun meant, but his eyes were filled with determination. Big Brother Yun, don't worry. I grew up in the army. I'm not afraid of hardships. Ling Yun laughed heartily. That's good. I hope you'll do as you say. Oh right, there's something else I need to tell you. Tonight, there'll be a video about me appearing on the internet. Remember, don't forget to get the people from Green Dragon Gang to post it and publicize it. Green Dragon Gang had Dragon Hall, Human Hall, and Punishment Hall. There were a few hundred people in total. These people were equivalent to a large group of professional internet water army. Of course, Ling Yin had to use them. Abing asked, Big Brother Yun, is it the program that you recorded at the provincial television station this afternoon? Ling Yin chuckled. Yes, that's the program. Remember to publicize that I'll be going to Celestial Ridge and Heavenly Spear Peak every night for the next few days. Finally, Ling Yin reminded Abing that the formation he had set up with the lead and metal balls was called the 1009 Slaughter Formation. Anyone who wanted to enter Mansion Number 9 would have to go through the front door. Otherwise, they would definitely die. Ling Yin left Mansion Number 9 at around 6 in the evening after he had settled everything. He returned to Xianxia City in no time. Instead, he found a large supermarket and bought some food and water. After returning to his car, he stored everything in his spatial ring before returning to Mansion Number 1. Everything was as usual at home. Ling Yin knew that even if his enemies wanted to deal with him, they wouldn't come knocking on his door in broad daylight. After all, this was a bustling city and not a sect in the cultivation world. He briefed Qin Dongxue and the rest on his itinerary for the afternoon and gave them a few instructions before returning to his bedroom. Ling Yin switched on his computer and connected it to the internet. He searched for some basic information about the Heavenly Spear Peak and the Immortal Ridge. Once he had a grasp of the situation, he switched off his computer. He stood up and slowly paced around the spacious bedroom. He first carefully filtered through everything that had happened in the past few days, before beginning to inspect the items in the space ring with a thought. The weapons that he could use were the Devil's Blade and the Dark Storm. As for his hidden weapons, he had a few hundred silver needles and a few dozen kilograms of iron nails. Of course, there was also his golden longbow, hundreds of arrows made of pure silver, and more than 10 bundles of ordinary arrows with steel arrowheads. There were fire talismans, gold talismans, defense talismans, speed talismans, and healing talismans. Of course, there were also water talismans and water trap talismans. Spirit herbs included 1,000-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old knotweed, 100-year-old snow lotus. There was also the 7 dazzling pill that he had personally refined to break through to the chi condensation realm, as well as many spirit stones. Of course, there was also the exotic fragrance dragon saliva in the mysterious gourd and the jadeite box filled with the Earth Emperor's book's immortal spiritual energy. As for the Shennon cauldron, there was no need to mention it. There were also the Buddhist sacred objects, the Bodhi seed, the green lamp, and the Buddhist beads. Naturally, he had to carry them with him at all times. Of course, there were also 2 sets of night clothes made from golden black devilish silk. Apart from the aforementioned items, there were 2 other large items in the spatial ring. One was the King Emerald King, and the other was the multicolored sugar-coated Haws. Lastly, there was the food and water he had just bought from the supermarket. I still need an umbrella. It's best if it's an iron umbrella. When Ling Yun was fighting against the Blood Clan on Yunming Mountain, he had escaped death because of an ordinary umbrella. He had never forgotten that dangerous experience. Ling Yun didn't want to be at a disadvantage, but he had to suffer this kind of disadvantage when he was caught off guard. However, he would only suffer it once, and there would never be a second time. Before Ling Yun reached Qi Cultivation Stage 4, he would not be able to fly. His current limit was to fall from a height of more than 100 meters without getting hurt. If he fell from a height of more than 150 meters, even with his strong body, he would be injured and vomiting blood. Of course, this was only true for him. If it were an ordinary Xiantian realm level 4 expert, falling from a height of 150 meters would result in severe injuries even if they didn't die. Unfortunately, it's too late. Let's find a sturdy umbrella first. After checking everything, Ling Yan floated out of the house and went downstairs to eat with everyone. At the dining table, he mentioned that he wanted to go to the Immortal Ridge on the west side of Qingshui City. This was the main battlefield that Ling Yun had chosen. As long as the Devil's sect wanted to obtain the Devil's Blade, and as long as the enemy wanted to kill him, they would have to come here to look for him. Unfortunately, as soon as Ling Yun mentioned it, all the beauties fought to accompany him. Ling Yun could only smile bitterly and say seriously, "This isn't a stroll on the streets. I'm going to survey the battlefield and choose an advantageous terrain." Even though the Immortal Ridge is a scenic area, it is developed for tourists. Less than 5% of the area is developed for tourists. The rest of the area is remote mountains and forests. The Tianmao Peak is a mountain peak that is as straight as a knife. Why are you all following me to such a place? Ling Yin first calmed everyone down with a sentence. Then, he stared at Shui Mining, who was the most competitive. It's a cliff that is 30 meters high. Can you jump over it? Do you want me to carry you up? Shui Mining bit her lips, and her face turned red. She wanted to retort, but she couldn't say a word after a long time. Ling Yin then looked at Ning Lingyu and asked, "Lingyu, if 7 or 8 enemies with the same strength as Auntie were to come, and they sent 6 of them to deal with me and 2 of them to deal with you, what do you think I should do?" Ning Lingyu was tongue-tied. Finally, she lowered her head and didn't speak. What Ling Yin said was the truth. When he rescued Xianxia, he had experienced such a dangerous battle. If Ling Yin wasn't strong enough and prepared enough, Xianxia wouldn't be eating with him now. Wherever I am, the enemy's main force will go. I'll stay in the number 1 mansion. If a large number of enemies come at us at the same time, I won't be able to protect you even if I have 3 heads and 6 arms. That's right, I'll be able to deal with a dozen viscounts and earls like Paul and Chester. A life and death battle isn't what you think it is. It's not a joke. No one will care who you are when both sides are in a killing frenzy. And if I go to the Celestial Ridge, all the enemies will be led into the mountains by me. At that time, whether I want to fight or leave, it will all be within a single thought. There won't be any restraints or scruples. They won't be able to do anything to me. Ling Yin smiled confidently at this point, indicating that the beauties didn't need to worry about him. "Big brother Ling Yun, I'll go with you." Bai Xianer stood up. Of course, she wouldn't bring any trouble to Ling Yun. "Xianer, you can't go this time." He smiled and asked Xianer to sit down. Then, he said, "Xianer, with the devil sex methods, they definitely won't send everyone to the Celestial Ridge to kill me. I still need your protection here." Ling Yun believed that Qin Dongshui, who practiced the stellar condensation technique, dragonfish phantom ability, and the ninth killing technique, would be able to deal with an ordinary Xiantian master. However, Ling Yun was worried about the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. If the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect personally came to Mansion Number 1, all of Ling Yun's efforts would be wasted. The only one who had the strength to fight against the Holy Virgin was by Xian'er, there's no difference between me and the two of us in the wilderness. However, you have to ensure the safety of the family if you want me to fight with peace of mind. Big brother Ling Yun, I'll leave this important task to you. Listen to me, okay? Bai Xian'er was naturally unwilling, but she could only pout and sit down helplessly after noticing Ling Yun's expression. Qin Dongshui glanced at Ling Yun with a frown. But you can't go alone. Otherwise, there won't be anyone to report to if anything happens. Don't worry, Auntie. Of course, I won't go alone. I'll bring Chester with me. Ling Yun chuckled. Chester could fly, which would be very convenient for Ling Yun. The two of them would be invincible on land and in the air. Ling Yun wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Qin Dongshui knew that Ling Yun already had a card up his sleeve. She nodded and said, "Rascal, you messed up the Qin family in Beijing. The Qin family will definitely send a powerful master for revenge. Don't be careless. If you can't handle it, come back to Qingshui City. After all, they won't dare to act recklessly in the city. Don't worry, Auntie. I prepared everything." Ling Yun smiled faintly. Everyone finished their dinner quickly. Ling Yun took the napkin from Ming Lingyu and wiped his mouth. He then said to the beauties, "When I'm not at home, all of you have to listen to Auntie, including you, Xian'er. Do you understand?" All the beauties nodded. Ling Yun chuckled. "Alright, as long as the enemy doesn't come for the next week, all of you can stay at home and practice. Wait for my triumphant return. I'll call Chester." With that, he flew out of the house. In a flash, he arrived at the lawn in the backyard, where the 3 stalks of spiritual medicine were planted. He sat cross-legged and focused. With the help of the spiritual energy from the 3 stalks of spiritual medicine, he quickly adjusted his condition to its peak. Half an hour later, Ling Yun floated up and arrived at the small house in the backyard. "Dear boss, how may I be of service?" Paul and Chester came out to welcome Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded and smiled at Chester. "Chester, you must be bored out of your wits these few days, right? Accompany me for a walk in the mountains?" Chester was so excited that he exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Wow, boss, a walk in the mountains? Is there going to be a fight?" Chester was definitely a battle maniac. Ling Yun smiled faintly. "Yes, there is indeed a fight. However, the enemy is very strong this time. It will be a battle of life and death." Chester was even more excited when he heard that it was a battle of life and death. A battle of life and death? That's simply too exciting. "Boss, you must bring me along. Viscount Chester is willing to serve you." "When are we leaving?" "Leaving now," Ling Yun said to the quiet Paul. "Mr. Paul, stay at home and take care of these 5 people. Also, protect my auntie and the rest. When I'm not around, auntie's orders are my orders. Can you do that?" Paul bowed to Ling Yun once again and said respectfully, "Don't worry, boss. Paul is willing to use his life to protect your family and friends. Give me your hands." Ling Yun grabbed Paul's hands with lightning speed. He silently circulated the black-yellow sutra and allowed a huge amount of black-yellow true qi to enter Paul's body continuously. In an instant, Paul felt so comfortable that he almost screamed. That feeling was like a drug addict who had taken the best drug in the world. "Wow, boss, you're too biased." Chester was so jealous that he almost forgot that he was Ling Yun's servant. Ling Yun retracted his hands and turned to Chester. "Don't worry, I won't forget you." Ling Yun used telepathy to give Paul a few more instructions. Then, he brought Chester back to the living room to bid farewell to everyone. At 8:30 p.m., Ling Yun and Chester left Mansion Number 1 in a car. They bought 2 sturdy umbrellas before leaving. Once everything was ready, the master and servant went straight to the Heavenly Spear Peak in the Immortal Ridge. To be continued. In the dark of the night, a black sedan silently drove out of the western suburbs of Qingshui City, gradually leaving the bright lights of Qingshui City behind. After leaving the western suburbs, both the northwest and southwest were filled with undulating hills and lush greenery. The terrain of Xianxia City was high in the west and low in the east. At the beginning, there were some low hills, but the further they went to the west, the higher the terrain became. The mountains in front of them also became taller and steeper. Once out of the city, Ling Yun turned on the GPS system in the car and set the destination to a small village near the Immortal Ridge. Then, he asked Chester to drive at full speed according to the route. Chester had been cooped up in the small bungalow in the backyard of Mansion No. 1 for the past few days since he arrived in Xianxia City. Now that he had the chance to go out with Ling Yun, he couldn't be more excited. He didn't care about the speed limit anymore. He stepped on the accelerator and sped up to 150 miles per hour. Ling Yun didn't care about the speed limit either. The Immortal Ridge was located in the west of Xianxia City. The distance from Xianxia City to Immortal Ridge was at least 90 kilometers. However, because they had to take the winding mountain road, the distance was at least 100 kilometers. Ling Yun couldn't wait to reach his destination. They would pass by Lingjue Temple along the way. When they were close to Lingjue Temple, Ling Yun didn't forget to take out the Bodhi bead, the green lamp, and the Buddha beads. He allowed them to absorb the powerful Buddhist energy from the surrounding temples. This time, Morong Feishue wasn't the one accompanying Ling Yun anymore. Ling Yun hung the Buddha beads around his neck. He held the green lamp in his right hand and the Bodhi bead in his left. He had a solemn expression as he pondered. Ling Yun was still thinking about the tribulation taker. "Drive slower in front," Ling Yun suddenly said to Chester when they passed by the mountain where Lingjue Temple was located. "Yes, boss." There had been a heavy rainstorm the night before, so the mountain road was very slippery. There were puddles of water on some sections of the road, and there were even broken rocks washed onto the road by the flash flood. Even though Chester could see at night, he didn't dare to be careless. He turned on the headlights and slowed the speed to about 100 miles per hour. "Boss, what's that thing in your hand? Why is it emitting a green light? I feel terrible." Chester slowed down and wasn't as focused anymore. He noticed the Bodhi bead in Ling Yun's hand. That dull, old bead was glowing with a green light. Chester felt uncomfortable the moment Ling Yun took out the 3 Buddhist artifacts. He instinctively wanted to stay as far away from them as possible. Buddhist sacred artifacts were supreme Dharma treasures that could restrain demons and evil spirits. Not to mention that these 3 Buddhist artifacts were used by the enlightened monk with the diamond glass body in the heavenly pit. Chester's physique was fundamentally different from the original vampire after being embraced by Ling Yun's blood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to move at all, much less drive. Ling Yun didn't answer him. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the mountain outside the window. His eyes were as sharp as lightning as he slowly searched for the Lingjue Temple on the mountain. He asked faintly, "These are things used by an eminent monk. Why, are you not feeling well?" Chester was a vampire and naturally belonged to the category of demons and evil spirits. It was within Ling Yun's expectations that the Bodhi bead could restrain him. "Yes, boss. I felt something was wrong when you took out these 3 items. It felt like the blood in my body was gradually coagulating and about to stop flowing, and it seems even more powerful now." The car was not far from the foot of the Lingjue Temple. The surging Buddhist power was extremely strong, and Chester naturally couldn't take it. "Get used to it. Your physiques are different from before, but I can't explain the specifics. Now that you've gotten used to it, it will be very beneficial for you in the future." Ling Yun didn't put the items away. The Blood Clan, vampires, and the Embrace were new things and topics for Ling Yun. He was very interested in them and would study them whenever he had the time. After all, there were still 10 people from the Chow family waiting for him to save. Moreover, Ling Yun would have to deal with the Buddhists in the future. As one of Ling Yun's servants, Chester would naturally be used to it. According to Bai Yuanjia, there were Shaolin monks among the enemies this time. "Yes, boss." Chester could only endure the strong feeling of being suppressed and restrained. He could only concentrate on driving, but he subconsciously increased the speed of the car. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Ling Yun laughed in his heart, but he ignored it and pretended not to know anything. There were quite a few temples on this stretch of road, such as the Fugwang Temple and the Bodhi Temple. However, as they went further west and passed the westernmost Sia temple, the Buddhist power in the vicinity weakened significantly. The Bodhi seed no longer emitted a misty cyan light, leaving only a layer of cyan halo on its surface. Only when he could no longer feel any Buddhist power did he put away the 3 Buddhist holy weapons. Chester instantly felt his body lighten. The little blood in his body was no longer suppressed and gradually flowed freely. He was elated and stepped on the accelerator to drive the car at full speed again. "Boss, those seem to be used by the monks from the east." "That's right, I heard from the Blood Clan that the monks, nuns, and Taoist priests of the east are very evil. They have many spells that can suppress the Blood Clan," Chester said casually. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head and asked, "Oh? The Blood Clan that has lived for a long time? How old are they? What kind of spells are they?" Even though this information came out of Chester's mouth unconsciously, it was extremely important to Ling Yun. He couldn't ignore it. Chester drifted the car and made a sharp turn. Then, he said, "He's at least 200 years old. Boss, you know that the age of the Blood Clan is a very private secret. Anyway, he said that the monks and Taoists of China are very powerful. He told us to stay far away from them and not provoke them easily. He also warned us not to come to Huaxia unless it was necessary." Ling Yun frowned slightly. 200 years old. 200 years ago, Huaxia was at the end of the Qing dynasty. At that time, firearms weren't as powerful as they were now. Even then, the Blood Clan was so afraid of the spells of the monks and Taoist priests from the east. Spells? A name suddenly popped up in Ling Yun's mind. Cultivator. Without a doubt, the only people who could make the proud and powerful Blood Clan turn pale at the mention of them were cultivators. Ling Yun started to get excited. However, he knew that Chester definitely didn't know much about this, so he didn't ask further. Instead, he slowly pondered and analyzed in his heart. "Boss, it seems like we're being followed," Chester suddenly spoke. From his tone, it seemed like he was extremely excited. Ling Yun chuckled. "It's not seems, we're indeed being followed. I didn't expect them to be so fast." Now, their car had already driven into the vast mountains. The road in front of them was getting narrower and narrower. The surrounding mountains were dark and towering, and the surroundings were silent except for the sound of the car engine. The other party had 4 cars, but they weren't following very closely. They were just following their car from afar, like a cat playing with a mouse. It seemed like they were very confident. "There's a tunnel not far ahead. Should we kill them there?" Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. "What's the rush? Don't worry, there'll be plenty of fights when we reach the Celestial Ridge. Let's get rid of them first." It was already past 10 at night, and they were only half an hour away from the Celestial Ridge. Calculating the time, the magic show that Ling Yun performed had already been broadcasted twice. If the enemy's reaction was fast enough, it was very reasonable for them to catch up now. Ling Yun didn't know who was following them, and he didn't care. However, he didn't want to make a move halfway. There was a huge mountain in front of them, and they couldn't go around it. They dug a tunnel that was actually 4 kilometers long. After passing through this tunnel, they would enter the Celestial Ridge. The Celestial Ridge was located at the junction of Jiangnan Province and Wanhui Province. It was 100 kilometers west of Qingshui City, and it belonged to the Huangshan mountain range. The Celestial Ridge was surrounded by mountains, and it was inaccessible. Although it was also a scenic area, only 5% of it was developed for tourism. The average altitude of the Celestial Ridge was more than 1,000 meters above sea level. The mountainside was surrounded by clouds all year round, and the scenery was beautiful. According to the locals, from a certain direction, the mountain looked like a towering giant, facing the south. To the southwest of the mountain, there was a mountain peak that was as straight as a knife. It was 1,400 meters high and was the 3rd highest peak in Jiangnan Province. The mountain peak was like a long spear that pierced the sky. It was the Sky Spear Peak. Between the Immortal Ridge and the Heavenly Spear Peak, there was a naturally formed and precipitous stone bridge. From afar, it looked like a giant stretching out his arm, holding a heavenly spear in his hand, standing majestically. Thus, it was named the Immortal Ridge. 15 minutes later, Ling Yan arrived at the small mountain village. He found a family with lights on and gave them 2,000 yuan for parking. In the summer, there were many tourists who came to the Celestial Ridge in order to enjoy the coolness of the mountains. However, people in the mountains hadn't even seen 2,000 yuan for parking. They didn't ask much and let Ling Yan park the car in. After parking the car, Ling Yan bade farewell and left. When he came out, he saw the 4 cars following him. Ling Yan smiled and glanced at the 4 cars. Then, he ignored them and said to Chester, "Chester, let's go into the mountains." "Boss, there are mountains all around us. Which one are we going to?" Ling Yan smiled and pointed to the pitch-black mountain peak in the distance. Sky Spear Peak. They had agreed to go to Heavenly Spear Peak. The Immortal Ridge was too big, and Ling Yan was afraid that his enemies wouldn't be able to find him. With just a glance, Ling Yan knew that there were a total of 17 people in the 4 cars. However, there were at least 16 Japanese. That was because there were at least 16 gleaming Japanese longswords hidden in the back of the car. The corners of Ling Yan's mouth curled into a cold smile. The efficiency of the East Asians is indeed well-deserved. Since you're so eager to die, I'll send you on your way first. Let's not enter the forest directly. We'll walk along the mountain path for a while and wait until we're far away from the village before entering the mountain. Chester understood. The 2 of them swaggered along the mountain path under the surveillance of the East Asians. The mountain path was rugged, and they quickly made a turn before disappearing behind a cliff. "Mr. Toyotomi, according to our information, that young man from Huaxia is definitely Ling Yan. They've already entered the mountain. What should we do now?" The East Asian man who spoke was called Takeda Shigi. He had gotten out of the car early, and his beady eyes were glowing like a wolf's as he stared at Ling Yan and Chester. Toyotomi Xiong was sitting in the back seat of the first car. His eyes had already narrowed into 2 slits. When he heard Takeda Shigi's request, he suddenly laughed cruelly. "Mr. Toyotomi, inform everyone behind to drive another kilometer forward." Sitting in the back seat of the first car, Toyotomi Yuichi's eyes narrowed into 2 slits. When he heard Takeda Shigeki's request, he suddenly smiled cruelly and said, "Takeda-kun, inform everyone at the back to drive another kilometer forward." After Toyotomi Xiong gave the order, the driver of the first car immediately started the car and led the 3 cars behind it forward slowly. After the 4 cars passed the stone wall that Ling Yan had turned into, Toyotomi Xiong waved his hand lightly to signal for the cars to stop. "Stop the car and turn off the engine. Everyone, change into your ninja suits and prepare your weapons. We're going into the mountain to chase after them." Takeda Shigi, who had been following closely beside the car, turned his head and asked Toyotomi Xiong, "Mr. Toyotomi, should we wait for Mr. Tokugawa and the Chen family to arrive before going into the mountain to chase after them?" "Baka." Fengqing Yuichi was so angry that his mustache twitched. He said in a deep voice, "We have 5 chunin and 12 genin with superb concealment skills. Moreover, this is the most advantageous terrain for us. Moreover, it's night time. Do you think we can't deal with a Chinese kid with 17 ninjas? If Mr. Tokugawa has to personally handle such a small matter, then what's the point of us powerful ninjas coming to Huaxia?" After reprimanding Takeda, Toyotomi Yuichi opened the car door and got off. A proud yet cruel smile appeared on his face as he gently patted Takeda's shoulder and said, "Mr. Takeda, it's necessary to respect Mr. Tokugawa, but please don't forget that our Toyotomi family is also one of the most outstanding families in Japan." Takeda Shinogi quickly bowed and said, "But, Mr. Takeda, there's another blood clan member on the other side." He then reminded Toyotomi Yuichi. Suddenly, Fengqin Xiongyi chuckled and said disdainfully, "Vampire? Apart from living longer and turning into those disgusting bats, what else can they do?" "Execute the order." "Yes." Takeda Shinogi didn't dare to say another word. He quickly opened the trunk and picked out his ninja costume and weapon. At the same time, all the ninjas in the 3 cars behind, including the drivers, got out of the car silently. In the dark of the night, they quickly changed into their clothes and took out their swords. None of them took more than 20 seconds to change their clothes. Obviously, each of them was a well-trained ninja master. Swoosh, 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 Fengqin Xiongyi waved his hand, and the other 16 Japanese ninjas in black samurai suits flew over and gathered together. Mr. Takeda Shinogi, Mr. Yamamoto Kennen, Mr. Inoue Shinji, please lead 4 genin each into 3 teams and enter the mountain to kill Ling Yun. Mr. Yagyu, the 2 of us will form a team and support them from the back. No matter which team discovers Ling Yun's whereabouts, you have to send a signal immediately. Mr. Yagyu and I will catch Ling Yun as soon as possible. Fengchen Xiongyi was extremely arrogant. He didn't take Ling Yun seriously at all. Yagyu was also one of the leaders of the 17 ninjas. He nodded silently and didn't say anything. That Ling Yun is just a Huaxia kid who likes to be in the limelight and doesn't know his place. This time, we must capture him alive before Mr. Tokugawa arrives and bring him to Mr. Tokugawa. Yes. Let's go. Yes. The 17 Japanese ninjas split into 4 teams at lightning speed and chased after Ling Yun and Chester. Ling Yun and Chester didn't eavesdrop on their conversation at all. During the time that Fengchen Xiongyi was setting up, they had already climbed over a 400-meter-tall mountain peak. At this moment, Ling Yun and Chester were standing on the peak of the mountain. They stepped on a huge protruding rock and looked at the Heavenly Spear peak in the distance. Ling Yun had already changed into a golden-black devilish silkworm suit. He frowned slightly as he looked at the towering Heavenly Spear peak. It seems like we still have to climb over 4 more mountains before we can reach the Heavenly Spear peak. The 2 of them weren't taking the mountain path. The rocks were steep and slippery, and the forest was dense with leaves. Chester followed Ling Yun all the way up the mountain. His clothes had long been torn to shreds. He was getting impatient and couldn't help but suggest to Ling Yun, "Boss, I think I should transform now and carry you directly to the Heavenly Spear peak. It will only take a few minutes at most." Ling Yun was speechless. He turned his head to look at Chester. "You think I don't know that you can fly? If you needed to fly, I would have let you transform the moment we entered the mountain. Why would we wait until now? Think about it. How are we going to kill people if we fly into the sky?" Chester scratched his head and asked, "Boss, what do you mean?" Ling Yun smiled faintly and pointed to a higher peak in front of him. "We'll wait for them on that peak. If those idiots can't find us, I can make some flames to guide them. That peak will be the burial ground of those Japanese. Let's go," Ling Yun said as he extended his body. In the night, he was like a huge bird that flew towards the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. With Ling Yun's speed of almost 100 meters, Chester had a hard time keeping up with him. In the end, he got anxious and transformed into a small black bat. He flapped his light purple wings and flew above the dense forest. Ling Yun stopped abruptly when he reached the peak of the second mountain. He used his divine sense to find a cliff. He chatted with Chester casually and began the long wait. "They're here. 10 of them." The Japanese ninjas didn't make Ling Yun wait too long. They only took 5 to 6 minutes to reach the peak. They followed Ling Yun's voice and quickly surrounded them. Yamamoto Kenji and Inoue Shinji's teams rushed over. They split up and surrounded Ling Yun and Chester. They immediately sent out a signal after locking down Ling Yun and Chester. At the same time, Yamamoto Kenji waved his hand and shouted in Japanese, "Kill." He and Inoue Shinji dashed towards Ling Yun at an indescribable speed. Both sides understood what was going on. There was no need for any nonsense. The moment they met was the start of the battle. Ling Yun's fighting spirit soared. He smiled proudly. "Welcome, I've finally arrived at your grave. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Come." The devil's blade suddenly appeared in Ling Yun's left hand. His tall figure rushed forward and used the yin-yang harmony balance at the same time. He swung his blade wildly, an extremely cold, pitch-black saber radiance suddenly appeared and slashed across the sky. Chi, 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 wherever the black blade gleamed past, the sound of clothes being torn could be heard. At the same time, a series of blood-curdling screams could be heard from the dense forest. Ah, 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 ah. Ling Yun had been accumulating his strength for a long time. With just one slash, 6 ninjas were severed from their waists, blood splattered everywhere. The 6 corpses maintained their forward momentum and rushed directly into the cliff behind Ling Yun. They fell from a high altitude, separating their upper and lower bodies only in the process of falling. 6 people killed in an instant. "Hee hee, come again." Ling Yan's murderous intent intensified after his first slash. He didn't hold back. Ignoring the falling trees around him, he swung his blade a second time. Ah! Ah! After another two screams, the other two low-level ninjas were decapitated at the same time. Yamamoto Kenji and Inoue Shinji were seething with anger when they saw that Ling Yan had killed all of their subordinates with just 2 slashes. They looked at each other and immediately gathered together. Are you hurt? Try taking another slash from me. Ling Yan knew that they were injured from their actions. He opened up his divine sense and locked onto them. With a roar, he used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability and appeared in front of them. Die. The devil's blade in his left hand slashed at Shinji Inoue. His right hand formed a fist and punched at him with the Tiangang Demon Fist. Seeing the devil's underworld essence blade coming at him with a black light, Yamamoto was extremely shocked. In a moment of desperation, he could only raise his blade to block the attack. On the other hand, Shinji Inoue thought that he had taken advantage of Ling Yan's fist. He hurriedly used all his strength to slash at Ling Yan's fist. Clang clang. TSK TSK. The devil's blade cut through Yamamoto Kenji's long blade like tofu. It didn't slow down as it slashed Yamamoto Kenji into two. He didn't even have the time to let out a scream before he died. At the same time, Shinji Inoue's long blade was about to hit Ling Yan's right fist. Do you think you can take advantage of your grandfather? With a roar, Ling Yan used the stellar condensation technique with all his might and used his arm to meet the shiny blade. Shinji Inoue was overjoyed. However, he didn't expect that his long blade would make a metallic sound when it hit Ling Yan's arm. Ling Yan was at the pinnacle of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique. Coupled with the protection of the golden black devilish silkworm, Ling Yan had long since disregarded such a strike. Ling Yan chuckled as he extended his arm and caught the long knife under his armpit. At the same time, he swung the devil's blade horizontally from left to right at Shinji Inoue, who was about to draw it out. TSK TSK. Shinji Inoue was cut into two by Ling Yan. 10 people were killed by Ling Yan in 10 seconds. To be continued. Wow, boss, you're really too strong. Jester halted his frantic movements, gawking and dropping his jaw. He could only exclaim in admiration. From the moment Ling Yan swung his blade to the moment he killed Shinji Mitsui, it took less than 10 seconds. Chester didn't even have time to choose his opponent before the enemies were all killed by Ling Yan. Of course, Chester didn't dare to enter Ling Yan's attack range. He knew how terrifying the devil's blade was, and he didn't want to be accidentally injured by his boss. Ka-la-la. Boom. The tree that was hit by Ling Yan's black blade finally fell to the ground as Chester finished his sentence. There wasn't a single tree left standing in front of Ling Yan within a 20-meter radius. All the trees had become bare wooden stumps, and 4 corpses that had been sliced into 2 were lying on the ground. Fresh blood flowed everywhere, staining the rocks and leaves red. It was a scene of destruction. This was the power of Ling Yan's 2 blades. Ling Yan held the blade with his right hand and pointed it at the ground. His tall figure stood proudly, and his handsome eyes shot out 2 sharp rays of murderous intent. Chester, you don't have to do anything. Leave the killing to me. You just have to protect yourself and kill the fish that escaped the net. As a Blood Clan Viscount, Chester was naturally one of Ling Yan's valiant warriors. However, Ling Yan brought him along mainly because he could fly. Ling Yan didn't want him to be a hindrance when it came to fighting and killing. If Chester had rushed to the front, Ling Yan wouldn't have been able to use his blade to kill the enemies. Otherwise, Chester would have been the first to die. Then, it would have been a fight between his own people. Ling Yan was very satisfied with his combat power after killing 10 people in an instant. After the few battles in Beijing and absorbing the energy of Chen Haizhen, Yamada, Mitsui, Xianxia, and the others, Ling Yan's combat power had increased by leaps and bounds. Even though he was still at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, his combat power had increased by several levels. No one below Xiantian realm level 8 was a match for Ling Yan. Baka. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With an angry roar, another 7 ninjas in black samurai suits appeared in front of Ling Yan and Ling Yan with lightning speed. The 2 leaders were naturally Fengchen Xiongni and Yagyu, 2 high-level ninjas. Looking at the 4 corpses on the ground, as well as the horrifying scene of blood flowing like a river, Fengchen Xiong could no longer suppress his anger. They were just a step too late. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Fengchen Xiongyi's eyes narrowed into two slits as he looked at Ling Yan. He couldn't help but exchange glances with Yuno Yanagi. They could see the murderous intent and fear in each other's eyes. Yamamoto Kenji and Inoue Shinji were much weaker than the two of them, but they were still at the early stages of Xiantian Realm Level 7. There was no reason for them not to be afraid of being killed by Ling Yan in an instant. Ling Yan didn't care about the 7 Japanese devils at all. He looked around nonchalantly before saying, "This is the grave I've specially chosen for you. What do you think? The surrounding scenery is not bad, right?" "Baka! Baka!" Fengchen Xiongyi and Yagyu roared angrily. Ling Yan smiled leisurely. Suddenly, he raised his hand and pointed at the heavenly spear peak in the distance. He said proudly, "A bunch of trash. You are not qualified to be buried at the heavenly spear peak. Contempt, provocation. Use your escape technique. Let's go together and kill him." Fengchen Xiongyi couldn't hold it in any longer. He gave an order in Japanese and gripped the hilt of his shiny longsword with both hands. He turned his body sideways and rushed toward Ling Yan. At the same time, Yagyu smiled sinisterly and disappeared in a flash. He used his escape technique to hide his tracks. "Chester, be careful." Ling Yan knew that Yagyu was going to use his escape technique. He wasn't afraid himself, but he didn't forget to warn Chester. F***ck, where did he go? Chester's eyes widened. He was ready to see Ling Yan kill Fengchen Xiongyi in an instant. However, he suddenly realized that he had lost track of his enemy. He realized that something was wrong. He didn't care where he was going and leaped away. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 shiny longswords appeared at the spot where Chester was standing a moment ago. They formed a cross. If Chester was still standing there, he would have been pierced through. Hurry up and transform. Don't land on the ground. Be careful of their hidden weapons. Ling Yan shouted again to remind Chester. At the same time, he waved the black blade in his hand. A black shadow flashed and collided with Fengchen Xiongyi's longsword. Clang! Sparks flew in the dark night. Fengchen Xiongyi felt a strong force coming from the blade. The web between his thumb and forefinger trembled, and his arms were in pain. He couldn't help but take 7 to 8 steps back. Good blade. Ling Yan praised. At the same time, he raised his left hand and caught a flying knife with lightning speed. I'm returning it to you. Ling Yan laughed loudly after catching the flying knife. With a light flick of his wrist, the flying knife flew out of his hand and back at twice the speed of its original speed. With a poochie sound, it pierced into the heart of a Japanese ninja. That Japanese ninja who was lurking in the dark thought that he would be able to kill Ling Yan in one strike. He never imagined that Ling Yan would be able to catch it with just a raise of his hand at such a close distance and such a fast speed. It wasn't that he didn't want to dodge the flying knife. It was just that Ling Yan's speed was too fast. He didn't even have time to react before he felt a bone-chilling cold in his chest. He died on the spot. You're 10 years too young to play with hidden weapons with me. Ling Yan laughed. Like a cat playing with a mouse, he used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability to dodge Fengchen Xiongyi's second attack. His body landed right beside a Japanese ninja. I'll send you on your way. Ling Yan raised his knife and cleaved the Japanese ninja in half. Baka. How is this possible? What's wrong with our escape technique? Fengchen Xiongyi was shocked. He roared continuously, but he wasn't as fast as Ling Yan. Every slash he aimed at Ling Yan hit nothing but air. Their escape technique was secondary. What made Fengchen Xiongyi and Yagyu even more terrified was that Ling Yan could see through their hiding spots. Their escape technique was completely ineffective against Ling Yan. Only a superior ninja could do that. How did Ling Yan do it? They were puzzled, but Ling Yan was not. He leaped and swooped in the dense forest. Every place he landed was the hiding place of a ninja. With one slash, he killed another 2 genins in no time. Even if he had to pinch a persimmon, he had to pick the soft one first. That was Ling Yan's principle. Oh no, he can see through our escape technique. Mr. Yagyu, don't use your escape technique anymore. Let's gather together. Yagyu was extremely depressed. He had used the wood escape technique and the cover of the trees to get close to Ling Yun to launch a sneak attack. However, he didn't expect Ling Yun to detect him in advance. Ling Yun even took the opportunity to kill 2 of his subordinates. Hence, he had no choice but to show himself. Fengchen, Yagyu, and Takeda gathered together. The 3 of them raised their long knives high in the air and stood back to back. Their 6 eyes glared at Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't give chase. Instead, he stood still and looked at the 3 ninjas with a smile. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. 14 out of the 17 ninjas had already been killed. The remaining 3 didn't seem to have any intention of escaping. Ling Yun didn't have to worry at all. Can you understand Huasha? How many people from the Chen family are here? Are the Tokugawa family here? Are the Blood clan here? Ling Yun asked calmly as he held his saber. Baka. If Mr. Tokugawa is here, this will be the time of your death. Fengchen Xiongyi said angrily as he raised his long knife. Oh? Are you trying to intimidate me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Yun replied nonchalantly. Can you tell me why you sent so many people to kill me? Ling Yun wanted to know how much they knew about his annihilation of the Japanese archaeology team in Xianxia, Turtle Island, and the Chan and Ling families in Beijing. Fengchen Xiongyi glared at Ling Yun with hatred in his eyes. Baka, Ling Yun, you killed many of our ninjas in Beijing. That's enough reason, he said angrily. Moreover, according to the information that Mr. Tokugawa Takashi sent back to Xianxia, as well as the surveillance footage from our patrol boat, we can confirm that you are the culprit. We, the East Asians, will definitely avenge this hatred. Ling Yun frowned immediately. He knew that Fengchen Xiongyi was going to fight to the death with the Japanese. He didn't expect that Tokugawa Takashi didn't lie to him before he died in Xianxia. He really sent the information back. Ling Yun killed all the men on the Japanese patrol boat at Turtle Island. He even changed his voice and wore a black mask. He didn't expect that there would be surveillance equipment on the Japanese patrol boat. This wasn't because Ling Yun was careless, but because the military technology was too advanced. There would always be things that Ling Yun overlooked. That's right, I killed all the Japanese that went to Xianxia. I also single-handedly caused the Turtle Island incident. I also took care of all the ninjas that died in Beijing. Now, it's your turn. Ling Yun admitted it openly. Go to hell, he said with a murderous smile. Raging Heaven Slayer. Ling Yun flew into the air, gripping the devil's underworld essence blade with both hands. He swung it at the top of the trio's heads. The black blade instantly formed a pitch-black blade screen in the air, wrapped in a domineering aura, and enveloped the 3 of them with killing intent. Attack! Fengchen Xiongyi, Yu Yanagi, and Shigeki Takeda knew that they couldn't dodge Ling Yun's attack. The 3 of them gritted their teeth and raised their blades with all their might, as though they wanted to block Ling Yun's blade together. Just you guys? Can you handle it? To be continued. There was no need for an answer. The answer was obvious. Ling Yun's attack contained the pinnacle of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique and the yin-yang harmony balance. It had the strength of 5,000 kilograms. Oh, my Satan! This slash is too terrifying. Chester, who was 100 meters above the dense forest, was shocked to see the faint yellow glow around Ling Yun's body. Clang, clang, clang. In the blink of an eye, 3 sounds of metal clashing resounded, and 3 snow-white long sabers were broken in response. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The rocks under the feet of the 3 ninjas shattered inch by inch. Both of their feet were smashed into the mountain rocks by the huge force, and the ground was over their knees. Fengchen Xiongyi, Yuno Yanagi, and Shigeki Takeda felt a terrifying force pressing down on them. The space between their thumb and forefinger trembled, and the 3 broken knives flew out of their hands. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The 3 of them spat out mouthfuls of blood at the same time. Their faces were as white as paper, and their eyes were filled with indescribable fear. However, it was only for a moment because Ling Yun's knife didn't stop. It only stopped for a moment before it slashed down again. What else could they use to block the attack with their broken knives? Earth escape. Fengchen Xiongyi was an expert in the earth escape. His first thought was to escape with the earth escape when his feet were stuck in the rocks. He lowered his body and disappeared again. Yanagi leaned back, using his knees as the axis. His entire body was stuck to the ground. He couldn't care less about the blood flowing out of his hands. His feet kicked hard, and his body flew across the ground. Takeda Shigeki's skills were slightly weaker, and he had yet to recover from his fear. His body was pressed down, and he was killed on the spot by Ling Yan's knife. Bam! Shigeki Takeda's body was split in half by Ling Yan. The two halves of his body were stuck in the rocks, so he didn't fall. Hot blood splattered everywhere. It was a horrifying scene. Wouldn't it be a joke if Ling Yan couldn't even kill a person with such a shocking attack? It's your turn. Ling Yan landed on the ground and immediately locked onto Yagyu, who was flying across the ground. He tapped the ground with his toes and instantly blocked Yagyu's path. Yanagi was shocked. He ignored the numbness in his body and threw two flying knives at Ling Yan. Bang! Then, a cloud of green smoke suddenly burst out from Yanagi's body, and his figure magically disappeared again. Hee hee. Ling Yan waved his hand and sent the two daggers flying. At the same time, he used the Yin-Yang Eye and immediately saw where Yanagi was landing. I'm already unhappy that I didn't kill you with one strike, and you still want to escape? With a roar, Ling Yan used the Dragon Fish Phantom ability and landed beside Yanagi. Swoosh! Another slash. Baka! Yanagi was dumbfounded by Ling Yan. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that a Xiantian realm level 7 ninja like him wouldn't be able to retaliate against Ling Yan. He didn't consider that Ling Yan's strength, defense, speed, and weapon were all superior to his. Wasn't it ridiculous for him to have the strength to retaliate? Yagyu wanted to escape, but he wasn't as fast as Ling Yan. Ling Yan's blade was even faster. Yagyu couldn't dodge it with his body techniques. He could only use all his strength and use his palms to resist Ling Yan's blade. Ha! Yanagi roared and clasped his palms together in the air. He wanted to use his hands to clamp down on Ling Yan's blade. You're courting death. Ling Yan sneered. His right hand remained in the same position as before. At the same time, his wrist shook slightly, and the blade of the devil's blade drew a mysterious and beautiful arc. Swoosh, swoosh. Yanagi's arms were sliced off from the elbows by Ling Yan. Two streams of blood spurted out. Bam! Ling Yan used the Gale Thunder Vajra kick and kicked Yanagi's lower body accurately. Yanagi's body flew into the sky from the kick. Chester, I'll leave him to you. Ling Yan knew that the kick had completely crippled Yanagi. Plus, he had lost both his arms. He wouldn't be a threat to Chester anymore. Don't worry, boss. Chester laughed weirdly and flew over. Before Yagyu could land, he grabbed his broken body in midair. Ling Yan scanned the area with his divine sense and realized that Fengchen Xiongyi had escaped from the range of his divine sense. He couldn't help but laugh coldly as he sniffed the air. Following the scent of blood, he dashed 100 meters away. You can't escape. Ling Yan found Fengchen Xiongyi after 2 leaps. He ran down the mountain like a bird startled by the twang of a bowstring. There was only one thought in Fengchen Xiongyi's mind. Ling Yan was a devil. The power that erupted from his body wasn't something a human could resist. However, he didn't know that Ling Yan's speed was also beyond his reach. Ling Yan used his qinggong to the fullest. It was as though he was stepping on the treetops. He moved like a wisp of smoke and was only a few dozen meters behind Fengchen Xiongyi. Come on. Run faster. Ling Yan chased after Fengchen Xiongyi and cheered him on. This idiot actually dared to run in the direction of the Heavenly Spear Peak. What's there to be anxious about? Oh my god. Fengchen Xiongyi heard Ling Yan's voice. He turned around hurriedly and saw that Ling Yan had caught up to him. Boss, I'll stop him in front. Chester transformed into a huge bird and flew down from the peak. He arrived above Ling Yan's head instantly. Be careful of his hidden weapons. Ling Yan replied leisurely and slowed down even more. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. He didn't need to think to know that Chester had torn Yanagi apart. Haha, Mr. Japanese Ninja, I advise you to surrender obediently. Our boss is a gentleman. He will definitely let you die a quick death. Chester, that bastard, flapped his 2-meter wings and flew above Fengchen Xiongyi's head. He kept yelling to provoke the mad Fengchen Xiongyi. "Ah! I'll kill you." Fengchen Xiongyi was so angry that he raised both of his hands. A total of 4 flying daggers flew towards Chester. Whoa! Chester let out a weird cry and quickly circled around to avoid the 4 flying daggers. He was so angry that he couldn't do anything about it. Ling Yan chuckled and didn't bother about it. There would be countless battles in the future. He had to let Chester deal with it himself. It wasn't difficult to stop Fengchen Xiongyi. A cliff that was 100 meters tall blocked his way. He paused for a moment, and Ling Yan caught up to him from behind. "Since you want to die here, I'll grant your wish." Ling Yan smiled faintly as he put away his daggers. He pounced forward, clenched his fists, and punched Fengchen Xiongyi, with the cliff in front of him and Chester glaring at him from above. Fengchen Xiongyi had nowhere to run. He had no choice but to face Ling Yan head-on. Bang! Ling Yan's fist collided with Fengchen Xiongyi's fist violently. True Qi collided violently, sending the rocks flying in all directions. Ling Yan's body was steady, and he didn't take half a step back. However, Fengchen Xiongyi's True Qi was already in a mess after running for so long. He was sent flying more than 10 meters away. "Take another punch from me." Ling Yan was enjoying the fight. Laughing loudly, he twisted his body like a bolt of lightning and threw another punch. "Baka! I'll fight it out with you." Fengchen Xiongyi was enraged, and he finally began to fight with all his might. Even if he died, he wanted to exhaust Ling Yan's True Qi so that he wouldn't be able to continue fighting. He didn't dodge anymore. Instead, he charged towards Ling Yan and fought barehanded with Ling Yan. "That's more like it. This is in line with your ninja spirit." Ling Yan was at ease. As he fought, he could not help but tease Fengchen Xiongyi. Initially, Fengchen Xiongyi wanted to exhaust Ling Yan's energy. He wanted to buy time and wait for reinforcements to arrive. However, he soon realized that something was wrong. That was because he realized that the more he fought, the easier it was for Ling Yan. His internal energy was decreasing, but Ling Yan's punches were getting stronger and stronger. Absorption technique. The yin-yang whirlpool in Ling Yan's energy center was already completed. It continued to rotate in a single thought. He was using the absorption technique to continuously absorb Fengchen Xiongyi's Xiantian True Qi for his own use. Exhaustion? The more he fought, the stronger he became. In less than 10 rounds, Fengchen Xiongyi started to pant. His meridians started to be blocked, and his True Qi couldn't circulate smoothly. He couldn't even use 60% of his peak strength. Ling Yan had already replenished all the True Qi he had used in the previous battle. He was having a great time replenishing his True Qi. Ling Yan, who had survived 3 terrifying lightning tribulations on Turtle Island, not only had an unusually strong physique, but his energy center and meridians were also terrifyingly strong. They were still growing rapidly. He could absorb as much Xiantian True Qi as he could, and he didn't have to worry about his body exploding. The only pity was that his energy center was like the ocean, unfathomable. Ling Yan finally stopped teasing Fengchen Xiongyi after he exhausted 50% of his energy. He immediately changed his move and used the Vault of Heaven's Nirvana palm. Bam! Ling Yan's right palm moved in a mysterious trajectory and landed on Fengchen Xiongyi's chest, sending him flying. Fengchen Xiongyi was sent flying into the air, and his back slammed into a mountain rock. Absorption technique. Ling Yan didn't hold back anymore. He immediately used the absorption technique to continuously absorb Fengchen Xiongyi's pure Xiantian True Qi. Fengchen Xiongyi struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. There was no way he could escape. "You can go now." When Fengchen Xiongyi's strength fell below the Xiantian realm, Ling Yan retracted his hands and waved his left hand lightly, killing Fengchen Xiongyi. "New enemies are coming. Chester, let's go." Ling Yan didn't stop after killing the first wave of enemies. He flew up and landed on Chester's back. The two of them didn't delay any longer and flew directly to Heavenly Spear Peak. To be continued. "Wow, boss, you were so powerful just now. Your servant, Chester, is proud of you." "But, my respected boss, why is your body so light?" Chester carried Ling Yan steadily, flapped his wings, and soared into the sky. He didn't forget to flatter Ling Yun. Ling Yun had just absorbed 80% of Fengchen Xiongyi's power, so his physical condition was at its peak. Like a nouveau riche, he released his divine sense and observed the surrounding terrain and environment carefully. He was also thinking about how to deal with the enemies behind him. Ling Yun chuckled and stepped on Chester's back lightly. This is Qinggong. Do you know what Qinggong is? Stop nagging and fly faster. Yes, boss. Chester flapped his wings violently a few times, and the two of them quickly passed the 100-meter cliff. They flew higher and higher towards the Heavenly Spear Peak in front of them. His flying speed was extremely fast, and he soon passed the 3 mountains in front of him and arrived near the waist of the Heavenly Spear Peak. What a perilous peak! Ling Yun couldn't help but praise when he was near the Heavenly Spear Peak. Boss, do we go down or up? Fly up to the peak first. Ling Yun ordered decisively. Yes, boss, as you wish. Chester replied and flapped his wings again. He flew 600 meters and arrived at the peak. Ling Yun aimed at a huge rock at the peak of the mountain and flew down. He stepped on the rock and looked around, taking in the scenery around him. The surface area of the Heavenly Spear Peak was 500 meters wide. The higher it was, the sharper it got. The top was less than 1,000 square meters, and it was an irregular circle with a diameter of less than 40 meters. There were no trees on the peak of the mountain, only bare rocks and unknown weeds growing everywhere. This was a height of 1,400 meters. The mountain wind was strong at night, whistling past their ears, causing Ling Yun's hair and clothes to flutter in the wind. When I reach the peak, I will look down on all the mountains. The Heavenly Spear Peak was surrounded by mountains. Standing on the peak and looking into the distance, one could see the undulating mountain ridges all around. In the darkness of the night, they looked like giant dragons lying dormant in slumber. Clouds and mist lingered everywhere, making the scenery look like a fairyland. Other than helicopters, it's impossible for ordinary people to come up here. Ling Yun admired the beautiful scenery for a while. Using Qinggong, he quickly circled around the edge of the peak. Below him were all cliffs, and he couldn't see the bottom. Falling down means death. It's really a good place to kill and rob. Boss, are we going to wait for the enemy here? Chester asked Ling Yun. It seemed like he had seen such a scene many times because he knew how to fly. Just as Ling Yun was about to continue, he suddenly turned his head to the west. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes and activated the yin-yang eye to the extreme. In the distant night sky, countless black dots could be seen condensing together, like a dark cloud, covering the sky and covering the earth, flying rapidly towards the Heavenly Spear Peak, Blood Clan. Chester, your kind is here. Get ready for battle. Ling Yun said in a low voice. Other than the Japanese ninjas who couldn't wait to capture Ling Yun, the Blood Clan who could fly were the fastest to arrive. At this time, Chester had also noticed it. He was dumbfounded when he saw the huge mass of dark clouds in the distance. He exclaimed, "Wow, by hi! Why are there so many members of the Blood Clan? Could it be that Grand Duke Dracula is here personally?" After Ling Yun subdued Marquis Edward in Beijing, Chester and Paul had interacted with him a few times. They knew that the Chen family's Blood Clan members were brought by Grand Duke Dracula. Grand Duke Dracula? How powerful is he? Ling Yun hadn't returned to the Ling family after rescuing Chao Shanshan. Naturally, he didn't communicate with Edward, so he didn't understand the situation there. Grand Duke, honorable boss, it seems like we're in big trouble this time. Chester's face turned a little ugly. Ling Yun frowned slightly and glared at Chester. Chester, weren't you bragging to me that you've become the legendary king of the Blood Clan after receiving my embrace? Why are you so scared after hearing about a Grand Duke? Oh, honorable boss, you might not know this, but the king of the Blood Clan only refers to bloodline and possible future status. Right now, we're only viscounts. There's a difference of 3 levels between a viscount and a duke. This isn't something bloodline can make up for. Chester hurriedly explained. Boss, you have to be careful this time because the Grand Duke can use dark magic. Dark magic? Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. He had seen angels with wings in the cultivation world. He knew that those people worshipped light and used light magic. Ling Yun wanted to ask more, but the Blood Clan was already a few hundred meters away. Seeing that they were about to reach him, he said in a low voice, "All right, don't think too much. Let's fight." Whoosh! The golden longbow appeared in Ling Yun's hand before he finished his sentence. He quickly placed it in his right hand and placed 3 ordinary arrows on the bowstring. The arrows flew like a shooting star when the bow was pulled to a full moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, Ling Yun shot 3 arrows at the swarm of bats. No matter what, he had to show the other party who was in control first. The effective range of the golden longbow was more than 1,000 meters. Given Ling Yun's strength and the speed of the arrows, he would definitely not miss his target within 500 meters. With a wing sound, the bowstring vibrated, and 6 to 7 bats fell to the ground. Each of the 3 arrows pierced through at least 2 bats. After the battle on Yunming Mountain, Ling Yun had a deep understanding of the Blood Clan, including the combat power of the counts and viscounts. He wasn't afraid of them. He could kill as many counts and viscounts as they came. Ling Yun was worried about the Marquises and Grand Duke Dracula, who might come personally. "Boss, there are too many of them. How are we going to fight them?" Chester swallowed his saliva. "You just have to protect yourself. Leave the rest to me." Ling Yun looked at the huge mass of bats flying in the night sky. Their momentum was incomparably frightening. Many ants could kill an elephant. Ling Yun couldn't count on Chester to fight them. Ling Yun's 3 arrows caused chaos among the Blood Clan bats. They fluttered around like a frying pan and quickly split into 5 groups. They flapped their wings and flew higher into the sky. "They're already so scared? They actually don't dare to come over." Ling Yun shot more than 10 bats in a row. He waited until they were out of his shooting range before he stopped and looked up at the swarm of bats circling in the sky, muttering to himself. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. What answered Ling Yun was the sound of concentrated gunfire. Countless bullets rained down on the spot where Ling Yun and Chester were standing. "Not good. Retreat, down the mountain." Ling Yun lowered his head and yelled for Chester to retreat. "Wow. My Satan, are they crazy?" Chester's body was hit by more than 10 bullets at once, causing him to scream in pain. He cursed and dashed toward the edge of the cliff. Then, he leaped. Ling Yun didn't stop. He flew up, and Chester retracted his wings. Amidst the concentrated gunshots, he freefall sideways, using the cover of the night and the mountain. The 2 of them quickly escaped from the Blood Clan's shooting range. Ling Yun calmed down and said, "F***ck, the Blood Clan has become smarter." Grand Duke Dracula didn't come, but there were many members of the Blood Clan who brought guns this time. Da-da-da, more gunshots rang out. Bullets brushed past their rapidly falling bodies. Occasionally, a bullet would hit Chester, causing him to scream in pain. "Idiot, fly close to the cliff and use the rocks and trees as cover." Ling Yun had the protection of the stellar condensation technique and the golden black devilish silk. Even if the bullets hit him, it would be no different from tickling him. He only needed to protect his head. Occasionally, he would raise his head and shoot at the Blood Clan who were chasing after him. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to deal with them. Obviously, the Chen family and Grand Duke Dracula's men had gone to the Yunming Mountain to clean up the battlefield. They saw how the Blood Clan died and thought of an effective way to deal with Ling Yun. Bats could fly, so Ling Yun would become a live target if they were to shoot in the air. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to hold them off. "Boss, why don't we return to Xianxia City?" The Blood Clan definitely wouldn't dare to shoot in the city. Chester was injured in more than 20 places. He was a little discouraged and couldn't think of a way to fight. Bullsh*T. Aren't you a demon? You want to hide in such a small situation? Hurry up and fly down to the foot of the mountain. Ling Yun scolded him, but he still bent down and placed his palm on Chester's back. He channeled black-yellow true qi into Chester's body. Miraculously, the wounds on Chester's body healed rapidly after receiving Ling Yun's black-yellow true qi. "So, my black-yellow true qi can heal the wounds of the Blood Clan?" Ling Yun noticed this and said happily. Chester was so comfortable that he wanted to cry out. "Boss, that's indeed the case. This feeling is too wonderful. It's even more addictive than smoking marijuana," he replied. "Stop." Ling Yun felt that it was about time. He stopped Chester at a height of about 50 meters from the ground and looked at a protruding rock wall. With a thought, Ling Yan took out the Devil's Underworld Essence blade and used it to carve out a 3-meter-deep cave under the rock wall. The two of them entered it quickly. "Chester, hurry up and recover from your injuries. I have to think of a way to destroy these bats." Ling Yan sat cross-legged, his eyes flashing as he quickly thought of a way to repel the enemy. To be continued. F***CK. They're definitely crazy. Are they still our noble, honorable, and proud blood clan? This is the shame of the blood clan. Not only did they bully him with numbers, they even used guns against an ordinary person. Oh, that's not right, Boss isn't an ordinary person. They're afraid of Boss. Chester was so enraged that he didn't care about his wounds. He jumped around in the cave and roared like thunder. Ling Yan was extremely calm. He was caught off guard and suffered a huge loss, but he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the ground and thought of a way to deal with the enemy. Close combat? He had the Devil's Blade and Darkstorm. Long-range combat? He had a golden longbow and pure silver arrows. Other than these, he had a large number of fire talismans, countless silver needles, and his own pure yang true qi. He even had the yin-yang whirlpool and the absorption technique. Finally, he had a technique that he had never used before. It was the divine yang cultivation technique, but it consumed too much energy. He didn't want to use it unless it was a critical moment. Right now, their side was at a disadvantage because they had fewer people. They were alone, and it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Another reason was that the other party had many guns, and they were shooting from high up in the sky. They had the advantage of the terrain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Ling Yan's left hand shook violently, and 4 iron nails shot towards the entrance of the cave. 2 cries of pain could be heard as the 2 members of the blood clan who flew to the entrance were blinded by Ling Yan and fell from the sky. F***CK, they're actually using Desert Eagle pistols. So many Desert Eagle pistols. It seems like the Chin family is ruthless this time. Chester used his sharp claws to dig out a bullet that had pierced into his lower back, swearing loudly. Ling Yan suddenly asked, "Chester, what's the effective range of the Desert Eagle pistols?" Chester had different hobbies than Paul. He was an expert when it came to firearms and ammunition. "Boss, the effective range of an ordinary Desert Eagle pistol is about 200 meters. However, according to the bullets I have on me, these Desert Eagle pistols have been modified to have an effective range of at least 300 meters. He replied immediately. Ling Yan was elated when he heard that. The effective range is only 300 meters? I thought it would be at least 1500 meters. As a cultivator, Ling Yan's attitude towards guns was the same as his attitude towards cars. He had no understanding of guns at all. From the bottom of his heart, he rejected these technological things and was even more unwilling to spend the time to understand them. Ling Yan originally thought that firearms and cannons had an effective range of at least 1,000 meters. Therefore, the first thing that came to his mind was to dodge the bullets. After all, Ling Yan had seen the power of guns and missiles during the battle at Turtle Island. Chester sneered. "Boss, ordinary guns don't have much effect on the blood clan. Even within the effective range, ordinary guns can't do much damage to us. Moreover, the blood clan is fast enough and can fly. We can easily escape from the effective range of guns. As long as I get out of the effective range of the gun, the speed and killing power of the bullet will be greatly reduced. Even if it hits me, it will be no different from a pebble hitting my body. This is the same even for ordinary people." Ling Yan's eyes lit up as he nodded slightly. He suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. However, at this moment, he heard Chester's reminder. "But boss, they are shooting from a high altitude. The speed of the bullet will only increase. Not only will the killing power not decrease, but it will also increase. That's why I was injured just now." Ling Yan was enlightened. When there was hail, the bean-sized hailstones could smash through the glass of a car, not to mention a bullet that could shoot out of a gun. However, he also calmed down and thought of an idea instantly. He smiled faintly and said, "Then what if we are above them?" Chester was stunned. He blinked his bell-sized light purple eyes and said, "Boss, of course, we're the ones benefiting. We don't even need to be 200 meters away. As long as we stay above them, their bullets won't be able to hurt us, but boss, your idea is too shocking. They have already occupied the peak of the Heavenly Spear Peak. There's no way we can break through their blockade. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yan suddenly laughed out loud. He stood up from the ground and pointed at the mountain opposite the Heavenly Spear Peak. That mountain is more than 1,000 meters tall, and its peak is at least 800 meters away from the peak of the Heavenly Spear Peak. Don't tell me we can't go to that mountain first? Having fewer people was a disadvantage, but their advantage was their flexibility. They could fight and escape whenever they wanted. They could do whatever they wanted and make the enemy run around in circles. Chester was stunned again. He exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, honorable boss, you are really wise. Why didn't I think of this?" Ling Yan smiled slightly. "Alright, stop sucking up. We will sneak up the mountain from the dense forest when the enemy isn't paying attention. Then, we will quickly fly above their heads and kill them." Ling Yan wouldn't be Ling Yan if he couldn't even solve such a small problem. "Transform into a bat so that you will be less of a target. Leave the battle on the ground to me." Ling Yan didn't bother with Chester anymore. He took out 2 silver needles and held them in his hands. He released his powerful divine sense and scanned the outside of the cave. Immediately, he had a clear grasp of the situation within dozens of meters of the cave. The current limit of Ling Yan's divine sense was 100 meters in diameter and 50 meters in radius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dug this cave 50 meters above the ground to hide. They didn't send any more people down. They must have occupied the higher ground and are waiting for the Chen family's reinforcements. We won't give them that chance. Ling Yan laughed coldly as he flew out of the cave. His figure landed at the bottom of the cliff, and in an instant, he had burrowed into the dense thicket. Chester turned into a small bat, following Ling Yan and disappearing into the forest. After entering the dense forest, Ling Yan didn't rush to the opposite mountain. Instead, he raised his head and looked through the gaps between the leaves of the dense forest. He saw that the night sky was 400 to 500 meters high. It was shrouded in clouds, blocking his vision from above and below. Even though Ling Yan had the yin-yang eye, which allowed him to see things at night as though it was day, there was still a limit to the distance. In this deep night surrounded by mountains, there was no light at all. He could clearly see 400 to 500 meters away. That was already his limit. Of course, it was different in a bustling city. There were always lights everywhere at night. With the help of those lights, Ling Yan could still see clearly from 1,000 meters above. Since Ling Yan couldn't see the enemy, it was even more impossible for the enemy to see him. Ling Yan snickered and started to use his movement technique to climb the mountain. Chester flew in front of Ling Yan to scout the way. "Chester, which of the 5 senses of the Blood Clan is the strongest?" Ling Yan didn't forget to ask about the weakness of the Blood Clan while climbing the mountain. He didn't expect to hear a squeak in front of him. Ling Yan smiled bitterly. It turned out that the Blood Clan really became vampire bats after their ultimate transformation and couldn't speak. He didn't ask any more questions and began to climb the mountain with all his might. 1,000-meter peak was only a matter of minutes for Ling Yan. When they were about to reach the peak, Chester finally transformed back into his bird form. He stopped quietly and said to Ling Yan seriously, "Honorable boss, the Blood Clan has the strongest hearing. Next is our sense of smell, which is most sensitive to the smell of blood. Then comes our eyesight, especially sunlight. As for pain, as long as it isn't a vital part, it can be ignored. We are bats." Ling Yan smiled. Bats were mainly nocturnal animals. They relied on echolocation to fly and hunt for food. Naturally, their hearing was strong. "Very good, let's go to the peak while they aren't paying attention." Ling Yan obviously wouldn't do any in-depth research on this. He only needed to know that the Blood Clan's hearing was strong. The two of them reached the peak very quickly. Ling Yan flew onto Chester's back, and Chester flapped his wings violently and soared into the sky. They rose rapidly, higher and higher. The master and servant shot into the sky rapidly. When they reached a height of more than 2,000 meters, Ling Yan pointed at the peak of Sky Spear Peak and ordered, "Use the fastest speed to fly above their heads." Chester also held his breath. In order to take revenge, he used the power of vampirism and increased the frequency of his flapping wings to the maximum. He rapidly flew towards the top of Sky Spear Peak. What a fast speed! Ling Yan couldn't help but admire Chester's flying speed. He thought to himself that after reaching Qi Cultivation Stage 4 and learning how to fly, he would only be slightly faster than Chester. Chester's current bloodline was the bloodline of the king of the Blood Clan. Even though he was only a viscount, his flying speed had already exceeded that of an ordinary earl and was close to that of a marquis. In less than half a minute, they crossed 1,000 meters in a flash. Ling Yan and Chester were already 600 meters above the top of Sky Spear Peak. At a height of 2,000 meters, the wind was too strong, and the silver needle was of no use at all. Ling Yan had already put it away. He looked at the densely packed Blood Clan members circling the peak of Heavenly Spear Peak, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. With the golden bow and silver arrows in hand, Ling Yan started shooting mercilessly. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The effective range of the golden bow was 1,500 meters. That was shooting up into the sky. Now that the distance was less than 600 meters, and he was shooting from above, this feeling could only be described as too satisfying. Ah, 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 ah. The blood-curdling screams rang out one after another. The vampires at the top of Heavenly Spear Peak were horrified to see the arrows shooting down from above. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that this terrifying demon would be able to break through their blockade and arrive above their heads. In an instant, they were all lambs waiting to be slaughtered. To be continued. Wing 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 wing, the vibrating sound of the bowstring as he pulled on it reverberated in his ears. This bowstring was made from the silk of the golden black devilish silk. If it was an ordinary string made from cow tendons, it would have been broken by him. Swoosh, 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 sharp arrows pierced through the air, each of them carrying either freezing or scorching yin and yang energy. They pierced through the bodies of the vampires, which were either as huge as a humanoid bird or as small as a bat, connecting them together and pinning them to the top of the Heavenly Spear Peak. Whether it was an icy arrow imbued with yin-yang true qi or a scorching arrow imbued with pure yin-yang true qi, it would deal fatal damage to the Blood Clan as long as it hit them. They would lose their ability to fight for a short period of time. Not good. That devil is right above us. Chase after him. A marquis was shocked. He decisively used the secret language of the Blood Clan to order the rest of the Blood Clan to chase after Ling Yan. Ling Yan was too ferocious. He took advantage of the time when the Blood Clan below didn't react and shot dozens of arrows, killing or severely injuring more than 100 Blood Clan members. Flap, 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 countless humanoid birds took off in a hurry and split into 5 groups in the night sky. They wanted to avoid Ling Yan's attack range first before chasing after him. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. Some of the humanoid birds finally reacted and started shooting in the direction of Ling Yan and Chester. However, they were completely disappointed this time. Their bullets lost their effectiveness after flying 300 to 400 meters in the air. They couldn't even reach Chester. Ling Yan laughed heartily. He pulled his bowstring and shot at random targets while saying in English, "You still want to shoot me? Let me tell you, I, Ling Yan, will only suffer once. I'll pay you back 1,000 times over." Swoosh, Ling Yan suddenly let out an extremely high-pitched, sharp, and strange howl. He had used the mystical dragon howl. This was the mystical dragon's howl at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9. It was a pure sound wave attack. If anyone was nearby, even if they were at the foot of Tianmao Peak, they would feel as though their ears were being pricked by needles and countless bugs were drilling into them. They could only desperately cover their ears. The whistling sound was extremely ear-piercing, and it was an indiscriminate attack. Countless human-shaped birds and small bats that had just flown up immediately used their hands or wings to block their ears in pain. The ears of the Blood Clan were especially large, regardless of whether they transformed into a humanoid bird or a bat. The sound of Ling Yan's mystical dragon howl was a nightmare to them. Covering his ears was of course possible, but the problem was that if he wanted to cover his ears, he wouldn't be able to hold the gun. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, dozens of pistols fell from the humanoid giant bird's hands, instantly piercing through the clouds and falling into the dense forest at the foot of the Heavenly Spear Peak. The enemy's gunshots instantly weakened and were no longer as concentrated. Many low-level barons couldn't even withstand the strong sound waves from Ling Yan's mystical dragon howl. Some of them fell from the sky, while others desperately flew down to find cracks in the mountain rocks to hide. Hee hee, even though you shot me with your guns, I'm going to sing for you. Look at how good I am to you. Ling Yan's mystical dragon hell was successful in one shot. He was overjoyed and decided to use the mystical dragon hell to sing again. My dear, fly slowly, be careful of the sharp arrows in front of you. My dear, don't cover your ears, my singing will intoxicate you. My dear, fly with me, I'll reward you with 2 silver needles when you fly close. My dear, dance with me, there's no night after death. In his excitement, Big Brother Yun directly used the mystical dragon hell with 2 modified bats. Oh, by a high one. Boss, stop singing, even I can't take it anymore. Chester flapped his wings and desperately used his 2 huge claws to cover his ears. He was practically begging Ling Yun to stop singing. Ling Yun could already use telepathy when he reached physique tempering stage 4. Now that he was at the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, his control of true chi and sound had reached an unimaginable level. He naturally had to control the sound waves well when he used the mystical dragon hell to injure the Blood Clan. Even so, Chester couldn't take it anymore after listening to it for a long time. One could imagine how much pain the Blood Clan was suffering right now. One of the benefits of using the mystical dragon hell was that it didn't affect his movements. Ling Yun sang and shot at the same time, reaping the lives of the Blood Clan like crazy. He was high up in the sky, and his powerful hell suppressed the Blood Clan so much that they didn't dare to fly higher. He firmly occupied the high ground. Ling Yun stopped singing when he heard Chester's shout. He looked to the southeast and saw some powerful Blood Clan members covering their ears and flying up. He immediately ordered Chester to rush over. If he wasn't mistaken, these people who could withstand his sound wave attack were at least earls. Chester flew over without hesitation under Ling Yun's command. Ling Yun already had a bunch of level 5 fire talismans in his hands. It's not good on TV, I'll show you my magic. Ling Yun used the sky full of flower rain technique and shot out more than 10 fire talismans. Appear. Bang, 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 it was a level 5 fire talisman. Back then, Taoist priest Lu Deming had used a mediocre fire talisman to retaliate before his death. It already had the power of a bomb, not to mention the level 5 fire talisman that Ling Yun had personally made. More than 10 fire talismans began to explode as soon as they were attached to the huge bodies of the earls. The loud explosion filled the air and reverberated in the mountains, causing the animals in the forest to scurry in fear. Ow 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 ow, those pitiful earls had their limbs blown up by the fire talismans. Some lost their wings, some lost their arms and legs, and some only had half their bodies left. Seeing that they weren't going to survive, they all screamed and fell from the sky. A few Blood Clan earls dodged quickly and escaped the explosion of the fire talismans. However, Ling Yun flew into the flames and hacked them to death with the Devil's Blade. Chester was shocked and rushed to Ling Yun's side so that he wouldn't fall. Humph. Good catch. Good coordination. Ling Yun snorted coldly and looked down. Countless human-shaped birds couldn't stand the light of the explosion and were desperately trying to find a place to hide. However, a few Blood Clan earls were still flying steadily and giving instructions. Marquises? Ling Yun sneered as he knocked an arrow and pulled the bowstring. 3 pure silver arrows were shot at 3 marquises. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another 3 screams rang out. 2 of the 3 marquises were shot by the pure silver arrows and nailed to the rocks. The other Blood Clan marquis was shot in the head by Ling Yun and died on the spot. He fell off the cliff. Da-da-da-da-da, gunshots rang out again, and bullets whizzed past Ling Yun's body. It turned out that the Blood Clan earls had flown up to shoot at them again when Ling Yun's whistle stopped. Courting death. Ling Yun roared as he retrieved his arrows. The bowstring vibrated again, and the 3 Blood Clan earls who were shooting were shot to death by Ling Yun. Boss, those who can fly now are all earls, Chester didn't forget to remind Ling Yun. Ling Yun shot another 2 arrows and said calmly, I know. Fly over and kill them with a knife. Ling Yun stood on Chester's back. He would shoot an arrow whenever there was a gunshot, and then Chester would fly over quickly. Ling Yun would kill them in the air with one slash. This was hunting in the air, a bloody massacre. The current Ling Yun had killed all the enemies. All the Blood Clan earls looked at Ling Yun as though they were looking at an unparalleled demon god. They were completely stunned. In this battle, Ling Yan killed more than 200 members of the Blood Clan, most of whom were earls and viscounts. He had already killed a good half of the enemies that came to invade. Lower your altitude. Take note, don't let them surpass us. Many of them have guns. Ling Yan suppressed the Blood Clan earls. He wanted to lower their altitude so that he could kill more easily. However, no matter how low they went, they had to occupy the high ground as long as the enemies had guns. Chester responded and descended rapidly. Soon, they were 300 meters above the Heavenly Spear Peak. Ling Yan didn't forget to shoot arrows continuously during the descent, and more than 10 Blood Clan earls died on the spot. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Whoosh. Ling Yan was enjoying himself when he suddenly realized that the ordinary arrows in his spatial ring had all been used up. There were only about 100 pure silver arrows left. Fortunately, Ling Yan specifically targeted the Blood Clan earls with guns, so the enemies had no effective weapons to attack him. At this time, more than half of the Blood Clan earls had been killed by Ling Yan. There were more than 200 of them left, but most of them were viscounts and barons. They were no longer a threat to Ling Yan. Chester, descend another 100 meters and search carefully. Tell me which marquises and earls are. The most effective weapon should be used on the strongest enemies. Ling Yan didn't want to waste it. Chester didn't have to worry about being shot now that the enemies had lost their guns. He swooped down immediately and saw a marquee. He raised his hand and pointed. Boss, that's a marquee. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ling Yan aimed at the target and shot 3 pure silver arrows, nailing the marquee to the top of the mountain in an instant. He's a demon. We can't deal with him. Everyone, rush down the mountain and scatter into the dense forest. The commander of this group of Blood Clan earls, the 500-year-old Marquis Anderson, finally gave the order to retreat after seeing Ling Yan kill so many earls and viscounts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ling Yan locked onto him and shot 3 arrows. Anderson tried his best to dodge, but he only managed to dodge 2 of the arrows. The last one pierced through his thigh. Mr. Marquis, others can escape, but you can't. Ling Yan snorted and ordered Chester to swoop down towards Anderson. To be continued. Seeing Ling Yan rush towards Marquis Anderson, the escaping Blood Clan members suddenly gave up on escaping. They all turned around and pounced towards Ling Yan and Chester without a care for their lives. The 500-year-old Marquis Anderson was the loyal servant of Grand Duke Dracula and the ancestor of these counts, viscounts, and barons. Naturally, these servants of the Blood Clan would protect their master with all their might. However, this was exactly what Ling Yan wanted. Of course, Ling Yan knew that Marquis Anderson wasn't someone that could be killed in a short period of time. He had to make use of this opportunity to kill all these small fries first. Ling Yan put away his golden bow and held the Devil's Blade and Dark Storm in his hands. He ordered Chester, charge. At this moment, the bats hiding in the crevices of the cliff didn't seem to be afraid of Ling Yan's mystical dragon hell and fire talismans. Instead, they all flew into the sky and transformed into human-shaped birds. Each of them had a green face and sharp fangs. They spread their huge wings and gathered rapidly before pouncing towards Ling Yan. Chester wasn't afraid at all. He flapped his light purple wings violently and carried Ling Yan steadily towards the human-shaped birds in front of him. They covered 100 meters in an instant. The bloodiest battle broke out in an instant. With the Devil's Blade in his left hand and the Dark Storm in his right, Ling Yan stood proudly on Chester's back. Once he entered the enemy's formation, he waved his hands wildly. Chi, chi, chi. The sharp blades and swords cut through the bodies of the Blood Clan members. Chester was the first to charge. All the Blood Clan members in front of the 2 of them were cut in half by Ling Yan's Devil's Blade and Devil's Sword. Countless broken limbs fell from the sky. The blood-curdling screams of the Blood Clan members rang through the clouds. Ling Yan's expression was cold and determined. He wasn't affected at all. Ling Yan killed more than 20 Blood Clan members with just one charge. His speed was very fast. None of the Blood Clan members that entered his attack range could escape unscathed. Kill. Chester's body turned sluggish. Ling Yan immediately used the tip of his tongue and roared. Surrounded by countless human-shaped birds, Ling Yan unleashed a series of chopping techniques. Chester, of course, wouldn't stay idle either. He dashed around excitedly in the encirclement. Wherever he went, there was a reign of terror. I won't offend those who don't offend me. Blood Clan, since you've come looking for me, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, Ling Yan seemed to have transformed into a peerless killing god from hell. He used the demonic blade and demonic sword in his hands to harvest the lives of the Blood Clan madly. Wherever the blade pointed, the sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their light. Pung pung. Two loud bangs rang out. Chester's body shook violently, and Ling Yan's body shook along with him. Ling Yan scanned with his divine sense. It turned out that the two earls had rushed to Chester's side. They took the opportunity to land 2 punches on Chester. Chester had been flying in the air with his wings open. Ling Yan could protect him from above, but he couldn't protect Chester from below because of Chester's wings. They were surrounded by the Blood Clan now. Even though Chester tried his best to dodge, it was still difficult for him to avoid the attacks of his own kind. This time, he finally suffered a fatal injury. Chester, I'll open a path for you. Fly up. Ling Yan wasn't flustered. He roared and danced with the Devil's Blade and Dark Storm, causing the Blood Clan above him to scatter. At the same time, Ling Yan changed his cultivation method and activated the Black-Yellow Sutra. The powerful black-yellow true chi left his body and enveloped Ling Yan and Chester. Chester couldn't fly steadily after being injured. However, with the help of the black-yellow true chi, he was instantly energized. He let out a strange cry of comfort and lifted his claws to tear a baron of the Blood Clan near him apart. Aha! The black-yellow true chi was a miraculous elixir for Chester, but it was a lethal poison to the other members of the Blood Clan. Those who were near Ling Yan felt their bodies turn sluggish and screamed in pain. Humph, kill again. It was only now that Ling Yan began to reveal his trump cards one by one. He had too many ways to deal with the Blood Clan. TSK, 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 Tisk. Ling Yan's Devil's Blade and Dark Storm slashed violently again. More than 10 members of the Blood Clan were slashed by Ling Yan, and their huge corpses fell to the ground. Ling Yan and Chester rushed out of the encirclement of the Blood Clan very quickly. This round of slaughter had killed another 100 members of the Blood Clan. Devil. He's a devil that rushed out of hell. How is this possible? On the peak of the Heavenly Spear Peak, the old Marquis Anderson's pale face was filled with indescribable fear. He had come under the orders of Grand Duke Dracula. He had brought a total of 5 marquises, 100 earls, and more than 400 barons and marquises. However, 2 of the 5 marquises had died and 2 were injured. Only 1 marquis was left in one piece. His thigh had also been shot by Ling Yan. The arrow had been pulled out, but the wound was still bleeding. That was an injury caused by a pure silver arrow. Even a marquis wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. Less than 30 of the 100 earls were left, and only 100 of the more than 400 barons and viscounts were left. This battle could be said to be a heavy loss. Anderson raised his head with all his might, watching Ling Yan gallop through the air and kill in all directions. He was almost scared out of his wits. That really is Dark Storm. The Dark Storm of the Blood Clan. But, what's with that black demonic blade? No. He should be a legendary Eastern cultivator. But he doesn't look like he can fly. How can he restrain the Blood Clan to this extent? Anderson forgot about the pain and gave up on commanding. His tall body trembled as he muttered to himself. Mr. Anderson, what should we do now? The only marquis who wasn't injured asked Anderson anxiously as he looked at the servants' corpses falling from the sky. Dark Storm. Dark Storm is the nemesis of the Blood Clan. We must think of a way to take it back. Anderson's crimson eyes glared fiercely, emitting 2 frightening rays of light. He flapped his wings lightly and arrived beside the 2 injured marquises. Respected devil god Satan, I am your loyal servant, Marquis Anderson. Please bestow the power of darkness upon me. Dark healing technique. As Anderson chanted the incantation, his 2 sharp claws shot out at the same time, emitting 2 balls of dark red light that flashed at the injured parts of the 2 marquises. The 2 marquises were shot by 2 arrows each. Both were piercing wounds caused by pure silver arrows. They were bleeding profusely, but after Anderson's treatment, the 4 wounds miraculously began to heal slowly. This was the healing spell of the Blood Clan. It used blood to heal wounds, but Anderson's level wasn't high enough. He had no choice but to do so in order to take back the dark storm. In the air, Ling Yun and Chester rushed out of the battle. Ling Yun stood proudly on Chester's back and asked, "Chester, can you still hold on?" Ling Yun had boundless strength and tough defense. He was still as ferocious as a dragon or a tiger. However, Chester was like his mount now. If Chester couldn't handle it, it would be useless no matter how strong he was. Huff. 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 Chester flapped his wings lightly, panting like a bull. He had just rushed into the encirclement of countless earls and viscounts. Even though Ling Yun had a good time killing them, he was under great pressure. Boss. I might need to rest for a while. Please give me some more immortal chi. There are too many of them, I can't hold on much longer. This was Chester, who had received the embrace from Ling Yun. If it were any other member of the blood clan, not to mention a viscount or earl, even a marquis would have collapsed from exhaustion. Pung, 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 pung. Ling Yun raised his hand abruptly and scattered a handful of fire talismans, blowing up the few members of the blood clan who rushed in front of him. Then, he put away the devil's blade and placed his hand on Chester's back. Large amounts of black-yellow true chi flowed continuously into Chester's body. This was a special enemy, and this was a special battle. Between the master and the servant, neither of them could leave the other. Ling Yun understood this very well. What made Ling Yun extremely happy was that the black-yellow true chi was a treasure that could restrain the blood clan and help Chester. Chester's injuries were almost healed in no time. His physical strength had also recovered by more than half. That's weird. Why aren't they running away after killing so many of them? Ling Yun stared at the blood clan as he treated Chester's injuries. 80% of them had been killed, but they didn't run away. It seemed like they wanted to fight to the death with Ling Yun. Boss, you took out the dark storm just now. Any member of the blood clan who sees the dark storm will either run away or snatch it. There's no other choice. Chester said. If I'm not wrong, the old marquis below must have recognized it. Since he saw the dark storm, he will definitely snatch it back. That's because your dark storm is the nightmare of the blood clan in the west. Ling Yun suddenly understood. He laughed coldly and said, "Is that so?" "So that's how it is. I was wondering why they didn't run away. But this is even better. We can kill them all." Chester nodded, but he cautiously reminded Ling Yun, "Boss, you have to be careful. The marquis below must be very old, and he already knows some of the high-level spells of the blood clan. Moreover, he has 3 marquises by his side. This isn't going to be a good fight." Ling Yun was less than 300 meters away from the top of the Heavenly Spear Peak. He was constantly using his yin-yang eye to observe Anderson's movements. Naturally, he saw the scene of Anderson treating the 2 marquises. "Don't worry, let's kill the small fries in front of us first. As for the 3 marquises, it's pointless to save them. We'll just kill them again." Fighting alone and killing countless enemies, Ling Yun had used up nearly half of his true chi in this fierce battle. Even though he wasn't completely exhausted, the other party still had 4 powerful marquises and dozens of earls. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. However, Ling Yun wasn't worried. He still had hundreds of pure silver arrows, more than 200 fire talismans, and powerful black-yellow true chi. These were all treasures that could restrain the blood clan. He still had the dragon's saliva to replenish his spiritual energy and the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy stored in the jade box. These could help him recover his true chi instantly. Other than that, Ling Yun had another trump card, the divine yang cultivation technique. Therefore, Ling Yun was very confident that he could annihilate the blood clan as long as the enemy didn't retreat. However, Ling Yun didn't know how many enemies would come tonight. That was why he hadn't revealed his full strength, especially the divine yang cultivation technique. Using it once consumed too much energy, so he wouldn't use it unless it was a life and death situation. Kill. Ling Yun stood up from Chester's back when Chester was almost recovered. The devil's blade appeared in his left hand once again, and the 2 of them rushed towards the 4 marquises like eagles hunting rabbits. In terms of healing speed, Ling Yun was much faster than Anderson. Up until now, the healing process on the other side hadn't ended yet. The group of earls, viscounts, and barons didn't value their lives anymore under the command of the marquises. They rushed towards Ling Yan like moths to a flame even though they knew they were going to die. They fought for time for their masters. As the number of enemies decreased, Ling Yan and Chester naturally became more relaxed. This time, Chester was more at ease, and he was smarter. Unlike the first time, he didn't charge into the enemy's group recklessly. Instead, he charged forward and let Ling Yan hack and slash. Then, before the enemies could surround him, he turned around and fled, engaging in guerrilla warfare in the air. This was equivalent to leading the enemy by the nose. The Blood Clan had to stop them from attacking the 4 marquises at the peak of Heavenly Spear Peak. Ling Yan didn't have to worry about Chester. He went all out and concentrated the Yin-Yang True Qi in his sword and blade. Every swing of his sword and blade was accompanied by a black sword screen. The members of the Blood Clan screamed in agony as they died in droves. However, through this battle, Ling Yan had truly witnessed the power of the Blood Clan. The Blood Clan, below the Marquis level, had no other special abilities other than shapeshifting. However, their spirit of risking life and death for their master was truly terrifying. Moreover, this was only a troop brought by Grand Duke Dracula. If a prince of the blood breed or even a great lord of the blood breed were to descend upon Xianxia, wouldn't it be a disaster for Xianxia? Ling Yan was secretly shocked, but he didn't show any mercy. The more he killed, the braver he became. Very quickly, he killed more than 100 Blood Clan earls and viscounts in the air, leaving not a single one alive. Only the 4 marquises on the Heavenly Spear Peak were left. In this battle, Chester had purposely reserved his strength. He wasn't injured, and he still had some stamina left. "Boss, should we rush down now?" Chester shouted excitedly when he saw that Ling Yan had wiped out more than 500 members of the Blood Clan. He was eager to try again. However, he didn't know that Ling Yan, who was on his back, was actually a little tired. They wouldn't escape just now, so they definitely won't escape now. Let's rest for a while first. The reason why they let those low-level members of the Blood Clan die is to exhaust my stamina. How could Ling Yan not be tired? Even if his arms had the strength of 5,000 kilograms, his stamina would be exhausted after drawing the bow countless times and swinging the sword hundreds of times. After all, he was a human, not a god. This was easy to understand. For example, a person could lift a 100-kilogram barbell with all his strength, but how could he continuously throw a 5-kilogram shot put hundreds of times? One had to know that Ling Yan's golden longbow required a few hundred kilograms of strength to draw the bowstring. At the same time, the Devil's Blade and Dark Storm weighed more than 50 kilograms. It would be strange if he wasn't tired after swinging them hundreds of times. That was just physical strength. There was still energy left. Ling Yan was fighting against many enemies. In order to avoid getting injured, he had to use his divine sense to the limit to protect himself and Chester. That was a huge drain on his energy. After such a crazy massacre, Ling Yan's physical condition was already 70% depleted. He was covered in blood, and his arms were numb. Ling Yan's guess was right. Anderson allowed the last 200 members of the Blood Clan to die and feed them to Ling Yan to exhaust his stamina. Even if they couldn't injure Ling Yan, they could at least exhaust him to death. The opportunity was finally here. Anderson was a sly old man. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Go. Snatch back the demon sword of the Blood Clan and bring this devil back to our master. Anderson ordered in the secret language of the Blood Clan. At the same time, he flapped his wings and took the lead in flying towards Ling Yan. The other 3 marquises of the Blood Clan naturally rose into the sky and charged at Ling Yan with murderous intent. Even though there were fewer people, the real battle of life and death had just begun. Hee, they really want to take advantage of us. Ling Yan sneered but didn't fight. Instead, he sent a telepathic message to Chester to fly in the direction of the Celestial Ridge. It wasn't that he didn't dare to fight, but that Ling Yan didn't want to fight at the peak of the Heavenly Spear Peak. That was because they had been fighting there for more than an hour. Ling Yan guessed that the experts from the Chen and Sun families would arrive soon. Once they arrived at the peak of the Heavenly Spear Peak, Ling Yan would be at a huge disadvantage. As for the experts from the Chen and Sun families, Ling Yan didn't even need to think to know that the Chen and Sun families would definitely put in a lot of effort in order to kill him. It would be a miracle if they didn't come. Ling Yan knew that it would be a tough battle just by looking at the lineup of the Blood Clan. Fortunately, Ling Yan had the foresight to let Chester fly. Ling Yan had the final say on whether to fight or flee. If he couldn't win, he could just fly into the sky and wander around the mountains and plains. Anderson and the other 3 marquises were in hot pursuit. Their flying speed was much faster than Chester, who didn't live up to his name. They were getting closer and closer. Anderson didn't speak the Huaxiao language, so he shouted to Ling Yan in English, "Mr. Ling, we can make a deal. As long as you are willing to return the holy sword of the Blood Clan to us, I can guarantee that the hatred between you and the Blood Clan will be wiped out." Anderson was sure that Ling Yan was already at the end of his rope and could only escape. That was why he wanted to make a deal with Ling Yan in order to obtain the Dark Storm. Ling Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. F***ck, do you really think I'm afraid of you just because I brought you to play hide and seek? With the magical gourd in hand, he gulped down mouthfuls of dragon saliva to replenish his spiritual energy while circulating his yin-yang true qi to recover his stamina. At the same time, he took out the divine willow wood that was passed down from the Ling family and absorbed the wood spiritual energy released by the divine willow wood. The wood spiritual energy of the divine willow wood had an indescribable supplementary effect on the Ling family's black-yellow sutra. Ling Yan was now drinking the dragon saliva to absorb the wood spiritual energy. As the dragon saliva entered his body, the powerful dragon spiritual energy quickly flowed along his meridians, bringing him new strength. At the same time, the wood spiritual energy of the divine willow wood was absorbed into his body. Ling Yan felt refreshed, and the circulation of his energy center sped up several times. The yin-yang true qi whirlpool spun violently, producing new yin-yang true qi that flowed continuously into his 8 extraordinary meridians. Ling Yan kept the magical gourd and the divine willow wood after he was half full from the dragon saliva. With a thought, the golden bow appeared in his hands again. "Chester, fly slower. I'll shoot one first." With his back facing the 4 members of the Blood Clan in hot pursuit, Ling Yan quietly knocked 3 pure silver arrows on the bowstring. Without even turning his head, he locked onto a marquee with his divine sense, drew the bow, and shot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrows were shot consecutively, but they were all aimed at the same target. That marquee didn't even have time to react. 3 pure silver arrows pierced through his head, and he couldn't be any more dead than he was. Instant kill. A marquee fell from the sky. "Turn around." Ling Yan ordered Chester to turn around immediately. Chester had a tacit understanding with Ling Yan. He turned around instantly and rushed towards Anderson and the other 2. Originally, it was a chase, but now, they were flying at each other's throats. Ling Yan crossed a distance of tens of meters in an instant. As he brushed shoulders with a marquee, he slashed at the marquee's head with lightning speed. Pfff. Blood splattered everywhere. Another marquee's head was cut off by Ling Yan. Another marquee's head was separated from his body. *T. Anderson was about to go crazy when he saw Ling Yan kill 2 marquises in the blink of an eye. He turned around and chased after Ling Yan. At the same time, he bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood at Ling Yan. Dark fog. This was also one of the Blood Clan's dark magic. The evil dark fog could disable the vision and hearing of anyone with sensitive senses and cause them to lose their sense of direction in the darkness. "Boss, be careful. This fog is poisonous." Chester was 2 levels lower than Ling Yan, so he was hit directly. Ling Yan felt his entire body being enveloped by a dark red fog. He held his breath and increased his divine sense. Fly to the left. Anderson had risked his life in order to kill Ling Yan. His level wasn't high enough, so he would drop by at least 1 level after using the Blood Clan's dark magic. However, he didn't expect Ling Yan to have divine sense and the yin-yang god's eye. Not only could he break through his dark fog, but he also had the stellar condensation technique and wasn't afraid of his poison. Blood arrow. At the same time, the other marquis who came from the left also used his sharp claws to cut his fingers. He raised both hands and shot 10 blood arrows at Ling Yan. "You're courting death." Ling Yan roared and raised his right hand. The yin-yang true qi rotated and sucked all 10 blood arrows into his hand. At the same time, he swung the devil's blade in his left hand. Chi, chi, chi. The Marquis who came to flank him was cut into two by Ling Yun's devil's blade. To be continued. Chi, Ling Yun sucked the 10 blood arrows that the Marquis had shot out before his death into his palm. Immediately, he felt a burning pain in his palm. He looked down and saw white smoke rising from his right palm. Very quickly, his right palm was badly mutilated and charred black. There were even many large purplish-red blisters on his fingers. F*CK, what the F*CK is going on? Ling Yun was shocked. After his stellar condensation technique reached the pinnacle of the second major realm, his skin was impervious to fire and water. It was invulnerable to weapons and poisons. He didn't expect to be injured to this extent by a Marquis blood arrow. However, Ling Yun didn't have time to think. He put away the devil's blade decisively and took out a healing talisman. He slapped it on his right hand and shouted, "Come." The powerful effects of the healing talismans had quickly healed the injury on Ling Yun's right hand. Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief. "Ah! My eyes!" Chester suddenly screamed in pain as he covered his eyes with both of his hands. Not good. Ling Yun knew that Chester must have been injured by Anderson's dark fog. He slapped a clear water talisman on Chester's head and shouted, "Come." A blue water ball instantly covered Chester's head, washing away the blood mist on his head. At the same time, he said, "Chester, don't panic. The peak is just 100 meters below us. Fly down slowly. I will use my black-yellow true chi to help you heal," Ling Yun said as he bent down with lightning speed. He placed his left hand on Chester's back and used the black-yellow true chi to heal him. At the same time, Ling Yun didn't forget to use his divine sense to lock onto Anderson's figure to prevent him from launching a sneak attack. What surprised Ling Yun was that Anderson didn't ambush the two of them. Instead, he flew down at an extremely fast speed, like a black meteorite falling from the sky. He caught the body of the Marquis who had been decapitated. Ling Yun was shocked. Could it be that he had a way to revive a Marquis who had been beheaded? That would be troublesome. However, the next scene left Ling Yun even more dumbfounded. Marquis Anderson opened his bloody mouth and revealed his sharp fangs as he bit down on the Marquis's neck. F*CK. He's sucking the remaining blood from that Marquis. He's strengthening himself. Ling Yun instantly understood what the other party was doing and couldn't help but exclaim. The high-level blood clan had countless tricks up their sleeves. Anderson grabbed onto his comrade's corpse and sucked his blood non-stop. However, the blood clan Marquis had been killed by the devil's blade, and more than half of his blood had already been sucked away by the devil's blade. He hadn't recovered much of his strength. However, he was still descending rapidly. His target was the Marquis that Ling Yun had killed with the silver arrow. Very soon, Anderson's figure disappeared from Ling Yun's divine sense and was engulfed by the night. Wow, that old Marquis's magic is really powerful. I can't even take it. Chester carried Ling Yun and slowly landed on the peak of the celestial ridge. As soon as he landed, he used both of his hands to rub his eyes. After confirming that his eyes were fine, he said with a lingering fear. Ling Yun's face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. Ever since his stellar condensation technique reached the pinnacle of the second major realm, he hadn't suffered any injuries. He didn't expect to be killed by a Marquis today. That made him a little unhappy. It seems like the Blood Clan's dark magic is quite powerful. It can't be underestimated. Ling Yun said faintly. Boss, your servant, Chester, is truly grateful for your help. Otherwise, those 10 blood arrows would have seriously injured me. Chester said carefully. What happened? Chester explained, Boss, the blood of the Blood Clan is completely different from that of humans. It is highly acidic, which means it is highly corrosive. The longer we live, the higher our level, the more acidic it will be. Moreover, that Marquis used dark magic just now. That's why you only told me now. Ling Yun was a little annoyed. F*CK, this is a matter of life and death. Why did you only tell me now? Chester scratched his head and said innocently, Honorable boss, don't forget that your servant, Chester, was just a nobody in the Blood Clan before you embraced him. How could he have had the chance to come into contact with these powerful marquises? Ling Yun knew that Chester couldn't be blamed for this, but he had to be more careful from now on. He nodded and smiled. Alright, I'm not really blaming you. He's the only one left now. Let's rush to the peak and prepare for battle. After flying for a while, the two of them had already flown past the stone bridge and arrived at the celestial ridge. However, they didn't land on the peak. Their current position was about 300 to 400 meters from the peak. Ling Yan couldn't be bothered to let Chester carry him for such a short distance. He used his movement technique and rushed to the peak. The celestial ridge stretched from east to west. The highest point was 1,200 meters. Compared to the palm-sized peak of the Heavenly Spear Peak, the celestial ridge was much bigger. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to finish walking from the east to the west in a few hours. The peak was filled with lush, dense forest with lush foliage and wild grass. On this moonless night, it was pitch black everywhere. One couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Ling Yun and Chester had just reached the peak when they saw a huge black shadow rushing up from the middle of the mountain. It only took a few seconds for it to reach above their heads. It was Anderson. Anderson had absorbed the blood of 2 marquises. No one knew what kind of secret technique he used to become so energetic. Not only was he uninjured, but his strength seemed to have increased greatly. Ling Yun looked at Anderson. Without a word, he raised his hand, took out his golden longbow, and shot 3 arrows at the sky. Shield of Darkness. Ling Yan's speed was fast, but Anderson's wasn't slow either. With a roar, a dark red shield appeared in his hands and blocked the 3 arrows. Even though that dark red shield was formed by magic, the sound of metal clashing could be heard when the 3 pure silver arrows hit it. Dang, dang, dang. Anderson blocked Ling Yan's attack and roared in the air, Huaxia brat, for the holy sword of the Blood Clan, for Grand Duke Dracula, and for the honor of the Blood Clan, I must kill you today. Spear of Blood. Anderson spat out a mouthful of blood and chanted an incantation. That mouthful of blood instantly turned into a huge red spear that was more than 6 meters long. He reached out with his huge claws and grabbed it, then threw it at Ling Yun. F***ck. Ling Yun saw the momentum of the blood spear. Its speed was no slower than his arrows, so he didn't take it head-on. Instead, he used the dragonfish phantom ability and teleported away, barely dodging the attack. Boom! Just as he flew away, he saw the blood spear hit the rocks on the ground. The rocks were smashed into smithereens, and the sound of the rocks breaking through the air was painful. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that the blood spear didn't disappear even though it was more than 3 meters deep. What powerful magic from the Blood Clan! Ling Yun was shocked, but he couldn't help but praise it. His divine sense was at its limit, and his expression became serious. His battle intent rose. Chester, get out of the way. Watch this battle obediently. Whoosh. Instead, he took out the Devil's Underworld Essence blade and swung it wildly, cutting down all the trees within a 20-meter radius. Then, he pointed the tip of the blade at Anderson, who was in the air, and said coldly, "Since you really want to kill me, come down and have a fair fight." At this moment, Ling Yun finally saw the true magic of the Blood Clan. He wanted to experience it seriously to increase his combat experience. That's exactly what I was thinking. Anderson laughed evilly. After saying that, he swooped down and pulled out the blood spear from the ground. He pointed it at Ling Yun from afar. Anderson was a shrewd old man. Even though he said it for the sake of the Holy Sword and the Blood Clan, he knew that nothing was more valuable than the fresh blood on Ling Yun's body. Ling Yun was powerful, but he couldn't fly. Without Chester's help, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many Blood Clan members. Even so, Chester should have died of exhaustion, but he didn't. How valuable was the blood of someone who could help the Blood Clan recover their physical strength and injuries in an instant? Anderson was willing to bet that if he could give Ling Yun the embrace, even if it was just one bite, he could instantly become a Grand Duke. That was Anderson's wishful thinking. Kill. Anderson didn't hesitate. He held the shield in his left hand and the blood spear in his right. His tall figure dashed forward at lightning speed, ignoring the trees in front of him and stabbing at Ling Yun. Ling Yun's pupils constricted. Anderson was teleporting. Ling Yun didn't have time to dodge, and he didn't want to either. He channeled the stellar condensation technique to the maximum and slashed with the Devil's Blade. He slashed 3 times at lightning speed. Dang, dang, dang. The black blade struck the blood spear almost at the same time. The peerlessly domineering power forcefully smashed the blood spear to the side by 30%. Ah! So much force. Anderson gripped the blood spear tightly with one hand. He felt the skin between his thumb and index finger go numb, and the blood spear almost fell out of his hand. Anderson clenched his teeth and tightened his grip on the blood spear. He swung it horizontally, and with a kacha-kacha sound, the thick tree trunks were broken one after another, smashing towards Ling Yun. "You'll lose if we compete in strength." Ling Yun smiled coldly and stood still. Facing the incoming blood spear, he slashed 3 times in a row, and all 3 slashes landed on the same spot. Pfff. The blood spear finally couldn't withstand the force and was broken. However, it immediately turned into a bloody mist that enveloped Ling Yun's entire body. Within the bloody mist, the sound of corrosion could be heard again. However, Ling Yun was prepared this time. He used the clear water talisman on his head to protect his head. His figure rushed out of the bloody mist. Raging strike the world. To be continued. It was impolite not to reciprocate. After taking 2 of Anderson's attacks head-on, he was no longer in a passive position. Instead, he switched from defense to offense. He flew up, raised his blade with both hands, and became one with it. An incomparably sharp aura burst forth, and he slashed down on Anderson below him. Ling Yun's dragonfish phantom ability was also close to teleportation within 100 meters. Anderson wouldn't be able to dodge his sudden burst of power. Blood wall. Anderson roared and spat out another mouthful of blood. He built a blood-red wall in front of him and raised the shield of darkness to take Ling Yun's attack head-on. The devil's blade sliced through the wall like a knife cutting through tofu. It didn't stop there as it smashed into the shield of darkness in front of Anderson. Boom! There were countless cracks on this shield of darkness, and it looked like it was about to shatter. Ling Yun was breaking 10,000 spells with his strength. At this moment, Cultivator Ling Yun finally displayed the combat experience and extraordinary insight that he had gained when he was in the tribulation stage. In any battle, it was nothing more than power and technique. On a larger scale, techniques referred to immortal techniques, spiritual spells, and Taoist techniques. On a smaller scale, it referred to some arrays, illusion techniques, and the variations of moves of ancient martial arts practitioners. These all belonged to the category of techniques. Techniques relied on ever-changing, trapping force with techniques, making it impossible for people to use their techniques. Strength was easy to understand. It referred to stamina and strength. If one's stamina and strength were strong enough, they could break through any technique. Techniques could trap strength, but strength could also break through techniques. For example, if a huge mountain came crashing down, no matter how many spells you had or how many transformations you had, it would still be able to suppress you alive. No spells would be of any use. Ling Yun pushed his strength to the limit. His arms had the strength of 5,000 pounds. How could a marquise's blood and a spell's blood wall and shield stop him? Ling Yun tested Anderson's strength after taking 2 blows from him. He knew that he could completely crush him, so he was full of confidence. Pooh! Anderson blocked Ling Yun's attack, but he was also sent flying more than 10 meters away. His huge body crashed into more than 10 trees, and he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Ling Yun chuckled and followed Anderson like a shadow. He rushed towards the unstable Anderson and slashed again. Anderson didn't dare to face Ling Yun head-on. He hurriedly teleported again to dodge Ling Yun's blade. However, he was hit in the back by the black blade, causing him to scream in pain. Acid arrow. Anderson raised both of his hands and shot 10 black arrows the size of chopsticks at Ling Yun. He then took the opportunity to flap his wings and soar into the sky. What the hell is this? Ling Yun naturally wouldn't be hit by these things. With a flick of his hand, he used the shower of flowers technique and shot a handful of silver needles at Anderson. Chi-chi-chi. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Almost at the same time, Anderson's acid arrow hit the tree trunk behind Ling Yun. It immediately corroded the verdant tree trunk, causing white smoke to rise from it. More than 10 of Ling Yun's silver needles pierced through Anderson's wings. The sound of cloth being torn apart could be heard. So it's something similar to the blood arrow. The Blood Clan sure has a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Ling Yun knew what kind of magic the acid arrow was with a sweep of his divine sense. He mumbled to himself as he took out his longbow again and shot a string of arrows at Anderson in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Anderson could only spit out another mouthful of blood and turn into a shield of darkness to block Ling Yun's pure silver arrows. At the same time, he didn't dare to stop at all as he shot towards the sky. Ling Yun knew that Anderson was like an arrow at the end of its flight. No matter how strong he was only a marquis. Chester had said that no matter how old a marquis was, the amount of Blood Clan magic they could cast was extremely limited. Didn't we agree on a fair fight? Why is he running away? Ling Yun decisively condensed his voice into a line and used the mystical dragon hell. It was much easier for him to attack Anderson now, and it wouldn't affect Chester at all. Anderson flew into the sky, and Chester followed closely behind. Ling Yun leaped onto Chester's back and shouted, "Chase him at full speed. We can't let him escape." The Marquis was also from the Blood Clan, so he had 2 long and sharp ears. Anderson was shocked by Ling Yun's shout, and he hurriedly covered his ears with his claws. Chester chased after Anderson with Ling Yun on his back. Ling Yun shot out 3 fire talismans the moment they were the closest to each other. Boom, boom, boom. 3 level 5 fire talismans exploded behind Anderson. The powerful shockwave and dazzling flame scared Anderson so much that his body shook violently. Anderson had no choice but to spit out another mouthful of blood and turn it into a shield of darkness to protect his vital parts. He flapped his wings frantically and fled in the direction of Tianmao Peak. Ling Yun chased closely and laughed. "Mr. Marquis, do you think you can still escape at this point?" He put away his knife, knocked an arrow, and chased after Anderson's buttocks. He shot a total of 13 arrows in a row. Anderson didn't dare to speak now. He used the shield of darkness to protect his vital parts as he flew up and down, left and right, but his speed was getting slower and slower. The Blood Clan used their own blood as a guide and the powerful mental strength of the Blood Clan as a medium. Just now, Anderson had used all his strength. It could be said that in order to kill Ling Yun, not only did he use up the small amount of blood that he had absorbed, but he also used up almost all of his mental strength. He was already dispirited. Not only did he have to maintain his flying speed to prevent Chester from catching up, but he also had to dodge Ling Yun's pure silver arrows. How could he speak? Pooh. Ling Yun shot another arrow, and the magic shield in Anderson's hands was finally shattered by Ling Yun. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ling Yun didn't give up and shot another 3 arrows. The 3 pure silver arrows formed a triangular shape and sealed off all of Anderson's escape routes. Ah! Anderson tried his best to dodge the first 2 arrows, but he couldn't dodge the one on the right. That sharp arrow pierced into his buttocks. He immediately felt a chill on his buttocks. It wasn't a chill, but a bone-chilling coldness. Anderson only felt that the coldness instantly froze his entire back. He couldn't even move his right wing, purine chi. Ah, what's going on? Anderson's huge body tilted in the air, and his flying speed decreased once again. He was even slower than Chester. Ling Yun laughed and said proudly, "Mr. Marquis, you know magic. Do you think I don't know magic as well? Don't forget that I just performed magic on television. Now, I'll show you my magic." Boom. As Ling Yun spoke, he swung his blade in the air. The black blade transformed into a 20-meter-long blade that slashed violently at Anderson. At this moment, if someone was watching from the side, they would really think that there was an additional 20-meter-long black magic blade in the air. This time, Ling Yun used the pure yang qi. Even the blade was scorching hot. The heat wave was so intense that Anderson tried his best to dodge to the side. He didn't expect to run into Ling Yun's arms in his panic. He didn't know when, but Ling Yun had already appeared beside him. Without hesitation, he slashed at Anderson's head. Chi la. Anderson's entire left wing was chopped off by Ling Yun's blade. Ow. Without one wing, Anderson let out a bestial howl in pain. His red eyes suddenly shone with ferocity. Pung. Anderson's entire body suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood. His body turned into a black bat, and he flew away again. Yin-yang vortex. Victory was in Ling Yun's grasp now. He laughed heartily as the yin-yang vortex moved in the opposite direction. He wanted to suck Anderson to his side, however, he didn't expect Anderson's speed to double after transforming into a bat. He rushed out of the range of Ling Yun's true chi. Eh? So fast. Ling Yan exclaimed, but he didn't panic. He took out a divine speed talisman and used it on Chester. Confrontation. The Marquis's speed could be doubled if he transformed into a bat. However, Anderson's energy consumption was too great. Even so, Chester wouldn't be able to catch up to him if he transformed into a human-shaped bird. However, the divine speed talisman was different. Chester's flying speed instantly doubled. Like a bullet leaving a barrel, he chased after Anderson. "Boss, you can give this Marquis the embrace." Chester flew faster and faster. Along the way, he didn't forget to remind Ling Yun that he could embrace Anderson. "No, this Marquis is different from Edward. He's much stronger than Edward and the ordinary members of the Blood Clan. Who knows what will happen if I give him the embrace? I'll just kill him in one go." The battle hadn't ended, but it had just begun. Who knew if Grand Duke Dracula had come to Xianxia City? Ling Yan knew what Chester was thinking, but he didn't want to take the risk. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future if you want to learn magic. I'll catch a few princes and lords of the Blood Clan then. You can learn as much as you want. Fly faster, we'll catch up soon." Ling Yan stood on Chester's back and waved his left hand. He used the yin-yang vortex again and pulled Anderson's petite figure to a halt. Chester saw that there was no time to lose. He flew to Anderson's side at lightning speed. "Go and meet your satanic demon god." Ling Yan roared, and the devil's underworld essence blade landed accurately on Anderson's bat body. With a twist of his wrist, Anderson was turned into a pile of bat meat. Boom! A fire talisman was thrown out, and the fireball exploded, burning fiercely. The pitiful Anderson didn't even have the chance to cry out before he turned into ashes. The Blood Clan was completely annihilated. The first wave of ninjas and the second wave of the Blood Clan were all wiped out by Big Brother Yun. This is the climax. Please give me a monthly vote. Thank you, everyone. To be continued. Let's go to the peak of Sky Spear Peak and clean up the battlefield. Ling Yun and Chester quickly returned to the peak of Heavenly Spear Peak. There were huge corpses of the Blood Clan everywhere, and the ground was littered with broken limbs. There wasn't a single place for them to step on. What was strange was that there wasn't a river of blood on the peak because all the corpses were from the Blood Clan. However, the more it was so, the more horrifying it felt, as if they had arrived at hell on earth. Ling Yan jumped down from Chester's back with a slight frown. He took out the corpse-dissolving powder and sprinkled it on the wound of one of the Blood Clan's corpses. Unfortunately, everything was as he expected. The wound was fine. The corpse-dissolving powder had no corrosive effect on the corpses of the Blood Clan. Ling Yan shook his head and stood up straight. He instructed Chester, "Don't bother about these corpses. Collect as many silver arrows as you can. Oh, by the way, if you see their guns, collect them for me too. I have a use for them." Ling Yan naturally didn't need these eagle pistols, but Abing's green dragon definitely had a use for them. Of course, he wouldn't let them go to waste. Chester acknowledged and went to work. Ling Yan went to the edge of the cliff and kicked the two corpses of the Blood Clan off the cliff. Then, he took out his phone. Even though they were in the depths of the mountains, Sky Spear Peak was high enough. The signal on the phone wasn't bad. As usual, Ling Yan received missed calls and messages the moment he took out his phone. Ling Yan ignored all of them and called Tang Meng immediately. Tang Meng picked up the phone almost instantly and asked, "Big Brother Yun, how are things on your side? Are there any enemies?" Hearing Tang Meng's tone, Ling Yun knew that Mansion Number 1 shouldn't have met with any trouble. He calmed down and smiled faintly. "Yes, there are quite a few of them. However, I've wiped them all out. Big Brother Yun is mighty. Stop flattering me. Tell me, how are things at home? Where's my auntie?" Ling Yun was naturally most concerned about the situation at home when he called. There's nothing much at home. However, it seems like a few powerful people came just now. Auntie Qin went to negotiate with them and hasn't returned yet." Ling Yun frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "How does it seem like it? Who are they?" Tang Meng scratched his head and said, "Big Brother Yun, I didn't notice them at all. Even the two dogs in our yard didn't notice them. Only Auntie Qin and Xian Er noticed them. Those people didn't come in at all." Little Aunt asked who they were and flew out. Then she told Xianxia to stay at home and she went out to negotiate with the other party. Ling Yun had an idea of what was going on. Someone who could only alert Qin Dongxue and by Xianxia to Mansion No. 1 had to be an expert above Xiantian Realm Level 4. His aunt communicated with them through telepathy, so Tang Meng had no idea what was going on. Ling Yun's heart sank. Qin Dongxue was in danger. Do you know where they went to negotiate? Tang Meng immediately replied, Xianxia said it's the Tiger Cliff of Dragon Mountain. Alright, I got it. Tell Ling Yu and the rest that I'm fine and that they don't have to worry about me. Just stay at home and wait. With that, Ling Yun hung up the phone and kept it in his spatial ring. He used his divine sense to scan the area and came to the pile of pure silver arrows that Chester had collected. He put them all into his spatial ring and counted 70 to 80 arrows. Then, Ling Yun put away the 30-odd Mountain Eagle pistols that Chester had picked up. Chester, stop looking. Let's go back to Qingshui City. Ling Yun didn't plan to spend the night in the Immortal Ridge. He said on the television that he was there to survey the terrain. Yes, boss. Chester flapped his wings and flew up. Boss, what should we do with so many corpses of the Blood Clan? Ling Yun jumped onto Chester's back and said, don't bother. Their corpses will naturally turn into ashes when the sun rises tomorrow. What if the enemy comes again? Ling Yun chuckled. If they come, so be it. It's so cool in the mountains. It's good to let them wander around for a night. We'll create a diversion. Alright, stop talking nonsense. How long will it take to fly back? Chester flapped his wings and flew hundreds of meters to the east. He chuckled and said, the wind is right. 20 minutes should be enough. A good car could reach 200 kilometers per hour on the highway. However, Chester was flying in a straight line at high altitudes. If the wind was with them, it wouldn't even take 20 minutes. The wind whistled in their ears as they flew at an altitude of more than 1,000 meters. Even though it was summer, the wind still brought along a bone-chilling chill. Regardless of whether it was the bone-chilling wind or Chester's speed, they didn't affect Ling Yun at all. Physique tempering was meant for such things. Ling Yun sat cross-legged on Chester's back and closed his eyes. He silently circulated the yin-yang harmony balance to recover his true qi. Negotiate? Negotiate my foot. Just kill him, Midnight, Dragon Mountain, Tiger Cliff. The dragon and tiger twin moons were famous, but it was the beginning of the lunar calendar. There was no moon in the sky, and there were no tourists in sight. However, although there were no tourists on Tiger Cliff, there were still people, and there were quite a number of them. Miss Jean, don't think that we won't dare to touch you just because we're being kind. You should know by now that the Sun and Chen families aren't the only ones here to kill Ling Yun. A tall man in gray had clearly lost his patience. His face was filled with impatience as he said arrogantly, Ling Yun, that brat, doesn't know his place. He's extremely arrogant. He actually dared to show off the devil's blade to the world on television. He's obviously looking down on the martial arts world. Do you really think that the heroes of the world will let him off? As soon as he said that, the people beside the gray-robed man couldn't help but let out a few chuckles of contempt. Qin Dongxue was wearing a black suit made from the silk of the golden black devilish silk. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her eyes were like limpid autumn waters. She held a sword in one hand, and her black hair fluttered gently with the mountain breeze. Qin Dongxue didn't wear a mask on her face. She smiled lightly when she saw the people in front of her sneering. Qin Dongxue glanced at the man in gray disdainfully. Sun Tianba, don't talk to me with those high-sounding words. Don't think that the Qin family will be afraid of you just because the Sun and Chen families are allied. Today, I'll make it clear to you. Ling Yun is my sister's son, so he's naturally a member of the Qin family. Even if the Qin family protects him, what can you do about it? And you, Chen Haishan, don't think that the Qin family doesn't know what the Chen family has done to the Chao family in capital city. As for what the Chen family wants to do, everyone knows it. I don't need to point it out, do I? Qin Dongxue pointed her sword at a man in green beside Sun Tianba and said sternly, and you, Chen Haishan. Chen Haishan was dressed in green and had a medium build. He might be a head shorter than Sun Tianba, but his aura wasn't inferior at all. He was calm as the abyss, and his eyes shone brightly. He was known as the brains of the Qin family. Seeing that Qin Dongxue was targeting him again, Chen Haishan smiled faintly and said, "Miss Qin, forgive me for being blunt, but I don't think the Qin family can protect Ling Yun." Ling Yun dared to show off his Devil's Underworld essence blade on television. This is already a great crime. You're also from a prestigious family, so you should know that everyone from the Devil sect has the right to punish them. Now, Ling Yun's actions have angered everyone. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Miss Qin, I don't think the Qin family will choose to go against the entire world just to protect an adopted son, right? Qin Dongxue sneered and stared at Chen Haishan with interest. Chen Haishan, you're indeed the brains of the Qin family. However, I'm getting sick of hearing your words. A wise man submits to circumstances? I think this sentence should be directed at the Qin family instead. Chen Haishan frowned. He took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "Miss Qin, I've been trying to persuade you with kind words because I hope that the Qin family can back out of this matter. You have to know that Ling Yun has killed and injured so many people from both our families. This is already an irreconcilable blood feud. If you insist on protecting him, isn't that the same as announcing that the Qin family has chosen to go against us?" Qin Dongxue sneered. "So what if I'm going against you?" She released her vital energy and took a step forward. "You." Chen Haishan was so angry that he laughed. "Miss Qin, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Don't think that we're trying so hard to persuade you because we're afraid of the Qin family. Don't talk about the Qin family or the deity Sword Villa. If not for the Ning family backing the Qin family, do you think we would be so polite to you?" A cold light flashed in Chen Haishan's eyes. He suddenly reminded, if I remember correctly, the 18-year agreement between the Ning family and the Qin family is about to come, right? Clang. Qin Dongxue suddenly drew her sword. "Chen Haishan, you're courting death." Qin Dongxue didn't intend to make a move if Chen Haishan didn't mention the Ning family. Qin Dongshue's pretty face turned as cold as ice when she heard the words Ning family and the 18-year pact. Chen Haishan seemed to know that the negotiation was over. He deliberately provoked Qin Dongxue to draw her sword so that he could find an opportunity to take her down on the spot. Chen Haishan waved his hand fiercely. "Do it." The people from the Sun and Chen families didn't put Qin Dongxue in their eyes at all. Now that Chen Haishan gave the order, an elder in black rushed forward and pounced on Qin Dongxue. "Mr. Du, be careful, don't hurt Miss Qin." Chen Haishan exhorted as he retreated. Although he gave the order, he only wanted to force Qin Dongxue to retreat. At most, he wanted to capture Qin Dongxue temporarily so that she couldn't stand up for Ling Yun. He didn't dare to do anything to Qin Dongxue. Even though Ling Yun was the target of public criticism, the Qin family wasn't. Both the Sun and Chen families had suffered heavy casualties, so they didn't want to fight the Qin family to the death. Qin Dongxue stood with her sword and scolded coldly, "Chen Haishan, you don't have to pretend. If I was afraid of your numbers, I wouldn't have come here with you." As he spoke, Elder Du was already in front of Qin Dongxue. He paused for a moment and cupped his hands at Qin Dongxue. "Miss Qin, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for offending you." Elder Du stepped forward and extended his right hand at lightning speed towards Qin Dongshue's sword. It looked like he wanted to snatch the blade away with his bare hands. "Snatch my sword? You think you're worthy?" Qin Dongxue sneered. With a flick of her wrist, her sword vibrated. She didn't dodge or evade. With a swoosh, she slashed at Elder Du's arm. "Hee, Miss Qin, you're too careless." Elder Du was a cultivator of both internal and external cultivation. He had vigorous true qi and great stamina. He couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Qin Dongxue wanted to fight him head-on. He lowered his right arm slightly and avoided Qin Dongshue's sword. At the same time, he twisted his body and grabbed Qin Dongshue's sword with one hand. Elder Du was very confident. With his skills, as long as Qin Dongshue's sword was caught by him, it would immediately fall into his hands. Qin Dongxue was defenseless and could only wait to be captured. However, he forgot one thing. He would be struck by lightning if he pretended to be serious. Qi. Elder Du managed to grab hold of Qin Dongshue's long sword, but his palm was severed by Qin Dongshue's sword. Blood splattered everywhere. Ah. Old Man Du only felt a chill in his hand before discovering that half of his palm had been sliced off. He cried out miserably and immediately retreated. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked. Chen Haishan and Sun Tianba had brought experts at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 3 and above, and this elder Du was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5. They didn't expect Qin Dongxue to slice off his palm in just one round. Chen Haishan didn't have much time to think. He flew forward and immediately supported the old man. His hands moved like the wind and sealed 3 acupuncture points on the old man's arm to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he asked, "Mr. Du, what's going on?" Old Man Du was sweating profusely from the pain. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "Mr. Chen, be careful. This little B*****''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''''*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** fight to Qin Dongshui no matter how well-mannered he was after his hand was severed. Unbelievably strong? How is this possible? Chen Haishan was puzzled. He originally thought that Qin Dongshui had a sword that could slice through metal like mud. That was why Old Man Du fell for it. He didn't expect Old Man Du to be referring to Qin Dongshui's strength. How could a girl at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 5 be stronger than Mr. Du, who was 2 levels higher than her? No one knew that Qin Dongshui was able to do this because she cultivated the stellar condensation technique. Qin Dongshui didn't follow up with another attack. She stood at the same spot and pointed her blood-dripping sword at Old Man Du. She said coldly, "Old Man Du, if you dare to be rude to me again, I will cut off your tongue." Old Man Du was just about to curse when Chen Haishan signaled him to keep quiet. Chen Haishan suddenly turned around, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly said, "I didn't expect Miss Qin to be so skilled. Since that's the case, don't blame me for bullying you with numbers." He waved his hand. 5 tigers of the Ping family, all of you attack together." 5 burly men wielding steel knives responded and stood in 5 different directions, surrounding Qin Dongshui instantly. "Kill." There was a hint of murderous intent in this shout. It was no longer as polite as before. The 5 tigers of the Ping family used the same knife technique, but they attacked from different directions. 5 dazzling knives swept up a wave of knife light and attacked Qin Dongshui's upper, middle, and lower body. In an instant, Qin Dongshui's path of retreat was sealed. Good knife technique. But it's not enough. Qin Dongshui didn't move in the face of the 5 knives. She raised the long sword in her right hand to block. At the same time, her snow-white hand reached for the hilt of the dragon vein sword and pulled. Whoosh! The dragon vein sword was unsheathed. Qin Dongshui knew that there was going to be a fierce battle tonight. She wouldn't foolishly use her original sword to fight the enemy. She waved her left hand wildly. The dragon vein sword turned into a silver-white poisonous dragon and danced around Qin Dongshui. Clang clang, after a series of metallic clangs, the 4 knives that were attacking Qin Dongshui's upper and lower body were all left with the handle. Only the knife that was aimed at Qin Dongshui's head was still intact. It was a pity that even though the knife of the Ping family's tiger was fine, his wrist was in pain from the impact. His arm was sore and numb. He couldn't help but be shocked by Qin Dongshui's strength. What a fast sword! Chen Haishan and Sun Tianba exclaimed at the same time when they saw Qin Dongshui's dragon vein sword. A trace of greed appeared in their eyes at the same time. Everyone knew that the knives of the 5 tigers of the Ping family were treasured knives that had been tempered 100 times. Even though they couldn't be said to be able to cut through iron like mud, they were at least able to cut through a hair. How sharp was that sword? Qin Dongshui didn't pursue after 2 attacks. She took advantage of the 5 tigers of the Ping family's stunned state to jump out of their encirclement with her dragonfish phantom ability. She said coldly, "This is just a lesson. Next time, it will be your arms that will be cut off. Get out of my sight before I kill anyone." From this, one could see the difference between Qin Dongshui and Ling Yun. If it were Ling Yun, the 5 tigers of the Ping family might not even be able to keep their lives, let alone their steel blades. Ling Yun wouldn't be so courteous to his enemies. He wouldn't be merciful when he attacked. Chen Haishan and Sun Tianba suddenly looked at each other. Chen Haishan looked up to the sky and laughed. Who would have thought that Miss Qin is not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also has a godly sword that can cut through iron like mud? Without waiting for Qin Dongshui to speak, Chen Haishan's expression changed. Miss Jean, I don't mind telling you that our Chen family has already dispatched dozens of Japanese ninjas and hundreds of Blood Clan members to Tianmao Peak. If everything goes according to plan, Ling Yin would have been captured by us a long time ago. Think about it, 8 marquises of the Blood Clan, more than 100 counts of the Blood Clan, and 500 viscounts of the Blood Clan. These people could turn the entire Immortal Ridge upside down in an instant. Ling Yin wouldn't be able to escape. We're not here to talk about Ling Yin. We just hope that after we capture Ling Yin, the Qin family won't interfere in this matter anymore. Our relationship will remain the same as before. As for how to deal with Ling Yin after we capture him, that's not up to the Sun and Qin families. It's up to the heroes of the world. If Miss Qin is willing to listen to my advice, please promise me that the Qin family won't interfere in this matter anymore. Then, put down your weapon, and you can leave. We can bury the hatchet. Qin Dongshua's expression changed after hearing that. Her delicate body trembled slightly as she forcefully suppressed the tumbling blood in her heart. Of course, she knew that Ling Yin had many enemies this time, but she didn't expect so many of them. Ling Yin was in trouble. Qin Dongxue was extremely vexed. She felt that she had been too careless this time. She shouldn't have allowed Ling Yin to go to Tianmao Peak alone. Qin Dongxue gritted her teeth and pointed her sword at Chen Haishan. Chen, let me tell you, if a single hair on Ling Yin's body is harmed, the Qin family will fight to the death with the Sun and Chen families. Now, I'm going to leave. If anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being merciless. With that, Qin Dongxue didn't want to waste another second. She extended her body and flew up into the sky. Stop her. How could Chen Haishan allow Qin Dongxue to call for reinforcements for Ling Yin? Almost at the same time, he rushed into the sky and blocked Qin Dongshue's path. With a shake of his arms, he stabbed the 2 judge pens in his hands towards Qin Dongshue's chest. At the same time, Sun Tianba roared, "Everyone from the Sun family, follow me and capture Qin Dongxue alive." Instantly, more than 10 of them swarmed forward and surrounded Qin Dongxue, forcing her to retreat and land back on Tiger Cliff. Those who block me shall die. Qin Dongxue was finally angry. She roared and used the 9th killing technique with her 2 swords. TSK 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 TSK. The 5 tigers of the Ping family had the lowest realm and didn't have a suitable weapon. They were the first to suffer. 4 out of the 5 of them were stabbed by Qin Dongshue's dragon vein sword. However, once Chen Haishan joined the fray, the other experts had it much easier. Their moves were ruthless, and all of them executed their signature moves. Qin Dongxue was in a perilous situation as she was slapped on the back and slashed by a blade. Fortunately, she was protected by the golden black devilish silkworm robe. Miss Qin, you won't be able to get out. Chen Haishan was at Xiantian realm level 6, 1 realm higher than Qin Dongxue. He used his Xiantian true qi to protect himself, so he wasn't afraid of Qin Dongshue's dragon vein sword. However, Chen Haishan's joy turned to sorrow. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a few whoosh 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 sounds, followed by a few screams. Then, the sound of bowstrings vibrating could be heard from above, and a clear voice said, "Who says my aunt has to break out?" To be continued. Ling Yin rushed over from the celestial ridge, which was 100 kilometers away. From 2 kilometers away, he heard the sounds of fighting and shouting on Tiger Cliff. He stopped meditating and stood up with the golden bow in his hand. Chester flapped his wings and flew over 1,000 meters in an instant. Ling Yin could see the situation on Tiger Cliff clearly from high up in the sky. Without hesitation, he shot 3 pure silver arrows with the wind. It wasn't that Ling Yin's eyesight had suddenly improved, but it was different from the heavenly spear peak of the celestial ridge. Even though it was still night time, the street lights on the Dragon Mountain and the surrounding buildings and roads would have some weak light. These lights weren't helpful to ordinary people, but to Ling Yin, it was almost as if it was daytime. 3 arrows were shot, and none of them missed their target. Immediately, 3 experts were pierced by the arrows. 2 holes appeared on their bodies, and they fell to the ground with serious injuries. Qin Dongshue's pressure was greatly reduced, and she was pleasantly surprised. Chen Haishan and Sun Tianba were shocked by the power of Ling Yin's arrows. They looked up at the same time and saw a black dot rapidly enlarging 400 meters in the sky. It was a human-shaped bird swooping down at high speed. Ling Yin's words came true. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Even though Chester was swooping down from the sky, Ling Yan stood firmly on his back and wasn't affected at all. He didn't give anyone a chance to react and immediately shot 3 more arrows, only. Someone like Ling Yan, who had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, could do such a decisive and ruthless move. To kill was to kill, without hesitation, without mercy, and without any nonsense. Chi, chi, chi. Clang, clang, clang. Ling Yan swooped down from the sky. He had the geographical advantage and the speed of lightning. The 3 arrows were wrapped in the bloodlust and murderous aura from the celestial ridge, and they arrived in front of the experts from the Sun and Chen families almost instantly. 2 sharp, ice-cold arrows once again pierced through the bodies of 2 experts, completely destroying their bodily functions. The 2 of them widened their eyes in horror and died on the spot, not even having the time to scream. Only the sharp arrow that was shot toward Xianxia was hurriedly shaken away by the magistrate pen in his hand with all his strength. Clang, the arrow flew away to who knows where. However, Ling Yan didn't stop after killing 5 people in a row. He pulled out the devil's blade when he was dozens of meters above the ground and slashed at the people surrounding Qin Dongxue. The 20-meter-long, pitch-black saber aura transformed into a terrifying saber screen. Layer upon layer, it slashed at Xianxia and the other experts with the weight of Mount Tai. Retreat. Xianxia mustered all the true qi in his body and crossed his magistrate brush above his head to block Ling Yan's saber energy. At the same time, he shouted and retreated. Ling Yan's attack was too ferocious. 6 arrows and 1 blade, and he didn't pause in between. Furthermore, they were all completed in one go while Chester was getting closer and closer. It wasn't something that Xianxia and the others could defend against. Everyone was horrified and retreated swiftly. Shua, Ling Yan jumped down from Chester's back and stood in front of Qin Dongxue. At the same time, he ordered Chester coldly, "Chester, kill them. Don't let anyone escape." When Chester was in Beijing, he could fight evenly with a Xiantian Realm Level 7 Japanese ninja. Now that there were no Xiantian Realm Level 7 experts here, Ling Yan naturally didn't have to worry about him anymore. Qin Dongxue couldn't help but stare at Ling Yan, who appeared like a god in front of her. She was ecstatic to see Ling Yan unscathed, but at the same time, she was shocked. It had been close to 3 months since they first met. However, this was the first time that Qin Dongxue witnessed Ling Yan in action. How domineering, fierce, and merciless he was. To Qin Dongxue, who came from an aristocratic family and had been cultivating diligently since she was young, this was too much of a shock. "Auntie, are you hurt?" Ling Yan scanned Qin Dongxue with his divine sense after he landed. He immediately found out that Qin Dongxue had suffered internal injuries. His heart ached, and he quickly took out 2 healing talismans. However, he remembered that Qin Dongxue was wearing the golden black devilish silkworm garment, so he had no choice but to put them away. He grabbed Qin Dongxue's hand tightly and channeled true qi to her. "It's just 2 palms. It's fine with the protection of the garment." Qin Dongxue's heart trembled when Ling Yan grabbed her hand. She instinctively wanted to retract her hand, but Ling Yan was too strong. She couldn't pull her hand away successfully, so she could only give up and let Ling Yan heal her with a blushing face. Qin Dongxue had the Xiantian True Qi, the golden black devilish silkworm garment, and the stellar condensation technique. Ling Yan knew that Qin Dongshue's injuries were fine, but who was Qin Dongxue? Ling Yan wouldn't let anyone touch a single hair on her body, let alone 2 palms. Since these people are courting death, I'll send them on their way. An enemy was an enemy. Ling Yan didn't care who they were. He announced the death penalty for all the enemies on Tiger Cliff. Ah. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 blood-curdling screams came from the battle. Chester didn't have a chance to attack at all in the Immortal Ridge, and he had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now that he was at Dragon Mountain, he could finally vent his anger. He maintained his bird form and flew through the crowd like a ferocious tiger. Very quickly, he tore the 2 Xiantian Realm Masters from the Sun family apart. Qin Dongxue looked at Chester's frenzied expression and felt as though she had seen hell on earth. She wanted to vomit and couldn't accept such a bloody battle scene. Ling Yan laughed in his heart, but he also sighed to himself. Even though Auntie was at Xiantian Realm Level 5, she had too little experience in real battles. Qin Dongxue wouldn't be able to eat for a few days if she saw Ling Yan's bloody scene at Tianmao Peak. Auntie, you're too merciful to your enemies. Ling Yan treated Qin Dongshue's internal injuries very quickly. Without waiting for Qin Dongshue's reply, he flew into the battle. Raging heaven and earth. Qiankuan slash. Ling Yan's figure didn't even wait to land on the ground before the devil's blade in his hand made 2 consecutive moves. The huge black blade moved horizontally and vertically, forming a slanted cross in the night sky. In an instant, 6 people screamed and died, 2 slashes, 6 lives, 5 arrows, and 2 killed by Chester. All 13 of them were dead the moment Ling Yan arrived. Ling Yan, I didn't expect you to be so cruel. Chen Haishan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He dodged Ling Yan's raging sky and forcefully blocked Ling Yan's slash. He was sent flying more than 10 meters away. After stumbling and regaining his footing, he realized that all the people he brought were dead. He immediately cursed. Bullying with numbers and injuring my auntie is enough for you to die 100 times. I've only returned the favor with 2 slashes, and you're already anxious? Ling Yan sneered. Bam. On the other side, Sun Tianba jumped out of the battle with Chester and landed beside Chen Haishan. His eyes were filled with doubt, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ling Yan kept his blade, but his steps didn't stop. He walked straight towards the 2 of them and said coldly, I've already told you that I'll be waiting for you at the Celestial Ridge's Heavenly Spear Peak, but you still came to Qingshui City to cause trouble. What can I do about it? Chen Haishan was shocked by Ling Yan's strength. He circulated his true qi with all his might to guard against Ling Yan. At the same time, he asked fearfully, You came from the Celestial Ridge? Then, where are the Blood Clan? Chen Haishan wouldn't believe that Ling Yan could escape from the encirclement of so many Blood Clan members. Ling Yan's words almost scared him to the point that he fell to the ground. The Blood Clan? I've already killed all of them, and they're already on their way to hell. They're waiting for you. Oh, by the way, those ninjas were also killed by me. What? Chen Haishan was dumbfounded. He looked at Ling Yan as though he was looking at a monster. Suddenly, he exchanged glances with Sun Tianba and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Run. Run? How could he run? Chen Haishan had just leaped back, but before he could land, Ling Yan had already appeared in front of him and slashed with his blade. Ah! Chen Haishan was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly raised the judge's pen in his hand to block Ling Yan's attack. However, his body was sent flying dozens of meters away. He landed heavily on a rock and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Yan could kill Xiantian Realm Level 7 Masters in seconds, let alone Chen Haishan who was at Xiantian Realm Level 6. On the other side, Sun Tianba was naturally blocked by Chester. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape because he wasn't as fast as Chester. The Sun and Chen families were arrogant when they faced Qin Dongxue, but they were beaten to a pulp the moment Ling Yan arrived. They didn't even have a chance to retaliate. Ling Yan's speed was so fast that Chen Haishan couldn't even react. He struck a few of Chen Haishan's acupoints with his fingers. He bent his body and pressed his right palm on Chen Haishan's chest. Absorption. Chen Haishan watched in horror as Ling Yan absorbed the Xiantian true qi into his body. My Chen family won't let you off. Chen Haishan roared. Likewise, I won't let your Chen family off either. Oh, right, and the Sun family. Ling Yan said coldly with an indifferent expression. Ling Yan, don't kill him. He's Chen Haishan from the Chen family. Qin Dongxue flew over and couldn't help but remind Ling Yan. Oh? Then he deserves to die even more. By the time Ling Yan finished his sentence, he had absorbed enough energy. With a sudden push of his palm, he killed Chen Haishan on the spot. After killing Chen Haishan, Ling Yan turned his head and saw that Chester was still fighting with Sun Tianba. Frowning, he flew into the air and landed a punch on Sun Tianba's back. Bam! This punch caused Sun Tianba to spit out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and could no longer get up. Kill! Chester heard Ling Yan's call and rushed over. He punched Sun Tianba a dozen times in a row and killed him. Qin Dongxue covered her face and didn't dare to look. She had never imagined such a massacre. Chester, throw all the corpses into the crater to feed the fishes. Ling Yun said. The immortal doctor had made it to the 22nd place. Continue asking for monthly votes. To be continued. Ling Yun, why did you kill them all? Qin Dongxue knew that Ling Yun was ruthless, but she didn't expect him to be this ruthless. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Yun was raised by her sister, Qin Dongxue would have thought that Ling Yun was a homicidal maniac. Even Qin Dongxue had such thoughts. One could imagine how terrifying Ling Yun was in the eyes of his enemies. Ling Yun looked at the worried Qin Dongxue and smiled. Auntie, do you think it's better to let them go if we don't kill them? Or should we injure them and let them recover so that they can take revenge on us with stronger enemies? Qin Dongxue was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Ling Yun smiled faintly and grabbed Qin Dongshue's hand. He led her slowly to the edge of Tiger Cliff, leaning against the railing as he looked down at the quiet lake. Qin Dongxue blushed inexplicably, and her heart was beating like a drum. Auntie, I noticed the situation below when I arrived. It seems like one person's hand was cut off, and 4 other people's weapons were cut off by your dragon vein sword. Is that right? Ling Yun said suddenly. Ling Yun's eyes were like lightning, and he had divine sense. He could roughly determine the situation before Qin Dongxue was besieged. Qin Dongxue didn't have the domineering aura of an elder anymore. She seemed to know what Ling Yun was going to say. She lowered her head and blushed like a little girl who had done something wrong. Auntie, I don't even need to think to know that a fight broke out because of a disagreement. Since we can't reason with each other, we can only resolve it with our strength. Ling Yun pinched Qin Dongshue's soft, delicate hand and continued speaking nonchalantly. Ling Yun raised his left hand and waved his fist fiercely. But since we've already fought, why should we be nice to the enemy? Are we just trying to scare them? This is a battle of life and death, not a martial arts competition that will stop at the end of the match. The 9th killing sword technique is a sword technique that focuses on killing to the extreme. From the day the sword technique was created, it only had one purpose, and that was to kill. Wherever the tip of the sword points, it is invincible. If I use the 9th killing sword art, but the killing intent in my heart doesn't reach its peak, the 9th killing sword art will lose its soul, and the sword technique's effect will be greatly reduced. Ling Yun told Qin Dongxue about the ultimate sword Dao that he had comprehended. That was what he said. Of course, that was what he had always done. Qin Dongxue blushed and nodded silently. At the same time, she was thinking about the gains and losses of this battle. If you injure the enemy will definitely hold a grudge against you. In your eyes, you have spared the enemy's life, but what about the enemy? That's the hatred of losing my hand. If you spare him, he'll spend the next countless days and nights thinking about how to take revenge on you. Then we won't have to do anything. We'll just have to be on guard against our enemies coming to take revenge on us. Also, even if we are powerful and aren't afraid of them taking revenge, what about the people around us? Where was Ling Yu? Qin family servants, where are the children? Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to us. Qin Dongxue listened to Ling Yun quietly. Her hair stood on end as she listened. She was filled with remorse and couldn't help but shiver. That's right, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. Seeing that Qin Dongxue had more or less accepted his point of view, Ling Yun smiled faintly and continued. Auntie, think about it. You were kind to them, but when they surrounded you, which one of them didn't use their most ruthless moves? Which one of them showed mercy to you? If I didn't arrive in time and you were caught by them, think about the consequences. How would they deal with you? What do you want me to do then? What do you want Ling Yu to do? What do you want the Qin family to do? Qin Dongxue couldn't refute Ling Yun's words. She had practiced swordsmanship for more than 20 years. Today, she finally understood why she fought and why she killed. Now, the Sun and Shen families and I are irreconcilable. Even if you have a kind heart and can't bear to kill mercilessly, I will be the one to kill sooner or later. They brought so many people to lure you out. It's obvious that they want to harm you. But auntie, you only broke one of their hands and cut off their weapons. From Ling Yun's point of view, Qin Dongshue's actions were almost comical. Qin Dongxue lowered her head even more and argued pitifully, but auntie has never killed anyone before. Ling Yan bent over slightly and turned his head to look at Qin Dongshua's blushing cheeks. Oh, so that's how it is. I remember someone telling me in a domineering manner not long ago that he would accompany me to kill all over the world. Ling Yan chuckled. Alright, Qin Dongxue couldn't take it anymore after Ling Yan's lecture. She was embarrassed and angry. She raised her head and glared at him. Rascal, Auntie will let you show off a little because you arrived in time. Are you done yet? You're going against the heavens, are you itching for a beating again? Big brother Yun was instantly in trouble. He dared to go against the heavens and the earth. He dared to challenge the entire ancient martial arts world, but Qin Dongxue didn't listen to him. He had to listen obediently when she unleashed her power. Ling Yan was speechless. Women are really unreasonable, he argued softly. Auntie, I'm just worried about you. I'm afraid that you'll be at a disadvantage. Qin Dongshue's pretty face was flushed. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. That pure and beautiful smile was like a flower that bloomed in the night sky, brightening the entire tiger cliff. I'll let you off today. If you dare to point fingers at me again, I'll teach you a lesson. Qin Dongxue pouted coquettishly. At the same time, she quietly withdrew her hand from Ling Yan's hand. However, her heart was surging with emotions. She was instantly alerted and suppressed. This restlessness. Ling Yan won't dare to do it again. Auntie is right, Ling Yan hurriedly sucked up to her. At the same time, he raised his head and said, if it were me, I would have killed as many as I could. Even if I couldn't, I would have made them lose their ability to fight and pose no threat to me. Negotiating with them is like asking a tiger for its skin. There's no need at all. Qin Dongxue tried her best to suppress the inexplicable emotions in her heart. But you killed Chen Haishan's and Sun Tianba's subordinates. Why did you kill them too? They were important figures in the Chan and Sun families. At least you could have gotten some information from them. She asked. Qin Dongxue noticed that Ling Yan didn't give the other party a chance to speak at all. That was why she found it hard to believe. Ling Yan laughed coldly. Auntie, do you know what kind of enemies I met in the Celestial Ridge? The Blood Clan, hundreds of them. They covered the sky and covered the earth. They were so densely packed that I almost vomited. Qin Dongxue was stunned. She didn't expect Ling Yan to kill his way out of the encirclement of hundreds of Blood Clan members to save her. Every Viscount is at least at Xiantian realm level 7. These dead people are nothing compared to the hundreds of Blood Clan members. Qin Dongxue was extremely shocked. She couldn't help but imagine how terrible the outcome would be if she were surrounded by so many Blood Clan members. She would probably be torn into pieces in an instant. At that thought, Qin Dongxue looked at Ling Yan carefully and asked worriedly, then how did you come back? Are you injured? Ling Yan raised his head slightly and said arrogantly, Auntie might not know this, but the Blood Clan may seem exceptionally strong to ordinary ancient martial artists, but to me, they're just a bunch of ants. I can kill and trample on them at will. Didn't I say it just now? I killed every single one of them. Qin Dongxue recalled that Ling Yan did say that he killed all the Blood Clan members and ninjas, but she didn't expect it to be true. However, that wasn't important now. Ling Yan was standing by her side, safe and sound. That was all that mattered to Qin Dongxue. Auntie, no matter what, I'll do my best to kill all the enemies who came to find trouble with me. I'll deal with them as they come. There's no need to ask for any information or take any hostages. Ling Yan continued. Bam bam. Chester threw the last 2 corpses into the crater and flew back to Ling Yan and Qin Dongxue. Honorable boss, I've thrown them into the crater to feed the fishes. Ling Yan nodded. Chester, I think most of the Blood Clan that came to Qingshui City have been wiped out by me. Why don't you transform into a bat tonight and circle around Qingshui City a few more times? Keep an eye out for any suspicious characters. He turned to Qin Dongxue and said, Auntie, it seems like there's nothing for us to do tonight. Let's go home. Qin Dongxue responded, and the two of them flew up at the same time. Using their qinggong, they went down the mountain along the path of Dragon Mountain. Wow, tonight's night is really beautiful. After Chester waited for the two of them to descend the mountain, he stuck out his tongue and licked his fangs. Then, he soared into the sky above Qingshui City. Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue flew side by side. Rascal, do you know that you're super popular now? Ling Yun knew that Qin Dongxue was talking about his magic on TV. That was within his expectations. That's normal. How else would I become popular? Qin Dongxue chuckled and said pretentiously. Qin Dongxue smiled meaningfully and said coquettishly, but if you want to perform magic, then so be it. Why do you have to give the statue to the female protagonist? Ling Yun was feeling proud at first, but he suddenly realized that Qin Dongshue's tone wasn't right. His heart skipped a beat, and he stole a glance at Qin Dongxue. Hee, auntie, are you jealous? If you like it, I'll carve 8 or 10 for you later. Qin Dongxue blushed and said faintly, I'm not jealous, but there are a lot of people who are. Ling Yun and Qin Dongxue returned to mansion number 1 and found the brightly lit living room empty. He was a little confused. What's going on? Qin Dongxue rolled her eyes at him. Can't you see what time it is? It's almost 1 in the morning. I'm going to change. With that, the tip of his foot tapped the ground, and he disappeared. Big brother Yun. A white shadow flashed by, and Bai Xian'er's beautiful figure appeared in the living room like a bolt of lightning. She burrowed into Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun hugged Bai Xian'er's soft body and smiled. Where did Xian'er go? Bai Xian'er wrapped her arms around Ling Yun's neck and blinked. I was in the backyard just now. The Blood Clan was really fun, hee hee. Ling Yun was speechless. Xian'er was indeed Xian'er. Only she would dare to say that the terrifying Blood Clan was fun. Only she would dare to approach the Blood Clan with the intention of playing with them. But Paul and the rest were probably in trouble. What did you do? Ling Yun pulled Bai Xian'er to sit on the sofa, holding her soft and tender hands as he asked with a doting expression. Bai Xian'er blushed and lowered her head. I didn't do much. I just practiced my Fire Fox Flame technique and Red Flame Heaven Burning Palm. Xian'er, you can train, but don't go overboard. I still have a use for Chen Jianwei, and Chen Senator will be in trouble if you accidentally kill them. Ling Yun almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard that. He frowned and said, Xian'er, you can train, but don't go overboard. Bai Xian'er stuck out her lilac tongue and made a face. I know. I'm just bored. Whoosh. A tiny golden shadow flashed in the air and flew in front of Ling Yun and Bai Xian'er. It circled around and landed cautiously on Bai Xian'er's shoulder. It was the supreme-grade golden silkworm, Xiaojin. Bai Xian'er and Miao Xiao Miao had been getting along well these days. Xiaojin was no longer afraid of Bai Xian'er. Xiaojin, you're being naughty again. Bai Xian'er turned her head slightly and her gaze landed on the chubby little gold on her shoulder. She gently lifted her left hand and grabbed it, holding it in her palm. Gigi, Goldie didn't seem to like being held by Bai Xian'er like this. It struggled with all its might, twisting its thumb-sized chubby body, its golden eyes darting around. Let me play with it. Ling Yun was amused and reached out to grab Little Gold from Bai Xian'er's hands. However, before she could touch Little Gold escaped from her hands and flew far away. When it felt that it was safe, it stopped in the air, turned around, and flapped its wings at Ling Yun, baring its fangs and claws in an adorable manner. Ling Yun glared while Bai Xian'er giggled. Who told you to only bully Xiaojin? It would be strange if he let you catch him. Miao Xiao Miao walked down the stairs from the 2nd floor in an emerald green dress. Her beautiful face had a teasing smile, and her eyes were slightly squinted like the crescent moon in the sky. Ling Yun praised Miao Xiao Miao in his heart. Miao Xiao Miao was becoming more and more like a city girl. Moreover, the refreshing aura of nature that she originally carried about her had not lessened at all. She had perfectly combined the aura of nature and the charm of a city girl. That kind of charm that was faintly discernible in her purity could drive any man crazy. Miao Xiao Miao's smile disappeared when she saw Ling Yun staring at her wantonly. What are you looking at? Ling Yun laid back on the soft sofa, raised his right hand, and pointed at himself with his thumb. He smiled cheekily and said, This super magician is thinking about how to perfectly express your beauty on the sculpture. Miao Xiao Miao laughed and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. You're so smug. Isn't it just an ice sculpture? Who cares? However, Miao Xiaomiao's face revealed an imperceptible smile even though she said that. She seemed to be very happy. No girl would reject being praised for her beauty, and Miao Xiaomiao was no exception. However, that smile disappeared so quickly that even Ling Yun didn't notice it. He saw Miao Xiaomiao's slender and sexy body sink into the sofa opposite him. Now you know your mistake? Let me tell you, it's too late. You've chosen the wrong target to coax me. The main characters are upstairs. Miao Xiaomiao pursed her lips and raised her hand to point lightly at the second floor. Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yin saw Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining appear at the corner of the stairs. However, the two of them did not walk down the stairs. Instead, they bent down slightly and looked at Ling Yin in the living room with concern. Shanshan, Ning Er, you guys aren't asleep yet? Ling Yin was slightly embarrassed. He waved at the two of them and greeted them. After confirming that Ling Yun was not injured, Chao Shanshan and Shui Mining's hearts calmed down. Letting out a humph in unison, they straightened their slender waists and disappeared from the staircase. Ugh, listening to the footsteps of the stairs, Ling Yin maintained his posture of waving his hand and a bright smile on his face. However, in his heart, he knew that he was in trouble. It seemed like the two of them were really jealous. It was just an ice sculpture. Big Brother can make hundreds of them at any time. Bai Xianer and Miao Xiaomiao giggled at Ling Yun's awkward expression. Their hot bodies rocked back and forth, shaking like a flower. Ahem, ahem. Ling Yun stopped smiling and coughed violently, interrupting their laughter. He looked at Miao Xiaomiao and asked, "All right, let's get down to business. Did you find any clues or traces of them?" Ling Yun was naturally asking about Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. It was a great humiliation for him to lose both of them right under his nose. Ling Yan had asked Miao Xiaomiao to use Xiao Jin's ability to fly to search the sky above Xingshui City for traces of the two of them. Miao Xiaomiao's face darkened instantly. No, Xiao Jin has searched the entire sky above Xingshui City for the past 2 days but didn't find any clues. Ling Yan's heart sank as he asked, "Is there no news at all?" Miao Xiaomiao frowned. "I'm guessing that they aren't in Xingshui City right now." As for news, there was news from the Public Security Bureau. What did they say? They retrieved the surveillance footage from the traffic department that night and noticed a blue sedan driving west, then north, all the way to the Qingshui River, then along Linjiang Road, all the way to the west, out of Qingshui City. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Yi Xingchen, had only destroyed the surveillance cameras at the 2 intersections when she was capturing Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. Ling Yin frowned and thought for a while. He went west along the Qingshui River? That's a mountainous area outside of Qingshui City. Could they have been kidnapped there? He carefully pondered for a while, then suddenly raised his head and said, "Did the camera capture the people in the car?" Miao Xiaomiao shook her head lightly. It was raining heavily at that time, but the car's windshield wipers weren't turned on. Furthermore, the speed was very fast, so we couldn't see the people in the car at all. I think the two of them should be safe now. If they really wanted to kill them, they could have done so on the spot. There was no need to kidnap them out of the city. Ling Yin fell silent. Let Xiao Jin search the mountainous area northwest of Qingshui City. Let's see if we can find any clues. With that, Ling Yin took out the mysterious gourd and a small jade bottle. He filled the small jade bottle with dragon saliva before putting away the mysterious gourd and waving at Xiao Jin. "Good Xiao Jin, you've worked hard these 2 days. But I can't let you work hard for nothing. Big Brother Yun has dragon saliva as a reward." Little Gold had already landed on Miao Xiaomiao's shoulder. It flapped its wings and stared fixedly at the small jade bottle in Ling Yan's hand. It couldn't wait to immediately fly over and feast on the bottle. "Oh, now you know how good Xiao Jin is? Ling Yun, you really won't release the eagle until you see the rabbit." Miao Xiaomiao rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. She snatched the small jade bottle from Ling Yan's hand and kept it carefully. Ling Yan knew that he was in the wrong. He laughed and pretended not to hear anything. No matter what, he finally heard some news about the two of them. Ling Yan felt a little more at ease. He asked the two of them softly, "Are you guys resting tonight or cultivating?" "Cultivating, of course," the two of them replied in unison. "Oh, it's getting late. You guys should go cultivate." "I'll go upstairs to take a look," Ling Yan stood up hurriedly and left a sentence behind. Then, he hurried to the second floor under the gazes of the two of them. He went straight to Xue Mining's room. Big Brother Yun pushed the door, but it didn't open. He could only knock on the door. Ning Er, are you asleep? I'm asleep. Xue Mining's angry voice came from the room. Big Brother Yun knew immediately that she was hiding behind the door. Hee, you can still hear me when you're asleep? Open the door. I'm not opening it, I'm not opening it. Humph. Ning Er is angry. Xue Mining resisted the urge to open the door for Ling Yun and said angrily. Tears were already welling up in her eyes. Oh, then I'm leaving. I'm going back to Immortal Ridge to fight. Ling Yun said calmly. He was confident that the door would open after he said that. Sure enough, before he could even finish his sentence, the door to the room burst open with a bang. The little demon girl was dressed in a loose and comfortable silk nightgown. She stood at the door with her hands on her hips, looking aggrieved and angry. Ling Yan's body shook violently when he saw Xue Mining. He almost had a nosebleed on the spot. He stared straight at Xue Mining and swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. It couldn't be helped, because the little demon girl was dressed too skimpily. It seemed like she was only wearing a low-cut silk nightgown from head to toe. The hem of the nightgown perfectly covered her perfectly round bosom. Her long, snow-white legs were tightly pressed together, forming an alluring straight line. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that Xue Mining wasn't wearing any underwear. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to PM. Read. To be continued. Under the contrast of the red silk nightgown, Xue Mining's exposed skin was snow-white and dazzling, giving Ling Yan a strong visual impact. What are you looking at? Xue Mining didn't seem to realize that her skin was exposed. Instead, she placed her hands on her hips and said angrily. I'm looking at you. Ling Yan swallowed his saliva and took a step forward. He was less than half a foot away from Xue Mining now. Both of them could feel the heat from each other's body. Xue Mining didn't even take half a step back. Instead, she purposely puffed out her chest and stared at Ling Yan with her well-defined eyes. Humph, what are you looking at me for? You said you were going to perform magic, but you had to carve an ice sculpture for someone. You're basically using this opportunity to pick up girls. Ning Er, you must be thinking too much. Ning Er is so beautiful that I can't even bear to dote on you. Why would I go and sculpt an ice sculpture for someone else? Ling Yan chuckled as he leaned forward and bent his waist slightly, his face almost touching Xue Mining's as he said shamelessly, Ning Er, you must be overthinking it. Big Brother Yun shamelessly refused to admit it and lied through his teeth. Only a fool would admit to it at such a time. Being so close to Ling Yan, Xue Mining couldn't help but lean forward slightly. Ling Yan decided to move his gaze downwards and admire the snow-white scenery inside through her collar. Pervert. Feeling the hot breath from Ling Yan's nostrils landing on her chest, the little demon girl's face instantly turned red. She could only take a step back as she scolded Ling Yan in a hypocritical manner. Whatever you say, haha, Ling Yan laughed heartily as he extended his arm and hugged Ning Er's delicate body. He pulled her into his embrace with all his might. Bang! His left hand directly closed the door, isolating it from the outside world. Ning Er's room had become his private territory. Xue Mining struggled instinctively as she was hugged by Ling Yan. Her little fists were like raindrops as she pounded on Ling Yan's chest. However, the more she struggled, the tighter she got. However, even though little demon girl was struggling, she was still mesmerized by the manly aura emanating from Ling Yan's body. Her face turned even redder as her breathing quickened. Gently placing Xue Mining on the bed, Ling Yan bent over and kissed her on the lips. Woo, the little demon girl's face was as red as blood. Even though she wanted to dodge at first, her lips were still captured by Ling Yan in the end. She quickly calmed down from struggling and finally lost herself in Ling Yan's overbearing and passionate kiss. How could you coax a woman without using your tongue? Big Brother Yin knew this better than anyone else. He knew the little demon girl's weakness even better. Half a minute later, Ling Yan lifted his head and left the little demon girl's fragrant lips. Staring at the blushing and panting little demon girl, he said, "So delicious, bastard. Big baddie." The little demon girl opened her eyes wide and stared at Ling Yun, scolding him insincerely. However, the fierce look in her eyes was no longer there. It was more like she was acting coquettishly. Hee, it's not bad enough." In an instant, the bedroom was filled with the light of spring. "Big brother Yun, why did you carve an ice sculpture for Su Lingfei? You haven't even carved one for us." The little demon girl had long lost her temper after a round of torment. However, she was still a little unwilling and asked with jealousy. Ling Yun knew that it was enough to coax her. Otherwise, he might have eaten Ning Er tonight. Eating her was definitely out of the question. Even if he wanted to eat her, he had to find a private space. Otherwise, even though others might not be sure, Ling Yun was 100% sure that many people would eavesdrop. That vixen, especially by Xianxia, would definitely use her divine sense to peek. Ling Yun flipped over and sat up. At the same time, he reluctantly tugged on the little demon girl's skirt to cover her most seductive part. Then, he smiled and said, "I didn't do that show just to announce that I will be in the Celestial Ridge for a few days. I also wanted to show some of my strength to tell those who want to join in on the fun, to let them know if they have the strength to do so. Don't send yourself to your death just to join in the fun." It wasn't just for publicity. It was mainly for deterrence. That was Ling Yun's goal. The little demon girl sat up with a blushing face. She quietly pulled her shoulder strap back to her shoulders and slightly tidied up her clothes. Shui Mining was extremely smart. Of course, she knew that Ling Yun would definitely come to her room. Therefore, after returning to the bedroom from the staircase, she purposely changed into this sexy nightgown and even sprayed some perfume on her body. There was no other reason than to feel Ling Yun and not let him ignore her. There were already many women around Ling Yun. The little demon girl knew that she couldn't chase them away. All she could do was fight for a better place in Ling Yun's heart. This was her own intention, as well as the thoughts of the beauties around Ling Yun. "Then why don't you show off your knife skills?" The little demon girl thought of Ling Yun in hindsight. At the same time, she also wanted to cover up her embarrassment. Ling Yun was amused. He gently pinched the tip of Shui Mining's nose and laughed. "Are you treating your big brother Ling Yun as a monkey? It's obviously magic, but you're playing with a knife on stage. Aren't you crazy?" Shui Mining giggled as she trembled. "Big brother Ling Yun, are you really going to the Immortal Ridge tonight?" Ling Yun hurriedly shook his head. "Of course not. Do you think I'm stupid enough to stay in the wilderness for a night? If anyone wants to find me, let them. I'm here every night to accompany my good Ning Er. What's important is that I come back every night to accompany my good Ning Er." This sentence made Shui Mining's heart burst with joy. Finally, she didn't mention the ice sculpture anymore. "Big brother Ling Yun, how were you at the Immortal Ridge? Did you meet any enemies?" Ling Yun smiled and briefly told Shui Mining about what happened at the Immortal Ridge. This little demon girl was so shocked that she couldn't stop screaming. While they were chatting, Ling Yun's hands were naturally not idle. He began to grope the little demon girl, causing her delicate body to wriggle like a snake. Her heart was in turmoil. "Ning Er." Ling Yun suddenly stared at the little demon girl's face with a passionate gaze. "Hmm?" The little demon girl was enjoying Ling Yun's tenderness when she suddenly heard Ling Yun call her. She immediately opened her eyes. Ling Yun smiled mischievously. "Ning Er, why don't I stay here tonight? I'll hug you to sleep. When they're all asleep, we'll..." Shui Mining's delicate body trembled, and her heart beat wildly. She was secretly delighted, but she was also extremely flustered. She hurriedly lowered her head and said, "Big brother Ling Yun, you're so naughty, don't." "Then when?" "I have to think about it carefully," Shui Mining said reservedly and shyly. Of course, Ling Yun didn't make such an unreliable request on a whim. In fact, he actually wanted to advance in order to retreat. There was still Xianxia in the room. Ling Yun nodded and floated down from the bed. He stood up and said, "Then Ning Er, rest early. I'm going to cultivate." The little demon girl also hurriedly got down from the bed and stood up to straighten Ling Yun's clothes. Then, she took the initiative to give Ling Yun a kiss. She said coquettishly, okay, big brother Ling Yun, hurry up and cultivate. I wasn't angry at you in the first place, hee. The lioness instantly became an obedient kitten. Was this the charm of love? After sending Ling Yun out of the bedroom, Xianxia's smile froze on her face. She muttered to herself, he was obviously going to look for big sister Xianxia, but he still coaxed her by saying that he was going to cultivate. Did he really think that I didn't know? Ling Yun, of course, immediately went to the door of Xianxia's room. However, he didn't knock on the door. Instead, he used telepathy and asked, Xianxia, are you asleep? Different personalities meant different ways of dealing with situations. Xianxia was much gentler than Xianxia. Furthermore, the two of them had returned from Beijing together. They were in the midst of tenderness and sweetness. Therefore, Xianxia would definitely take the initiative to open the door. Indeed, Ling Yun didn't have to wait for long. The door opened silently. Xianxia's radiance shone brightly, and with a smile on her face, she gently reached out and pulled Ling Yun in. Then, she closed the door like a thief. Ning Er didn't make things difficult for you, right? Xianxia asked the moment Ling Yun entered the room with a smile. Just this one. Sentence was enough to make Ling Yun speechless. The other party had already seen through everything. What else could he say? Ling Yun, are you tired? Come, sit down and drink some water. I'll massage your shoulders. She took the initiative to pull him to a seat and brought him a cup of hot water. She stood behind him and used her soft hands to massage his shoulders. However, this kind of gentleness was much more lethal than Xianxia's fierce look. Brother Yun sat there, enjoying Xianxia's massage. He felt uneasy all over. Xianxia, He wanted to confess. You don't have to explain to me. Those things are nothing. I know that you must have gone through a bloody battle tonight. Don't think about anything else while you're here. Just relax and go back to have a good sleep. Xianxia said softly. Ling Yan's heart was suddenly relieved. He raised his head and looked at Xianxia's gentle smile. He thought to himself, gentleness is the real killer. You can't miss this exciting show. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for me at Qidian. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please go to PM. Read. To be continued. Xianxia, your massage technique is not bad. Who did you learn it from? Ling Yun enjoyed Xianxia's massage. He felt that her hands were soft and tender. She had perfect control over the acupuncture points on his head. Her massage technique was even better than Yaorou's. Xianxia smiled. I used to give my grandpa massages when my family was fine. I even learned it from a famous teacher. Ling Yun came to a sudden realization and said, no wonder. I only pressed for a while and I felt something different. Different from who? Xianxia stopped what she was doing and leaned over to look into his eyes. She asked with a mischievous look. But this way, Xianxia's lower abdomen was pressed against Ling Yun's head. At the same time, Ling Yun felt that his head was slightly pressed against two soft and bouncy lumps. Following the principle of not taking advantage of others, Ling Yun quietly sat back and straightened his upper body. He was only satisfied when he felt the soft and bouncy lumps. Scoundrel. Xianxia, of course, felt Ling Yun's intention. She blushed and purposely bent down. The intimacy between the two of them was nothing. This lass is trying to seduce me again, Ling Yun was secretly pleased. He did not forget to answer Xianxia's question. Yes. Yaorou and Xian'er have massaged me a few times, but their techniques are not as good as yours. Xianxia pursed her lips and pressed her body down again. She said softly, aren't you afraid that I'll be jealous? This time, Ling Yan's head was completely surrounded by the two lumps of softness. He thought to himself that this kind of massage was still the best. He deliberately shook his head and rubbed it with all his might. Aren't the two of us together now? Xianxia was extremely uncomfortable from Ling Yan's rubbing. If this continued, she would not be able to stand anymore. She was so frightened that she quickly stood up. Ling Yun, you're so bad. You're taking advantage of me. You're the one who delivered yourself to me, okay? Brother Yun was innocent as he continued to enjoy Xianxia's massage. After a while, he suddenly said, Xianxia, do you know who I killed tonight? Xianxia asked curiously, who? Xianxia. If I remember correctly, he should be your uncle, right? What? Xianxia is dead? Xianxia was shocked and ran in front of Ling Yun. Yup, he and Sun Tianbiao from the Sun family wanted to capture my auntie. I killed them just now and threw them into the crater. I'm guessing they've turned into fish feces by now, right? Great. Everyone from the Chen family deserves to die. Xianxia had a deep-rooted hatred for the Chen family. When she heard that Xianxia had been killed by Ling Yun, her blood boiled and she almost clapped and cheered. Ling Yun, thank you for avenging our Chao family. She couldn't help but hug his neck and give him a big kiss on the cheek. Ling Yun was speechless. But he's your uncle. Don't you blame me at all? Uncle? Don't mention uncle to me. My grandpa, my dad, my brother, and everyone else in the Chao family can't wait to skin the Chen family alive. My grandpa and the rest would be so happy if they knew about this. At the mention of the Chen family, Xianxia gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Yun kept Qin Jianwei and Qin Sun alive, Xianxia would have beheaded them herself. Why would she have endured until now? Ling Yun pulled Xianxia to sit on his thighs. Smelling the fragrance of Xianxia's body, he smiled and said, then I'm relieved. Do you want a reward? Xianxia asked shyly. She lowered her head and looked at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes. Reward? There's AF * king reward? Ling Yun immediately perked up and sat up straight. Wrapping his arms around Xianxia's waist, he asked excitedly, what's the reward? Xianxia bit her lower lip and started unbuttoning Ling Yun's clothes. Her face was getting redder and redder. Ling Yun was only left with a pair of black shorts after a series of rustling sounds. His muscles were streamlined, reflecting a sexy glow under the light. Go take a shower. I've already washed myself with a water talisman. Ling Yun had cultivated to the pinnacle of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique and attained the treasure body. Even so, he would habitually use the water talisman or water spirit talisman to wash his body clean before using his yang energy to dry himself after every battle. Are you going to shower or not? Xianxia asked coquettishly. Ling Yun had no choice but to carry Xianxia to the side and stand up. I'll shower, alright? I'll do whatever you say tonight. That's more like it. I'll go prepare some water for you to soak. Xianxia went to the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water could be heard. It's done. She came out after a while. Coming. Ling Yun could not wait any longer. In a flash, he appeared in front of Xianxia, scaring her. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Do you think you'll die of exhaustion if you walk a few more steps in your own home? Seriously. Ling Yun entered the bathroom and took off her clothes. She stood under the shower head for a minute before stepping into the large, white bathtub and soaking in the hot water. It's still more comfortable in my own home. The temperature of the hot water that Xianxia prepared was just right. Ling Yun laid down and moaned in comfort. After lying down for a few minutes, he heard the bathroom door open and Xianxia scream. Ah! Who told you to take off your underwear too? Ling Yun was amused. He opened his eyes and rolled his eyes at Xianxia. Big sis, I'm taking a shower. Xianxia held onto a towel and bit her lip. She stomped her feet angrily and said, You. Hurry up and close your eyes. Don't look. Ah? Ling Yun was stunned. Shouldn't you be the one who should close your eyes? However, for the sake of the reward, Ling Yun obediently closed his eyes. Xianxia's face was burning hot. Her heart was pounding. She avoided looking at Ling Yun's private parts. Finally, she gritted her teeth and went to the side of the bathtub. Don't open your eyes. Xianxia reminded Ling Yun repeatedly as she started to scrub him. Big brother Yun was in tears. Big sis, I've already taken off my pants. So the reward you were talking about was to scrub me? Just as he was thinking, he heard Xianxia's laughter. Ling Yun opened his eyes immediately and glared at her. What are you laughing at? Do you believe that I won't drag you down with me if you laugh again? This was really dragging him down. Xianxia's hands did not stop, as she continued to scrub Ling Yan's body. If you dare, you won't get the reward, okay? When Ling Yan heard this, he thought to himself, so this is a bonus, then I can rest assured. He quickly closed his eyes obediently. After 20 minutes, Xianxia thought that Ling Yan's body was clean from head to toe. Only then did she let Ling Yan stand up and go to the shower again. Then, she used a dry towel to gently wipe Ling Yan's body clean. She then pushed Ling Yan out of the bathroom. What are you doing? I'm all sweaty. Of course I have to take a shower. Get out, don't peek. Then why didn't you shower together with me just now? Ling Yan thought to himself, aren't you taking off your pants to fart? You're really making me anxious. Xianxia only giggled as her fingers pinched the first button of her shirt. Looking at her posture, she would not take off her clothes until Ling Yan left. Ling Yan could only snort and leave the bathroom hatefully. He flew directly to the bed. Hua hua hua. There was the sound of water. Finally, Xianxia walked out of the bathroom, wrapped in a snow-white towel. Her long hair was still dripping wet. Whoosh! Big Brother Yun would not wait any longer. He immediately used his dragonfish phantom ability to get off the bed and carried Xianxia back. Xianxia did not reject him anymore. She blushed and said faintly, Ling Yan, I was really jealous when you were with Zhongling on the plane. You don't have to be jealous. Ling Yan laughed evilly. The room was filled with spring. An hour later, Xianxia asked Ling Yan with some dissatisfaction, why didn't you eat me up? Ling Yan smiled and said, Xianxia, your body has not fully recovered yet. Didn't I say that if you want to practice martial arts, you have to be patient? Ling Yan thought to himself. Big Brother is about to reach the Qi cultivation stage. When I reach the Qi cultivation stage, I'll eat you up. The two of them played for a long time until Xianxia could not take it anymore and begged for mercy. Only then did Ling Yan get up and take a shower. After putting on his clothes, he tiptoed out of Xianxia's room. When she returned to her room, she saw that Tang Meng was indeed sleeping soundly on her bed. Ling Yan looked at him with disdain. However, he did not disturb his rest. Instead, he sat on the sofa and started cultivating. Ever since he mastered the absorption technique, Ling Yan had absorbed so much Xiantian true qi. He felt that he was really close to a breakthrough. To be continued. It was a quiet night. Everyone woke up early the next morning and went to the courtyard to cultivate. Ling Yan chose the same place as before and flew directly to the roof. He faced Dongfang Xiaoxia and started cultivating his stellar condensation technique. The most important thing for the stellar condensation technique was to absorb the great sun essence, the moonlight essence, and the power of billions of stars. There were no shortcuts. Ling Yan scanned the area with his divine sense and noticed that Qing Dongxue and Bai Xianer were sneaking glances at him from time to time while they were cultivating. Their gazes were inexplicably complicated. Feeling guilty, he could only focus on his cultivation and try not to provoke them. Ling Yan stayed in mansion number 1 for the entire day and didn't go anywhere else. Other than eating, drinking, and taking a dump, he guided Ning Lingyu and Miao Xiaomiao in their cultivation, hoping that they would make a breakthrough soon. Of course, Ling Yan didn't waste his time at home. He already knew how popular he was, not only on television, but also on the internet. Because the government didn't stop it this time, the video of Ling Yan's magic performance spread like wildfire on the internet. Ling Yan's reputation as a master magician spread like wildfire. He had countless fans, and his hardcore fan club had even set up a forum dedicated to Ling Yan. In just one day, Ling Yan's popularity skyrocketed, breaking the eyeballs of countless people. Before dinner, Tang Meng excitedly pulled Ling Yan into the bedroom. Big Brother Yun, you're really popular now. You've become a celebrity. Do you want me to create a Weibo account for you? Tang Meng said excitedly. Ling Yan knocked on Tang Meng's head. F***ck, do you think I want to be famous? If it wasn't to attract the attention of my enemies, why would I go to the TV station to perform magic? Get rid of that thought and don't do anything else. Tang Meng wanted to cry but no tears came out. He beat his chest and stamped his feet. My poor Silver, to Tang Meng, fame was money. As long as Ling Yun was willing to do it, he could hire a professional team to hype it up. Ling Yun would be a living money tree. What was the most valuable thing these days? Popularity. Ling Yun did not care about Tang Ming's thoughts. Since he was not short of money at the moment, he could be as popular as he wanted to be. After all, fame was just a facade and he did not care. As long as his enemies knew that he was in the Immortal Ridge, that would be enough. After dinner, Ling Yun bade farewell to Qin Dongxue and the rest and headed to the Celestial Ridge with Chester. Qin Dongxue was a little worried this time. Rascal, tonight is different from last night. Last night was an encounter, and the two waves of enemies were rushing over. After today, the enemies must be lying in ambush, waiting for you to die. She reminded Ling Yun. Ling Yun naturally thought of such a simple logic, but he didn't care. Auntie, don't worry. Even if I can't beat them in the middle of the night, I won't run away, right? Since they have set up an ambush, then I will give them a guerrilla warfare. Let's see who kills who. Qin Dongxue was worried, but she understood Ling Yun's ability. She knew that he could protect himself, so she stopped persuading him and let him go. This time, Ling Yun and Chester didn't drive. They went to Dragon Mountain first and found a dark, secluded place with few people. Chester transformed into a human-shaped bird, and Ling Yun leaped onto his back. The two of them flew straight to Celestial Ridge. Chester, after we leave the city, fly northwest first. I have to go there to take a look. Ling Yun naturally had to rush over to search since the traffic department reported that Qin Dongshue's car had gone to the northwest. It was impossible for Ling Yun not to be worried about them since they had been missing for 2 days and 2 nights. It was just that he didn't show it at home in order to maintain the morale of his troops. The two of them flew west first. After flying out of Qingshui City, they turned north and flew all the way to the Qingshui River. Then, they began a long search above the vast mountains. The mountains in the northwest of Qingshui City were different from the mountains in the Celestial Ridge. The average height wasn't more than 500 meters, and the mountains were picturesque. There were lights everywhere at night, and it was a quiet and peaceful scene. After circling the mountains once, Ling Yun realized that using this method to search for Lin Menghan and Yao Rou was like searching for a needle in a haystack. He had no choice but to temporarily give up on the search and flew diagonally into the Immortal Ridge. However, this also made Ling Yun very angry. He was determined to completely destroy the assassin's organization. Anyone who dared to touch his woman was simply courting death. Half an hour later, around 9:30 p.m., the two of them finally arrived at the Celestial Ridge. They flew directly into the mountains and landed on a mountain peak in the northwest of the Heavenly Spear Peak. "Boss, what should we do now?" Chester asked Ling Yun as soon as he landed. Ling Yun smiled faintly and said, "Aren't you tired of carrying me for such a long distance? Let's rest for a while first." With that, Ling Yun sat cross-legged and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the forest for his own use. At the same time, he didn't forget to cultivate the Supreme Green Emperor technique. In such a dense forest, cultivating the Supreme Green Emperor technique would be twice the result with half the effort. Earth wasn't the great world of cultivation. No matter what technique he cultivated, he had to choose a good place first. This was one of the most depressing things for Ling Yun. After all, the amount of spiritual energy needed in the physique tempering stage was pitifully little compared to the qi cultivation stage. Ling Yun had been cultivating so hard, using many spirit-gathering talismans, spirit stones, spiritual pills, and the like. He even had the help of the dragon saliva and absorbed so much Xiantian true qi, but he still hadn't broken through the last barrier. How was he going to survive when he reached the qi cultivation stage? Refining pills. He had to refine pills. Other than cultivating the stellar condensation technique, Ling Yun started to cultivate the Supreme Green Emperor technique for a period of time every day. This was to prepare for refining pills when he reached the qi cultivation stage. The effect of talismans was more to assist in battle, so it was considered a technique. However, pills were more used to increase a cultivator's strength and realm, so it was considered a force. The two of them rested on this peak for more than half an hour. Ling Yun felt that it was about time, so he stopped his cultivation and floated up. "My dear Chester, how was your rest? Are you ready for battle?" "Boss, I rested for the whole day." Night is the time for the Blood Clan, so I'm not tired at all. Chester laughed weirdly. Ling Yun nodded and suddenly roared into the sky. He used the mystical dragon howl and shouted, "Ling Yun is here." This shout was like the roar of a tiger or dragon. The huge echo reverberated in the surrounding valleys, causing hundreds of birds to fly away and wild beasts to run away. After shouting, Ling Yun smiled and said to Chester, "Let's wait here. There will be people coming soon. Let's fight here for a while before going to the peak of Tian Mao Peak." The peak of Tian Mao Peak was simply a specialized training ground. Ling Yun chose that as the place for the real battle. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of rushing footsteps came from the dense forest at the foot of the mountain. Ling Yun used his eyesight and could even see many black figures leaping from tree to tree like bullets. Just by looking at their qigong, he knew that they were all experts. The enemy is here. Chester, just act according to the situation and protect yourself. Ling Yun didn't say anything else after instructing Chester. He stood on a huge rock with his hands behind his back, quietly waiting for the enemy to come to him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 figures arrived in the dark. They saw Ling Yun in front of them and immediately slowed down. One of them shouted in the direction of the foot of Tian Mao Peak, "Found him, Ling Yun is here." As they spoke, the 3 of them came to a stop near Ling Yun. "I'm here." "Who are you?" Ling Yun turned around slowly with his hands behind his back. He had a calm smile on his face as he asked proudly. "Shangguan family, Shangguan Sheng. Shiman family, Shiman De. Nangong family, Nangong Song." The 3 people who arrived first reported their names according to the rules of the underworld. Ling Yun nodded and said, "Oh, you are from the 3 hidden families. I wonder why you are here too." Shangguan Sheng didn't hide anything. He asked directly, "Ling Yun, we are here to confirm a few things." Ling Yun didn't beat around the bush. "Speak." Shang Wanqing slightly frowned. He was a member of a hidden family, but after Ling Yun had called them over, he was standing on top of a huge rock, looking down on them. His attitude was also very arrogant, which made him very unhappy. Shimande and Nangong Song felt the same way. They didn't like the feeling of looking up to Ling Yun. Their faces darkened immediately. "Kid with the surname Ling, you are too arrogant. Brother Shangguan already said that we just want to confirm a few things. How dare you talk to us like that?" Ling Yun chuckled and said, "I'm already being polite. If I'm not wrong, we'll definitely fight to the death. Do you want me to respect you as my seniors?" Ling Yun's face darkened. "If you have something to say, spit it out. If you think my attitude is bad, we can fight first. We can talk after the fight." Domineering, arrogant, and valiant, Shang Wanqing's pale face turned red instantly. However, he suppressed his anger and asked, "Ling Yun, let me ask you. Have you ever been to the crater?" Ling Yun laughed and said directly, "Sigh, this is so boring. You guys waited for me in the middle of the night in the wilderness just to argue with me? If I knew this would happen, I would have returned to Qingshui City and found a tea house or coffee shop to chat with you." After teasing them for a while, Ling Yun suddenly said, "I'll be frank with you guys. I've been to the crater and met the descendants of your clan. I think they're called Shangguanju, Shiman Gang, Nangong Jian. They're indeed dead, but I didn't kill them. They were killed by the killing array under the heaven pit. Have I made myself clear enough?" "What? Ju'er is really dead?" Shang Wanqing finally heard the news of his son's death. His tall and skinny body shook violently. Even his lips started to tremble. "My gang heir. Jian heir." Shimande and Nangong Song's expressions changed at the same time as they cried out in grief. As the saying goes, a father and a son are connected by heart. Since their son had entered the crater and never came out, the person who came to find Ling Yun was naturally their father. Even though their son had been missing for 3 months and they were mentally prepared to accept the tragedy, they were, after all, related by blood. How could a father not be heartbroken when his precious son died? Ling Yun stood motionless. Even though the entire incident had nothing to do with him, he could still feel the pain of losing their sons in front of him. After Shang Wanqing cried out in grief, he quickly regained his composure. Suddenly, he pointed at Ling Yun with the hook of separation in his hand. However, everyone in the underworld knows that Dongfang Ting from the Dongfang family and Dugu Mo from the Dugu family also entered the crater. Why weren't they killed by the killing array? Ling Yan frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "If you want to talk nicely, put away your weapon. I hate it when people point their weapons at me." Seeing that Shang Guanxing had indeed put down his weapon, Ling Yan said calmly, "I'm in a good mood today. I don't mind telling you that the crater is a dangerous place. Since you want to explore and search for treasures, you should consider whether you are strong enough. Your son's strength wasn't as strong as Dongfang Ting and Dugu Mo's. That's why he was killed by the killing array. Moreover, I can also tell you that it was because your son was too eager to search for treasures and acted rashly. That was why he triggered the killing array. I wanted to stop him, but it was too late. We are all people of the underworld. Searching for treasures depends on one's destiny and fate. If one's fate isn't good enough, who else can he blame?" Ling Yan explained everything very quickly. He didn't lie or exaggerate. Every word and sentence was clear and concise. These three people were all from hidden families in Xianxia. Currently, Ling Yan had no enmity with them and didn't want to become enemies with them. Even though Ling Yan was explaining this matter very seriously, he didn't mention that he was the one who had saved Dongfang Ting and Du Gumo. He would definitely repay the kindness of others with a gushing spring, but he would never mention the kindness he had bestowed upon others. After listening to Ling Yan's explanation, Shang Guanxing, Ximen De, and Nan Gongcong looked at each other as if they were communicating to determine if Ling Yan was lying to them. The three of them conversed in secret for a long time before Ximen suddenly stared at Ling Yan and asked, "But we all saw on the television that you have the Devil's Blade." Ling Yan smiled faintly, and the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade appeared in his hand. He shook it lightly in his hand and said sternly, "That's right, this is the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade." "So what?" Shimanda's expression changed abruptly as he stared at the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. There was a tinge of fear in his eyes as he said, "Anyone who wields the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade will automatically be recognized as a member of the Devil sect. Even if they aren't, they will eventually become bloodthirsty and merciless." Ling Yan said indifferently, "Oh? Really? But that's just my own business. I don't think I need you to remind me, right?" Nan Gongcong snorted coldly. "However, the three of us suspect that there is no killing formation at the bottom of the sinkhole. Our sons were killed by you." Ling Yan suddenly felt very helpless. A sense of disgust and annoyance arose in his heart. His eyes flashed with killing intent. "You're really too insensible. On account of the pain of losing your son, I didn't hesitate to patiently explain it to you out of goodwill. Damn it, do you really think I'm so easy to talk to?" He was silent for a long time, then suddenly grinned. "Oh? Just because I have the Devil's Blade, you think I'm a bloodthirsty person? Do you think I killed your son just because I have the Devil's Blade?" Shang Guanxing replied, "That's right. Perhaps you wanted to snatch the Devil's Blade. Perhaps you didn't want them to find out that you had the Devil's Blade. Perhaps it was for other treasures. In short, we think that our son's death has a lot to do with you." Ling Yan was furious. What kind of bullshit logic was this? He simply shut his mouth and didn't say another word. "Moreover, you have a member of the Western Blood Clan by your side. The Blood Clan is the legendary vampires. They are the true devils. You have the Devil's Blade in your hands, and you have a member of the Western Blood Clan by your side. Why do you expect us to believe you?" Shang Guanxing's eyes flickered erratically as he looked at Chester, who was circling above Ling Yan's head. There was already a hint of killing intent in his voice. At this moment, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Another 10 people flew over and landed behind the three of them. Then, they stood still. Ling Yan only needed to glance at them to know that they were from the three big families. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, "If you don't believe me, you can treat me as the enemy who killed your son. Come at me and take revenge for your son." In the end, wasn't he just going to fight with his fists? In the pugilistic world, whoever's fist was bigger and who was stronger would have the final say. Shimenda was furious as he pointed at Ling Yan and said, "Ling brat, does this mean that you admit to it?" Ling Yan didn't say anything as he treated Shimenda's words as nonsense. Shang Guanxing furrowed his brows and moved his lips slightly. He seemed to be secretly sending a telepathic message to Xianxia. He then asked Lingyan darkly, I have one last thing to ask you. Did you obtain the legendary Earth Emperor's book? Lingyan laughed coldly in his heart. Damn it, after all this talk, you've finally revealed your true intentions. So, it's all because of the Earth Emperor's book. Of course, Lingyan had obtained the Earth Emperor's book. However, he would never admit to this matter. Whoever admitted to it would be a tiger. I've never seen the Earth Emperor's book before, nor do I know what it is. If you're trying to find out the whereabouts of the Earth Emperor's book, then I'm sorry, but you found the wrong person. Just as Lingyan finished his sentence, a man in black behind Xianxia shouted, Big brother, this brat has a glib tongue and doesn't speak a single word of truth. There are so many of us here, so why are we still chatting with him? Why don't we just take him down and pry open his mouth? Whoosh! Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the man in black who spoke had a metal nail embedded in the middle of his head. He didn't even have time to react before he was killed on the spot by Lingyan. Pry open my mouth? Do you think you're worthy? You're courting death. Lingyan said disdainfully as he killed someone in an instant. Old Seven. Xianxia turned his head and happened to see Old Seven's corpse falling to the ground. He immediately cried out in pain. You've taken his life the moment you attack. Brat, now that things have come to this, no one will believe you even if you have a glib tongue. Xianxia suddenly waved his hand and said, Take him down. At the same time, Xianxia and Nangong also waved their hands and gave their orders at the same time. The men that they brought with them immediately rushed forward and pounced on Lingyan. Lingyan held his knife with one hand and stood there proudly. His eyes were cold and emotionless. When 6 or 7 men were near him, Lingyan suddenly waved his knife, a pitch-black blade suddenly appeared and engulfed everyone. Those 6 or 7 men were swept by the ferocious blade and all of them were sliced in half at the waist. At the same time, the 7 or 8 men behind them didn't die, but they weren't in a good state either. Some of them had their arms broken, while others had their legs broken. The luckiest one also had his weapon broken by Lingyan's knife. Lingyan didn't hesitate. Following that, he waved his knife again. The 7 or 8 men didn't even have time to let out a cry of pain before they all turned into dead souls under his knife. Brat Lingyan, you! Looking at the bodies of those who had attacked him, Xianxia finally understood why Lingyan was so arrogant. Such a ruthless hand. Such a ruthless heart. Xianxia was shocked. He had lived for almost 50 years and had seen too many Jianghu killings and fights. However, he had never seen anyone who was so ruthless. Lingyan smiled faintly and said, It seems like we've really become enemies. However, you guys forced me to do this, and you guys asked for it. He raised his hand and pointed at the 3 men in front of him. I don't want to waste time. In a place like this, there's no need to follow the Jianghu rules. The 3 of you can come at me together. Xianxia, Xianxia, and Nangong looked at each other again. Finally, Xianxia gritted his teeth. Arrogant brat, don't bother. I, Xianxia, can defeat you by myself. After saying that, Xianxia crossed his hooks and made a clanging sound. Then, his tall and skinny body disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was less than 1 meter away from Lingyan who was on the giant rock. Lingyan's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, what a powerful movement technique. Lingyan was frustrated when he fought. He didn't know his opponent's realm, so he could only adapt to the situation. Just by looking at Xianxia's movement technique, he could tell that it wasn't any weaker than Lingyan's dragon ichthyosaur phantom steps. Naturally, Lingyan wouldn't be careless. 2 dazzling cold lights attacked Lingyan's neck and thigh respectively. One slashed outwards, and the other hooked backwards. Their speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to dodge them. Clang! Clang! 2 sounds. Lingyan brandished his blade twice at lightning speed and split the 2 parting hooks in half. His body remained motionless as he lifted his leg and kicked Xianxia's lower abdomen. What a powerful kick! Xianxia exclaimed. His body flew back unbelievably and tried his best to dodge Lingyan's kick. When his body landed on the ground, he felt that his arms and the webs between his thumb and forefinger were numb from the impact. Lingyan's heart sank. His stunning knife didn't even manage to break Xianxia's hooks. In fact, it didn't even leave a scratch on them. I've met my match. This was Ling Yan's first reaction. Shimende, Nangong Song, this brat is very strange. His strength is too great. I can't deal with him alone. An expert would know if he had reached out his hand. After Xianxia landed on the ground, he immediately realized that he was no match for Ling Yan. Therefore, he called for Shimende and Nangong Song to attack together. He. You want to fight my boss together? Then, I'll attack too. Chester flapped his wings and landed beside Ling Yan. Chester, go do whatever you need to do. I want to fight the three of them alone. Ling Yan hadn't met a worthy opponent for a long time. Now that he had met his match, he rejected Chester's offer of help. To be continued. Yes, boss. Chester didn't dare to disobey Ling Yan's order. He flapped his wings and flew up 50 meters into the air. He observed everything that was happening below him and helped Ling Yan. Swoosh, Xianxia, Shimende, and Nangong Song moved at the same time. They surrounded Ling Yan, who was on the huge rock. We can't tell his realm, but he is extraordinarily strong. You two have to be careful. Kill him. Xianxia called out to Ling Yan. He held the two hooks in his hands and dashed towards Ling Yan. At the same time, Nangong Song flew to Ling Yan's left side. He waved his long sword and stabbed Ling Yan's left shoulder. Nangong Song's weapon was similar to his son's. It was a sharp, narrow, and thin sword. It seemed to be made of pure silver. It was dazzling in the night. Every time it moved, it was like a venomous snake spitting out its tongue. It was extremely cunning and vicious. Since they had agreed to work together to deal with Ling Yan, Shimende naturally wouldn't stay idle. He was the most wretched and occupied the best position, which was the blind spot behind Ling Yan. Furthermore, his attack method was also very strange. He flew horizontally and smashed the black ruler in his hand towards Ling Yan's ankle. 3 gusts of strong wind blew, the hooks, the thin sword, and the ruler approached Ling Yan's body at the same time. Good move. Ling Yan shouted. He didn't dodge. He waved the devil's blade in his hand and drew a semicircle around half of his body. Dang, dang, dang. 3 crisp sounds of metal clashing rang out at the same time. Sparks flew everywhere. Ling Yan had already split Xianxia's hooks and Nangong Song's thin sword. Then, Ling Yan's feet left the huge rock. He didn't jump very high, only about 2 to 3 meters, and he managed to avoid Shimende's iron ruler. This time, Xianxia was 100,000 times more careful. He channeled all his true qi into his arms. He was forced back 3 steps by Ling Yan's attack. On the other hand, Nangong Jian's thin sword only made contact with Ling Yan's demonic saber slightly. With a slight shake of his wrist, his body also flew into the air lightly. He had actually borrowed the force of Ling Yan's saber. Like a feather in the air, he floated without any strength. Ling Yan didn't know that this was the Nangong family's famous willow fluttering wind movement technique. However, he only looked at Nangong Song with admiration and didn't seem to be surprised. Ling Yan also knew this kind of movement technique, but he was determined to crush his opponent, so he didn't want to use this kind of light technique. No matter what kind of martial arts, movement techniques, footwork, or moves, they were all just names. There were only 2 purposes: to attack the enemy's vital points, and to dodge the opponent's attack. Kill. Ling Yan's body rose into the air. Before he could make a move, he saw Nangong Song suddenly fly back in the air. The thin sword in his hand slashed down from the sky. It was wrapped in an invisible sword aura and transformed into a thin silver wall, slashing down from the top of Ling Yan's head. Shimende didn't go far either. He slammed the sky-measuring ruler into the ground, flipped his body, and shot back in an instant. His target was Ling Yan's ankle. Good move. However, Shimende, aren't you afraid of death? Ling Yan didn't panic. He suddenly took 3 steps to the right and easily dodged Nangong Song's sword screen. At the same time, he slashed down with the devil's blade. Ling Yan's 3 steps couldn't be underestimated. It was just a waste of time. It didn't matter if he was 100 meters in the air or 2 meters in the air. In a fight between experts, the slightest mistake could lead to a great loss. He only needed to dodge his opponent's attack. He didn't need to make any big moves at all. Not good. Ling Yan waved his sword screen and slashed at Shimende. However, Shimende had already used up his moves in order to attack. There was no time for him to change his move to defend. His face was already ashen. Brother Shimen, be careful. Shang Guanxing's expression changed drastically. He immediately changed from offense to defense. The two hooks in his hand smashed into Ling Yan's sword screen and helped Shimen to block Ling Yan's attack. Slash. Even so, the back of Shimende's shirt was still hit by Ling Yan's blade energy, and a long gash appeared on his shirt. Beseech way to save Zhao. Nangong's sword slashed down. Seeing that Ling Yan had dodged it easily, he followed closely and took 3 steps forward in the air. His thin sword was aimed at the side of Ling Yan's face. Clang, clang. Another 2 metallic clangs were heard. Ling Yan's devil's blade and Shang Guanxing's hooks collided. Ling Yan borrowed the force to fly into the sky. Good lad, you actually dodged it again. Nangong's sword pierced through the air. His figure finally landed on the ground. He couldn't help but praise Ling Yan. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. According to Nangong's knowledge, no one in the Nangong family, including Shang Guanxing, Shimende, and the younger generation of the Nangong family had been able to withstand their attacks so easily. However, Ling Yan had already fought 2 rounds with them. Not only was he not injured, but he also seemed to be at ease. If not for Shang Guanxing's help, Shimende would have been seriously injured. Just based on this point alone, this young man in front of him could already be called a peerless genius. Moreover, according to the information, Nangong knew that Ling Yan was just an ordinary, useless high school student. Every time he thought about this, Nangong felt that it was unbelievable. Awesome. Ling Yan's body flew into the air. He took the opportunity to take a deep breath of fresh air. He was so excited that he couldn't help but let out a roar. Ling Yan needed this kind of battle for his breakthrough. All of you, try taking one of my moves. Ling Yan exhaled and held his blade with both hands. Then, he pounced down from a height of more than 10 meters like a goshawk hunting a rabbit. Raging heavens! Boom! Ling Yan didn't attack anyone else. Instead, he attacked Shang Guanxing with all his might. Raging skies wasn't as simple as an old farmer chopping firewood. In the eyes of an ordinary person, it was indeed like that. However, in the eyes of an expert like Shang Guanxing, he could see the countless minute changes in Ling Yan's blade. Ling Yan had already locked on to all the directions he could escape to. No matter where he flew to, that blade would follow him closely. There was nowhere to hide. Helpless, Shang Guanxing could only choose to take the attack head-on. At the same time, he shouted, "Brother Shimen, help me! It's coming!" Shimen. De knew that Shang Guanxing didn't sustain any serious injuries just now because of his desperate defense. Now that he saw the power and momentum of Ling Yan's blade, he knew that Shang Guanxing wouldn't be able to dodge it. He had to save him. Swoosh! Shimende's figure dashed forward crazily, leaving a series of afterimages behind. He arrived next to Shang Guanxing at lightning speed. He grabbed the 2 ends of the heaven measuring ruler with both hands and blocked the incoming black saber chi. At this moment, Shang Guanxing's hooks were crossed and raised above his head. Clang, clang, clang. The devil's blade collided with Shang Guanxing's hooks and Shimende's sky-measuring ruler. Sparks flew everywhere, and the deafening sound of metal clashing could be heard for 3 miles. Kacha! Kacha! Shang Guanxing and Shimende only felt their arms tremble. Their perlicutes cracked at the same time. Their bodies were smashed by the huge force, and the rocks under their feet shattered into pieces. Pfft! Shang Guanxing was the first to bear the brunt of Ling Yan's attack. He raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Yan's blade contained a force of 6,000 kilograms. It was comparable to the weight of Mount Tai. If he had taken the attack head-on, he would have been killed by Ling Yan. Haha, have a taste of my diversionary tactic. Ling Yan didn't chase after him. He made use of the force of the devil's blade to move horizontally and pounce on Nangong. Qiankuan blade. When Nangong saw the might of Ling Yan's saber, he couldn't help but be shocked. While he was in a daze, he saw Ling Yun wielding his saber with one hand and charging straight at him. He was so frightened that he hurriedly circulated his qi and executed the willow catkin flowing wind movement technique. Using the wind from Ling Yun's saber, he floated backward. Ling Yun knew that Xianxia and Shimenda wouldn't be able to catch up to him in a short time. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. His feet stepped on the treetops continuously as he chased after Ling Yun. Ding, 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 ding. This made things difficult for Nangong Song. Although his qinggong was not bad, there was still a gap between him and Ling Yun, who was using his qinggong to its fullest. Furthermore, he was using the momentum to fly backward, so he was at a huge disadvantage. Helpless, Nangong Song could only fly backward while using his thin sword to attack Ling Yun's blade. He hoped that he could block Ling Yun's blade. "Brother Nangong, be careful. Behind you is a 1,000-foot cliff." Shimenda was still in a state of shock. He didn't forget to look at Nangong Song and quickly warned him. Nangong Song had already observed the topography of the entire mountain. Of course, he knew that the cliff was not far behind him. However, Ling Yun's attacks didn't stop. He didn't even have the chance to catch his breath. He couldn't fight Ling Yun head-on. Other than being forced off the cliff by Ling Yun, there was no other way out. Shang Wanxing's face was as white as paper. He was using qi to treat his internal injuries. Shimenda saw that Nangong Song was in trouble. In a moment of panic, he waved his hand in the air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 darts flew straight toward Ling Yun's back. "I'm sorry." Shimenda's face was slightly red after the darts were shot. When all is said and done, Shimen clan was an aristocratic family, and regarding the matter of using hidden weapons in battle, they were extremely disdainful in their heart. Moreover, with Shimenda's age and status, if he were to use hidden weapons to deal with a junior, in the future, if this matter spread out, he would become a laughingstock. However, he had no other choice now. If he wanted to save Nangong Song, he could only resort to such a method. "Hee, you guys are cooperating quite well." Ling Yun continued to use his blade to force Nangong Song to fly backward. At the same time, he released his powerful divine sense. It was as if he had eyes on his back. His left hand suddenly reached out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He caught all 3 darts in his hand. They disappeared immediately. "Ah. It's over." Shimenda saw that Ling Yun caught the 3 darts in his hand without even turning his head. His face turned pale. He knew that Nangong Song was finished. Soul-chasing killer sword. Nangong Song was finally forced to the edge of the cliff by Ling Yun. He had nowhere to retreat to. He could only choose to risk his life and use the Nangong family's ultimate move. To be continued. At this critical moment, Nangong Song had no choice but to fight. If he didn't, he would fall off the cliff and die a horrible death. Nangong Song used the tip of his sword to tap on the devil's blade. The long sword, which was as thick as a chopstick, was bent into an arch. Nangong Song used the force to jump up into the sky. Even though he could jump up, he still couldn't escape from Ling Yun's attack range. Therefore, Nangong Song didn't want to escape. He wanted to attack, soul-reaping strike. It wasn't just one strike, but 9 swift and violent strikes in an extremely short period of time. Every strike was only for defense, not for attack, only for killing the enemy, not for self-preservation. Nangong Song waved his sword rapidly, and the silver sword rays filled the sky like 9 waterfalls. They carried a magnificent murderous aura and completely enveloped Ling Yun. Good swordsmanship. Ling Yun was enveloped by the 9 sword rays. He moved around in an extremely narrow area. At the same time, he used the devil's blade to slash in all directions. However, he didn't retreat at all. Heaven and earth measurement. Nangong Song used his ultimate move. At this moment, Shimenda also rushed over. He used the Shimen family's ultimate move without hesitation. The black, 2-foot-long heaven measurement ruler actually seemed to be measuring Ling Yun's back. The black light was like a black dragon, dancing around Ling Yun's back with a murderous aura. Nangong Song and Shimenda attacked Ling Yun from the front and back. In an instant, the sword rays, the blade shadows, and the ruler shadows all mixed together. A thrilling battle unfolded on this precipice. Die. Shang Guanxing also rushed over at this moment. He didn't hold back at all. He used all his strength to use his special move, Soul Reaping Strike. His sharp hook slashed at Ling Yan's shoulders at the same time. The three masters used their special moves to attack Ling Yan at the same time. You guys didn't disappoint me. However, this isn't enough to kill me. Ling Yan was still fighting with ease. He roared and slashed 9 times consecutively, breaking all 9 of Nangong Song's sword rays. At the same time, he grabbed Shimanda's heaven measurement ruler with his left hand and placed it on his shoulder without hesitation. Dang dang, with 2 crisp sounds, Shang Guanxing's double hooks hooked onto Shimanda's sky measuring ruler. While Shiman was still in a daze, Ling Yan took the opportunity to launch a powerful kick at Shiman's abdomen from an unbelievable angle. Bang! Shimanda let go, and his body flew back like a kite with its string cut. At the same time, he let out a miserable shriek as an arrow of blood sprayed out of his mouth. You should also let go. As Ling Yan kicked Shimanda away, he used his left hand to pull Shang Guanxing's body forward with the heaven measuring ruler. He turned around and swung his saber. If Shang Guanxing's parting hook was hooked onto Ling Yan's shoulders, he would definitely be able to remove both of Ling Yan's shoulders. Unfortunately, he was hooked onto Shimanda's sky measuring ruler. Ling Yan's devil's blade had arrived before he could pull back the heaven measuring ruler. Shang Guanxing had no choice but to let go of his weapon and dodge Ling Yan's first attack. There's still one more. Ling Yan laughed coldly. Without waiting for the blade to finish its momentum, he flipped his wrist and slashed back. This time, it was even faster and fiercer. Ah! Shang Guanxing was unarmed now. He never expected Ling Yan to change his attack so quickly. In this critical moment, he could only use his palms to release 2 streams of true qi towards the blade of the devil's blade. Swoosh! Nangong Song didn't fall off the cliff, but he didn't go too far away. Seeing that Shang Guanxing was in trouble, he stepped on a tree branch and flew over again. Soul-chasing blade. It was the same move, but this time, it was coming from Ling Yan's back. In the past, Ling Yan wouldn't have hesitated to use more than 10 fire talismans to blow Nangong Song up. However, he wanted a fair battle now. Throughout the entire battle, he didn't even use his yin and yang qi. He only used his strength and techniques to fight against the 3 of them. This way, Nangong Song's sneak attack from behind put pressure on Ling Yan. If he wanted to attack Shang Guanxing successfully, Ling Yan would definitely have to take 2 blows from Nangong Song. Forget it. Ling Yan sighed suddenly. He quickly withdrew the devil's blade and used it to block Nangong Song's long sword. However, he didn't let Shang Guanxing escape so easily. As he turned around, Ling Yan threw a punch at Shang Guanxing's palms. Their fists and palms collided. Bang, bang. Ding, 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 ding. The sound of true qi colliding and the sound of weapons colliding rang out at the same time. Ah! Shang Guanxing screamed in pain. The web between his thumb and index finger was torn again. His body flew backward and almost fell off the cliff. Ling Yan hurriedly blocked Nangong Song's long sword and used the momentum to fly back to the huge rock. Although Ling Yan wasn't injured when he was attacked by the 3 of them at the same time, he had used up a large amount of true qi. If he didn't land on the ground, he would have made a fool of himself. The 3 hidden families are indeed extraordinary. After taking a deep breath, Ling Yan quietly looked at the 3 experts gathered together and said faintly, "You are even more extraordinary." Among the 3 experts, only Nangong Song still had a weapon in his hand. However, he was holding the hilt of his sword with both hands. His arms were trembling violently, and the web between his thumb and index finger was torn and bleeding. Shimanda had been kicked by Ling Yan, and Shang Guanxing's true qi had been obstructed by Ling Yan's punch. Both of them had suffered serious internal injuries. Even though Nangong Song wasn't injured, it was a close shave. Furthermore, he had given it his all. Only when he faced Ling Yan head-on did he realize how terrifying Ling Yan's every strike was. Every strike required him to use all his strength to block it. Ling Yan held his blade and smiled faintly. He raised his hand and pointed at the corpses on the ground. "I have a habit when I fight. It can also be considered a principle. I don't like to be surrounded by too many people, and I'm not afraid of being surrounded, therefore, they will only die if they come forward. Now, I'll give the 3 of you a chance to choose. Do you want to continue fighting me or leave? If you leave now, Ling Yun, will let you live. I definitely won't stop you. Ling Yun first explained why he started killing people, then gave the three of them a chance. The three experts were silent as they looked at each other. In this world, there was a principle that applied everywhere. A person's strength could play a decisive role. With strength, one would have the right to speak. Now, Ling Yun was still saying the same thing. However, to the three of them, it was no longer the same thing as before. It felt different. You really didn't kill our son? Nan Gongsong suddenly raised his head and asked Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and replied, to be honest, it's really easy for me to kill all of you. Do you think there's a need for me to lie to all of you? Nan Gongsong was speechless. The logic was clear, and there was no need for him to explain further. It seems like we're in the wrong this time. Nan Gongsong felt apologetic as he spoke sincerely. The strength that Ling Yun had displayed had already proved that he was an exceptional genius. If the three experts still didn't know their place, they would only be left with a dead end. If Ling Yun couldn't defeat them, they would definitely interrogate him about the whereabouts of the Earth Emperor's book. However, that was just wishful thinking now. Regardless of whether the Earth Emperor's book was with Ling Yun or not, they had already lost the right to fight for it. Nan Gongsong and the other two experts looked at each other and saw the sadness in each other's eyes. They said in unison, "Thank you for sparing our lives. Let's go." Ling Yun had displayed his valiant strength, so he already knew what they would choose. However, he said, "Wait." The three of them who had just turned around stopped immediately and looked at Ling Yun. Two things. First, I can understand the pain of losing your son. That's why I didn't kill you. However, if you still think of taking revenge on me or harming the people around me, I promise I'll wipe out your entire family. Ling Yun said with a smile. Second, I hope that you will leave the Celestial Ridge immediately. If you still want to get involved in this mess, I will kill you without mercy if I see you here again. Ling Yun smiled. His voice wasn't loud, and he didn't have any killing intent. However, after he said these two things, the three experts felt a chill in their hearts. Shang Wanxing suddenly said, "Don't worry, we will leave the Celestial Ridge immediately. As for tonight's incident, it was all because of us. It was our fault. You have already spared our lives, so we naturally won't talk about revenge anymore. This matter will end here." Ling Yun nodded and said, "I hope so." Then, he gently waved his hand. Shang Wanxing and Shimen retrieved their weapons and took one last look at the corpses of their clansmen before disappearing into the dense forest. Swoosh, after the three of them left, Chester rushed down and stood beside Ling Yun. He asked in confusion, "Boss, why did you let them go?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "From the fight just now, it seems that the families of prestige still have some morals. The Shangguan family, Shimen family, and Namgong family were all hidden families in China. They were on par with the Dongfang family and the Dugu family. Although they had ganged up on Ling Yun, their hands and feet were clean. Moreover, they were willing to risk their lives to save each other. This was something that Ling Yun admired. Ling Yun cultivated the heart Dao, so he did everything with his heart. Since he admired the three of them, he naturally wouldn't kill them. There was another reason that Ling Yun didn't mention. It wasn't easy for the ancient martial arts practitioners in China to cultivate to this level. They didn't have a huge feud like the Chen family and the Sun family, so Ling Yun didn't have to fight them to the death. Moreover, the sons of these three people weren't killed by Ling Yun. "Boss, what about these corpses?" "Leave them here. If I'm not wrong, they will definitely come to collect the corpses of their clansmen." After saying that, Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed at the Sky Spear Peak. He said, "Let's go to the peak of the Sky Spear Peak and see if there are any more enemies coming to die tonight." Ling Yun stepped on Chester's back and flew towards the peak of Heavenly Spear Peak. As they got closer to the peak of Heavenly Spear Peak, Ling Yun's face suddenly turned solemn. He could feel the overwhelming murderous intent, with the peak of Heavenly Spear Peak as the center. The ferocious and domineering murderous intent spread in all directions like a heavy mountain or a ferocious tsunami. It was as if the entire sky and earth had been completely enveloped. The entire night became incomparably silent, solemn, and somber. The murderous intent was so intense that it seemed to materialize. It carried a bone-chilling coldness and was omnipresent. It shot towards any creature that got close to the peak of Heavenly Spear Peak. Of course, that included Ling Yun and Chester. Boss, this is really weird. Why do I feel uncomfortable all over? Wow, why does it seem like there's someone sitting on the peak? Chester's entire body was shrouded in murderous intent. The further he flew, the more he felt an inexplicable sense of danger. As a member of the Blood Clan, he had goosebumps all over his body. It's not that it seems like there's someone there, Ling Yun said slowly with a solemn tone. He had long seen a tall black figure sitting cross-legged at the highest point of the peak. Even though he was sitting there, he seemed to be as tall as an ordinary person. He was tall and mighty, and even though he wasn't moving at all, his aura was like a mountain. The boundless murderous intent around the peak of Heavenly Spear Peak was released by this person. Send me there, and then fly as far as you can. That person can kill you in a second. Ling Yun's pupils constricted. He was very calm. Based on the aura of the person sitting on the peak, he could immediately determine that Chester would only be killed in a second. But boss. Chester endured the burning murderous intent and flew forward. However, he was very worried about Ling Yun. He wanted to protect his master. No buts. Do as I say, Ling Yun said faintly, but his tone was very firm. He didn't allow Chester to refute. When they were less than 100 meters away from the peak of Heavenly Spear Peak, Ling Yun suddenly circulated his yin-yang harmony balance and released his powerful aura without reservation to resist the bone-chilling murderous intent. In an instant, the overwhelming murderous intent was diluted, and Chester's pressure was reduced instantly. Schwa, arriving above the Heavenly Spear Peak, Ling Yun flew down from Chester's back. His slender figure landed firmly on the mountain rock. His eyes were as sharp as lightning as he stared at the person on the rock. That person was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock. A purplish gold rod with a diameter of 10 centimeters and a length of 4 meters rested on his two muscular thighs. His strangely long arms rested naturally on his knees. His head was lowered as if he didn't notice Ling Yun's gaze. Ling Yun used his powerful divine sense to scan the surroundings of the mountain peak and realized that there was no one else there. He was the only one there. Just as Ling Yun was using his divine sense, that person suddenly raised his head slightly. His gaze was like a pair of lanterns as he looked at Ling Yun. Ling Yun? You finally came. That person spoke slowly. His voice was like the ringing of a large bell, and it shook everyone's eardrums to the point of pain. It was deep and resounding. Ling Yun noticed that the person bore an 80% resemblance to Xianxia. He stood proudly and smiled. Chen family? That person didn't reply. After staring at Ling Yun for a while, he suddenly said, Qin Jianhao from the Chen family. Qin Jianhao raised his hand and pointed at Chester, who was hovering above the Heavenly Spear Peak. He said coldly, I hope this little bat can fly further away. Ling Yun waved his hand at Chester. Chester, go to another mountain. No matter what happens, don't come near this place. Yes, boss. Chester understood that there was bound to be an earth-shattering battle. However, he couldn't participate in such a battle, so he could only agree and fly away. Qin Jianhao pointed at a huge rock beside Ling Yun. Please take a seat. Ling Yun smiled slightly and sat down gracefully. It was as if he wasn't sitting on the rock of the Heavenly Spear Peak but in a high-end coffee shop. Qin Jianhao stared at Ling Yun for a long time before saying, Today, only one of us can lead this mountain peak. All right. Ling Yun smiled. But before that, I need to confirm a few things. Qin Jianhao nodded. Ask away, I'll answer all your questions. Ling Yun raised his hand. Very good. Did you kill Qin Jianren from Xianxia? You can count it on me. Ling Yun smiled. Did you kill Qin Jianro from the Condor team from Turtle Island in the East Sea? Yes, I did. Chao Shanshan from the Chao family and Ling Yu from the Ling family were also saved by you? Yes. In that case, you were the one who broke into the Chen family's southern courtyard, killed hundreds of experts from the Chen family, and kidnapped my uncle, Chen Haizhen? It was me. In the Yunming Mountain, in order to save Chao Shanshan, you killed more than 200 Blood Clan members, killed my brother Qin Jianjia, kidnapped my brother Qin Jianwei, and kidnapped Qin Sen in broad daylight? It was all me. Yesterday, that old bat, Anderson, brought more than 600 members of the Blood Clan and 17 ninjas with him. Did they all die in your hands? Ling Yin smiled brightly. Not just them, but also your uncle, Chen Haishan. Chen Jianhao's bronze-colored face suddenly changed. He stretched his body and stood up abruptly. The purple gold rod that was placed horizontally on his legs rose into the air. Bang! Chen Jianhao didn't move at all, but the purplish gold rod that was more than 4 meters long turned vertical in the air. It pierced through the hard rock more than a meter deep. Ling Yan raised his head slightly and looked at Chen Jianhao. He could not help but be secretly surprised. This guy was really too big. He was even taller than Tai Xiaohu by 10 centimeters. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was like a black iron tower. Just by standing there quietly, he exuded an invisible and intimidating aura. This was the aura of someone at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8 or even Xiantian Realm Level 9. Why did you help the Chao family and the Ling family? Chen Jianhao asked in a low voice. Ling Yan remained seated, unmoved. I'm helping the Chao family because Chao Shanshan is my girlfriend. As for the Ling family, you can take a guess as you wish. Who is the unfilial son of the Ling family, Ling Xiao, to you? Chen Jianhao's eyes widened to the size of bells. When Ling Yan heard this, his eyes narrowed and he said in a low voice, Chen, just based on this sentence alone, I will kill you tonight. Ha 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 ha. Chen Jianhao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed maniacally. Then, he retracted his smile. Same to you. It seems like we won't rest until one of us dies tonight. Ling Yan only smiled. You said it just now. Whoosh. Chen Jianhao's large hand grabbed the rod beside him and slammed it down. The purplish gold rod sank another 2 feet into the ground. Did you obtain the legendary Earth Emperor's book? Ling Yan stood up abruptly and patted the non-existent dust off his butt. I'll answer this question before you die, he said faintly. Chen Jianhao's bare body shook as he laughed disdainfully. Alright, you're not an ordinary person to be able to kill so many people from my Chen family. I, Chen Jianhao, am about to enter Xiantian Realm Level 9. I'll use you as a sacrifice tonight. Ling Yan smiled mysteriously. It seems like everyone's situation is similar. I'm about to enter the Qi cultivation stage, so I can use you as a sacrifice. What? Qi cultivation stage? Chen Jianhao's expression changed into one of incomparable seriousness as he stared at Ling Yan in shock. Yes, the Qi cultivation stage. Have you heard of it before? Ling Yan smiled casually. He pretended to be relaxed, but his heart was in turmoil. Ling Yan purposely didn't say that he was about to enter the Xiantian realm. Instead, he used the Qi cultivation stage as a test. Who would have thought that Chen Jianhao would actually have some understanding of Qi cultivation? That was unusual. You're not practicing ancient martial arts. You're a cultivator. Ling Yan didn't speak. He raised his left hand slightly, and a clear water talisman appeared in his hand. He called out softly, and a blue ball of water appeared out of thin air. I'm sure you've seen this scene on television, right? Ling Yan smiled. Chen Jianhao's expression suddenly became incomparably interesting. A trace of undisguised greed shot out of his eyes, and his right hand suddenly let go of the big rod. I want to make a deal with you. No matter how many people from my Chen family you killed, all the hatred will be written off. I won't kill you, but you'll teach me the way of cultivation. How about that? Chen Jianhao's voice trembled as he said the last sentence. Ling Yan smiled brightly and disdainfully. All the hatred will be written off? Do you think it'll be written off just because you say so? Have you asked for my opinion? You want to learn the way of cultivation? You must be daydreaming. Good, good, good. Chen Jianhao was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His face suddenly darkened, and his whole body was filled with murderous intent. I didn't think that the heavens would be so kind to my Chen family to actually let me, Chen Jianhao, meet a legendary cultivator. Since you don't accept my proposal, I'll cripple your cultivation and pry open your mouth. Then, I'll see if you're still as stubborn as you are now. Whoosh! Chen Jianhao's big hand grabbed his big rod, and with a casual raise of his hand, he pulled the big rod out. Kill! Qin Jianhao shook his hand, and the more than 4 meters long purple gold copper rod, which weighed close to 150 kilograms, slid lightly in his hand. He held one end of the copper rod, raised it towards the sky, and smashed it towards Ling Yun. Woo! A strong gust of wind blew against his face as the violet gold cudgel carried an unparalleled gust of wind. It drew a violet gold cudgel curtain in the air, whistling with the wind. Qin Jianhao was born with godly strength. Just by looking at Qin Jianhao's attack, it was obvious that the rod that weighed a few hundred kilograms was only a few kilograms in his hands. Ling Yun didn't dare to take the blow head-on. Instead, he used the dragonfish phantom ability and moved his body horizontally. Can you dodge it? Qin Jianhao laughed coldly, changing his move instantly. The purple gold copper rod actually changed from a smash to a sweep, chasing after the direction Ling Yun dodged to. Amazing! Ling Yun couldn't help but be speechless when he saw that Qin Jianhao could still change his move so easily. He really met his match this time. To be continued. Qin Jianhao was much more powerful than his dead brother, Qin Xianxia. This was Ling Yun's accurate judgment the moment Qin Jianhao made his move. However, the purple gold rod was already behind him. Ling Yun didn't have time to think. He took a deep breath and used the fulgurating shadows. Whoosh! Ling Yun only left an afterimage on the spot, but his body was already more than 10 meters away. Good Qinggong. However, this isn't enough. Qin Jianhao laughed maniacally. He moved lightly, and his body moved like a shadow. In an instant, he appeared near Ling Yun and swung his rod fiercely again. He didn't want to give Ling Yun any chance to catch his breath. Seeing the purple gold rod forming a curtain of rod sweeping towards his waist, Ling Yun's expression was solemn as he retreated like a bolt of lightning. Ling Yun's combat experience was so rich that he knew that he could avoid Qin Jianhao's domineering rod by leaping lightly into the air. However, he definitely wouldn't fly into the air now. That was because Qin Jianhao was not an ordinary opponent. That 4-meter-long staff was like his arm, and he was able to use it to perfection. If Ling Yun flew into the air, he had 10,000 reasons to believe that Qin Jianhao would definitely launch a continuous attack on him from the ground. He wouldn't be able to land safely. Ling Yun was still unarmed as he retreated again. Qin Jianhao laughed coldly and roared, "Prison drawing." His tower-like body took a step forward and flew more than 3 meters into the air. Using the rod as a pen, he drew a huge circle around Ling Yun. Rod shadows filled the sky. This move made it seem as if a huge umbrella was opened above Ling Yun's head, and Ling Yun was at the handle of the umbrella. His surroundings were filled with domineering winds from the rod. To put it more vividly, with Qin Jianhao's hand as the center, the shadows of the staff formed a huge purplish gold funnel, trapping Ling Yun alive inside. Ling Yun, aren't you going to take out your devil's blade? Qin Jianhao was suspended in midair, but his wrist did not stop. He was still drawing a circle with the long rod, but the circle was getting smaller and smaller. Soon, it would hit Qin Jianhao. He realized that the speed at which Qin Jianhao moved the rod was simply too fast. Even if it were to rain now, not a single drop of water would fall into the circle that Ling Yun was standing in. Not a single drop of water would be able to enter the circle that Ling Yun stood in. Under such circumstances, even if Ling Yun used fulgurating shadows, he wouldn't be able to rush out unless he risked his life to take a hit. However, Ling Yun definitely couldn't take this blow. This wasn't a weapon with a blade like a sword, it was a huge stick. The golden black devilish silkworm robe was completely useless against such a brute force attack. Furthermore, even if Ling Yun had the stellar condensation technique, he wouldn't dare to use his body to withstand that blow. Qin Jianhao was close to Xiantian Realm Level 9, Ling Yun dodged Qin Jianhao's attack twice in a row, but he was still barehanded. To Qin Jianhao, this was definitely an insult. He was forcing Ling Yun to take out his weapon and fight him head-on. As you wish. Ling Yun laughed coldly. Instantly, a huge bronze object appeared in his hands. It had 1 mouth, 2 handles, and 3 legs. It was the Shenong cauldron. Against such a huge rod, taking out the devil's blade would definitely put him at a disadvantage. If he wanted to fight head-on, only the 1,000-kilogram Shenong cauldron could do it. Ling Yun grabbed one of the Shenong cauldron's legs with one hand and used fulgurating shadows. Within the sky full of rod shadows, 9 figures of Ling Yun appeared at almost the same time. Boom, 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 the sound of bronze and purple copper colliding began to resound continuously. and the sound was earth-shattering. Damn, the opponent is indeed born with godly strength. Ling Yan's arm strength was so strong, and he was holding the Shinnon cauldron that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms. He dashed left and right within the shadows of the rod 9 times, but he was blocked by Qin Jianhao's purple gold rod. Ling Yan didn't rush out. However, after these 9 blows, Qin Jianhao couldn't continue to stay in the air. He suddenly dropped to the ground. Pung pung. 2 huge feet landed on the hard mountain rock. Both of his ankles were gone, and countless gravel flew everywhere. This is the Shinnon cauldron. Qin Jianhao landed, ignoring the numbness in his hands. He immediately saw the object in Ling Yan's hands. Ling Yan stood proudly without any signs of panting. He casually lifted the Shinnon cauldron with one hand and observed it carefully. He was relieved to find that the Shinnon cauldron wasn't damaged at all. You have good eyesight, this is the Shinnon cauldron. Qin Jianhao squinted his eyes and stared at Ling Yan for a while before asking, Rascal, where did you get such a big thing from? As long as he killed Ling Yan, the Shinnon cauldron would naturally belong to Qin Jianhao. Therefore, he didn't care much about it. He was more concerned about how Ling Yan had conjured the Shinnon cauldron. Ling Yan raised the Shinnon cauldron in the air with one hand and said with a smile, Don't you know that I can perform magic? I can create something out of nothing. Naturally, I conjured it. Qin Jianhao's expression changed. He knew that it was pointless to ask now. Without further ado, he shouted, Rascal, since the Shinnon cauldron is in your hands, you have to die tonight. Kill. Before he finished his sentence, he had already raised the long staff in his hand and smashed it down on Ling Yan's head. However, this time, he used both of his hands. This time, Ling Yan didn't dodge. He grabbed the 2 legs of the Shinnon cauldron with both hands and raised it above his head to meet the long staff. Dong. The purple gold staff smashed into the 2 sides of the Shinnon cauldron's mouth, creating an earth-shattering sound that reverberated throughout the mountains. At the same time, the ferocious wind from the rod collided with Ling Yan's protective true qi, causing the true qi to surge. Sand and stones flew around Ling Yan, and the ground looked like it had been swept by a hurricane. Other than rocks, there was nothing else. Ling Yan didn't move an inch, but the purple gold staff bounced up high. Qin Jianhao's arms were numb from the impact. He was shocked. He didn't expect Ling Yan to have such strength. Since he was young, Qin Jianhao had always revered strength. What he recognized the most was that strength could break through all techniques. Therefore, ever since he started practicing ancient martial arts, he had been using a long rod that was heavier than his body weight. When he sparred with the geniuses of the various clans in the capital, no one could beat him in strength. Now, he had finally met his match. Humph, again. Qin Jianhao suddenly increased his strength to the extreme. He raised the staff with both hands and smashed it down on Ling Yan's head. This was also the first time Ling Yan met an opponent that was on par with him in terms of strength. He didn't give in and chose to take it head-on. Dong, 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 dong. Then, Chester, who was flying in the sky, saw a terrifying scene. The 2 geniuses of martial arts had given up their moves on the highest peak. They were just like barbarians from the untainted world, competing with each other in terms of physical strength. Huff. 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 After another 8 full force strikes, Qin Jianhao also began to pant like a bull. However, he sadly realized that Ling Yan, who was passively receiving his attacks, was only panting slightly. Ling Yan's face wasn't red, and he wasn't out of breath. It was as if he still had energy left. Qin Jianhao's hands were also trembling slightly. He used his Xiantian true qi to regulate his breathing and prepare for the next attack. It's my turn now, right? Ling Yan looked at the panting Qin Jianhao and smiled. He lifted the Shinnon cauldron lightly and rose from the ground. His feet brought up countless gravel. After taking 9 hits from Qin Jianhao, Ling Yan was able to withstand it. However, the ground under his feet couldn't. It was as if a pile was being driven, and his feet sank nearly a meter into the ground. Ling Yan's figure rushed into the sky like an ancient god of war. He raised the cauldron with both hands and smashed it towards Qin Jianhao. It was also a head-on smash. Dong, 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 dong. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Ling Yan also leaped up a total of 9 times and changed 9 different directions. Each time, he smashed towards Qin Jianhao's head. However, Qin Jianhao was able to withstand it. Qin Jianhao did manage to withstand it. However, after taking 9 hits from Ling Yun, Qin Jianhao's situation was much worse than Ling Yun's. His huge body had already been smashed more than a meter into the ground, and both his legs were no longer visible. Qin Jianhao's heart was filled with horror. This Ling Yun was like an ancient god of war. His body contained endless power. After smashing 9 times, Ling Yun didn't continue. He took a few steps back and waved his right hand at Qin Jianhao, who was shorter than him. "You're still not good enough to compete with me in terms of strength." Ling Yun laughed and shouted coldly, "Come out." Ling Yun wasn't stupid. He knew that these 18 rounds of attacks weren't just for show. Qin Jianhao's surging true qi was something that Ling Yun couldn't match up to. Before the real fight, the two of them had to compare their strength to exhaust Qin Jianhao's energy. However, Qin Jianhao would never have guessed that the thing that Ling Yun was least afraid of was competing in terms of strength. Crash! Qin Jianhao's majestic figure rushed out of the ground. He was a hero of the world, so he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he laughed and said, "Unexpected, really unexpected. This is getting more and more interesting." As he spoke, Qin Jianhao held the middle of the purple gold copper rod that had been smashed. He gently pulled the 2 sides and straightened the copper rod again. Boom! Qin Jianhao stabbed the purple gold copper rod into the ground and crossed his arms. His tall figure rushed towards Ling Yun. "Trying to snatch the cauldron? Don't even think about it." Ling Yun saw Qin Jianhao rushing over empty-handed and knew what he was going to do. He couldn't help but laugh coldly. Without waiting for Qin Jianhao to come close, he had already put away the Shenong cauldron. Tiangang Demon Fist. Ling Yun punched out with both fists towards Qin Jianhao's body. His momentum was unparalleled. Bang bang. Qin Jianhao did not hesitate to use his fists to block. The 2 pairs of fists collided fiercely. Kacha kacha. The sound of rocks shattering could be heard. Ling Yun and Qin Jianhao each took 3 steps back. To be continued. Ling Yun and Qin Jianhao were engaged in an earth-shattering battle at the peak of Tianmao Peak. Neither of them had the upper hand after the violent and brutal exchange of blows. Now, they were engaged in a close combat battle with their bare fists. The 2 of them clashed head-on with their fists, and the wind from their fists stirred up sand and stones. As a result, both of them retreated 3 steps, and it was still hard to tell who was better. Qin Jianhao took 3 steps back before he finally steadied himself. His expression finally became serious as he stared at Ling Yun, his heart filled with fear. Among all the descendants of the 7 great secular families in the capital, only the 2 peerless geniuses of the Long family and the heaven-defying monster of the Yi family could withstand such a punch from him. Only the 2 peerless geniuses of the Long family and the monstrous genius of the Yi family could do it. I didn't expect such a heaven-defying youth to appear in the Huaxia Empire. Qin Jianhao's heart skipped a beat. Ling Yun took 3 steps back before regaining his balance. He clenched his slightly numb fists as he realized that he had met a strong opponent. "Brat, I have the protection of the Xiantian realm level 8 true qi. Let's see how long you can last." Qin Jianhao raised his qi and shouted. Once again, he moved forward. His figure flashed as he used the ghostly invisible limitless footwork and the heavenly slaughter heart destruction claw. Qin Jianhao's hands turned into claws as he waved them in the air, aiming for Ling Yun's vital parts. Vault of Heaven's destruction palm. Ling Yun was surrounded by the claw shadows in an instant, but he didn't panic. He expanded his divine sense to the maximum and used the Yin-Yang divine eye at the same time. He used the Vault of Heaven's destruction palm, using slow speed to fight fast speed. Ling Yan's moves were complemented by his exquisite footwork. Although his palms seemed slow, they were able to avoid Qin Jianhao's feints and block each of his claws perfectly. Bam 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 bam, the palms and claws collided continuously, and the wind from the palms and true qi surged. Both of them attacked dozens of times, but they were evenly matched. Qin Jianhao attacked fiercely, but Ling Yan's defense was impenetrable. Qin Jianhao finally lost his patience and took a step forward. In a flash, he floated behind Ling Yun, his right hand reached out and grabbed Ling Yun's back. Hee hee. Ling Yun chuckled and took a step forward, dodging Qin Jianhao's domineering attack. Qin Jianhao snorted coldly. His tall figure followed closely, not giving Ling Yun any chance at all. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Ling Yun changed his footwork 3 times in a row, but he still couldn't shake Chen Jianhao off. With a roar, his slender figure rose into the air and did a 180-degree turn in the air. At the same time, he opened his arms and flew towards Chen Jianhao like a huge bird. Boom boom boom, Ling Yun flew up and attacked head-on. Chen Jianhao was afraid that Ling Yun wouldn't exchange blows with him. He shouted, "Good timing," and used both of his claws to block more than 10 of Ling Yun's blows. Oh my god, this battle is too intense. Jester was hiding in the sky, watching the battle in silence. He swallowed his saliva and thought that his boss was lucky. If it were him, let alone fighting against Chen Jianhao for such a long time, he wouldn't even be able to resist one strike. Thunderous kick. Chen Jianhao attacked with his claws more than 10 times. Taking advantage of the time when Ling Yun finally landed on the ground, he rushed forward and raised his right leg, which was like an iron pillar, towards Ling Yun's lower abdomen and kicked fiercely. Hee, your dead brother has already used this move before. Why don't you try something new? At this point in the battle, Ling Yun couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, he had seen these martial arts when he was fighting with Xianxia on Yunming Mountain. Otherwise, he would definitely be at a disadvantage today. Ling Yun suddenly turned his body sideways and dodged Chen Jianhao's kick. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and got close to Chen Jianhao's body. Eat my fist first. Ling Yun suddenly threw a punch. Bang! This punch finally landed squarely on Chen Jianhao's chest. Pa! Chen Jianhao took Ling Yun's punch head-on, but he wasn't at a disadvantage either. His right leg in the air changed from a kick to a sweep. Like a windmill, he lifted it and swept it towards Ling Yun's left rib. Yes. Chen Jianhao was hit by Ling Yun's punch, and his tall body flew straight backwards. At the same time, Ling Yun was swept 7 to 8 steps to the side before he finally stopped. Both of them immediately let out a groan. This punch, it's really F***king solid. Chen Jianhao only felt a stuffy feeling in his chest. Ling Yun's punch was really too ruthless. That was fun, again. After Ling Yun was swept away, he immediately used the yin-yang harmony balance to suppress his surging blood and qi. Then, he flew over again. Tiangang Demon Fist. The wind from the fist was wrapped in a domineering aura. Once again, it violently hit Chen Jianhao's chest. Iron Skin. Chen Jianhao was not to be outdone. At the same time, he used the Iron Skin and clenched his fists to fight Ling Yun. Bang, 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 bang. This was a true hand-to-hand combat, and it was extremely dangerous. Apart from the occasional punches, the two of them only had to exchange blows. They were competing to see whose fist was harder, whose endurance was longer, and who was more resistant to attacks. Swoosh! The two figures separated again. Both of them were a little out of breath. They were more than 20 meters away from each other, and their eyes were fixed on each other like bulls. Ling Yun, if I remember correctly, you only cultivated for slightly more than 3 months. Ling Yun's body was also trembling violently. He panted and laughed. So what if you remember correctly? You are indeed a martial arts genius that I have never seen before. Or, according to what you said, you should be a cultivation genius. However, that will only last until tonight. Chen Jianhao's eyes revealed a trace of undisguised admiration. However, his gaze turned cold and murderous in an instant. The biting cold murderous aura that was released from his body instantly became many times thicker. I have to congratulate you, because you have finally succeeded in forcing me to use my full strength. Chen Jianhao shouted as he gathered his murderous aura. In a flash, his tall figure flashed, and in a flash, the purple copper rod was already in his hand. Chen Jianhao pointed the purple copper rod at Ling Yun. No matter what ability you have, use it all. Tonight will be the day you die. Kill. Ling Yun smiled faintly as he stared intently at the charging Chen Jianhao. He said disdainfully, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Whoosh. The Devil's Underworld Essence blade appeared in Ling Yun's hands once again. This time, he didn't use the Shenong Cauldron. Looking at the direction of the long rod, Ling Yun tilted his body, wielded the blade, and used all his strength to slash at the large copper rod. Dang 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 dang, sparks flew everywhere, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard for a few miles in this silent and deserted mountain range. Ling Yan slashed more than 10 times in a few seconds, but the blade bounced off without exception. The purple gold copper rod was unharmed. *T. Ling Yan's heart sank. He stopped wasting his effort and flew away. Humph, even though your devil's underworld essence blade can cut through iron like mud, you have to break my Xianxia first if you want to break my blade. Qin Jianhao was full of confidence as he spoke disdainfully. He swung the purple gold copper rod in a circle and chased after Ling Yan. Ling Yan didn't dare to block it head-on. Relying on his peerless Qinggong, he flew away again. Hide at the bottom of the cliff if you can. Qin Jianhao wasn't going to let Ling Yan off. He waved his large rod wildly and chased after Ling Yan. It looked like he was about to force him to the edge of the cliff. This time, he mainly attacked below Ling Yan's waist. His goal was to force Ling Yan into the air. That way, Ling Yan could only be beaten up in the air. *CK your mother's *T. Ling Yan retorted. He flew backward and stopped right at the edge of the cliff. At the same time, he looked in the direction where Qin Jianhao's large rod was sweeping from and stretched out his hand. Bang! Ling Yan accurately grabbed the other end of the purple gold copper rod. Woo! The purple gold copper rod was caught by Ling Yan, but Ling Yan was also sent flying by the huge force and inertia of the copper rod. His body was in the air, and he flew off the cliff. Boss! Chester exclaimed. He couldn't see clearly from 100 meters away. From his point of view, he thought that Ling Yan was hit by the long rod and sent flying. Don't worry, I'm fine. Ling Yan grabbed the other end of the copper rod and didn't let go. At the same time, he put away his knife and used his other hand to grab the purple gold copper rod tightly. It couldn't be helped. The 10-centimeter copper rod was too thick. Ling Yan couldn't hold it with one hand at all. He was in danger of being flung away at any time. Haha, how dare you grab my copper rod? I'll fling you to death even if I have to. Qin Jianhao finally found an opportunity. He held the rod with both hands and swung it left and right like a huge flag, trying to fling Ling Yan off the cliff. However, Qin Jianhao quickly realized that something was wrong. He felt that Ling Yan's body, which was flipping in the air, was becoming lighter and lighter until it was almost undetectable. Using softness to overcome hardness, Willow. Catkin following the wind, Qin Jianhao chuckled. Is this enough? I'll smash. As he spoke, his hand stopped sweeping left and right. Instead, he raised the purple gold copper rod horizontally in the air, then, he smashed it violently onto the ground. Boom. Of course, Ling Yan didn't let go of Qin Jianhao's hand. He used the force of Qin Jianhao's fall to plant his feet firmly on the ground. Because the force was too great, his feet sank into the rocks, reaching his knees. Hey! Qin Jianhao changed his moves quickly. The moment Ling Yan landed on the ground with the purple gold copper rod, he used all his strength and stabbed at Ling Yan's chest with all his might. Wishful thinking. I'll block. Ling Yan smiled disdainfully. He held the purple gold copper rod tightly with both hands and was as steady as a rock. Under the huge force, his body didn't even move a little. Wasn't it just a competition of strength? Could Ling Yan still lose? Qin Jianhao's eyes were wide open, and his face was flushed red. He exerted all his strength in his hands, as if he was going to fight to the death with Ling Yan. Ling Yan didn't give an inch either. However, Qin Jianhao was still moving forward step by step. It wasn't that the 4-meter-long purple gold copper rod had become shorter. Instead, the purple gold copper rod was bending bit by bit, forming an arch bridge in the air. The more the purple gold copper rod bent, the closer the distance between them became. Soon, they were less than 2 meters apart. Ling Yan suddenly laughed. Qin Jianhao, one more step and you'll die. The purple copper rod, which had a diameter of 10 centimeters, had already been bent into an inverted U shape due to the wrestling between the two. Qin Jianhao was getting closer and closer to Ling Yan. He laughed maniacally. Ling Yan, you should have used up all your energy by now, right? Let's see if it's you or me who dies. Ling Yan suddenly grinned, revealing his bright red lips and white teeth. However, to Qin Jianhao, there was a hint of mystery in it. Hey! Ling Yan suddenly exhaled and shouted. He gripped the copper rod with both hands and squeezed with all his might. In the blink of an eye, the purple copper rod, which had a diameter of 10 centimeters, was squeezed by Ling Yan to the thickness of a rolling pin and the shape of an ordinary knife handle. However, that wasn't the end. Ling Yan circulated the yin-yang harmony balance and infused the pure yang true qi into the purple copper rod. What's going on? Qin Jianhao's smile froze. He suddenly realized that the purple copper rod was getting hotter and hotter. It was starting to burn his hand. To Qin Jianhao, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8, this bit of heat naturally wouldn't pose any threat to him. However, this situation was extremely rare. He had no idea what Ling Yan was going to do or why he was doing this. I'm going to kill you, Ling Yan said casually, but his tone was cold and emotionless. Qin Jianhao was different from the members of the three great hidden families. He was from the Qin family and knew enough of Ling Yan's secrets. Even if Ling Yan used all means, he wouldn't be able to leave Skyspear Peak alive. Whoosh! While Qin Jianhao was stunned, Ling Yan suddenly changed to holding the rod with one hand, leaving his left hand free. With a thought, a Vajra talisman appeared in his left hand. Appear! Ling Yan slapped the gold talisman on his body and shouted appear. Then came the defense talisman and the shout appear. I'll return your broken rod to you. After using two talismans, Ling Yan pushed his right hand forward and released it. His figure shot up into the sky for the first time. Appear. Using the God Strider talisman, Qin Jianhao had never seen such a technique even though he was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. He was extremely shocked, but he knew that Ling Yan was going to use his trump card. How could he be slow? Want to kill me? No way. I'll do it. Without thinking, Qin Jianhao raised his right hand and smashed the purple copper long rod that was almost bent into an oval shape towards Ling Yan in the air. Hee hee. Ling Yan's body was in the air, but he had already anticipated Qin Jianhao's move. He took 3 steps in the air and easily dodged Qin Jianhao's long rod. The devil's blade was already in his hand. Raging Beheader. Shua, Ling Yan raised his blade with both hands and swung it at Qin Jianhao's head. The saber wind suddenly rose, and the black saber aura wrapped in peerless power turned into a black saber wall, as if the power of this saber was going to split Qin Jianhao in half. F***CK. How did his movement become so fast? What shocked Qin Jianhao wasn't the power of Ling Yan's blade, nor was it its ferocious aura. What shocked him was the speed of Ling Yan's movement technique. Whether it was his movement technique or his blade, Ling Yan's speed was twice as fast as before. Qin Jianhao was caught off guard and was unable to dodge in time. This was the effect of the divine traversing talisman. Golden Bell Shield, open. Qin Jianhao no longer had the purple copper rod in his hand. At this moment, he could only use all the true qi in his body to activate the Golden Bell Shield to protect himself. At the same time, he took a step diagonally and stretched out his long arm, smashing it against the black saber wall. Chi 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 chi, Xiantian true qi surged out of his body and rotated rapidly around Qin Jianhao. In an instant, it turned into a white transparent bell that completely enveloped Qin Jianhao's huge body. Dong. After an earth-shattering sound, Qin Jianhao's left arm hit the blade of Ling Yan's saber accurately. However, Ling Yan's saber was too fast. It was only smashed a little, but it still hit Qin Jianhao. To be exact, it hit the true qi bell that enveloped Qin Jianhao's body. Boom. The ferocious saber smashed against Qin Jianhao's golden bell shield in an incomparably domineering manner, producing an even louder sound. Shua. Ling Yan was violently thrown to one side by the rapidly rotating true qi. His body flew diagonally for 20 meters. Qiankuan slash. Ling Yan landed on the ground. Seeing that the first saber didn't cause any damage to Qin Jianhao, he wasn't the least bit discouraged. He immediately flew back and swung his saber wildly with both hands. Boom. Another loud sound. This time, Qin Jianhao used the golden bell shield to block it, but he was also sent flying more than 10 meters by Ling Yan's saber. Golden bell shield, right? Watch how I break your golden bell shield. Ling Yan roared. His movements were getting faster and faster. Every slash hit Qin Jianhao's protective golden bell shield, forcefully clashing with him. If he didn't have enough true qi, he would make up for it with strength. Kid, I thought you were up to something. So this is all you've got? How can you break the protective true chi of someone at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8 so easily? Qin Jianhao's speed wasn't as fast as Ling Yun's. He took more than 10 slashes from Ling Yun. Even though the rapidly rotating chi around his body could throw Ling Yun away every time, he could clearly feel that it was getting harder and harder for him to resist. In a fight between masters, Ling Yun's blade energy wasn't something that could be easily blocked. Every time he struck Qin Jianhao, even though it seemed as though he was returning empty-handed, he was actually able to deplete a significant amount of Qin Jianhao's Xiantian true chi. At the same time, Ling Yun was secretly surprised. He used the God Strider talisman, which doubled his original speed. Compared to Qin Jianhao, he was practically chasing after Qin Jianhao, but Qin Jianhao was actually able to resist it. No wonder Grandpa said that Xiantian realm level 9 is divided into 9 small realms. So it's not just Xiantian realm level 9. Even though they're both at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8, the difference in strength between Qin Jianhao and Qin Xianxia is actually so huge. Ling Yun remembered clearly that when he was fighting with Qin Xianxia on Yunming Mountain, it didn't take him long to break Qin Xianxia's golden bell shield. At that time, he was forced to use the Dragon Elephant Divine Force to cut Qin Xianxia in half to prevent Qin Xianxia from escaping. Can't break it? Then let's give it a try. I'll let you witness the true power of a cultivator. Ling Yun was shocked, but he was still incomparably calm. He continued to fly and attack with his saber. Every time he attacked, he would return empty-handed. However, this time, when Ling Yun swung his saber, there were 7 or 8 talismans in his left hand, level 5 fire talismans. Confrontation. Ling Yun used the plucking leaves flying technique and hit 7 or 8 fire talismans on Qin Jianhao's golden bell shield at the same time. Boom, 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 huge explosions rang out one after another. Not only did the explosions create several holes in the golden bell canopy that had not been broken for a long time, but it also almost stunned Qin Jianhao. F***CK. Not good. Qin Jianhao trembled violently. Without hesitation, he rushed into the sky and dodged Ling Yun's slash. What the F***CK is this? Qin Jianhao's figure rose into the sky and hurriedly used the true chi in his body to repair the big hole in the golden bell shield. At the same time, he shouted in a stern voice. It's a cultivator's toy. Qin Jianhao's body rose into the sky for the first time. Such a good opportunity was hard to come by. Without hesitation, he put away his saber and took out his golden longbow. He knocked an arrow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. 3 pure silver arrows wrapped in Ling Yun's golden chi tore through the sky and shot towards Qin Jianhao like lightning. Clang clang clang. A distance of tens of meters was covered in less than a moment. Before Qin Jianhao could react, the 3 icy cold arrows had already hit the golden bell shield outside his body. However, even though they hit the target, they still couldn't penetrate Qin Jianhao's strong protective true chi. The 3 sharp arrows bent at a speed visible to the naked eye and were thrown to God knows where by the rapidly rotating airflow. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The sound of bowstrings vibrating could be heard incessantly as the sharp arrows flew towards Qin Jianhao one after another. Ling Yun was the kind of person who wouldn't let go of an opportunity. He didn't care if his arrows could hurt Qin Jianhao. He only needed to know that each of his arrows could deplete a large amount of Qin Jianhao's Xiantian true chi. Humph. Are you done yet? Even though Qin Jianhao wasn't injured, he was very depressed. He saw through Ling Yun's intentions and knew that Ling Yun was desperately trying to deplete his Xiantian true chi. Pung 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 pung, Qin Jianhao used his palms to hit the arrows that were flying towards him. He used the fierce wind from his palms to deflect all the arrows that were flying towards him. Boom. Qin Jianhao finally landed on the ground. He had depleted a large amount of true chi and was obviously panting. However, he still spoke arrogantly, "Brat, I didn't expect you to force me to this extent. However, this isn't enough. If you have any other trump cards, use them all." That was what Qin Jianhao said, but his heart was in turmoil. He was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. Not only was his Xiantian true chi incomparably pure, but he was also extremely strong. Naturally, he had depleted a lot of true chi after resisting for so long. However, no matter how heaven-defying Ling Yun was, the true qi in his body should have been depleted by now, right? Why was he still so energetic? Wasn't he afraid that he would die if his true qi was depleted? Qin Jianhao was already sure that both sides were evenly matched. Up until now, neither side had gained the upper hand. They were actually fighting a battle of attrition. Whoever ran out of true qi first would be the first to fall. However, even though Qin Jianhao was exhausted, he had absolute confidence that Ling Yan's true qi was definitely not as strong as his. After fighting for so long, Ling Yan was definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. Once Qin Jianhao landed on the ground, Ling Yan immediately put away his longbow. He was panting violently. Indeed, his true qi was depleted. Without a doubt, even though Qin Jianhao was the only opponent, this battle was the most difficult one Ling Yan had encountered since he started cultivating. Hee, brat, you ran out of true qi, right? Now it's my turn. Qin Jianhao observed carefully and finally confirmed that Ling Yan couldn't hold on any longer. He chuckled and was about to turn his body. Qin Jianhao suddenly stopped moving and looked at Ling Yan in shock. Suddenly, an old and tattered gourd appeared in his left hand. He raised his head and poured it into his mouth. Dragon saliva, let's join in the fun and predict the results of the World Cup on the 21st. Italy will defeat Costa Rica by 2 goals, Switzerland will tie with France 1-1, Honduras will lose to Ecuador by 1 goal. To be continued. Gulp, 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 Ling Yan raised his head and gulped down the dragon saliva as though there was no one else around. Once the dragon saliva entered his throat, the majestic spiritual energy rushed into his limbs, meridians, and energy center. Ling Yan's depleted true qi recovered by 70 to 80%. At the same time, the mysterious golden dragon-shaped curve in Ling Yan's energy center glowed even brighter, emitting rays of golden light that illuminated his energy center. I'm sorry, it's not your turn yet. Our battle has just begun. Ling Yan finished drinking the dragon saliva and kept the mysterious gourd into his spatial ring. He smiled at Qin Jianhao, who was still in a daze, as he said this to him. Qin Jianhao was not only stunned, but he was also sniffing with all his might. The 5 senses and 6 senses of an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8 were extremely powerful. Even though only a trace of the dragon's spiritual energy leaked out, he was still able to capture the aroma. What are you drinking? Qin Jianhao's eyes gleamed with greed. Ling Yan strolled slowly towards the bent purple gold copper rod in the distance. At the same time, he said casually, this is dragon saliva. If you want it, you can come and snatch it. What? Dragon saliva? How is that possible? Qin Jianhao thought that Ling Yan was drinking some elixir juice or 100-year-old milk. He didn't expect Ling Yan to be drinking dragon saliva. The Long family in Beijing was always looking for anything related to dragons. For so many years, they couldn't even get a drop of dragon saliva, but Ling Yan was drinking it like plain water. Qin Jianhao finally understood why Ling Yan's cultivation speed was so fast. If he were to drink this dragon saliva, he would instantly break through to Xiantian realm level 9. Kid, what realm are you at now? Ling Yan's energy center was too mysterious. Even though Qin Jianhao was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8, he couldn't see through Ling Yan's true realm. Ling Yan walked to the side of the purple gold rod and used the tip of his foot to hook it into the air. He grabbed it and straightened the bent part bit by bit. Didn't I tell you before? According to the ancient martial arts world, it should be the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 9, what? When Qin Jianhao heard this, he was so depressed that he almost wanted to vomit blood. He simply couldn't believe that a fellow who hadn't even reached the Xiantian realm could actually fight with him for so long and not be at a disadvantage. How terrifying was this combat strength? This was too much of a blow. Let me borrow your rod to determine the winner. Ling Yan finally straightened the purple gold copper rod and pointed it at Qin Jianhao from afar. Ling Yan didn't seem to do anything. He just pointed his 4-meter-long copper rod at his opponent with an aura of disdain. Although your staff technique is very good, let me show you how to use this kind of staff. With that, he pointed the 4-meter-long purple gold copper rod at Qin Jianhao's head and charged forward. Shua! In an instant, Ling Yan appeared in front of Qin Jianhao. With the rod in the air, he raised his hand and smashed it down. Remember, this is called the crazy demon cudgel technique. Before he finished his sentence, the purple gold copper rod had already smashed towards Qin Jianhao's head. Qin Jianhao didn't dare to take it with his bare hands. He also knew that his golden bell shield wouldn't be able to withstand this blow. He could only dodge it. Boom! The long rod smashed into the place where Qin Jianhao was just standing. The other end of the copper rod smashed directly into the rock, causing countless gravel to fly in all directions. In Ling Yan's hands, the 300-kilogram copper rod was no different from holding a chopstick. However, he didn't change his move midway. Even though Qin Jianhao was sent flying, the copper rod still smashed into the ground. Using a rod isn't about changing, it's about pressing forward and sweeping away everything in its path. Ling Yan laughed proudly. With a flick of his wrist, he lifted the purple gold copper rod up. His figure flashed again, and he appeared not far away from Qin Jianhao and swept horizontally. Woo! This purple gold copper rod was too convenient in Ling Yan's hands. Relying on the God Strider talisman, his speed was faster than Qin Jianhao's, and he began to chase after Qin Jianhao. Qin Jianhao still didn't dare to take it head-on. He could only fly away again and escape into the distance. Chen, you said that only one of us can leave this place tonight. Ling Yan chased after Qin Jianhao relentlessly, waving the big stick in his hand. He didn't want to let go of Qin Jianhao and kept goading him. Ling Yan wasn't afraid of fighting with Qin Jianhao, but he was worried that Qin Jianhao would escape. In that case, Ling Yan wasn't 100% confident that he could kill Qin Jianhao on the spot. Who said I'm going to escape? Didn't I chase you everywhere just now? Qin Jianhao used his qinggong to desperately dodge Ling Yan's attacks. He didn't forget to retaliate. Escape, the Shenong Cauldron, the Dragon's Saliva, and the Devil's Blade were all with Ling Yan. Qin Jianhao had to snatch them even if he had to. How could he escape and let others take advantage of him? However, a battle of life and death didn't mean that they had to fight head-on. If it was just a battle of brute force, the two of them could just arm wrestle. There was no need to fight at all. Since it was a battle, there had to be strategy and tactics. Qin Jianhao wasn't stupid. He seemed to be at a disadvantage now, but this was also a way to exhaust Ling Yan's energy. Woo! Boom! Voila! Ling Yan used his dragon fish phantom ability and split into four from time to time. He covered the entire peak of Tian Mao Peak, which was less than 40 meters wide. He waved his purple gold rod like a windmill, crazily squeezing the space that Qin Jianhao had to dodge. The crazy demon rod technique was like a crazy demon, however, Qin Jianhao's qinggong was extremely strong. Even though Ling Yan's long rod was long and fast, Qin Jianhao dodged it by a hair's breadth. He couldn't hit him at all. As a result, the rocks on the peak of Tian Mao Peak were in trouble. From time to time, huge rocks were smashed or swept away. Huge rocks that weighed hundreds of kilograms were either smashed into pieces or swept off 1,000 meters of cliff. That scene was simply a landslide. The shadows of the rod filled the sky, and gravel flew everywhere. Qin Jianhao's tall figure flew up and down in the midst of countless fan-shaped rod shadows. He was like a small tree that was uprooted by a strong gust of wind, on the verge of collapse at any moment. The momentum was too shocking. Qin Jianhao knew that even with the protection of the golden bell shield, he would be injured if he was hit by the purple gold rod. Let's see how you're going to escape now. Die. After much difficulty, he finally managed to force Qin Jianhao to the edge of a narrow cliff. Brandishing his long rod, he opened his mouth and roared. Open for me. Qin Jianhao had nowhere to retreat. He was also forced into a corner. Instead of dodging, he suddenly turned around and pounced towards Ling Yan's rod shadows with his arms wide open. He heard the sound and raised his hand to grab the purple gold copper rod that was sweeping towards him. What a joke! Ling Yan was using his weapon to suppress him. It would be strange if Qin Jianhao wasn't angry. Qin Jianhao didn't judge wrongly. At this critical moment, his hand almost caught the long rod that was sweeping towards him. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. Ling Yan's right hand that was holding onto the long rod suddenly shook his wrist twice in an unbelievable manner. That long rod that had never changed its moves changed for the first time. Not good. Qin Jianhao's hand missed and immediately realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly used Sun Luo Hidden and prepared to use his peerless qinggong to forcefully rush out of Ling Yan's attack range. Too late. Ling Yan laughed heartily as he raised his right arm. The purple gold rod was wrapped in an unparalleled aura as it swept towards Qin Jianhao's dashing figure. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Qin Jianhao was hit for the first time. His golden bell shield was instantly shattered, and his huge body was smashed horizontally. Pung! Another loud sound rang out. Qin Jianhao's figure fell heavily to the ground. He only felt a sweetness in his throat, and he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, he was a ruthless character after all. He gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood in his mouth. Finally, my true qi is exhausted. Ling Yan's eyesight was extremely sharp. From the beginning, he chose to fight head-on with Qin Jianhao in order to repeatedly exhaust Qin Jianhao's strength. This time, Qin Jianhao was hit. Obviously, the true qi in his body was about to run out. Qin Jianhao fell to the ground, but Ling Yan's figure rushed into the sky. The long rod in his right hand continuously swept around Qin Jianhao's body. At the same time, his left hand shot out a handful of fire talismans. Qin Jianhao knew how powerful it was. He endured his internal injuries and desperately raised his hands in a panic. He sent out a few palm strikes to shake off the fire talismans that were flying towards him. However, there were still 3 fire talismans that hit his body. Boom boom boom. Qin Jianhao's golden bell shield had already been smashed by Ling Yan's rod. Now that it was hit by the fire talismans, it exploded violently on his body. In an instant, he was scorched on the outside and tender on the inside. TSK 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 TSK. Ling Yan was merciless. He didn't wait for his body to land on the ground. Another handful of iron nails, all filled with pure yang true qi, flew towards Qin Jianhao. Ah? Qin Jianhao's eyes revealed a look of panic and unease for the first time. He supported himself with one hand and used his leg to push off the ground. His body flew across the ground and with great difficulty, he managed to dodge the dozen iron nails. Try taking another strike from me. Ling Yan's body was in the air. He used the long rod to hit the ground and threw it away. His figure took 3 steps forward at lightning speed and immediately caught up with the escaping Qin Jianhao. The devil's blade in his hand slashed down violently. Qin Jianhao was shocked. However, his body's momentum was already exhausted. It was too late for him to gather his qi and dodge again. In desperation, he could only desperately mobilize the Xiantian true qi in his body to protect the vital parts of his body. Swoosh! Ling Yan's blade struck Qin Jianhao's thigh at lightning speed. Ah! Qin Jianhao's thigh was injured, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. He couldn't help but let out a miserable howl like a wild beast. However, it was blocked by Qin Jianhao's true qi. Ling Yan's blade only cut an inch into Qin Jianhao's flesh. It didn't cause any fatal damage. This made Ling Yan very unhappy. Qin Jianhao was an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. It was too difficult to deal with. Ling Yan was completely unmoved. With a cold look in his eyes, he swung his blade again and mercilessly slashed down. To be continued. No one could describe the speed of Ling Yan's knife. A black light flashed, and the blade fell. On the brink of life and death, Qin Jianhao finally gave it his all. Ignoring the injury on his thigh, his body bounced up and he sat up. His palms came together like lightning. Miraculously, he used a pair of bare hands to catch Ling Yan's peerlessly sharp knife. Mr. Tokugawa, save me. Qin Jianhao did not care about anything. He mustered all the strength in his body and shouted with all his might. Young Master Chen, don't panic, I'm here. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 black flying daggers flew straight down from the sky like 3 bolts of black lightning, aiming for Ling Yan's vital points from top, middle, and bottom. Ling Yan's expression changed, and he used all his strength to retreat. With a fulgurating shadows, he left an afterimage in his original position. His real body had already appeared more than 10 meters away. He didn't stop at all and followed up with another fulgurating shadows. His body split into 7, and the entire peak of Tianmao Peak was filled with Ling Yan's silhouettes. Clang clang clang. Sure enough, another 3 flying daggers were nailed to the spot where Ling Yan appeared the first time he retreated. All of them were embedded into the rocks. What precise technique, and what fast flying daggers! Ling Yan stood on the edge of a cliff, looking coldly at the sky above Tianmao Peak. There was a black-masked figure leaping down from the back of a large bird from the Blood Clan. Japanese ninja, Tokugawa Muto. After Tokugawa Muto jumped down from the back of the large bird, he went straight for Chen Jianhao. His small eyes were sharp, and no one could read his expression. That large bird from the Blood Clan flew above Ling Yun's head, flapping its wings and flying in a circle. It looked down at Ling Yun arrogantly. "Are you Ling Yun? You don't have 3 heads and 6 arms." That large bird from the Blood Clan said disdainfully, even though it maintained its body level. "Marquis Scott, please be careful. This brat has a golden longbow and an explosive talisman on him. Both of them can pose a threat to you." Chen Jianhao had escaped death, but he still had some lingering fear. He hurriedly used the best medicine to heal his wounds, but he didn't forget to warn the large bird. Shua, Chester flew over and landed beside Ling Yun. His face was very ugly as he lowered his voice and said, "Boss, we're in trouble now. The person above us is also a marquis, and he won't lose to Anderson." "I know," Ling Yun said to Chester through telepathy with a cold expression. At the same time, he was secretly estimating the strength of both parties. It could be said that the current situation was extremely disadvantageous to Ling Yun. Chen Jianhao was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8. Even though his true chi was depleted, he wasn't seriously injured. That Japanese ninja, Tokugawa, was definitely stronger than any ninja he had fought before. He might even be stronger than Chen Jianwei from the way he used his hidden weapons. Apart from the two of them, there was another powerful marquis in the air, and his strength was not inferior to Anderson's. His battle with Chen Jianhao was so strenuous, and he had to use almost all of his means to win. What if there was an even stronger Japanese ninja and a marquis from the Blood Clan? Ling Yun didn't think that he would have the chance to take out his bow and shoot at Marquis Scott under the combined attack of Chen Jianhao and Tokugawa. "Boss, as the saying goes, a wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him." Chester looked at Marquis Scott worriedly. He couldn't help but remind Ling Yun that escape was the best strategy. "Shut up." Ling Yun frowned. Of course, he wouldn't be so naive to think that Chen Jianhao would fight him alone. Ling Yun had already considered such a scenario. He could leave at any time if he wanted to. He could make use of the dense forest to engage in guerrilla warfare with the enemy. However, Ling Yun didn't want to leave now. Even if he wanted to, he had to kill Chen Jianhao first. However, was it possible to kill Chen Jianhao under such circumstances? That was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Ling Yun had never been afraid of any difficulties. This ignited his fighting spirit, and he wanted to give it a try. "Mr. Tokugawa, thank you for rushing over to save me. That Ling Yun has what your family wants the most, the Shinnon Cauldron." With Tokugawa Muto's protection, Chen Jianhao sat cross-legged to recover his true chi. At the same time, he didn't forget to remind Tokugawa. "Oh? It seems like the one who killed my brother is really him." Tokugawa Muto's beady eyes narrowed abruptly. His eyes emitted a cold, murderous aura as it swept towards Ling Yun in the distance. Ling Yun turned his head and looked over. Their eyes met, and their pupils constricted at the same time. "Baka. Ling Yun, if you know what's good for you, hand over the Shinnon Cauldron and the Devil's Blade now. I can promise you that I'll let you die a quick death." Tokugawa Muto sneered after observing Ling Yun for a while. He didn't put Ling Yun in his eyes at all. TSK, Ling Yun was speechless. He asked in amusement, "Oh? I'll only die a quick death if I hand over the Shinnon Cauldron and the Devil's Blade?" Tokugawa Muto looked at Ling Yun like a cat toying with a mouse. "That's right. If we capture you alive, we'll let you taste the cruelest torture in this world. When that time comes, you'll still have to hand them over. Therefore, why don't you hand them over now and obediently surrender? Then, I'll bring you to the Chen family in Beijing. I can guarantee that the head of the Chen family will give you a quick death." Ling Yun laughed. "Very good. Just based on your words, I guarantee that I'll give you a quick death when I kill you." "Baka," Tokugawa Muto was enraged. He raised the shiny long sword in his hand. The cold light of the sword was like water. One look and anyone could tell that it wasn't an ordinary weapon. Just the blade alone was more than 2 meters long. "Ling Yun, I admit that you're indeed very powerful. Your current strength is almost on par with that demonic youth from the Yi family. However, you must die tonight. You don't think that we're bullying you with numbers, do you? Qin Jianhao took out a pill from nowhere and swallowed it. Then, he smiled at Ling Yan as he asked. No, at this time yesterday, you had hundreds of times more people than you have now. Ling Yan was calm. Ling Yan was unruffled, neither angry nor anxious. He smiled and looked up at Marquis Scott, who was in the air. Marquis Scott, of course, knew what Ling Yan was talking about. He opened his mouth wide and revealed his fangs. Huaxia brat, you're too arrogant. I'll tear you apart with my own hands later. I'll enjoy your delicious blood. Then, I'm sorry. Qin Jianhao replied. With that, he leaped up from the ground. After using the top-grade golden sore medicine, he had recovered about 40 to 50% of his strength. Together with Tokugawa Muto and Scott, he believed that Ling Yan could fly to the south even if he had wings. Make your move. Be careful of any undue delays. Qin Jianhao stood up and immediately gave Tokugawa Muto a look. The two of them split up and quickly flanked Ling Yan. Chester, you're no match for any of them. You can't stay here any longer. Find a place at the foot of the mountain and wait for me. Ling Yan knew that the cruelest battle was about to begin. He didn't want Chester to die for nothing, so he ordered him to leave. But boss, Chester was very anxious. It wasn't his style to abandon his boss and run for his life at this time, but if he stayed here and didn't rush up, he would be killed in seconds. It was purely courting death. Don't worry, I won't die. If I really can't beat them, I'll go down the mountain and meet up with you. We'll fight guerrilla warfare then. Ling Yan sent a telepathic message to Chester and winked at him at the same time. Chester was helpless. He didn't know what Ling Yan was up to, but he could only sigh and transform into a small bat. He shot down the cliff like a bolt of black lightning and disappeared into the clouds below. None of the three on the other side stopped Chester. He was just an insignificant bat from the Blood clan. Killing him or not wouldn't make much of a difference. Golden Bell Shield. Qin Jianhao didn't walk quickly, but he was constantly activating his aura. When he wasn't far from Ling Yan, he used the Golden Bell Shield again and covered his body with true qi. Conceal. On the other side, Tokugawa Muto was the exact opposite. His short figure became more and more illusory as he walked, becoming hazy like a grayish-black phantom. He blended in with the pitch-black night and was difficult to distinguish. Blood Spear. Shield of Darkness. Marquis Scott, who was in the air, didn't hesitate either. He used his sharp claws to draw a line across his arm and used the secret technique of the Blood clan to conjure a blood spear and shield. He glared at Ling Yan. Kill. Qin Jianhao was almost killed by Ling Yan just now. He couldn't wait to kill Ling Yan for revenge. He was the first to use his movement technique and charge forward. Downwind Slash. At the same time, Tokugawa Muto's illusory figure moved. He rushed into the sky, raised his blade with both hands, and slashed at Ling Yan's head. Marquis Scott flapped his wings wildly and dove towards Ling Yan. In an instant, Ling Yan was surrounded by the Huaxia ancient martial arts masters, the Japanese ninjas, and the Western Blood clan. He was attacked from three sides. Ling Yan didn't panic at all. He expanded his divine sense to the maximum, and three figures were reflected in his mind. At the same time, he activated his yin-yang eye to the extreme. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shifting shadows, he split into three. He dodged Marquis Scott's blood spear and Tokugawa Muto's killer move. He flew straight towards Qin Jianhao. Ling Yan didn't have the opportunity to use his golden bow and silver arrows. He couldn't hurt a Marquis of the Blood clan in a short period of time, and he couldn't choose to fight with a Japanese ninja who had powerful escape techniques. He had to find the weakest persimmon to bully. Ling Yan's movements were as fast as lightning. He aimed at Qin Jianhao's direction and met him head-on. Boom! This saber ruthlessly struck Qin Jianhao's golden bell canopy, and the golden bell canopy indeed shattered. Woo! Scott's attack missed, so he immediately chose to throw his blood spear at Ling Yan's back. Whoosh! Tokugawa Muto was a seasoned veteran. Naturally, he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. Just as Ling Yan slashed at Qin Jianhao's golden bell shield, his long blade was already aimed at Ling Yan's back. Clang clang. Only two crisp sounds of metal clashing could be heard. Tokugawa's long blade and Scott's blood spear were both smashed to the side. 3 against 1, you guys are really shameless, a voice that sounded like a silver bell, yet it was captivating, rang out faintly. To be continued. Qin Jianhao's true qi had long been depleted, and he had sustained internal injuries from Ling Yun's strike. His thigh had also been slashed by the devil's blade. Even though he had gone through simple treatment and taken some elixirs to recover some of his strength, Ling Yun still chose Qin Jianhao as his breakthrough point in the battle against the three masters. That was because Ling Yun knew that Qin Jianhao was already at the end of his tether. The golden bell shield outside his body definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from Ling Yun. Qin Jianhao's golden bell shield was indeed shattered by Ling Yun's strike. In order to complete this strike, Ling Yun had made the cruelest preparations. He was going to use his back to take on Tokugawa Muto's long blade and Scott's blood spear. Qin Jianhao would instantly lose his defense, and Ling Yun would definitely be injured. However, Ling Yun didn't care about being injured. He had already used the gold and defense talismans, the stellar condensation technique, and the golden black devilish silkworm nightstalker suit. With these 3 layers of defense, he would only suffer minor injuries at most. However, Ling Yun was different from the other 3 in that he had the healing talisman, and the gold black devilish silkworm. What no one expected was that just as Tokugawa Muto's long blade and Scott's blood spear were about to touch Ling Yun's back, they were deflected by 2 strange weapons that appeared out of thin air. Ling Yun's body immediately shot forward after his first strike. At the same time, he swung his second strike fiercely at Qin Jianhao's face. Qin Jianhao's expression changed drastically. He didn't dare to take it head-on with his bare hands. Instead, he used the Sun Luo hidden footwork and retreated diagonally to avoid Ling Yun's lightning strike. Whoosh! Ling Yun's figure dashed 20 meters away in an instant. He arrived at the center of Sky Spear Peak and stood there. Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect. Ling Yun didn't even need to turn his head to know that the Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect had arrived just by looking at the 2 strange-shaped weapons and the alluring voice. Baka! Tokugawa Muto's sure-kill attack was about to succeed, but his own weapon was strangely deflected. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. A perfect figure wearing layers of black muslin appeared without a sound. She did a beautiful somersault in the night sky and grabbed the 2 weapons in her hands. Then, she landed not far away from Ling Yun. It was the Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect who wielded the Sky Demon Double Slash. Witchy Xingqian. Qin Jianhao had also stopped at this time. He immediately glanced at the newcomer, and his pupils suddenly shrank as he exclaimed. Ling Yun's expression changed slightly. He turned to look at the Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect, thinking, so her name is Yi Xingqian. What a nice name. Yi Xingqian stood still, but she didn't look at Ling Yun. Instead, she calmly swept her gaze across the surroundings, and then her mesmerizing, beautiful starry eyes finally locked onto Qin Jianhao. Who would have thought that the proud young master of the Qin family would also learn to bully others with numbers? Yi Xingqian's voice was like the chirping of an oriole. In the silence of the night, it was so beautiful and moving. Although she was speaking sarcastically and her voice was very cold, it still carried a feeling that tugged at the heartstrings. Humph. Qin Jianhao's face flushed red. His figure flashed, and he retrieved his purple gold rod. He returned in a flash and stood in a triangular formation, with Tokugawa Muto and Marquis Scott forming a triangular formation. Yi Xingqian, the devil subduing conference at the Wind Thunder Valley of Mount Longhu has been postponed to the mid-autumn full moon. That's just to let the devil sect jump around for a few more days. Who would have thought that you would dare to appear on Sky Spear Peak? Qin Jianhao avoided Yi Xingqian's sarcasm and chose to retort instead. Yi Xingqian couldn't help but tremble slightly when she heard Qin Jianhao's question. She let out a string of bell-like laughter and said, Devil subduing conference? No matter when it's held, I'll definitely be there. With that, Yi Xingqian finally swept a glance at Ling Yun, who was on the other side, with a pair of mesmerizing eyes that could captivate one's soul. Ling Yun hadn't said a word since Yi Xingqian's appearance. Even though Yi Xingqian had saved him, he couldn't be sure whether she was a friend or a foe. However, the people from the devil sect had finally appeared. Ling Yun was relieved. At least he could find out the whereabouts of Lin Menghan and Yao Ro through Yi Xingqian. However, the situation was getting more and more complicated with the enemy in front of him. Now wasn't the time to ask about such things. Qin Jianhao raised his purple-gold copper rod and pointed it at Yi Xingqian. Yi Xingqian, tonight is a private matter between the Qin family and Ling Yun. If you know what's good for you, I hope you can leave now and not get involved in this mess. Qin Jianhao grumbled inwardly. If it were any other time, he would definitely fight the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. But now that his true qi was running out and he had suffered internal injuries, he was no match for Yi Xingqian. He could only temporarily give up on this so-called battle of good and evil. Yi Xingqian laughed hysterically again. She raised her delicate arm and pointed at Ling Yun. Your Qin family wants to settle a private matter with Ling Yun? You don't want me to get involved? Are you going to kill him? Ling Yun killed so many of our Qin family members. We're already irreconcilable enemies. Of course we have to kill him. Qin Jianhao said in a low voice. Yi Xingqian glanced at Ling Yun, only to find that Ling Yun wasn't even looking at her. She immediately felt a little sullen and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun, but then said to Qin Jianhao, "What if I say no?" This sentence almost choked Qin Jianhao to death. He suddenly opened his mouth, only to find that he was tongue-tied. He didn't know what to say. After a pause, he said angrily, "So the devil sect is really related to this kid?" Yi Xingqian giggled and pointed at the devil's blade in Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun has the holy item of the devil sect. Do you think he's related to the devil sect? Ling Yun was speechless. F***ck, it's true that I have the devil's blade, but what does it have to do with the devil sect? Aren't you dragging me down with you? However, on second thought, his mother was the previous holy virgin of the devil sect. Not only was he related to the devil sect, but he was also very close to it. Ling Yun knew that it was useless to argue. Thus, he kept his mouth shut and silently circulated the yin-yang harmony balance, preparing for the upcoming battle. Qin Jianhao's expression turned cold, and his killing intent surged. He said in a low voice, "So you're here to help Ling Yun?" "Who said I'm going to help him?" the Holy Virgin said lightly. "I won't stop you if you want to settle a private matter. However, if anyone tries to bully the weak with numbers, I'll naturally take action." "You?" Qin Jianhao was sullen. He didn't know what to say. He finally understood that it was better to find a piece of tofu and kill himself than to reason with this demoness. Ling Yun smiled faintly. At least at this moment, the Holy Virgin was on his side. That was enough. Kill. Ling Yun's figure flashed as he rushed towards Qin Jianhao. He waved his right hand wildly and slashed at Qin Jianhao's face. He attacked without hesitation. Ling Yun knew that if he gave Qin Jianhao a little more time, his true qi would recover a little more. Then, all his previous efforts would be in vain. When Yi Xingqian saw that Ling Yun had launched a surprise attack without a second word, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, and she was somewhat speechless. What kind of person was this? She saved him the moment she arrived, but he didn't even say a word of thanks to her. Ling Yun didn't even say a word of thanks to her. Open! Qin Jianhao had already retrieved his weapon when he saw Ling Yun charging towards him. He swept his long rod horizontally, bringing with it an endless gust of wind as it swept towards Ling Yun's body. Ling Yun's eyes and expression were cold. Just as he was about to reach Qin Jianhao, his body shot into the air, the tip of his toes touching the copper rod that was sweeping towards him. His figure rose again and slashed downwards, a beautiful posture, surging killing intent, and a perfect and stunning slash. Qin Jianhao was shocked. He raised the long rod in time to block Ling Yun's demonic blade. Ling Yun became more and more courageous as he fought. He completely ignored Tokugawa Muto and Scott as he chased after Qin Jianhao. This made him feel as though he was fighting Ling Yun alone, even if there were thousands of soldiers and horses by his side. However, wasn't Ling Yun tired after fighting for so long? This was the question in Qin Jianhao's heart. The black blade brought with it an endless curtain of blades, layer upon layer. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on Qin Jianhao, completely enveloping him. Seeing that Ling Yun's blade was about to hit Qin Jianhao's copper rod, Ling Yun suddenly smiled mysteriously. With a flick of his wrist, he used the blade to lightly tap on Qin Jianhao's purple-gold copper rod. His agile figure flipped in the air and swept over Qin Jianhao's head, a feint. Tokugawa, die. Ling Yun used the force from the tap of the blade to increase his figure once again. His movements were even more graceful than a basketball superstar's slam dunk as he slashed towards Tokugawa Muto. Baka. Seeing that Ling Yun's target was actually him, Tokugawa Muto was instantly enraged. He took a step forward and raised his blade with both hands. Dang 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 dang, the sound of metal clashing resounded continuously in the night sky. The two of them struck each other dozens of times in an instant, but there was no clear victor. Their figures staggered and separated. Swoosh! Ling Yun didn't wait for his figure to land. He immediately let out a strange long howl. It was the mystical dragon howl, and his target was Scott. Ah! Scott was caught off guard. His huge body shook violently, and he hurriedly covered his ears. Hee hee! Confrontation. In Ling Yun's right hand, there were suddenly more than 10 level 5 fire talismans. He raised his hand and shouted. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, there was a thunderous explosion on the peak of Skyspear Peak, and flames shot into the sky. Facing such a terrifying large-scale explosion, Marquis Scott didn't have any other thoughts other than finding a place to hide. He flapped his wings without hesitation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard. Ling Yun drew his bow, and 3 pure silver arrows were instantly shot towards Scott, who was flapping his wings. Ah! Scott tried his best to dodge, but he could only dodge 1 arrow. The other 2 arrows pierced through his wings and thighs. To be continued. The Blood Clan was the last thing Ling Yun was afraid of. Last night, Ling Yun single-handedly fought against a few hundred members of the Blood Clan and managed to kill them all. What more a marquis like Scott now? He wanted to kill Chen Jianhao before the devil sex saintess, Xianxia, appeared. That was because he couldn't spare the time to deal with Scott under the combined attacks of Chen Jianhao and Tokugawa Muto. Even if he managed to sneak an attack on Scott, it wouldn't hurt or tickle him. It wouldn't be lethal at all. But now that Xianxia was here, Chen Jianhao and Tokugawa Muto couldn't attack Ling Yun together. Naturally, Ling Yun found a new soft persimmon, Marquis Scott. It could be said that Ling Yun's thunderous attack was carefully planned. He preemptively attacked Chen Jianhao so that he wouldn't be able to protect himself. Then, he attacked Tokugawa Muto and exchanged dozens of blows with him. His blood was boiling, and he wouldn't be a threat to Ling Yun in a short period of time. Whether it was a feint or a forceful attack, they were just Ling Yun's payoff. His real target was Scott. The powerful mystical dragon hell forced Scott to cover his ears. It was equivalent to crippling his hands. Following that, more than 10 fire talismans were shot out at the same time, causing the top of Tianmao Peak to be lit up in flames. Ling Yun had absolute confidence that Scott would be completely blown up. At such a close distance, Scott only needed to be stunned for a moment. That was enough for Ling Yun. He finally shot the 3 most lethal arrows. The 3 pure silver arrows were all infused with Ling Yun's purine qi. As long as one of them hit, Scott would be seriously injured. The icy true qi would also slow down his mobility. Mystical dragon hell, fire talismans, pure silver arrows, and yin qi, Ling Yun's attack was successful. Ling Yun would never entrust his fate to others. Even if the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect came and expressed her willingness to help him deal with Chen Jianhao and the other 2. Go to hell. More than a dozen fireballs burned fiercely. Ling Yun wielded the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade and rushed towards the sluggish Scott like a devil that had just emerged from a fiery hell. Chi 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 chi. At the same time, Ling Yun raised his hand and shot a handful of silver needles at Scott. However, the target wasn't Scott. Instead, it sealed off all possible escape routes around him. Ling Yun chuckled as he charged forward. His left hand shot out a stream of true qi towards Scott. Black-yellow true qi. Ah! Scott was terrified. He knew that there was no way for him to escape. He wanted to conjure a shield of darkness and a blood wall to block Ling Yun's attack. However, he suddenly realized that there was a terrifying airflow surrounding his body. It was fatal to his body. Shwa, the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade flashed, and Scott's head was sliced off. Baka. So. Seeing Scott die so quickly, Tokugawa Muto was seething with anger. He raised his hand and shot another 3 daggers at Ling Yun. Ling Yun's heart sank. He knew that he would definitely be hit by these 3 daggers. Feigning an attack on Xianxia, going head-on against Tokugawa Muto, and finally successfully killing Marquis Scott. This series of actions was completed in one go, but it also consumed a large amount of true chi. Even though he used his divine sense to sense the 3 flying daggers, he no longer had the strength to dodge them. Japanese devil, how dare you! Xianxia was prepared. She raised both her hands and used the devil's double slash again. It spun and danced in the air. With 2 dang 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 sounds, it accurately struck down 2 daggers. At the same time, her slender arms shook, and a devil's belt swept through the air like a poisonous snake, whipping the 3rd dagger off the cliff. How dare you ignore my words? Didn't I tell you not to bully me with numbers? Xianxia's slender body soared into the air. Both her arms trembled, and the 2 sky demon belts were like 2 living black demonic dragons. They instantly engulfed the sky demon double slashes, and with 2 swooshes, they shot toward Tokugawa Muto. So you're really here to help me? Ling Yin made use of the time to adjust his breathing. He felt ashamed and turned to stare at the incomparably furious Xianxia in the distance. 2 on 2, based on Xianxia's unfathomable demonic skills, Ling Yin had absolute confidence that Tokugawa Muto wouldn't be her match. He could easily take care of Xianxia now. This time, Xianxia didn't stop. She directly engaged Tokugawa Muto in battle. The 2 of them were locked in a stalemate, but it was obvious that Xianxia had the upper hand. At that moment, Ling Yin really wanted to say thank you to Xianxia. However, because of the grudge between the 2 of them and the fact that the devil sect had captured his 2 women, there was always a thorn in his heart. He couldn't express the gratitude even though it was at the tip of his tongue. Xianxia, die. Ling Yin adjusted his breathing for a moment. His figure once again shot towards Xianxia like lightning, brandishing his dagger to attack. This time, it wasn't a feint. He used the Celestial Destroyer technique against Xianxia's purple gold copper rod. Humph. Both of you are indeed demons from the devil sect. Watch how I, Xianxia, take care of you. The name of the devil sect's holy virgin was enough to make countless orthodox experts tremble in fear. Xianxia knew that if he didn't fight with all his might now, he might really die here. He was thinking the same thing as Ling Yin. He wanted to kill Ling Yin first and then capture the devil sect's holy virgin, Xianxia, alive with Tokugawa Muto. That way, not only could he obtain the various treasures of Ling Yin and Xianxia, but he could also win an unparalleled reputation and earn countless benefits for the unstable Qin family. For a moment, Ling Yin, Xianxia, Xianxia, and Tokugawa Muto were locked in a fierce battle, each displaying their own abilities. On the summit of Heavenly Spear Peak, they fought like rabbits and swooped down like falcons. Both sides were fighting with all their might, but in the short term, it was still a battle of attrition. No one could do anything to the other. 20 minutes later. Clang, clang. Boom, boom. There were a few more sounds of metal clashing. The 4 figures crossed each other and stood on 2 sides. Huff. 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 Tokugawa Muto stood there panting with his long sword in hand. At the same time, he stared at Xianxia with his beady eyes. The shock in his heart was beyond words. Tokugawa Muto wasn't a Chunin, but a Jounin. In terms of strength, he had already broken through Xiantian Realm level 9 and was at the early stages of it. However, after fighting with this girl from the devil sect for so long, he actually didn't have the upper hand even once. This was simply too shocking because he could tell that even though the devil sect's holy virgin was masked, she was definitely not more than 20 years old. On the other side, Ling Yin and Xianxia's battle was also temporarily stopped. This time, Ling Yin deliberately stood beside Xianxia, shoulder to shoulder. This was the first time they stood side by side. Even though they didn't speak, they could feel each other's heartbeat. It was a very strange feeling. For the first time, Ling Yin had the urge to stand here with this woman until the seas ran dry and the rocks crumbled, until the end of time. This feeling was novel to Ling Yin. He couldn't help but turn his head slightly and use his divine sense and yin-yang eye, which were stronger than before, to see Xianxia's appearance behind the veil. However, as expected, this time it ended in failure again. Xianxia seemed to have sensed Ling Yin's spying. Her big and bright eyes swept across Ling Yin and snorted coldly. What are you looking at? If you can't take care of the other party, I won't care anymore. Tisk, you're so ugly, and you don't dare to show yourself. Do you think I want to see? You? You're already 60 years old this year, right? Ling Yan originally wanted to say that he would be able to deal with Qin Jianhao soon, but he couldn't help but retort because he was unhappy with Yi Xingqian's tone. You. Humph. Yi Xingqian finally heard Ling Yan speak to her again, but she didn't expect that the first sentence would be to call her ugly. She was so angry that her delicate body trembled. She stomped her foot and said, "If you dare to spout nonsense again, do you believe that I won't join forces with the two of them to beat you up?" Ling Yan was disdainful. He rolled his eyes and said, "Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Although that was what he said, Ling Yan was actually feeling guilty. If Yi Xingqian really turned against him and joined forces with the other party to beat him up, then he probably wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Humph. Don't get cocky now. Wait until I've dealt with this Japanese devil, then I'll settle the score with you. Yi Xingqian was angry, but she didn't make a move. After throwing that sentence down, she immediately turned her head and no longer looked at Ling Yan. Because this was the first time this boy had taken the initiative to stand by her side. Even though she was angry, the feeling of anger was also wonderful. Humph, flirting. I knew there was something going on between the two of you. Qin Jianhao had also been making use of the time to adjust his breathing. After much difficulty, he saw the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect and Ling Yan bickering as if no one else was around. He was truly displeased and couldn't help but mock them. Qin Jianhao couldn't be blamed for being displeased. It was said in the ancient martial world that the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Yi Xingqian, was the #1 beauty in Huaxia. Ling Yan was furious. He opened his mouth to retort, but on second thought, they were just flirting. Forget it, if there's something going on, then there's something going on. I'll admit it. Qin Jianhao, you're courting death. Ling Yan admitted it, but Yi Xingqian didn't. She secretly blushed and glared at him. Raising her arms, 2 demonic ribbons flew out at the same time and swept towards Qin Jianhao. Qin Jianhao's body trembled as he retreated rapidly. At the same time, he raised his rod in an attempt to sweep away the demonic ribbons. Unfortunately, the 2 demonic ribbons suddenly wrapped around his purple gold rod. After circling a few times, the excess parts once again whipped towards Qin Jianhao. Baka. Seeing that Yi Xingqian had suddenly attacked Qin Jianhao, Tokugawa Muto's figure abruptly floated. The snow-white longsword in his hand pierced through Qin Jianhao's arms and swung upwards. The 2 demonic ribbons had already lost their momentum and were sent flying by the longsword. At this moment, Ling Yan moved, shifting shadows. To be continued. Opportunity. A fleeting opportunity, this was a battle of life and death, not an intermission. Ling Yan would never let go of an opportunity like this. TSK 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 TSK. Ling Yan's figure flashed and raised his left hand at the same time. A large number of iron nails shot towards Tokugawa Muto. The distance between the two was less than 30 feet. At such a close distance, the iron nails arrived in an instant. Tokugawa Muto had just used his long knife to help Qin Jianhao shake off Yi Xingqian's heavenly demon belt when the iron nails arrived. Baka. Tokugawa Muto would never have dreamed that Ling Yan would act so quickly. He had no time to dodge and could only use all his Xiantian true qi to block the iron nails. At the same time, he pulled out his knife to save himself. Ding 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 ding, Tokugawa Muto swung the bright long knife like a dancing silver snake. It collided with the rapidly flying iron nails and made a series of crisp sounds. However, Ling Yan's real target wasn't Tokugawa Muto but Qin Jianhao. He used fulgurating shadows at the same time as he shot out the iron nails. His figure appeared in front of Qin Jianhao almost instantly. Qin Jianhao gripped his purple gold copper rod with both hands. At the same time, he leaned back violently to avoid the 2 heavenly demon belts. Qin Jianhao really didn't want to give up his weapon when facing Ling Yan and Yi Xingqian, these 2 devils. This was because the difference in power between the 2 of them wasn't that great. Without the violet gold copper rod, Qin Jianhao would only be able to take a beating. Kill. Ling Yan flew to Qin Jianhao's side. The devil's blade appeared out of thin air, and he swung it wildly. His target was Qin Jianhao's outstretched arms. Ah! Qin Jianhao cursed inwardly. Ling Yan was too fast. He had fought with Ling Yan twice, and the true qi in his body could only be described as terrifying. Now, it was more like a lamp without oil. It was starting to slow down. At this time, Tokugawa Muto was forced to save himself by Ling Yan's hidden weapons. He couldn't care less about Qin Jianhao. Qin Jianhao had no choice but to let go. Qin Jianhao withdrew his hands from the purple gold copper rod. At the same time, he pulled his arms back at lightning speed. A chi sound was heard, even though Qin Jianhao's reaction was fast and decisive. His left arm was still struck by the devil's blade, right in the wrist. Pooh! Qin Jianhao's left wrist was almost severed by Ling Yan, and fresh blood spurted out. Ah! Qin Jianhao let out a miserable howl as he flew backward. Qin Jianhao was lucky to have recovered 20% of his true qi during the short break. Otherwise, he would have been able to cut off both of Qin Jianhao's arms with his Xiantian true qi. Teleportation Talisman, descend. Ling Yan's blade finally succeeded, but he wasn't soft-hearted at all. He had long expected Qin Jianhao to fly backward, so as he swung his blade, he extended his body again and chased after Qin Jianhao, who was flying backward. That wasn't all. Because the God Strider talisman had lost its effect, Ling Yan immediately used another one on himself. His speed increased once again. Woo! The devil's blade brought with it a sharp sound of the wind. It was wrapped in Ling Yan's boundless killing intent as it slashed at Qin Jianhao once again. Baka! After Tokugawa Muto sent the iron nails flying, he saw that Qin Jianhao was injured again. He was fuming with rage and immediately used his escape technique after a roar. Wind escape technique. Tokugawa Muto's thin figure suddenly became hazy and erratic. It was as if he had borrowed the power of the strong wind at an altitude of 1,400 meters to disappear instantly. In the next moment, he was right behind Ling Yan. Tokugawa Muto's speed was even faster than Ling Yan's teleportation talisman after using the wind escape technique. Downwind slash. Tokugawa Muto used all his strength to raise his blade with both hands and slashed at the back of Ling Yan's head. From the moment Xianxia used the heavenly demon belt until now, only 10 seconds had passed. Even though the time was extremely short, it was already the most crucial moment. Now, a very strange situation had formed in the arena. Ling Yan was chasing after Qin Jianhao with all his might. He had even exposed his back to Qin Jianhao. Tokugawa Muto, on the other hand, quickly arrived behind Ling Yan and swung his blade as well. Besieging Wei to save Zhao, if Ling Yan risked serious injuries and insisted on slashing at Qin Jianhao, he would definitely be struck in the head by Tokugawa Muto's long blade. Even though the stellar condensation technique could also be cultivated to the head, and Ling Yan could also be said to be invulnerable, it depended on the type of blade and whose blade it was. Tokugawa Muto was able to fight with Xianxia for close to half an hour without being injured. It was enough to show the strength of this Japanese ninja. If he struck with his blade with all his might, Ling Yan would definitely die. However, Ling Yan didn't give up on killing Qin Jianhao and choose to save himself like Tokugawa Muto thought. Instead, he continued to rush forward without hesitation, swearing to severely injure Qin Jianhao. He boldly handed his back to the demoness behind him. Swoosh, swoosh. Just as Tokugawa Muto's long blade was about to hit Ling Yan's head, two heavenly demon belts shot over and wrapped around Tokugawa Muto's long blade as if they were alive. The Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect didn't disappoint Ling Yan. She chose to make a move at the most crucial moment. Xianxia's heavenly demon belt wrapped around Tokugawa Muto's long blade a few more times at lightning speed. At the same time, she raised both her arms. The heavenly demon belt trembled against the wind and was instantly pulled straight. Tokugawa Muto's wild figure and long blade suddenly stopped. The pressure on Ling Yan's back lessened. His figure sped up again, and he swung his blade. Qin Jianhao was flying backward. But how could he be faster than Ling Yan, who was rushing forward with all his might? Ling Yan's blade was aimed straight at Qin Jianhao's face. Qin Jianhao knew that he couldn't dodge it. He gritted his teeth, and two fierce rays of determination flashed across his eyes. He raised his almost broken left arm and blocked Ling Yan's blade. In a moment of life and death, he had to sacrifice himself to save the king. Pooh! Ling Yan's blade landed solidly on Qin Jianhao's left arm. Blood flashed, and Qin Jianhao's left arm fell off. Ah! Qin Jianhao let out another miserable howl after his left arm was broken. However, he managed to win a chance of survival with this block. His figure flashed, and he finally escaped from Ling Yan's pursuit. TSK 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 TSK, Qin Jianhao's huge figure flashed to the right. At the same time, his right hand pressed on the acupoints on his left arm to stop the bleeding. Ling Yun, Yi Xingchen, from today onwards, I, Qin Jianhao, will not live under the same sky as you. Qin Jianhao's left arm was crippled. He knew that if he continued fighting, he would definitely be killed by Ling Yun. He didn't dare to continue fighting. After throwing down a ruthless sentence, he extended his body and flew down the cliff of Tianmao Peak. I wouldn't be Ling Yun if I let you escape like this. How could Ling Yun let Qin Jianhao escape? With a long roar, he used the dragon fish phantom ability and rushed out of the cliff. Head down, feet up, he shot down rapidly. A mountain that was more than 1,000 meters tall, of course, couldn't be completely vertical like the buildings in the city. The lower one went, the thicker the diameter of the mountain would definitely be. Therefore, even though it looked like a cliff from the top of the mountain, one could land on the cliff after descending for more than 100 meters. When Ling Yun flew down, Qin Jianhao happened to land on the cliff. Hee, this distance is too perfect. As Ling Yan's figure descended, he sheathed his blade and took out his golden bow. He knocked 3 sharp arrows and shot 3 arrows at Qin Jianhao. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 3 sharp arrows pierced through the air at a speed that was more than twice the speed of sound. In an instant, they hit Qin Jianhao's back. Ah! Qin Jianhao's huge body trembled violently. He once again let out a miserable howl, but he suddenly pulled back his hand, forcefully pulling out the sharp arrow from his back. His figure lowered, and disappeared into the steep stone wall of the jungle. Qin Jianhao, you said that only one of us can leave Tianmao Peak tonight. You can't escape. Ling Yun landed on the steep cliff and immediately disappeared into the dense forest. At the same time, he let out a roar and chased after Qin Jianhao. Even though Qin Jianhao was seriously injured, in order to save his life, he dashed down the mountain madly. In his panic, he didn't know where he was going. Along the way, he didn't know how many trees were broken and how many birds were startled. However, the seriously injured him couldn't shake off Ling Yun at all. Ling Yun, who had used the God-traversing talisman and had divine sense, was almost 3 times faster than Qin Jianhao in the dense forest. Moreover, Qin Jianhao was in front of him to clear the way. Because of the distance created by jumping off the cliff, Ling Yun quickly caught up. When he was about 400 meters away from the foot of the mountain, Ling Yun's figure flashed, blocking Qin Jianhao's escape route. Qin Jianhao suddenly stopped, his right hand covering his left arm. His head and face were full of scratches from the branches and leaves of the dense forest. In the gloomy darkness of the night, he looked like a devil that had rushed out of hell. In Qin Jianhao's eyes, there was only despair. He knew that he was definitely going to die. Ling Yun stood with his sword, his eyes cold. I said before I kill you, I will tell you a secret. Ling Xiao of the Ling family in the capital is my biological father. What? You are actually... Qin Jianhao was stunned, and he unconsciously extended his right hand, pointing at Ling Yun, his eyes full of disbelief. On the road to hell, remember that the person who killed you is the 4th young master of the Ling family in the capital. Ling Yun said indifferently, and rushed forward, heaven and earth cleaving blade. A black blade slashed Qin Jianhao's body violently, followed by the black blade's edge. Qin Jianhao's true qi was exhausted, and so was his strength. He was split into 2 by Ling Yun's blade, and he died unwillingly. Even though Qin Jianhao was half a step into Xiantian realm level 9, his true qi was depleted. Even if Ling Yun used the absorption technique on him, he wouldn't be able to absorb much true qi. Hence, he might as well give Qin Jianhao a quick death. This was Ling Yun's toughest and most dangerous battle. Even though he didn't use the dragon elephant divine force this time, he had exhausted the yin-yang true qi in his body twice. Other than the Emperor Brush, Earth Emperor's Book, and Bodhi Seed, Ling Yun had used almost all the treasures on him. However, this wasn't the time to think about this battle, because it wasn't over yet. Chester, come here quickly. Send me to the peak. To be continued. Chester didn't hide too far away. He was hiding in the cave that Ling Yun had dug out last night to avoid the rain of bullets. His long ears had been perked up, listening carefully for any movements above. When he heard Ling Yun calling for him, he immediately transformed into a human-shaped bird and rushed over. Ling Yun waited for Chester to arrive before jumping onto his back. At the same time, he took out the mysterious gourd again and gulped down the dragon's saliva. It couldn't be helped. This battle had consumed too much energy. Ling Yun had been on the verge of exhaustion twice, so he could only absorb the spiritual energy from the dragon's saliva. Of course, only someone with a heaven-defying physique like him could gulp down the dragon's saliva so recklessly. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't dare to drink it like that even if they had the dragon's saliva. Ling Yun didn't mistreat himself on the way to the top of Heavenly Spear Peak. He gulped down the dragon's saliva in one go and only stopped after a burp. Ling Yun shook the mysterious gourd and furrowed his brows. Every time he drank the dragon's saliva, he would only drink 2 to 3 liters. He didn't notice it usually, but this time, he realized that the mysterious gourd was lighter than before. It's 50 kilograms lighter than before. It's only been 3 months. How wasteful is this? Looks like I'll have to use it sparingly in the future. Ling Yun muttered, feeling a little heartache. He shook his head and put away the mysterious gourd. Honorable boss, you're really too strong. The opponent was such a powerful expert, but you actually managed to kill him. Chester carried Ling Yun and soared into the sky, but he didn't forget to suck up to Ling Yun. What do you know? If Qin Jianhao and I were bare-chested, the one to die wouldn't be him, but me. Ling Yun smiled bitterly. Ling Yun knew very well that he had exhausted Qin Jianhao to death in this battle. Chester didn't care at all. Oh, honorable boss, you can't say that. Since it's a life-and-death battle, of course you have to use your most powerful skills and treasures to deal with the enemy. This is a universal principle. You're really too humble. Hee, you're right. Ling Yun smiled. It could be said that Chester's understanding of combat was exactly the same as Ling Yun's. Since it was a fight, of course, one had to use the most powerful means to deal with one's enemy. Both parties couldn't just stand there, punch and kick each other, and see who would collapse first. Chester was flying fast. It only took him a few seconds to reach a height of 1,000 meters. When Ling Yun arrived at the top of the mountain, he discovered that Xianxia and Tokugawa Muto were locked in a fierce battle. Neither of them gave way to the other, but Ling Yun could easily tell that Xianxia had been using the erratic Sky Demon belt to tangle with Tokugawa Muto. His main purpose was to obstruct Tokugawa Muto, and he always had the upper hand. Tokugawa Muto had been trying to break through Xianxia's obstruction and rush down the cliff to save Qin Jianhao. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't give him the chance. Did you kill him? Xianxia handled the battle with ease. The 2 heavenly demon belts on her arms made her appear and disappear like a ghost, firmly holding the initiative in the battle. She couldn't help but glance at Ling Yun when she saw him return, then casually asked. Kill him. Young Master Qin said that only one of us can lead the Sky Spear Peak tonight. How could I dare to disobey? Ling Yun said to Xianxia with a smile as he jumped down from Chester's back and gestured for Chester to hide further away. Qin Jianhao and Qin Xianxia had both been killed by him. The only person from the Qin family who could threaten Ling Yun now was Qin Jingxian from the heavenly team. The Qin family's strength had been greatly weakened once again. This was naturally a good thing for Ling Yun, so his words carried a trace of pride. Humph, you think too highly of yourself. When the ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Jingxian, arrives, you won't be able to cry even if you want to. Xianxia's figure flashed, and the Sky Demon belt suddenly whipped and twisted, once again blocking Tokugawa Muto who was trying to escape. However, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ling Yun and pout coquettishly. Ling Yun flew into the fray. He had just drunk the dragon's saliva, so his body was full of spiritual energy. He was truly full of vigor. In an instant, Tokugawa Muto could only defend and no longer have the strength to retaliate. It was now 2 against 1. If Chester was included, it would be 3 against 1. Swoosh! Ling Yun slashed fiercely, forcing Tokugawa Muto to retreat. He said to Xianxia, it can't be, right? Qin Jingxian is a member of the heavenly team, after all. Would he disregard his own identity and disregard his pride to chase after a small fry like me? Xianxia's perfect body soared into the air, her arms constantly waving the sky demon belt. Even though each move was strange and sharp, her movements were indescribably beautiful and moving. As she waved her arms, it was as if a goddess was scattering flowers. What about the heavenly team? You've almost killed all the juniors and their family. Do you think Xianxia will just watch you destroy their family? Just wait for your death. Even though Yi Xingqian's tone was disdainful and could even be said to be slightly cold, there was a hint of warning in his words. Ling Yun was silent and didn't say anything else. Instead, he intensified his attacks on Tokugawa Muto, unleashing the Celestial Destroyer technique with every blow. He and Yi Xingqian were fighting and chatting at the same time, but Tokugawa Muto, who was on the other side, was complaining incessantly in his heart. Once Ling Yun returned, Tokugawa Muto knew that Qin Jianhao was dead without a doubt. There were 3 people on his side at the beginning, and 2 of them had been killed by Ling Yun. Now, he was the only one left. Other than finding a chance to escape, he had no other choice. However, his true chi was already almost depleted. Under the joint attack of Ling Yun and Yi Xingqian, it was practically a fantasy for Tokugawa Muto to escape. Tokugawa Muto darted left and right, using various escape techniques from time to time in an attempt to escape. Unfortunately, under Ling Yun's powerful divine sense and Yin Yang God Eye, he had nowhere to hide. He didn't have the slightest chance. Not to mention Ling Yun, even Yi Xingqian seemed to have many tricks that he hadn't used yet. Tokugawa Muto had used almost everything he had just now, but he still couldn't rush down the cliff. That was enough to explain everything. Tokugawa Muto was at his wit's end. His small eyes flickered wildly, and with a flash of thought, he suddenly lowered his body and changed his movement technique. He rapidly shuttled between the 2 dancing sky demon belts and slashed at Ling Yun, who was closing in on him, for dozens of times. F***ck, are you crazy? Ling Yun was speechless. There was no need to clash head-on with someone who was bound to die. He muttered and used fulgurating shadows to retreat. Whoosh! Tokugawa Muto won a moment of respite and quickly flew out of the attack range of the 2. He raised his hand and waved, shouting, "Stop!" Ling Yun and Yi Xingqian looked at each other. Their gazes met for an instant, and they stopped attacking at the same time. If you have something to say, spit it out. Qin Jianhao is still waiting on the road to hell for you to accompany him. Ling Yun said impatiently as he appeared within 30 meters of Tokugawa Muto in a flash, preventing him from finding a chance to escape. I'm Tokugawa Muto from the Tokugawa clan, the most powerful family in the Great East Ocean Empire. I'm a jonin of the IGA clan. Tokugawa Muto held the hilt of his shiny longsword with both hands and raised it diagonally in front of him. He gave Ling Yun and Yi Xingqian a standard ninja salute. Ling Yun curled his lips. Ninjas from Japan were really king arrogant. Every time they opened their mouths, they would talk about the Great East Ocean. How dare such a small country call itself big? Tokugawa Muto, stop feeling so good about yourself. I don't care if you're a jonin or a jonin. Didn't you still get beaten up like a dog by us? 8. Tokugawa Muto gave a ninja salute but didn't receive the corresponding respect from Ling Yun. He was just about to explode in anger, but he controlled himself in the end. Now that his fate was in the hands of the 2 people opposite him, he had no choice but to tolerate it. Fortunately, the word ninja itself contained the word endure. Tokugawa Muto was now a jonin, so he could still tolerate it. He tried his best to suppress the anger and raging hatred in his heart. In a negotiating tone, he said to the 2 of them, Ling Yun-kun, what I meant just now was that I'm from Japan. Today is the first time I've met the 2 of you. We have no enmity between us. When Ling Yun heard this, he immediately laughed in disdain. He raised his hand and waved it off. Tokugawa, I understand what you mean. You don't want to fight anymore? Yes, I'm here to protect Qin Jianhao. Now that he's dead, my mission has also failed. I have nothing to do with the Qin family now, and there's no enmity between us. There's no need for me to fight to the death with the 2 of you. Tokugawa was obviously admitting defeat. Even though his words were watertight, no one could tell that he was begging for mercy. He, Ling Yun suddenly laughed coldly. He said faintly, "Oh? You said there's no enmity between us? Why do I feel like that's not the case? I'm afraid you've been beaten senseless by us, and your brain isn't working, right? Then let me remind you that I was the one who killed Tokugawa Takashi and his men in Xianxia. I also killed the Japanese patrol boats and the hundreds of soldiers on Turtle Island. Also, there were more than 100 Japanese ninjas on Turtle Island, including Tokugawa Takashi, Baka. Baka baka. Before Ling Yun could finish, Tokugawa Muto flew into a rage and roared repeatedly. The veins on his forehead were popping out. Ling Yun had killed so many Japanese devils that he had a good grasp of their temperament. They were arrogant and conceited, and they would rather be killed than humiliated. He could see that even though Tokugawa Muto's true chi was greatly depleted, he still had the strength to fight. If he chose to escape, he and Xianxia might not be able to stop him. However, he had humiliated Tokugawa Muto in front of him. He wouldn't leave even if Ling Yun chased him away. Ling Yun knew that he had achieved his goal. He was secretly delighted, but he didn't show it. He only kept his guard up and waited for Tokugawa Muto's crazy counterattack. Bang! Ling Yun took out the 1,000-kilogram Shinnon cauldron from his spatial ring and threw it to the side. Xianxia, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, and Tokugawa Muto were both dumbfounded. To be continued. Xianxia was dumbfounded, mainly because such a huge thing had suddenly appeared in Ling Yun's hand. She didn't expect Ling Yun to do such a thing. Her eyes were filled with surprise and a hint of blame. Tokugawa Muto was different. He was shocked because he recognized the treasure that Ling Yun had taken out. It was the Shinnon cauldron that the Tokugawa clan had yearned for. Yes, that's right, the Shinnon cauldron that the legendary Emperor of Earth used to refine medicine. Other than some hidden political motives, the main reason why the Tokugawa clan cooperated with the Qin family in Beijing was to obtain this Shinnon cauldron. Oh, this is. Tokugawa Muto's eyes lit up. He felt his mouth go dry, and his eyes shot out endless madness and greed. He actually took 2 steps forward unknowingly. Ling Yun had long expected Tokugawa Muto to do this. He smiled faintly. That's right, this is the treasure that your Tokugawa clan has been searching for. That's right, that's definitely it. My purpose in coming to Xianxia is to find it and bring it back to Japan. The greed in Tokugawa Muto's eyes intensified as he muttered to himself. He actually forgot where he was for a moment. Seeing this, Ling Yun smiled disdainfully. It was true that humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food. With such a treasure seducing him, Tokugawa Muto wouldn't run away. Ling Yun-kun, how about we make a deal? If you give me the Shinnon cauldron, not only will all the hatred between you and Japan be written off, but you will also become the most distinguished guest of the Tokugawa clan and even the entire Japan. No matter what you want to do, I guarantee that the entire Japan Empire will support you unreservedly. Tokugawa Muto threw out the bait to Ling Yun, then looked at Ling Yun eagerly, hoping that he would agree. Oh, Ling Yun seemed to be interested, but he asked, is that all there is to it? Tokugawa Muto suddenly paused. His mind flashed as he hurriedly asked, then, what other requests does Ling Yun-kun have? You can state them all at once. As long as it's within my authority, I, Tokugawa Muto, can agree to it. Ling Yun chuckled and said, my request is very simple. I just want your life. I don't know if you can agree to it. Baka. Tokugawa Muto finally understood the meaning of Ling Yun's words. He was instantly enraged, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Ling Yun's expression didn't change. He extended his right hand and pointed at himself before pointing at the Shinnon cauldron. If you beat me, the Shinnon cauldron will be yours. Tokugawa Muto was tempted. After some hesitation, he couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Xianxia naturally understood what Tokugawa Muto meant. He was afraid that she would help Ling Yun, but she was too lazy to express her opinion. She only giggled. Tokugawa Muto had no choice but to grit his teeth, stomp his feet, and say, fine. I hope Lord Ling Yun will keep his word. Kill. As soon as the word kill was uttered, Tokugawa Muto's aura suddenly changed. He raised his blade, and his figure flashed as he rushed towards Ling Yun. Black Evil Emperor Saber. Ling Yun was right. Tokugawa Muto still had a trump card that he had yet to use. Now, for the Shinnon cauldron, he finally threw caution to the wind and used it all. Tokugawa Muto had infused a large amount of Xiantian true qi into the long, snow-white blade. His blade technique was crafty and strange, and every move was aimed at Ling Yun's vital points. Great blade technique. Ling Yun could tell that this blade technique was extraordinary just by looking at the layers of blades. He didn't dare to be careless and used the devil's blade to meet the attack. However, he wasn't attacking, only defending. Dang, 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 dang. At the peak of the sky spear peak, intense sounds of metal clashing could be heard. Sparks flew everywhere, just as Ling Yun and Tokugawa Muto were engaged in an intense battle. Xianxia's delicate body floated and landed lightly beside the Shinnon cauldron. She looked at the Shinnon cauldron curiously, and her beautiful eyes shot out a complicated expression. Huaxiao's Shinnon cauldron was actually obtained by him. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect extended her snow-white, slender hand and gently stroked the ice-cold body of the cauldron. She could feel the inexplicable ancient, desolate, and mysterious aura coming from the Shinnon cauldron. She sighed slightly in her heart. Chester, who was far away, saw that Xianxia was actually interested in the Shinnon cauldron. He couldn't help but flap his wings and quickly approach with a face full of caution. This was his boss's treasure. If this woman were to snatch it away, then he would be too useless as a servant. Xianxia sensed it and turned her head. She glared at Chester and scolded coldly, "What are you doing? Are you afraid that I'll snatch it away?" He didn't expect Xianxia to be so frank, which made Chester feel very awkward. He hurriedly said, No, don't misunderstand. I haven't seen this thing many times. I just want to get closer to admire it." Xianxia giggled and rolled her eyes at Chester. "I didn't expect a little bat like you to be so loyal. I really don't know how that guy did it." She suddenly thought of the two women she had captured. Weren't they the same as Chester? Xianxia's beautiful eyes flickered. She turned her head and looked at the increasingly murderous battlefield. She caught sight of Ling Yun's figure. Qianquan cleave. Supreme Sovereign cleave. Boom. With a loud bang, Ling Yun and Tokugawa Muto both used their most powerful moves. One black and one white, the two weapons were wrapped in a domineering aura as they slashed at each other viciously. True qi surged, and sand and stones flew everywhere around the two of them. The two of them clashed head-on, but neither had any intention of retreating. The two sabers formed a huge cross, forming a stalemate. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He finally realized that the East Asian sword skills were indeed outstanding. His gaze became more cautious. Tokugawa Muto glared fiercely at Ling Yun. He didn't expect that his strongest sword skills would be blocked by Ling Yun. Not even a single hair on Ling Yun's body was hurt. Ghost Shadow Slash. Once again, Tokugawa Muto fought with Ling Yun with all his might. He suddenly pulled out his sword and changed his sword technique. The powerful and peerless sword aura from before was gone, replaced by a sneaky and unpredictable sword technique. So many tricks? Ling Yun was excited. Tokugawa Muto's sword skills weren't bad. While he was fighting with the enemy, he also relied on his superior eyesight and nature-defying memory to secretly learn the opponent's sword skills. Big Brother Yun was best at learning from others. He would look down on all his opponents, but he would never look down on the killing techniques that a sect had painstakingly researched. Ghost Shadow Slash was a sword skill that was executed in conjunction with the Japanese ninja's escape technique. There would be a slash in every escape technique. If it was an ordinary opponent, it could almost be killed in one strike. However, Tokugawa Muto's current opponent was Ling Yun. He had the fulgurating shadows and a strong divine sense. Therefore, even if Tokugawa Muto appeared and disappeared mysteriously, he still couldn't do anything to Ling Yun. There were benefits to being entangled. Not only was Ling Yun learning Tokugawa Muto's sword skills, but he was also exhausting Tokugawa Muto's true qi. This was truly a shocking battle. Both of them moved swiftly. The sword aura and sword aura crisscrossed the peak of Heavenly Spear Peak. Very quickly, they fought for more than 20 minutes, but there was still no clear winner. Baka. Their figures crisscrossed. Tokugawa Muto used another set of sword skills, but he still couldn't hurt Ling Yun. He was fuming as he stood there, panting violently. When Ling Yun returned to Heavenly Spear Peak, Tokugawa Muto had already exhausted too much of his Xiantian true qi. Now that he had fought with Ling Yun for so long, he was already at his limit. If Ling Yun hadn't taken out the Shinong cauldron, he might have bluffed and immediately found a chance to escape. However, once Ling Yun took out the Shinong cauldron, Tokugawa Muto had no way out. He was determined to obtain the Shinong cauldron. He had come to Huaxia for this treasure, he had no choice but to fight. However, was this young man in front of him made of iron? He couldn't be killed no matter how hard he tried. This was too heaven-defying. Ling Yun was also panting. He held his sword with one hand and stood there quietly. His gaze was clear, deep, and distant, appearing incomparably mysterious. Tokugawa Muto calmed his true chi and rushed forward again. His figure was like a hurricane, and he suddenly raised his hand. Poof! A thick cloud of yellowish-white smoke suddenly exploded around Ling Yun. Not good. Xianxia, who was watching the battle from afar, suddenly saw this scene and shouted angrily. She raised her arms and was about to fly out of the demonic belt, but she stopped because the smoke was too thick. Even with her eyesight, she couldn't see through it. Demon Blade of Annihilation. Tokugawa Muto's roar came from within the thick smoke, and a bright silver light flashed. Needless to say, based on the strength that Ling Yun had displayed previously, Ling Yun definitely wouldn't be able to withstand Tokugawa Muto's killing blow. Ling Yun! Xianxia exclaimed. Her delicate body twisted, and she was about to fly into the thick smoke. However, before she could move, she immediately saw a flash of the black blade in the thick smoke. It was gone in a flash. Boom! Ah! A shrill scream rang out. It didn't sound like a human's voice, but Xianxia could tell that it was definitely not Ling Yun's scream. Swoosh, swoosh. Two figures shot out from the thick smoke. Fresh blood was gushing out of Tokugawa Muto's body, and he used his left arm to cover his right shoulder. He didn't even stop in his tracks as he tried to escape from the peak of the Heavenly Spear Peak. I'm fine, stop him. Ling Yun also flew out, the devil's blade in his right hand and a black, flashy sword in his left. He shouted at Xianxia. Xianxia saw that Ling Yun was actually fine, and she couldn't help but be delighted. Her delicate body rose into the air, and her two delicate arms gently raised. The demonic belt suddenly swept out and wrapped around Tokugawa Muto's flying figure. It's too late to think of escaping now. Ling Yun didn't care about the internal injuries on his body. With a loud roar, he flew over and brandished his blade and sword, slashing wildly at Tokugawa Muto. Ah! Tokugawa Muto, who couldn't move, was slashed by Ling Yun repeatedly. After letting out several shrill cries of pain, he was directly dismembered by Ling Yun. Bam! Ling Yun stopped, and his body fell heavily to the ground. To be continued. Huff. 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 Ling Yun fell to the ground, his pale face flushed with exhaustion. His chest rose and fell violently as he panted heavily. The sound of his panting sounded like someone was pumping the bellows violently. No matter how heaven-defying Ling Yun was, he wasn't made of steel. After killing Marquis Scott, Qin Jianhao, who was at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 8, and Tokugawa Muto, he had exhausted the last bit of true chi in his body. Don't forget that Ling Yun had just fought with the masters from the three hidden families of Huaxia before he fought with Qin Jianhao, Demon's Blade of Apocalypse. It was indeed the ultimate move of the Japanese ninja. Ling Yun thought to himself. Just as he was enveloped by the thick yellowish-white fog, Ling Yan's Yin-Yang God Eye and powerful divine sense lost their effect at the same time. Tokugawa Muto arrived in a flash and slashed out dozens of ferocious strikes. Every blade was infused with the Xiantian true chi that Tokugawa Muto had cultivated for decades, as well as all the essence of a Xiantian realm master. At that moment, the blade was cold and domineering. It separated the inside of the thick smoke and the outside world into two separate spaces. Ling Yun, who was shrouded in the thick smoke, really felt like the world around him was about to collapse and be annihilated. As long as he was hit, he would definitely die. Even if he had the stellar condensation technique and the golden black devilish silkworm robe, however, it was too late for Ling Yun to use the dragon elephant divine force. Fortunately, he still had the spatial ring and the demonic sword, Dark Storm. The celestial destroyer technique and the ninth killing sword technique carried the same destructive blade intent and sword aura. When they were used at the same time, coupled with Ling Yun's immense potential under extreme danger, they barely blocked Tokugawa Muto's demon blade of apocalypse. Of course, Ling Yun was Ling Yun, and the 9-kill swordsmanship was the 9-kill swordsmanship. He could block Tokugawa Muto's devil's blade of annihilation, but Tokugawa Muto couldn't completely seal Ling Yun's sword of massacre. That shocking black brilliance in the thick smoke wasn't the blade light of the devil's blade, but the final move of the Ling Yun 9-kill swordsmanship, the ultimate kill. However, the devil sword, Dark Tempest, was also black, which was why Xianxia had mistaken it for a devil saber's astral blade. Ling Yun had chopped off Tokugawa Muto's right arm with the ultimate kill, severely injuring Tokugawa Muto, whose body was already extremely weak after crazily stimulating his potential. That was why Xianxia could easily use the demonic belt to entangle him, allowing Ling Yun to cleave him apart. "Boss, are you okay?" Chester flew over and landed beside Ling Yun. He spread his wings to protect Ling Yun and bent down to support him. This was the natural instinct of the Blood Clan to protect their master, and it was a mission they couldn't resist. Chester's protection of Ling Yun was thorough. It couldn't be helped. This was Chester's first time interacting with the Devil Sect's Holy Virgin, Xianxia. He had seen her powerful strength with his own eyes and could feel the powerful aura from her body. He couldn't tell if this black-veiled woman was Ling Yun's friend or foe. The Blood Clan was very sensitive to danger. Moreover, Chester had been modified by Ling Yun and was the future master of the Blood Clan. He instinctively feared the powerful aura from Xianxia and thought that she was a threat. Ling Yun fell to the ground, his whole body trembling. After panting for a while, he took out the mysterious gourd with a thought. Dong. Ling Yun was exhausted and couldn't hold the mysterious gourd at all. It fell to the ground the moment it appeared in his hand. "Give me 2 mouthfuls." Ling Yun looked at Chester and instructed softly. Chester was afraid of the Devil Sect's Holy Virgin. How could Ling Yun not be worried about her? The Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect was elusive and unpredictable. She had brought him a lot of trouble ever since she appeared. Who could guarantee that the Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect wouldn't attack him now that he was on his last legs? Of course, Ling Yun was slightly relieved because he didn't sense any killing intent from Xianxia, unlike the first time he met the Devil Sect's Holy Virgin. Chester obeyed and hurried to pick up the mysterious gourd. He didn't expect it to be so heavy that he couldn't lift it. So heavy. Chester was shocked. He didn't expect that he couldn't lift the mysterious gourd that Boss casually poured into his mouth with one hand. Chester used both hands to lift the mysterious gourd from the ground as if he were carrying a huge rock. He brought it to Ling Yun's mouth and gave him a few mouthfuls. The dragon saliva was fragrant as it entered his throat. The strong spiritual energy from the dragon saliva and the strong aura of the dragon yang helped Ling Yun recover some of his strength. Borrowing the spiritual energy from the dragon saliva, Ling Yun activated the yin-yang harmony balance, allowing the yin-yang true qi in his body to circulate through his energy center and meridians. All right. Ling Yun took the mysterious gourd with both hands and poured it into his mouth for a while before putting it away and closing his eyes to meditate. Xianxia had long since retracted the 2 heavenly demon belts. Seeing Ling Yun sitting on the ground exhausted, she wanted to fly over, but she didn't know why she stopped in her tracks. She looked at Ling Yun worriedly as he drank a few mouthfuls of the contents of the gourd. His pale face looked a little better. Only then did he silently float over to the edge of the cliff in the distance, as if to admire the scenery around him. However, Ling Yun knew that Xianxia was carefully guarding his surroundings, and was protecting him. As Ling Yun's breathing gradually calmed down, the top of the heavenly spear peak suddenly became silent. Only the never-ending mountain wind whistled and swept away the thick smell of blood on the top of the mountain. Half an hour passed. Ling Yun opened his eyes gently and stood up from the ground. He had only recovered 40% of his strength in such a short time, but it was enough for him to protect himself. Chester, clean up the battlefield and dispose of these corpses. Ling Yun stretched his body slightly and gave Chester some instructions. He then appeared beside the Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect and stood side by side with her. The strange thing was that Xianxia didn't speak to Ling Yun after he came over. She just stood there quietly without turning her head. Xianxia didn't speak, and neither did Ling Yun. The 2 of them just stood there like that. From the looks of it, they really wanted to stand together until the end of time. However, they still had to speak. "Looks like no one will come tonight." Yi Xingchen said. Why didn't you kill me just now? Ling Yan asked. After a long silence, the two of them opened and closed their mouths at the same time as if they had a tacit understanding. However, what they said was completely different. The two of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at each other. Their gazes met within 3 feet of each other, and countless sparks flew. One was angry because of disappointment, while the other was indifferent but filled with doubt. Chester had already cleaned up the battlefield. He didn't dare to approach them, only sneaking occasional glances at them from afar. He really couldn't figure out the relationship between the two of them. Wow, looks like my guess was right. Boss and she are a couple. When Chester saw this scene, he finally made his own judgment from their affectionate gazes. Whoosh! At this thought, Chester couldn't help but let out an ambiguous whistle. Whoosh! A demonic belt swept toward him in an instant, frightening Chester so much that he leaped into the air and dodged it. Get as far away from me as you can, damned bat. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Yi Xingchen's cold and domineering voice came over, leaving no room for negotiation. Wow, boss, she's bullying me. Chester frantically flapped his wings and soared into the sky, but he was still yelling at Ling Yun. Go somewhere else. I have something to say to her. Ling Yun didn't bat an eyelid. He raised his head slightly and said to Chester, who was in the air. Okay, boss. Call me if you need anything. Chester knew how terrifying and domineering Yi Xingchen was. He didn't dare to stay any longer and flew away directly. After Chester disappeared, Yi Xingchen's eyes softened slightly. That domineering aura was withdrawn, and a mysterious and charming aura was instantly emitted. Ling Yan was slightly dazed. Do you even know how to speak human language? Ling Yan's forehead was filled with black lines. Up until now, the only person who dared to speak to him in such a manner was Yi Xingchen. I think so. Big Brother Yun was too lazy to be calculated with a woman. He immediately chose the most suitable method to resolve the trouble he had just caused. No matter what, she had helped him tonight. It was indeed a little unreasonable for him to keep his guard up against her. Yi Xingchen glared at Ling Yun fiercely. She twisted her body and instantly landed beside the Shenong cauldron. She turned her head and asked Ling Yun, is this really the legendary Shenong cauldron? Ling Yun nodded slightly and said lightly, I think so. Since he dared to take out the Shenong cauldron in front of Yi Xingchen, he didn't intend to hide it from her. Yi Xingchen seemed to hate Ling Yun's tone. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. You got it from the crater? I think so. Yi Xingchen stomped her feet in anger. However, she was barefoot, and her feet weren't really stepping on the ground. She only made an extremely cute gesture. Is that the only thing you know how to say? Is the Earth Emperor's book on you? Ling Yan smiled faintly and spread out his hands. Do you think I can say anything else? What a joke. Ling Yan wouldn't admit that the Earth Emperor's book was on him even if he was beaten to death. Really? Yi Xingchen blinked her beautiful eyes. She didn't believe him at all. I really don't have it. Ling Yan was resolute. He wouldn't admit it. Yi Xingchen's figure floated to a meter in front of Ling Yun. She stared at his face for a long time, then suddenly shifted her gaze downwards. Show me your left hand. Ling Yan's expression changed. He quickly hid his left hand behind his back and asked cautiously, what do you want to see? The Devil Sect's Holy Virgin giggled. Don't be so nervous. I just want to see how you perform magic. To be continued. Oh, so that's what you're curious about? Ling Yan relaxed. He put his right hand behind his back and narrowed his eyes. At the same time, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. In the eyes of the Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect, Ling Yan looked like a swindler who walked the streets and cheated old men and women. Actually, this isn't much. Since you're so curious, I'll tell you the truth. This is just the most common 5 ghosts transportation technique. There are many people with special abilities who know this. Ling Yun was indeed pretending to be a charlatan, but his solemn expression, calm, and eloquent demeanor really did scare Yi Xingchen into a daze. 5 ghost transportation technique? Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes flashed with a look of confusion and disbelief. She muttered in confusion, but very quickly, her beautiful eyes widened and she pouted coquettishly, "Don't talk nonsense with me. Although our Huaxia does have the legend of the 5 ghosts moving technique, don't think that I don't know that even if such a technique really exists, it's only a technique for transporting wealth. How could it possibly create so many things? A spell for transporting wealth?" It was Ling Yan's turn to be shocked. Since when did the 5 ghost transportation technique become a spell for transporting wealth? Of course, Ling Yan was acting when he said that, but the real reason he was excited was because the holy virgin from the devil sect, Xianxia, actually had some understanding of the 5 ghost transportation technique. Don't try to change the topic. There are countless posts discussing that magic trick of yours on the internet. Among them, the one that received the most support was the one that said you knew some 5 ghosts moving technique. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. The holy virgin of the devil sect wasn't fooled by Ling Yun. She casually explained how she knew about the 5 ghosts conveyance technique. Then, her beautiful eyes seemed to penetrate Ling Yun's body and land on his hands. "If you can conjure something out of your right hand right in front of me, I'll believe that you really know the 5 ghosts conveyance technique." These words made Ling Yun want to take off the spatial ring and put it on his right hand. Only the heavens knew why Xianxia had been observing Ling Yun so closely. He had long since noticed that all of the things Ling Yun transformed would first appear in his left hand. Whether it was taking it out or putting it in, Ling Yun used his left hand. That was because the ordinary spatial ring was worn on his left middle finger. However, Ling Yun knew that if he wore the spatial ring on his right hand now, it would only make it more obvious. It would be equivalent to directly telling Xianxia the answer. He knew that he could no longer hide the fact that he had a spatial ring from Xianxia. Sigh, if only I had 2 spatial rings. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. However, Brother Yun was still very calm. "I didn't expect the dignified Tian Saintess of the devil sect to also watch television and surf the internet." Xianxia let out a string of captivating laughter. Her petite body trembled slightly, causing her chest to rise and fall. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, "I'm not a primitive person. Why can't I watch television and surf the internet?" Ling Yun didn't reply. His hands were still behind his back as he strolled to the side of the Shenong cauldron. Under Xianxia's watchful eyes, he raised his left hand and gently caressed the Shenong cauldron. With a single thought, he stored the Shenong cauldron into his spatial ring. This time, his movements were very slow. It was as if he was playing a slow-motion video so that Xianxia could see everything clearly. After storing the Shenong cauldron, Ling Yun walked to the place where he killed Tokugawa Muto and stored the shiny long sword that he had thrown away into his spatial ring. Finally, he came to where Qin Jianhao's purple gold copper rod was. Whether it was Tokugawa Muto's purple gold copper rod or Qin Jianhao's purple gold copper rod, they were all made of the best metals. They had been forged by the most outstanding blacksmiths and had been hammered thousands of times. Among them, there were also many modern forging methods. They were all very good resources and treasures. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't ignore them. The upgraded version of the spatial ring had a length, width, and height of about 2.5 meters. The purple gold copper rod lying quietly on the ground was at least 4 meters long. There was no way that the spatial ring could fit it. However, this wasn't a problem for Ling Yun. He had already recovered about 60 to 70% of his strength. Therefore, he began to exert his strength on this 4-meter-long, 10-centimeter wide, and 100-kilogram copper rod. Tai Xiaohu's cultivation is getting better. It just so happens that I don't have a suitable weapon. I have to let Tai Xiaohu thank Qin Jianhao properly when I get back. What are you waiting for? Come over and help. With such a super expert by his side, it would be a waste not to use him. Ling Yan called for Xianxia to come over and help. Under the combined efforts of the 2 experts, the purple gold copper rod was quickly folded in half from the middle. That situation was not much different from folding a piece of iron wire in half. Look carefully. Ling Yan squatted on the ground and grinned at Xianxia. His left hand stroked the folded violet gold copper rod. To be more precise, it was the spatial ring on his left hand's middle finger that touched the violet gold copper rod. With a single thought. Whoosh! The purple gold copper rod that was folded into a 2-meter-long rod disappeared in an instant. It was stored in Ling Yan's spatial ring. After 2 nights of battle, the dozen or so bundles of arrows stored in Ling Yan's spatial ring were almost used up. It was just the right place to store the purple gold copper rod. Oh my god, it's really this ring. This is, Xianxia was practically covering her mouth as she exclaimed. She stared blankly at Ling Yan's left middle finger. Even though she had already confirmed it in her heart, she still didn't dare to say such a shocking thing. Ling Yan quietly flipped his hand and opened his palm. His gaze was also fixed on his spatial ring. He smiled and said what Xianxia wanted to say on her behalf. That's right, this is a spatial ring with its own space inside. Even though the space isn't big, it's enough for now. Ling Yan was very emotional when he said this. If it wasn't for the spiritual energy of the Emperor Brush spirit flowing backward, he didn't know how much trouble he would have created out of thin air if he hadn't had the inspiration to create this spatial ring. Reality had proven that Ling Yan's decision to disregard everything and create the spatial ring like a madman was the correct one. Space-type Dharma treasures had always been the most precious and the rarest in the cultivation world. They were treasures that countless cultivators would fight over, not to mention in modern cities. Space-type Dharma treasures were already so rare and precious. As for time-type Dharma treasures, they were even more so. In the cultivation world, they were nature-defying treasures that could easily lead to the destruction of countless cultivation sects. These 2 types of Dharma treasures were actually the true function of the space and time formations carved on them. The object itself was merely used to carry the powerful and nature-defying formations. Of course, the conditions of the object itself also determined the strength of the formations and the number of formations that could be carved on it. The combination of these 2 factors determined the strength of the Dharma treasure. For example, Ling Yan's spatial ring was made from an ordinary platinum ring. What if it was made from the spirit cultivation cosmos stone? It would still be the same 49 space formations, but the space inside would be countless times more than it was now. The magical equipment of a cultivator was never more valuable than the bigger it was. Instead, it was more valuable when it was smaller. Think about it, a skyscraper could store a lot of things. Had anyone ever seen a cultivator running around with a skyscraper? That was why Ling Yan was very emotional. Not to mention the Emperor Brush, the Earth Emperor's book, and the Shenong cauldron, the most precious thing he had was this unassuming platinum ring on his hand. Otherwise, no matter how many treasures Ling Yan had, he would not be able to carry them with him. When he went out, he would at most bring a bag with some necessities and carry a magic knife on his back. However, if he did that, he would be regarded as a monster by modern people. There's really a spatial ring. Oh my god, how big is the space inside? Xianxia was extremely shocked and quickly asked the question she was most curious about. It's not very big, about 2.5 meters in length, width, and height. It's about the size of a storeroom. Ling Yan didn't hide it anymore. The spatial ring was undoubtedly one of Ling Yan's trump cards, but it was also a trump card now. He knew he couldn't hide it from the intelligent Xianxia, so he told her everything at once to dispel her curiosity. Oh my god, there's actually such a big space. You're basically running around with a house? Xianxia didn't know how many times she said oh my god. She couldn't hide her shock because Ling Yan's honesty had truly opened a whole new door for her. Ling Yan smiled faintly, but he was very pleased inside. Ever since he started interacting with the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Xianxia had always acted like she understood him very well. She knew his identity, past, family, and everything else. That was also why she was always on the defensive. It wasn't easy to make this little demoness show such a shocked expression. This time, Ling Yan had finally turned the tables. What's the big deal about running around with a house? When Big Brother really starts cultivating, the spatial ring he'll refine will have its own world inside. It won't be a problem even if it contains a dozen buildings. Of course, he couldn't say these words now. This should be your secret, right? Why are you telling me? Actually, you can refuse to admit it. The Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Xianxia, didn't pursue the matter after a moment of shock. Instead, her beautiful eyes stared at Ling Yan's face as she spoke faintly. Because you saved me. If you hadn't appeared, I might not have died, but I would at least have been severely injured. Ling Yan spoke the truth. Ling Yan told the truth. Even though he still had a few trump cards that he hadn't used, he would definitely be severely injured under the joint attack of the three experts even if he could kill all three of them. With that, Ling Yan stood up and looked at Xianxia. With a thought, a purple handkerchief appeared in his hand out of thin air. "This is yours. I'll return it to you now." He extended his hand forward and handed it to Xianxia, completely unaware of the indescribable light shooting out of Xianxia's beautiful eyes. To be continued. Xianxia naturally recognized this purple fragrant handkerchief, because it was originally her personal possession. On the opening day of Ling Yan's Ordinary People's Clinic, Xianxia had led the assassins' organization to cause trouble and sent over 22 patients with various incurable diseases, asking Ling Yan to cure them all. She had wanted to make things difficult for Ling Yan, but Ling Yan had unexpectedly cured all 22 incurable patients in an extremely short period of time, causing the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect to return in low spirits. Xianxia's plan had failed and she had left without saying goodbye. However, before she left, she had left the handkerchief in the car. Even the contents written on the handkerchief, Xianxia had always remembered it clearly. "Humph, stinking brat, consider it your win today. Those 10 or so luxury cars are a congratulatory gift to you for opening the clinic. You can do whatever you want with them. I guarantee there won't be any trouble." It was after that day that Ling Yan dared to let Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and the others drive around in those 10 or so luxury cars. Who would have thought that after so long, not only did Ling Yan not throw the handkerchief away, but he even carried it with him and kept it close to his body. Thinking of this, Xianxia's face, hidden behind the black veil, blushed slightly, and her heartbeat quickened. Even though she wasn't moved, she couldn't help but feel an indescribable sweetness and a little indescribable satisfaction when her personal possession was carefully kept by the boy in front of her. At this time, the mountain winds were howling at the peak of Heavenly Spear Peak. The purple handkerchief danced in the wind in Ling Yan's hand, and in Xianxia's eyes, it looked like a dancing purple flame. Xianxia took a deep breath imperceptibly and tried to calm herself down. She didn't reach out to take the handkerchief, but instead opened her red lips and said with feigned indifference, "It's just a handkerchief. I thought you had thrown it away a long time ago. The handwriting isn't bad. It's elegant and has a domineering air to it." Ling Yan curled the corner of his mouth and smiled. Seeing that Xianxia had no intention of taking back the handkerchief, he simply pulled his hand back and used both hands to unfold the handkerchief. He read the handwriting on the handkerchief again and commented seriously. "To me, this handkerchief of yours is 100 times more precious than those 10 or so cars. How could I bear to throw it away?" Who was Big Brother Yun? He was surrounded by so many stunning beauties every day, so he naturally knew what to do and what to say to move a girl's heart the most. He had too many things to ask this demoness. If he wanted to get the answers he wanted from her, he had to think of a way to resolve the awkwardness caused by his words and shorten the distance between them. As the saying goes, flattery will never work. Based on Ling Yan's experience, he didn't believe that after he wantonly praised Xianxia's handwriting and said that her handkerchief was 100 times more valuable than a dozen luxury cars, Xianxia would still have the nerve to treat him coldly and keep him at arm's length. What's more, Xianxia's handwriting was truly beautiful. Poochie. As expected, after Xianxia heard Ling Yan's words, she couldn't help but giggle. However, her beautiful eyes swept over Ling Yan, and she glared at him with a smile in her eyes. "You're the arrogant one. I don't think anyone has been more arrogant than you these past few months." When Ling Yan heard this, he frowned slightly and thought to himself, "Are you praising me or scolding me?" Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud. Xianxia continued, "This handkerchief has been with you for so long. I don't want it. If you don't like it, throw it away now." Xianxia spoke casually, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Ling Yan's hands, afraid that he would really raise his hands and send the handkerchief flying with the wind. Sigh. "Forget it, I'll throw it away then." Ling Yan sighed slightly and suddenly raised his hands, making a throwing motion. "You." Seeing this, Xianxia stomped her feet and cried out anxiously. "Hee hee." Ling Yan laughed mischievously as his plan succeeded. He immediately retracted his hands and began to fold the handkerchief seriously with both hands. It hadn't been easy to use this trump card to close the distance between the two of them. Ling Yun naturally wouldn't do something that would incur the wrath of both men and gods. If he really threw the handkerchief in front of Xianxia, even if Xianxia didn't kill him on the spot, she would probably leave in a hurry. Then, who would Ling Yun ask about Xiao Mimi's whereabouts? Ling Yun quickly folded the handkerchief into a square shape. He even put it up to his nose and sniffed it hard. With incomparable intoxication, he exclaimed, "How fragrant." Then, he raised his head with a mischievous smile and stared into Xianxia's beautiful eyes. Such a beautiful handkerchief. Even if someone offered a mountain of gold to trade for it, I'd still beat them out with a rod. How could I bear to throw it away? Moreover, most importantly, this is the first personal gift Miss Xi has given me. Even if I lose myself, I won't throw it away. When he said this, Ling Yun deliberately emphasized the words gift, first, and personal. His handsome eyes were like lightning as he stared directly into Xianxia's eyes. However, his face revealed an incomparably solemn expression. Ling Yun was really naughty. Even in front of the witchy Xianxia, whose name made everyone in the pugilistic world pale with fright, his style didn't change at all. He continued to tease her as he liked. You. Humph. Xianxia had never been so brazenly teased in her entire life. However, Ling Yun's words were so convincing, and what he said was the truth. She had no way to refute him. All she could do was feel incomparably ashamed and angry. She stomped her feet in anger and simply turned her head away, no longer meeting Ling Yun's gaze. Seeing Xianxia's angry expression, Ling Yun couldn't help but praise her in his heart. As expected of the best. Even her anger was so charming. At this moment, Ling Yun knew that it was about time. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. He hurriedly changed the topic and glanced at Xianxia's slender, snow-white neck. He asked tentatively, "Beauty, the mountain winds are too strong on this mountain peak, and the night is long. If you're not in a hurry to leave, why don't we find a place to talk?" Perhaps it was because she heard the word beauty, but Xianxia's heart trembled again. She couldn't help but say coldly and angrily, "Who are you calling beauty? Didn't you always say that I'm ugly?" However, although she said that, Xianxia's heart was a different scene. Yes, it was the feeling of facing the sea in the warmth of spring. Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh inwardly at being refuted. He quickly changed his words. "Xianxia, too many people have died on this mountain peak. The smell of blood is too strong. Why don't we go down the mountain and talk? What do you think?" From Miss Xi to beauty and then to Xianxia, Ling Yun's way of addressing the devil sex holy maiden changed again and again. It could be said that he was pressuring Xianxia with every step. Ever since Xianxia had roamed the martial world, she had never experienced such a situation. For a moment, she felt helpless. Helpless, Xianxia snorted softly and said sternly, "Call me Xianxia." Although she had no choice but to put on an unapproachable look, she didn't reject Ling Yun's suggestion. Not rejecting it meant that she had accepted Ling Yun's invitation. "Thank you, Miss Xi." Ling Yun's goal had been achieved, so he immediately resumed his negotiating tone. He changed his way of addressing her from Xianxia to Miss Xi, which was even more distant than directly calling her Xianxia. Ling Yun knew very well that he couldn't be sure whether he and Xianxia were friends or foes. In fact, it was more likely that they were enemies. Of course, he wouldn't let down his guard just because Xianxia had mysteriously appeared and saved him once. The sudden call of Miss Xi caused Xianxia's heart to clench fiercely. She secretly gritted her teeth as an inexplicable sense of disappointment and resentment arose in her heart. She couldn't help but silently curse Ling Yun for being a bastard. But when she turned her head and saw Ling Yun carefully stuffing the purple handkerchief into his pocket, Xianxia's heart trembled once more. The angry words were at the tip of her tongue, but she actually shut her mouth and swallowed them back. "Let's go." Ling Yun put away the handkerchief and said indifferently. He took the lead and rushed out of the cliff in a flash. Like a large bird, he dashed down the heavenly spear peak in a carefree manner. Ling Yun didn't even need to look back to know that Xianxia would definitely follow. That was because he knew that he wasn't the only one who had many things to ask Xianxia. Xianxia had many things to ask him too. For experts of their level, descending the heavenly spear peak, which was more than 1,400 meters, was only a matter of a dozen leaps. Soon, the two of them landed on the ground and arrived at the foot of the heavenly spear peak. To the east. As soon as the holy maiden of the devil sect landed, Ling Yin immediately pointed to a call in the east. Then, he moved and glided over. Xianxia naturally followed quickly. The two of them, one in front and one behind, sped towards the east. At the same time, Ling Yin released his divine sense, stretching his 5 senses and 6 senses to the limit. He didn't discover anyone hiding in the surrounding forest. After confirming that there would be no more enemies tonight, he explained to Xianxia. I fought here last night and killed hundreds of Blood Clan members. I scouted the surrounding terrain. There's a mountain stream there, and the surrounding scenery is pretty good. The place he was referring to was naturally the destination they were going to, the call in front of them. You sure know how to find a place. Xianxia's tone was indifferent as she replied softly. However, she was incomparably shocked, and her heart was in turmoil. Of course, she wasn't shocked that so many Blood Clan members would appear in Xianxia. The Assassins organization had branches in Europe and America. As one of the most important figures in the Devil sect, Xianxia naturally had access to the Devil sect's top-secret dossiers. She knew how terrifying the Blood Clan was, and her understanding of them far exceeded Ling Yun's, killing hundreds of Blood Clan members? Was that something a person could do? How was that possible? Moreover, Ling Yun had said that he had killed hundreds of Blood Clan members so casually, as if he had killed a bunch of ants with a single stomp. Xianxia couldn't help but sneak a peek at the vigorous figure in front of her. Her beautiful eyes roamed and fluctuated inexplicably. Just as she was feeling conflicted, Ling Yun suddenly stopped. She heard him say with a chuckle, "We're here." Whether it's an ordinary person or a cultivator, their lives shouldn't only be filled with fighting and killing. It should be more poetic, don't you think? Ling Yun stopped, looked around, and said with a smile. Since he was already here, Ling Yun hoped that his conversation with the Holy Virgin would be carried out in a good or beautiful atmosphere. Even if it couldn't be poetic, it should at least be harmonious. What surprised Ling Yun was that Xianxia seemed to be stunned after hearing his words. He didn't respond for a long time, seeming to be deep in thought. Ling Yun was speechless and shook his head. He didn't think that Xianxia would take so long to ponder over such words. Big Brother Yun didn't want to break the silence since the other party was deep in thought. He walked forward casually while observing the surroundings. Ling Yan's eyes were sharp. Without a doubt, this was indeed a place filled with poetic beauty. This call was located in the east of the Heavenly Spear Peak, less than 1 kilometer away from the Heavenly Spear Peak. It was located at the low junction of 2 unknown peaks. A bright white waterfall flew straight down from the cliff that was more than 30 meters high and fell into the deep pool below. It turned into a clear mountain stream and flowed along the mountain rocks towards the low-lying area in the southeast. The waterfall was not wide, but it was full of momentum. The water fell into the deep pool and splashed continuously, forming a mist on the surface of the water. The sound of the water rumbled, but it could not cover the sound of people talking. Instead, it made the mountain forest even more quiet and profound at night. There was an abundance of vegetation around the kernel. The air here was especially fresh, making people feel relaxed and happy as soon as they came here. Their mood seemed to instantly calm down as well. The density of the spiritual qi here is even better than I imagined. Ling Yan thought to himself as he approached a boulder that was as tall as a person. He had already started circulating the yin-yang harmony balance and started absorbing the omnipresent spiritual energy in the surroundings to replenish the overdrawn spiritual energy in his body. At this time, an hour had passed since the life and death battle at the top of Tianmao Peak. After an hour of adjustment, the true qi in Ling Yan's body had already recovered to more than 50% of its peak state. Although his body was still tired, his current state was enough to deal with any unexpected situation. In other words, even if the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect suddenly turned on him, he could deal with it calmly. Under the Holy Virgin's contemplative gaze, Ling Yan walked to the side of the huge rock. The devil's blade appeared in his left hand, and he sliced the huge rock in half with a casual wave. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and a stone table was formed. Swish 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 swish, Ling Yan continued to wave his wrist and slashed more than 10 times consecutively. He used the remaining half of the boulder to make 2 simple stone stools. Then, he hooked one of the stone stools into the air and landed precisely on the opposite side of the stone table. Then, he sheathed his demonic blade and casually sat down on the stone bench beside him. He smiled and waved at Xianxia. You can't just stand and talk. Come and sit. When Xianxia saw Ling Yun suddenly pull out his blade, she thought that he was going to turn on her and get ready to fight her. She didn't expect him to be making a stone table and stone stools. She was dumbfounded. How could this work? Ling Yun had just experienced a battle of life and death. According to Xianxia's estimations, no matter how heaven-defying Ling Yun's regenerative abilities were, he had only recovered 50% of his strength by now. Now that the two of them were here, he was actually acting as if nothing had happened. He was even in the mood to bring out a stone table and a stone bench, as if he was having a long conversation with them. What was going on in Ling Yun's head? Both Xianxia and Ling Yun were well aware of their purpose in coming here. It wasn't to have a heart-to-heart talk under the moonlight. Instead, they were here to represent their respective forces and engage in a battle of words. You're really in the mood. Xianxia glanced coolly at Ling Yun, who was sitting cross-legged, and scolded him in a lukewarm tone. With light, graceful steps, she arrived beside the stone table in an instant. Under Ling Yun's half-smiling gaze, she slowly sat down on the stone stool. As soon as she sat down, she pouted with a smile. If the demonic blade patriarch knew that you used his famous blade to cut rocks to make this, I wonder if he'd crawl out of his coffin in anger and fight you to the death. Naturally, this was a joke. Ling Yun laughed nonchalantly. Then, with a serious expression, he said, this is a question of one's attitude towards life. Life has to have a bit of ambience, right? Besides, this isn't the first time. This indeed wasn't the first time. When Ling Yun was on Turtle Island, whether it was the cave abode he built or the pots and pans inside, everything had been carved out with the Devil's Blade and the Dragon Vein sword. Even if your demonic arts are unparalleled, Ling Yun raised his eyes and glanced at the speechless Xianxia, smiling faintly. You can't deny that it's more comfortable to sit and talk like this than to stand, right? What Ling Yun was doing was something that Xianxia couldn't refuse. Of course, she couldn't deny it, so she could only snort coldly and ignore it. Overall, this was the third time Ling Yun had interacted with the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Xianxia. Ling Yun already had a basic understanding of the Holy Virgin's personality, so he didn't mind Xianxia's reaction at all. She was the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. Since she was called the Holy Virgin, she had to act cold, aloof, and inviolable. If she was really that easy to get close to, she wouldn't be a holy virgin, but a commoner. Moreover, back in the cultivation world, Big Brother Yun had interacted with many saintesses. He was already used to it. The sky is full of stars, the mountains are green, the water is clear, the air is fresh, and the water is flowing. This environment is really not bad. Ling Yun deliberately raised his head to look at the dazzling Milky Way in the night sky. He then took a deep breath and sighed with satisfaction. But this isn't enough. Before he finished his sentence, a ball of light suddenly emerged from Ling Yun's hand, instantly illuminating the night sky around the stone table. Ling Yun took out a night-luminescent pearl and placed it on the corner of the stone table. How was this the tempo of a negotiation? This was the tempo of picking up girls. If you have something to say, spit it out. You may be in the mood to express your emotions, but I don't have the time to accompany you in drinking wind and dew. Who knew that Xianxia wouldn't fall for Ling Yun's trick? She directly glared at him and destroyed half of the atmosphere that Ling Yun had painstakingly created. It was obvious that the night-luminescent pearl, which shocked even the women of the secular world, was nothing special in front of Xianxia. Even though Ling Yun knew that Xianxia, as the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, definitely wouldn't be interested in a mere night-luminescent pearl, he was still unhappy that she had mercilessly destroyed the atmosphere of the negotiation. He couldn't help but turn his head and glare at Xianxia. He retorted, "Who said anything about drinking wind and dew?" While Xianxia hadn't flown into a rage, Ling Yun immediately smiled evilly. "We have good tea." With that, like a magic trick, a complete tea set, including a tea tray, a teapot, and 2 teacups, was taken out from Ling Yun's spatial ring and placed on the stone table. "I'll make the decision. Let's drink to Hong Pao." Finally, Ling Yun took out a bag of tea leaves and casually threw a handful into the teapot. This time, it was finally Xianxia's turn to be dumbfounded, never in her wildest dreams would she have imagined that Ling Yun's spatial ring would actually have such a place to store such things. In the middle of the night, two people whose relationship was still unknown were actually drinking tea deep in the mountains. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Xianxia couldn't have imagined such a thing. Yet, this strange fellow before her had done it. This is rootless water. You've seen it on television. Ling Yan looked at Xianxia's shocked expression and laughed inwardly. He explained faintly, as he casually took out a clear water talisman and filled the teapot with water. Then, Ling Yan closed the lid and held the teapot in his left hand. He silently circulated his pure yang true qi, and his palm instantly became incomparably hot as he heated up the teapot. The temperature of the tea gradually rose, and soon, the water in the teapot was bubbling and boiling. Very soon, the fragrance of Dahong Pao slowly seeped through the teapot and pervaded the surroundings of the two. Ling Yan smiled, his handsome eyes staring into Xianxia's. As for hygiene, you don't have to worry about it at all. I've just killed someone, but there's no blood on me. You should understand. Of course Xianxia understood. Since she could run around barefoot without a speck of dust on her shoes, Ling Yan could naturally kill without staining his hands. After fighting for so long, your mouth and tongue should be parched, right? Drink some tea to moisten your throat before you speak. The tea was already boiling, and its fragrance was alluring. Ling Yan put down the teapot, his eyes suddenly becoming extremely serious as he spoke softly. Then, he smiled slightly and nonchalantly added, "In the whole world, you're the first person who has tasted this pot of tea from me, Ling Yan." Ling Yan's words were absolutely true. Although he didn't say much, he was actually very grateful to Xianxia for saving his life. This was something that, regardless of whether the two of them were friends or foes, would never change. Tisk, isn't it just a pot of Dahong Pao? It's not like I've never drunk it before. Xianxia's heart thumped, but even she herself didn't know why the words that came out of her mouth were still incomparably choking. Ling Yan smiled. His smile was somewhat helpless and a little mischievous. Suddenly, he shook his head, and with a thought, he took out the mysterious gourd. Lifting his hand to open the lid, Ling Yan generously poured some dragon saliva into the teapot. The fragrance was indescribable and irresistible. With a loud rumble, it spread in all directions, instantly penetrating the black veil on Xianxia's face and burrowing into her nostrils. As the fragrance entered her nostrils, Xianxia immediately felt her mouth water. Even with her composure, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Xianxia's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed, and her delicate body shot up. Staring at the worn-out gourd in Ling Yan's hand, she asked with a trembling voice, This is. Ling Yan found it hilarious. You're pretending, keep pretending, why aren't you pretending anymore? Calm and unruffled, he put away his gourd as if nothing had happened, then closed the lid and poured tea for Xianxia. What's the point of asking so much? It's fine as long as there's something to drink, but in his heart, he thought smugly, pretending with me, your big brother? You are 1,000 miles from it. To be continued. Frankly speaking, the reason Ling Yan chose such a picturesque place and put in so much effort to brew such a pot of tea was partly to thank Xianxia for his help, but more importantly, it was to destroy Xianxia's state of mind. Ling Yan's efforts hadn't gone to waste after all. He had achieved his goal, of course, and was secretly pleased with himself. Ling Yan was never one to lose out, and this was even more so in an important matter like negotiation. He had to be in control of the situation and rhythm of the negotiation. Ling Yan didn't even lift his head as he slowly poured the tea and passed it over as if nothing had happened. He then raised his right hand and made an inviting gesture. Please have some tea, Miss Yi. Xianxia, however, didn't sit down. She still stood there, watching Ling Yan's every move. Only when Ling Yan put away the mysterious gourd did her gaze move to the teacup Ling Yan had handed over, but she didn't reach out to take it. Under Xianxia's unblinking gaze, Ling Yan leisurely poured himself another cup of tea and put the teapot back on the tray. Only then did he raise his head slightly to meet Xianxia's gaze. The two of them stared at each other for a full 5 seconds before Ling Yan suddenly smiled. What, are you afraid of poison? Pfft, hearing this, Xianxia suddenly burst into laughter. Her beautiful eyes carried a bright and beautiful smile as she glanced at Ling Yan. she sweetly said. According to the records of the investigation, although Ling Yan's medical skills are astonishing, there has never been a record of him using poison to kill someone since his debut. I think I shouldn't be so unlucky, right? As she spoke, Xianxia's slender body twisted and her black muslin skirt swayed lightly as she sat back down on the stone bench. Ling Yan's mind stirred slightly. His straight eyebrows twitched slightly as he purposely let out a soft sigh of defeat. I have to say, the Assassins Organization's investigative skills are indeed impressive. Ling Yan seemed to have more to say, but he also seemed to be implying something. He quickly added, the current me in the devil sect, especially in front of you, no longer has any secrets to speak of. I'm not much different from an invisible person, am I? The negotiation between the two naturally began as soon as Ling Yan said this. As soon as both sides opened their mouths, they were engaged in a battle of words that went straight for the vitals of the other party. Unexpectedly, Xianxia had no intention of replying to Ling Yan. She raised her slender, snow-white hand and used her index finger and thumb to pick up the teacup in front of her. Ling Yan immediately activated his Yin Eye and divine sense with all his might. He wanted to take advantage of Xianxia's tea to catch a glimpse of the beauty's face. Aren't you wearing a black veil? Didn't you say that you didn't want others to see your face? I don't believe that you can never lift that hateful veil when you're eating and drinking. Even if I can't see your entire face, even if I can only see your chin and mouth, this pot of tea is worth it. As if she had long seen through Ling Yan's thoughts, a crafty smile suddenly appeared in Xianxia's beautiful eyes as she glared at Ling Yan. The warning in his eyes was very obvious. There was no way he could take the opportunity to peek. Xianxia held the teacup and very naturally brought it to the tip of his nose. He seriously sniffed the fragrance of the tea through the veil, a rare look of intoxication appearing in his eyes. Good tea indeed. Xianxia praised sincerely. Then, without any visible movement from her right hand holding the teacup disappeared before Ling Yan's eyes. Xianxia's slender, snow-white neck lifted slightly. By the time she took the teacup out from behind the veil, the teacup was already empty. Throughout the entire process, although Ling Yan had used all his skills, he still couldn't see even an inch of Xianxia's skin behind the veil. This made him very depressed. It was very obvious that Xianxia had already experienced eating and drinking with a veil on countless occasions. If she didn't want others to see her face, then no one would be able to see it. Moreover, she had the powerful heavenly demon True Qi protecting her body. Even if she really did remove the veil, ordinary people would only be able to see a hazy face. It was like looking at flowers in the fog, impossible to see clearly. Not being able to see her face was also within Ling Yan's expectations. He wasn't too disappointed, and only said with a ruminating smile, although this is mysterious enough, isn't it tiring? A face is born to be seen by others. It's just a bag of skin, so why must it be covered up? Ling Yan's words were more of a sigh than anything else. He was speaking from his own feelings. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to swallow the fragrant tea. Instead, she allowed the tea to swim between her lips and teeth. She only swallowed it in one gulp when the fragrance spread across her tongue. As the dragon's saliva flowed down her throat and into her abdomen, the spiritual energy contained in the dragon's saliva instantly came into play. Under the activation of the heavenly demon's secret technique, it turned into strands that swam through Xianxia's major meridians. At Ling Yan and Xianxia's level, they no longer needed to deliberately activate their own cultivation methods. They could maintain the circulation of their own cultivation at all times, constantly raising their cultivation. In just an instant, Xianxia felt the benefits. Moved, Xianxia's beautiful eyes sparkled once more. She looked at Ling Yan and said very seriously, "The tea is excellent." "Thank you." Then, her eyes suddenly dimmed, and she said lightly, "It's not tiring. I've been used to it since I was young." The latter sentence was naturally an answer to Ling Yan's question about the veil. Ling Yan naturally noticed the momentary dimness in Xianxia's beautiful eyes, but he didn't pursue the matter. He only nodded lightly and personally poured another cup for Xianxia. According to the records, on the 12th of April, on the night of the birthday of miracle Dr. Shueishue's precious granddaughter, who is also your little girlfriend, you gave her 4 big gifts to congratulate her. Among them were 18 night luminescent pearls, 2 stalks of 1,000-year ginseng that had completely taken human form, a 1,000-year Chinese knotweed, and a jade box filled with liquid. According to the dossier, when you opened the jade box, the entire room was instantly filled with a strange fragrance. Everyone was shocked and envious. You also made a name for yourself, successfully beating Li Yumin of the Li family, Long Tianyu of the Long family, and even Hu Xiaobai, the young valley master of Miracle Dr. Gu. If I'm not wrong, the liquid in the jade box and the liquid you just poured into the teapot should be the same thing, right? Yi Xingchen lived up to her reputation as the devil sect's holy virgin. She almost instantly regained her composure and started talking about serious matters. Her beautiful eyes stared at Ling Yun without blinking. She spoke tirelessly as if she had witnessed everything that happened that night with her own eyes. Ling Yun could only smile helplessly. He spread his hands and said, I told you that in front of you, I'm transparent. I have no secrets to speak of. Yi Xingchen seemed to be in a good mood as she sipped on the fragrant tea. She no longer gave Ling Yun a cold look and actually seemed to be good friends who could talk about anything with him. Looking at Ling Yan's helpless expression, Yi Xingchen smiled apologetically and asked with some uncertainty, this seems to be the legendary dragon saliva? No, it's dragon saliva, Ling Yan said honestly. His possession of dragon saliva was known to Du Gumo, Dongfeng Ting, Miracle Dr. Shui Mining, and many of his brothers and friends. It was no longer a secret, so there was no need to hide it. Moreover, he had never intended to hide it. Yi Xingchen was very happy with Ling Yan's honesty. She continued to ask with interest, did you also get it from the crater? Ling Yan took a sip of fragrant tea and said with a smile, I think you already know that there's a yin-yang dragon lock spell under the crater of Dragon Mountain. It's not strange to have dragon saliva there. Even Du Gumo could see through the yin-yang dragon lock spell. Ling Yun naturally didn't think that the almost omniscient Yi Xingchen wouldn't know about it. Yi Xingchen's delicate body trembled slightly. She didn't hide her laughter at all. Glancing at Ling Yun, she smiled and said coquettishly, you sure are honest. Ling Yan's forehead was full of black lines. He purposely frowned and said, I'm an invisible person. I can't hide things from you even if I wanted to. Yi Xingchen suddenly changed the topic. She stared at Ling Yun and asked, that gourd of yours? Ling Yun was instantly alerted. He pretended to be casual and said, it's just used to store the dragon saliva. Yi Xingchen's eyes were full of smiles. She said without batting an eyelid, but it looks very heavy. Ling Yan thought to himself, of course he knew what Yi Xingchen was talking about. After killing Tokugawa Muto at the peak of Heavenly Spear Peak, he immediately took out the mysterious gourd from his spatial ring. He wanted to drink the dragon saliva to recover his strength, but he was completely exhausted. He couldn't lift it at all, so he could only ask Chester to do it for him. Who knew that Chester would make a fool of himself the first time he held the mysterious gourd? He didn't expect that the small gourd would weigh more than 1,000 kilograms. As a result, he made a fool of himself and squatted on the ground. Obviously, this scene was noticed by the meticulous Yi Xingchen. It's indeed quite heavy, Ling Yan said casually, skipping over the topic in one sentence. Indeed, for the devil sect, which had the ability to go against the entire world of righteousness, and for the Assassins organization, one of the top underground forces in the world, it wasn't difficult for them to investigate everything that Ling Yun did on the surface. From this point of view, Ling Yun was really no different from an invisible person in front of the devil sect's holy virgin. However, was Big Brother Yun really invisible? The answer was, of course, no. Otherwise, if the devil sect's holy virgin really knew everything about Ling Yun, why would they still be sitting here talking? Ling Yun knew that even though the mysterious gourd wasn't as heaven-defying as the Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book, it was definitely an impressive magical treasure. This was one of his true trump cards, so he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal it. Just because of the devil's underworld essence blade, Ling Yun had already become the target of the world's righteous and evil forces. If news of a treasure like the mysterious gourd were to spread, how would Big Brother Yun survive? You've asked me many questions since we sat down, and I've answered all of them. Now, it's my turn to ask a few questions, right? Ling Yun finally seized the opportunity to retaliate. Where the hell is Xiao Mimi? Where is Xiao Mimi? Ling Yun finally asked this question again. As for why he asked again, it was because Ling Yun had already asked Yi Xingchen this question twice. He'd met Yi Xingchen twice and asked the same question twice. Each time, the holy maiden of the devil sect had fled, which infuriated Ling Yun greatly. This was the third time. As the saying went, nothing should be done more than 3 times. Ling Yun chose to cut to the chase and ask the question directly. He believed that Yi Xingchen would give him a satisfactory answer. Yi Xingchen had to give him one too. Yi Xingchen had come out of nowhere and hadn't left after helping Ling Yun eliminate the enemy. It was obvious that he wanted to sit down and have a serious talk with Ling Yun. Since they were going to talk, both sides had to show some sincerity. Xiao Mimi's whereabouts was undoubtedly the key to Ling Yun's test of Yi Xingchen's sincerity. If Yi Xingchen still didn't answer, then there was no point in continuing the conversation. Ling Yun decided to turn hostile on the spot. He kicked over the stone table, ready to fight. As soon as this question was thrown out, the stone table seemed to be filled with the glint of swords. The atmosphere became fierce and somber. Both sides were silent, and only the rumbling of the nearby stream could be heard. Fortunately, the luminous pearls on the stone table emitted a faint radiance, hazy and smooth, which somewhat melted the discordant atmosphere. Ling Yun's handsome eyes were like lightning as he looked straight into Yi Xingchen's eyes, waiting for the latter's answer. Yi Xingchen's gaze didn't flinch. He returned Ling Yun's stare with a hint of irritation and mockery. The two of them stared at each other for what seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like a long time. Finally, Yi Xingchen's gaze drifted away, seemingly leaving Ling Yun's eyes to look behind him, at the white waterfall that rumbled incessantly. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xingchen suddenly said faintly, "I didn't expect you to be so concerned about her." To Ling Yun, this was simply nonsense. He chose to ignore it. Yi Xingchen frowned slightly. Xiao Mimi is a member of the Assassin's organization. As for where she is and what she's doing, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Ling Yun sneered. Xiao Mimi once told me herself that she left the Assassin's organization and will no longer work for them. Yi Xingchen laughed disdainfully. What she says doesn't count. Moreover, she's just a lowly female assassin at the bottom of the Assassin's organization. Do you have to be so serious? Ling Yun was so angry that he almost slammed the table. His face darkened and he said word by word, "Xiao Mimi is my woman." Ling Yun's words were true. Ever since the night of the Qingming festival, when Zhuang Meifeng was kidnapped by the experts from the Sun family, Xiao Mimi had fought to the death with Ling Yun. Ling Yun had accepted Xiao Mimi from the bottom of his heart. Before Ling Yun went to the crater, he had asked Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi to go to his Qingshui Wharf villa. He said that he wanted them to help Qin Chuyue decorate the villa, but in reality, he wanted his mother to protect them. At that time, Ling Yun even said something like, "Handsome daughter-in-law wants to see her mother-in-law." If Xiao Mimi wasn't his woman, then what was she? Originally, Ling Yun had planned to have Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi accompany him when he returned from the crater. Who knew that one of them would be taken away from the Tranquil sect, and the other would go missing? Both of them had disappeared from Ling Yun's world. On top of that, Chao Shanshan, who would never return, was also involved. Chao Shanshan had already been rescued by him. Zhuang Meifeng might not be able to see her, but she was the last disciple of the Tranquil sect. She should be safe. Thus, Ling Yun's most pressing concern was naturally Xiao Mimi. How could Ling Yun not ask about the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, who had been insisting on knowing Xiao Mimi's whereabouts, was right in front of him, his woman was his woman. Ling Yun couldn't wait to protect her. How could he allow Yi Xingchen to make irresponsible remarks here? This was Ling Yun's bottom line. He wouldn't give in even if the other party was the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. Bam! Yi Xingchen's elegant palm slammed on the stone table, causing it to shake violently. The night-luminescent pearls, tea set, teapot, and teacups were all sent flying. However, the strange thing was that these things flew about a foot off the table and returned to their original positions without a sound. The night-luminescent pearls were unharmed, and not a single drop of water spilled from the teapot. You! Yi Xingchen was furious. Her beautiful eyes glared at Ling Yun. Her perky breasts rose and fell visibly. It was obvious that she was infuriated by Ling Yun. What did I do? Ling Yun was secretly pleased. He shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly and asked casually. Humph. Yi Xingchen snorted coldly. She picked up the cup of fragrant tea in front of her and drank it in one gulp. Ling Yan suddenly chuckled and leisurely picked up the teapot to refill Yi Xingqian's cup. He smirked. You're not jealous, are you? Bullsh tea. Yi Xingqian suddenly rolled her eyes at Ling Yan and said, eat your head. Phew. Ling Yan pretended to breathe a sigh of relief. He said with some annoyance, I thought you were jealous. It's good that you're not jealous. I feel much better now. Seeing Ling Yan's naughty look, Yi Xingqian clenched her teeth in hatred. She wanted nothing more than to pour the entire pot of tea on Ling Yan's head. She was so angry that she laughed and said seductively, Xiao Mimi failed her mission and betrayed the assassin's organization. She has already been executed by them according to the rules. With that, Yi Xingqian smiled and looked at Ling Yan, waiting for him to explode. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Since Ling Yan had angered Yi Xingqian naturally had to find a way to anger Ling Yan as well. Contrary to Yi Xingqian's expectations, Ling Yan was actually very calm. He slowly picked up the teacup in front of him, took a sip, and unhurriedly put it back in its original place. Then, he said softly, I think that our time is very precious. There's no need to waste it on this pointless argument. Ling Yan said this and raised his head slightly. His eyes were piercingly cold as he stared straight at Yi Xingqian. So, if it's fake, you don't have to use it to make fun of me. Yi Xingqian secretly bit her lower lip and asked, what if Xiao Mimi really is dead? If it's true, I've said it before. The entire assassin's organization will be buried with her, including many of your people from the devil sect. Moreover, if I stake my dignity as a man, I guarantee that you won't be able to walk out of Immortal Ridge tonight. You. Yi Xingqian was once again angered by Ling Yan's attitude and words to the point of speechlessness. Fortunately, Yi Xingqian didn't slam the table this time. She looked at Ling Yan's expression and suddenly smiled sweetly. Stake your dignity as a man? You want to keep me here? Do you have the strength to do so? Ling Yan smiled faintly. You can try. At this point, Ling Yan was actually on the verge of going berserk. If Yi Xingqian continued to feign civility and sincerity, he would rather give up on the other issues and use all his trump cards to capture and kill Yi Xingqian on the spot. However, he still patiently explained a few more sentences. First, we're negotiating, right? Since it's a negotiation, then both parties should show sufficient sincerity, and Xiao Mimi's whereabouts is the sincerity you need to show. Secondly, on the opening day of my ordinary people's clinic, you found 22 terminally ill patients to cause trouble for me. At the same time, you threatened me with Xiao Mimi's life. Since I cured those patients, you should have told me Xiao Mimi's whereabouts or released her. Ling Yan said these two reasons seriously, which was rare for him. Then, he stared at Yi Xingqian and said, you owe me this in the first place. My questions and requests aren't overboard, right? Because both of them were too domineering, the negotiation had reached an impasse from the beginning. If they didn't break the stalemate soon, they would have to fight. However, Ling Yun didn't want to fight. Seeing that Yi Xingqian might be his birth mother's disciple, Ling Yun didn't want to anger his birth mother prematurely. He didn't compromise, and he wouldn't compromise. Instead, he explained carefully and gave Yi Xingqian a way out. After listening to Ling Yan's explanation, Yi Xingqian's gaze gradually softened. She opened her mouth and said, pour the tea. Ling Yan knew that the time was right. He laughed heartily and happily poured the tea. Yi Xingqian tasted the tea leaves that Ling Yan had specially brewed for her. In fact, she really couldn't be that angry at him. She had paid too much attention to Ling Yan and understood him too much. She could be said to know Ling Yan's usual style like the back of her hand. She took a sip of the fragrant tea, and a bright smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. She pouted coquettishly and said, didn't I tell you long ago if you said that earlier? Really? It was that bright smile that made Ling Yan feel as if the entire surrounding mountains had become bright, as if all the mountain flowers in the dense forest had bloomed at the same time. Then, he heard the most crucial and important sentence. Xiao Mimi is now at the Devil Sect's main altar. She's learning martial arts from a senior and is about to break through to the Xiantian realm. You can rest assured now, right? F***ck. When Ling Yan heard that, he couldn't help but spit out a vulgar word, expressing his speechless attitude. The devil sect's main altar? Learning martial arts? Following a senior? About to break through to the Xiantian realm? Of course, since that was the case, Xiao Mimi's safety was naturally not a problem. Ling Yan's heart instantly calmed down. At the same time, Ling Yan's gaze suddenly relaxed. He ignored Yi Xingqian's rolling eyes and asked with a smile, "You were the one who captured her and sent her to that whatever devil sect's main altar?" Yi Xingqian said proudly, "The devil sect's main altar isn't a place that just anyone can go." That was an admission. "Why did you bring her back to the devil sect's main altar?" Yi Xingqian said frankly with a smile, "Because when I found her, I actually discovered that her physique was abnormally perfect, and there was an extremely strong aura within her body. Moreover, Xiao Mimi was born with a natural charm." This time, it was finally Ling Yan's turn to roll his eyes. *CK, I worked so hard to cleanse Xiao Mimi's muscles and marrow, and even injected a strand of immortal spiritual energy into her body, and it was all prepared for you guys? Zhuang Meifeng was like that, and he didn't expect Xiao Mimi to be the same. As Ling Yan thought about this, he suddenly thought of a more important question and asked abruptly, "Which senior is she learning from?" Since Yi Xingqian mentioned the devil sect's main altar, Ling Yan felt that he could take this opportunity to find out more about the devil sect. To be continued. As if sensing Ling Yan's intentions, Yi Xingqian smiled sweetly. This time, she took the initiative to pick up the teapot and pour herself some tea. At the same time, she said bluntly, "Wouldn't it be better for you to ask her this question in the future?" Naturally, Yi Xingqian was extraordinary. With just a few words, he was able to block Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't insist. Since she was in such an awesome place like the devil sect's headquarters, she couldn't be training with her biological mother, could she? Taking advantage of Yi Xingqian's good mood, he immediately asked, "When can she come out?" Yi Xingqian didn't hide this. "When she's successful in her training, of course. I think if everything goes well, she should be able to come out once she breaks through to the Xiantian realm." It had been 3 months since Xiao Mimi went missing after he entered the crater. She had been cleansed by him and had a gush of immortal spiritual energy in her body. As long as she practiced the right technique, it wouldn't be difficult for her to break through to the Xiantian realm. Back then, when the Emperor Brush Spirit Qi had reversed, Ling Yan's strength had increased tremendously with the help of the Emperor Brush Spirit Qi. He had seized the opportunity to cleanse his people's tendons and marrow. He had even generously injected streams of immortal spiritual energy into their bodies. When a man attained enlightenment, his chickens and dogs followed suit. It wasn't pleasant to say, but it was the truth. Those who had benefited were Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Shui Mining, Tai Xiaohu, Tang Tianhao, and even Du Gumo. Of course, Miao Xiao Miao, who had rushed over to help him. In addition, there were 3 people who had benefited even more. One was Bai Xianer, who hadn't taken human form yet. The other 2 were Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu. Shui Mining had reached the mid-stage of the Hotian realm in less than 2 months after cultivating the spirit potency technique. Tai Xiaohu had reached the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 6 and could break through to the late stage at any time. As for Du Gumo, he had already broken through to the Xiantian realm after obtaining the immortal spiritual energy and dragon saliva in the crater. Miao Xiao Miao had even reached the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. As for the other 3, Bai Xianer had successfully transcended the tribulation and transformed. Her strength was unfathomable, and even Ling Yun could not see through her. With Ling Yan's help, Qin Qiuyue underwent another round of marrow cleansing in her Xiantian realm level 2 realm. She also received an immeasurable amount of immortal spiritual energy. Putting aside her realm, she looked 10 years younger. As for Ning Lingyu, the one with the fastest cultivation speed was undoubtedly Ning Lingyu. She was originally an innate spiritual body, but after Ling Yun used a powerful technique to transform her body into an immortal spiritual body, her cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Now, she was already at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 8. It was obvious that after Ling Yun helped them cleanse their tendons and marrow, once they started cultivating with immortal spiritual energy in their bodies, how fast would their cultivation progress be? Of course, Chao Shanshan, Tang Meng, Tang Tianhao, and the rest hadn't cultivated yet. Hence, even though they had received benefits, their strength hadn't increased. However, that was only because Ling Yun didn't teach them how to cultivate. From the looks of it, since Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi had started cultivating, as long as their cultivation technique wasn't too trashy, their cultivation speed wouldn't be slow. However, no matter how good their cultivation technique was, it wouldn't be as good as the one Ling Yun had prepared for them. How could the two of them learn martial arts from an outsider compared to being by Big Brother Yun's side? How could they learn as quickly and steadily as he did? It's purely a waste of time and life. You guys are really deceptions. Ling Yun sighed. Because he had transformed the two of them, he had ruined his beautiful dream of sleeping together. He really wanted to kill his way to the Tranquil sect and the Devil sect right now and snatch his two women back. Xianxia giggled as she seemed to understand Ling Yun's meaning. She teased, then you can't blame others. Who asked you to have too many enemies and not have enough power to protect the people around you? Even though Xianxia's words seemed casual, she pointed out the essence of the problem. At the very least, before Ling Yun entered the crater, other than him and Qin Qiuyue, there really wasn't anyone who could protect those people. It was a pity that even though Ling Yun had calculated and made appropriate arrangements before entering the crater, heaven's plans still couldn't be compared to man's plans. He didn't expect Qin Qiuyue to leave Qingshui City in a hurry after receiving a letter. She rushed to the Sky Mountain Heavenly Sword sect and never returned. The result was obvious. Ling Yun retracted his thoughts and returned them to the present. He didn't refute Xianxia. Instead, he smiled faintly and asked, "What about now?" Ling Yun's subtext was obvious. He wanted Xianxia to judge whether his current strength was enough. Xianxia's eyes had an additional trace of admiration. She looked at Ling Yun and said seriously, "Your cultivation speed is indeed unimaginable. It's worthy of the word heaven-defying." Ling Yun asked about his own power, but Xianxia only talked about Ling Yun's strength. She didn't mention the overall strength around Ling Yun. Obviously, she didn't care about those other factors. Ling Yun didn't mind. He said leisurely, "That's why you chose to sit down and talk with me." "No, it doesn't have much to do with your strength. It's mainly because you have the Devil's Blade." Xianxia's words seemed to be reminding Ling Yun that because he had the Devil's Blade, they were on the same side. Regardless of whether Ling Yun admitted it or not, at least in the eyes of the world's heroes, Ling Yun was a member of the Devil sect. Ling Yun sneered disdainfully. "It's just a blade. Those who wield guns aren't necessarily soldiers. Those who wield guns aren't necessarily soldiers. Then, those who wield the Devil's Blade aren't necessarily from the Devil sect. It's also because your surname is Ling." When Xianxia said this, she felt her heart beating like a drum. She had never felt so nervous before, but she didn't show it on her face. She only stared at Ling Yun with a pair of mesmerizing eyes, as if she wanted to see something. Ling Yun was surprised and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with my surname? Is it very special?" He acted very innocent. Of course, this surprise and confusion were all feigned by Ling Yun to conceal the shock in his heart. After all, both parties had finally reached the main point. Ling Yun had once crowned himself the best actor, so his acting skills were naturally not just for show. The expression that he instantly revealed was not pretentious or exaggerated. It was just right. Xianxia stared at Ling Yun for a long time, but she couldn't detect any abnormal changes in him. She couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed and finally retracted her gaze. "It's nothing, I'm just saying." Xianxia suddenly stopped this topic. As a cover, she picked up her teacup again and took a sip. Then, she frowned slightly and said, "It's cold." The night in the forest was as cool as water. After half a day, the boiling tea had gradually cooled down. "Easy." Ling Yun smiled slightly and took out another clear water talisman. Using the same method, he brewed a full pot of boiling hot tea and poured a cup for Xianxia. Only this time, he didn't pour the dragon saliva into the teapot. Xianxia was slightly disappointed. How could Ling Yun not be incomparably disappointed? Just now, the two of them had been trying to shock the other party to death with their words. They had both chosen to attack the other party's heart. Although they had used indirect methods, they had already attacked the other party's vital points. What was the purpose of the negotiation? Of course, it was to see whether the two parties were friends or foes, whether they would fight or ally, and whether there was a possibility of cooperation. Yi Xingchen had brought up the devil's blade because Ling Yun was tyrannical and overbearing. He had killed countless people and made countless enemies. Moreover, he possessed the devil's blade and had long been tolerated by the righteous sections. At this juncture, if Ling Yun was willing, regardless of his identity, as long as he nodded his head and expressed his willingness to join the devil sect, it would naturally be 100 benefits and no harm to Yi Xingchen. But Ling Yun's attitude was very clear and straightforward. Even a fool could see that he had the devil's blade, but it didn't mean that he would be in cahoots with the devil sect. Everyone was clearly separated, so don't drag him down with you. A blade was a blade, and a person was a person. It was clear and obvious. As for Yi Xingchen bringing up Ling Yun's surname, this was especially meaningful to both parties. If Yi Xingchen was willing to directly state her motive, or if Ling Yun trusted Yi Xingchen a little more, then everything in the future would be much simpler and clearer. It was a pity that Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen were both too smart and too cautious. The word Ling, or rather this surname, was too important to both of them. Such a good opportunity had been wasted by a freak combination of factors. It couldn't be helped. Ling Yun's background and the fact that he had already acknowledged his ancestors were unknown to anyone other than the Ling family and a few key figures in the Qin family. Firstly, Ling Yun felt that his current strength wasn't enough. The truly strong enemy hadn't appeared yet, and he didn't want to put himself and the Ling family in danger in an instant. The second reason was naturally because Ling Yun's biological father, Ling Xiao, was still missing. He didn't know which force he had fallen into. Ling Yun didn't want to harm his own father because of his momentary gratification. Even though that man hadn't raised him in any way, and he hadn't even seen his face, the blood flowing in Ling Yun's bones told him that that man was his father, his blood relative. That once dazzling man had already sacrificed too much for his unborn self and for the entire Ling family. Ling Yun had to protect him no matter what. Even though Ling Yun vaguely sensed that Yi Xingchen was very likely to be his biological mother's direct disciple, he didn't dare take the gamble if Yi Xingchen didn't say it. Even if Yi Xingchen did say it, he still wouldn't dare take the gamble. At least, before seeing his biological mother or rescuing Ling Xiao, Ling Yun wouldn't gamble with such a huge price. He was betting that Yi Xingchen was a friend and not a foe. Because Ling Yun knew that 18 years ago, the devil sect had already been divided into two factions. His mother's faction was one, and Si Kongtu's faction, who had chased after Qing Niao and crippled his Yonghil meridian, was the other. The two factions were as incompatible as fire and water. Who knew which faction Yi Xingchen belonged to? If he were to gamble wrongly, then the heavy price he would have to pay. Ling Yun didn't dare to imagine. To be continued. In short, the relationship between Ling Yun and the Ling family in the capital, or in other words, the fact that Ling Yun had already acknowledged his ancestors, was one of Ling Yun's most important secrets. Even though this secret might be revealed to the world in the near future, Ling Yun hoped to keep it a secret for as long as he could before that happened. He wanted to keep it a secret for as long as possible. After a short but intense exchange, the negotiations fell into an indescribable silence and awkwardness. Both of them sipped their tea, the atmosphere completely frozen. Yi Xingchen's indirect attempts to rope Ling Yun in had all ended in failure. She didn't receive any response, nor did she see any clues from Ling Yun's face. She was disappointed and even felt a little discouraged. However, Ling Yun was the exact opposite. At least this time, he had confirmed the news about Xiao Mimi and knew that she was very safe. It was only a matter of time before the two of them met. This put a huge weight off his heart. Ling Yun sipped his tea as if nothing had happened, but his mind was in turmoil. He still had many questions to ask Yi Xingchen. He was just thinking about how to phrase it and where to cut to the chase. Ling Yun thought for a long time. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Yi Xingchen turn her gaze away from the distant waterfall. She turned her head slightly and stared at Ling Yun, or rather, at his nocturnal clothes. She asked calmly, but with extreme seriousness, "Where did you get the material for your nocturnal clothes?" Ling Yun's heart trembled slightly. He knew that Yi Xingchen had long since discovered that their clothes were made of the same golden black devilish silk. She actually asked at this time. However, Ling Yun had long anticipated that Yi Xingchen would ask such a question. He had already thought of how to reply. As if just noticing it, Ling Yun lowered his head to look at his own clothes, then raised his head to look at Xianxia's black muslin clothes. He pretended to be surprised. Women are indeed more attentive. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have realized that our clothes are actually made of the same material. Looks like we're really faded. Xianxia frowned. Slightly. If you want to say it, then say it. If you don't, then don't. I'm not interested in playing around with you. Lingyan immediately straightened his face and said sincerely, I bought it. Xianxia looked at Lingyan as if he was looking at an idiot. She sneered. Are you lying to a 3-year-old, or do you think I'm an idiot? Where did you buy it? Of course it's in the underground black market. In other words, it's the legendary underground auction house, the kind that specializes in auctioning strange things. Lingyan once again put on his Oscar-winning acting skills and said in bewilderment. Xianxia didn't believe Lingyan's nonsense at all. He sneered again and said word by word, as if he was reciting from a textbook. According to the records, Lingyan didn't wear such clothes before the opening of the Ordinary People's Clinic. However, after the opening of the Ordinary People's Clinic, he suddenly had such clothes. Lingyan listened quietly and responded with a sneer. He felt a weight lifted from his heart. Previously, Lingyan had been worried that Xianxia hadn't found out about Cui Lao's whereabouts during his 2 visits to Qingshui City. Evidently, he had worried too much. After all, Cui Lao was a half-step Xiantian expert. If he wanted to hide his tracks, the Devil Sect and the Assassins Organization wouldn't be able to detect him. Lingyan calmed down. He tidied up his clothes proudly and looked at Xianxia with narrowed eyes. Calm and unruffled, he said, You're not my wife. Why do you have to care what I wear? Ignoring Lingyan's teasing, Xianxia continued, according to the dossier, you've never been to any underground black market or any *T auction house. Stop. Stop. Lingyan was infuriated. He furrowed his brows and gestured for Xianxia to stop. He reminded Xianxia, can you stop talking about the dossier? Do you really think I'm invisible? Can you find out how many times I poop in a day? Did you find out that I have the Shenong cauldron or how many members of the blood clan I killed in Immortal Ridge last night? Lingyan was really angry, but his words weren't crude. He sneered and continued, it's true that I'm invisible in your eyes, but I'm not as invisible as you think. How cautious had Lingyan been all this while? He didn't want others to know about his trump cards and secrets, not even the people closest to him. Even if the Holy Virgin of the diabolical sect was extremely resourceful, she wouldn't be able to find it. Isn't it just golden black devilish silk? I even have the Shenong cauldron, what more golden black devilish silk? Even though it's rare, it's not something that only the devil sect has. You treat it like a treasure, but in my eyes, it's just something you can wear casually. Lingyan didn't lie to Xianxia. He was now at the peak of physique tempering stage 9. Once he broke through to the Qi cultivation stage, he would be able to forge weapons. Forging weapons wasn't limited to metals. Some personal items, including clothing, and even spatial rings made from the spirit cultivation cosmos stone could be used. When that time came, he just had to add some defensive talismans or carve a few defensive formations on normal clothing. That would be even more effective than the golden black devilish silk garment. Of course, if he added it directly to the golden black devilish silk garment, the effect would be even better. It all depended on Lingyan's mood then. Xianxia's probing was once again rebuffed by Lingyan's random punches. She could only smile helplessly and say, alright, let's just say that you're right. What do you mean let's just say that? That's how it is. Lingyan was unforgiving. He sighed in his heart. No wonder Cui Lao was so careful every time he appeared. Indeed, the older, the wiser. He finally passed another hurdle, and it was Lingyan's turn to speak now. Since you've investigated me so thoroughly, I'd like to confirm whether my Ordinary People's Clinic was bombed. Yes, Xianxia replied crisply with a smile. Lingyan was furious and immediately asked, did you arrange for someone to do it? Xianxia looked at Lingyan as though he was an idiot. If I wanted to bomb it, would I have waited until today? I would have bombed your mansion number 1 and mansion number 9. Lingyan naturally knew that Xianxia wouldn't be so bored as to bomb his small clinic. He was just putting on an act. Then who did it? Hand this person over to me. I'm going to turn his bones into dust. Yi Xingchen laughed. That sounds ruthless, but I'm afraid it'll be very difficult. However, I came here tonight to remind you of this matter, so I might as well tell you now. The devil sex Tian Holy Sun, Sikong Wuji, has arrived in Xianxia City with a large group of heavenly kings. They'll definitely kill you. The devil sex Tian Holy Sun? Sikong Wuji? Ling Yan's expression changed slightly as he repeated the name. He couldn't help but recall the night the Ordinary People's Clinic was bombed. He suddenly felt a sense of danger at the crossroads. Ever since Ling Yan had reached the pinnacle of physique tempering stage 9, he hadn't felt such a sense of imminent danger. Hence, ever since that night, he had never forgotten about this warning sign and had always kept it in his mind. That was also the reason why Ling Yan didn't allow Bai Xianer to follow him to Immortal Ridge tonight. Instead, she stayed at home to protect the others. Currently, Bai Xianer's strength was only above Ling Yan's. Ling Yan could only go out with her at home. Ling Yan muttered Sikong Wuji's name a few times. I didn't provoke him. Why is he looking for trouble with me? Ling Yan asked casually. Yi Xingchen smiled sweetly. Is the devil's blade enough? Moreover, there's a spatial ring and the even more tempting Shinnon cauldron. The devil's blade is the top of the devil sect's 9 great holy artifacts. It's publicly recognized that the owner of the devil's blade is the devil master and can command the entire devil sect. Do you think Sikong Wuji, as the devil sect's Tian Holy Sun, will come to snatch it? Yi Xingchen's explanation was simple and clear. Ling Yan understood immediately that Sikong Wuji was here for the devil's blade. Ling Yan smiled brightly at that thought. Thank you for your reminder. Since he's here to die, I'll reluctantly send him on his way. Yi Xingchen laughed again. Send him on his way? That's easy for you to say. Sikong Wuji has mastered his demonic arts. His realm isn't below mine. Ling Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Xingchen's slightly trembling breasts. Because you're a woman, I'm too embarrassed to hit you. If he comes, why don't you watch from the side and see how I slaughter him? Even though Yi Xingchen had participated in Ling Yan's battle tonight and seen many of Ling Yan's trump cards, Ling Yan still had many more that he hadn't revealed. For example, the black-yellow true qi, the divine yang cultivation technique, the dragon-elephant divine force, and even more, the strange power of thunder and lightning within his body, the yin-yang true qi vortex, the great absorption technique, and so on. Coupled with all kinds of talismans, Ling Yan had absolute confidence that he could kill Tian Holy Sun. These trump cards were also the reason why he dared to say that he would keep Yi Xingchen in the Immortal Ridge when he was furious. Yi Xingchen was actually very shocked by Ling Yan's confidence. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she asked Ling Yan, "You're that confident?" Ling Yan smiled but didn't say anything. That mysterious look made Yi Xingchen grit her teeth in anger. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. Ling Yan was right about one thing. His true secrets were on him, hidden in his spatial ring, and in his heart. Naturally, Yi Xingchen had no way of knowing. That was also why she had always been curious about Ling Yan. So, my 2 women, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou, have also fallen into Sikong Wuji's hands? Since Sikong Wuji had brought assassins to Xianxia and bombed his Ordinary People's Clinic, Ling Yan naturally guessed that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou's disappearance was definitely Sikong Wuji's doing. However, never in his wildest dreams would Ling Yan have imagined that Yi Xingchen's answer would be so out of his expectations. A sly smile finally appeared in Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes as she said mysteriously, "No." Hearing Yi Xingchen deny his judgment, Ling Yan's heart relaxed for a moment, then turned cold again. It's not? Then who is it? Who dares to touch my woman? Are they tired of living? Ling Yan was truly enraged. Apart from the Heavenly Assassins organization, he couldn't think of any other force that dared to touch someone close to him in Xianxia City. This time, among the enemies who came to Xianxia City to find trouble with him, even though the biggest force of the martial arts world's righteous sects had yet to appear, Ling Yan had thought about it. According to the righteous sect's self-proclaimed sanctimonious appearance, they wouldn't resort to such underhanded methods. Before he finished speaking, Ling Yan suddenly noticed the sly smile in Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes, as well as her expression as if everything was under her control. He instantly understood. Could it be you? Yi Xingchen giggled and took a sip of her fragrant tea leisurely. Her body trembled as she said, I'm right in front of you even though I'm far away. Bam! This time, it was finally Ling Yun's turn to slam the table. He did it with all his might, not using any hidden force at all. It directly sent the tea set and teapot on the stone table flying more than a meter into the air, but he didn't forget to catch the night-luminescent pearl firmly in his hand. Ling Yun borrowed the momentum to stand up, his face ashen. He said in a low voice, they have no enmity with you, why did you capture them? Do you really want me to beat you up? This time, Ling Yun wasn't just putting on a show. He had already recovered 80% of his peak strength. He had already decided that if Yi Xingchen didn't give him a satisfactory reason, he would act decisively and capture Yi Xingchen first. Otherwise, if Yi Xingchen drifted far away again, who knew where to find Lin Menghan and Yao Rou? As soon as the night-luminescent pearl was put away, the surrounding light instantly dimmed. Opposite him, Yi Xingchen sat upright and didn't move. She was still smiling, staring at the flipping Ling Yun, seemingly amused. Yo, you're this anxious after hearing that your woman is in my hands? Tell me, why did I come here tonight? Aren't we negotiating? Hearing this, Ling Yun silently loosened his fists, but his face was still cold. He snorted coldly and said in a low voice, state your conditions. Now that the negotiations had reached this point, Yi Xingchen had finally revealed his true intentions. Since he had captured someone, there would naturally be conditions. Even a fool could figure this out. Ever since the beginning of the negotiation, Ling Yun had taken a step back in order to advance. He had admitted that he was a transparent person in Yi Xingchen's eyes, making it impossible for Yi Xingchen to question him. It could be said that the entire situation and tempo of the negotiation was in his hands. But now, the initiative in the negotiations was completely back in Yi Xingchen's hands. Yi Xingchen had a card up her sleeve. She smiled brightly at Ling Yun and said, why are you in such a hurry to ask for conditions? Let's sit down and talk. I'm not leaving anyway. Ling Yun cursed in his heart. You captured 2 of my women and used them to threaten me. Of course you wouldn't be willing to leave. However, Ling Yun had to admit that it was better for Lin Menghan and Yao Rou to fall into Yi Xingchen's hands than Xikong Wuji's. At least their safety was guaranteed. Thinking of this, he retracted his aura and sat back down instantly. Don't worry, they're very safe now. Seeing Ling Yun sit back down, Yi Xingchen first gave Ling Yun a reassuring pill. Humph, if any of them is missing even a strand of hair, I'll bury the entire devil sect with them. Ling Yun said viciously. After thinking for a while, Ling Yun still felt that his anger wasn't appeased. He continued, also, Lin Menghan's father is a dignified army commander. If you really do anything to her, I won't even have to do anything. Her old man will definitely send out an artillery squad and blast your devil sect's headquarters to the ground. After saying that, Ling Yun finally felt a lot more refreshed. Who knew that Yi Xingchen wouldn't fall for this? With a wave of her long sleeves, she used her snow-white, elegant hands to cover her perky breasts. Pretending to be afraid, she said, I'm so scared. Do you think I'm scared? Ling Yun couldn't help but glance at her. His heart trembled. Yi Xingchen's actions and gaze would make any man's blood flow speed up and they wouldn't be able to resist pouncing on her. Charm the world, Ling Yun hurriedly retracted his gaze and silently recited the calming heart chant, suppressing the anger and lust in his heart. Then, he raised his head and stared at Yi Xingchen with his clear eyes. He said lightly, speak, why did you capture them? Are you threatening me? When Yi Xingchen saw that Ling Yun had managed to regain his composure so quickly under her deliberate seduction, she couldn't help but admire Ling Yun even more. She immediately regained her composure and said seriously, it's nothing. I just want to cooperate with you. Ling Yun was instantly speechless. Capturing his women and asking him to work with her? The devil sect's holy virgin, Yi Xingchen, was really creative. This little demoness was really hard to fathom. Work with who? The devil sect or the assassin's organization? I'm sorry, but I can't comply. Ling Yun didn't even consider and directly rejected. Yi Xingchen giggled. Don't be so quick to reject. It's not the devil sect or the assassin's organization. It's just me, alone. Let me emphasize, you won't be at a disadvantage. Ling Yun sneered and glanced at Yi Xingchen. He said lightly, I heard that the devil sect's Holy Virgin destroyed several Orthodox sects and hidden families as soon as she made her debut. You're so powerful, and you have a large number of subordinates from the devil sect and the Assassins organization at your beck and call. Do you still need to work with me? Ling Yan used his divine sense as he spoke. He keenly captured a trace of undetectable strangeness in Yi Xingqian's eyes, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that the great devil sect's Holy Virgin had her own difficulties? A strange look flashed through Yi Xingqian's eyes. She was actually a little anxious, but then she became impatient. She frowned and asked, "Why do you care so much? Just answer me if you want to work with me or not." This time, Ling Yun was the one who kept his cool. He smiled. "First, tell me the purpose of the collaboration, how we're going to work together, and the duration." Then he guessed, could it be because of the devil subduing conference on Mount Longhu? Ling Yan thought about it and could only think of this reason. The martial world had been abuzz recently because of this devil subduing conference. When the time came, the orthodox sects of the martial world would gather and declare war on the devil sect. The devil sect's Holy Virgin had just made her debut, so she naturally had to face off against the world's heroes. She felt that she wasn't strong enough, so she sought Ling Yun for a collaboration. Unexpectedly, Yi Xingqian laughed coldly. Devil subduing conference? I'm not the only one in the devil sect. When the time comes, there will naturally be others to deal with. Those self-proclaimed righteous hypocrites. I'll go if I want to, and I won't go if I don't want to. Only then did Ling Yun realize that Yi Xingqian didn't care about the devil subduing conference at all. Yi Xingqian said, I'm asking you to cooperate with me because the purpose is to kill people. The method of cooperation is very simple. Give me your contact information, and I'll notify you when I need your help. You just have to come with me. After you kill people, the cooperation will naturally end. Ling Yan raised his brows slightly. That simple? Yi Xingqian nodded. It's that simple. Ling Yan suddenly laughed. He shook his head and said, I didn't think that with Miss Ye's realm, there would actually be people you can't kill? Yi Xingqian said indifferently, there's always someone better out there. Ling Yan's expression suddenly turned serious. Miss Yi, are you killing people to avenge yourself? Yi Xingqian also became extremely serious. She nodded lightly. I'm avenging myself, and I'm avenging others as well. Two beams of divine light shot out of Ling Yan's eyes as he stared at Yi Xingqian for a long time. Suddenly, he said solemnly, as long as the people you kill have nothing to do with me, I agree to cooperate with you. In the darkness, Yi Xingqian's beautiful eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky as she stared at Ling Yan's face. She thought to herself, if I can confirm that you're master's child, then every person I kill will be related to you. Unfortunately, based on the information Yi Xingqian currently had, she couldn't be certain. Thus, Yi Xingqian said indifferently, you can rest assured about this. Shall we clap hands to seal the alliance? As she spoke, Yi Xingqian floated to her feet. She raised her snow-white wrist into the air, and her elegant palm reached toward the center of the stone table. Ling Yun naturally stood up as well. He very straightforwardly raised his right hand and extended it forward. Clap. 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 The two's right hands met in the air, emitting 3 crisp sounds. This was considered a confirmation of their cooperation. Your hand is very beautiful, and very fragrant. Ling Yan withdrew his palm and purposely brought his right palm closer to the wound. He sniffed it a few times, pretending to be intoxicated as he praised her. Yi Xingqian really hadn't expected that she would be able to negotiate a cooperation with Ling Yan so easily. She suddenly felt incomparably relaxed, and her beautiful eyes actually flashed with a dazzling radiance. Yi Xingqian didn't get angry when she saw Ling Yun deliberately flirt with her. She only giggled and sat back down on the stone bench. She said coquettishly, you really are a bad person. Ling Yun naturally also sat back down on the stone bench. Now that he had agreed to cooperate with Yi Xingqian, the negotiations were naturally over for Yi Xingqian. But for Ling Yun, it wasn't over yet. Big brother Yun had never been willing to take a loss. Up until now, he still hadn't mentioned any conditions, so of course he wouldn't just leave like this. Since we've started working together, can you tell me where the two of them are now? Yi Xingqian replied briskly, in the mountainous area in the western suburbs of Qingshui City. There's a villa there. It's just that both of their tempers are too bad, and they're on a hunger strike. Ling Yan didn't need to think to know what had happened. He glanced at Xianxia and asked, "Did you bully them?" Cooperation was one thing, but it didn't mean that the two of them had become friends. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to repeatedly test each other from the start. Xianxia had kidnapped 3 of his women, so Ling Yan was naturally angry. At this moment, he was thinking about when he could get Xianxia on the big bed and take revenge with interest. Xianxia giggled and said, "I didn't really bully them." Ling Yan snorted and asked, "When are you letting them back?" "Yes, when you've solved all the problems in Xianxia City." To be continued, absolutely not. Ling Yan flatly rejected Xianxia's suggestion. What a joke. Ling Yan had agreed to work with Xianxia so readily, not even asking who Xianxia's enemy was. Now that he wanted her to let them go, she was still trying to make excuses. If that was the case, he would really be a sucker. Did she really think that Ling Yan was so easy to bully? Ling Yan stared straight into Xianxia's eyes and stated his condition. "I must see both of them before daybreak. First, to confirm that they are really in your hands. Second, I need to confirm their safety and bring them back to Xianxia City." It was already past midnight, close to 2 in the morning. It was the height of summer, and the days were long and the nights short. In another 2 hours, the eastern sky would turn bright. Xianxia frowned slightly, revealing a trace of dissatisfaction. She seemed a little jealous. "You don't believe me?" Ling Yan laughed. "If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have agreed to work with you. But this isn't a matter of whether I believe you or not. It's a matter of whether I should or not. After all, I've already slapped hands with you and agreed to work with you. If you won't even let me see them, what's the meaning of that? Moreover, you should know better than anyone how big of a problem I've encountered this time. Who knows how many experts have come to Xianxia City to cause trouble for me. If it can't be resolved in a short time, and you keep appearing and disappearing like a ghost, and if you can't find them because of something else, who am I going to ask for them?" Xianxia lowered her head as if in deep thought. She knew in her heart that what Ling Yan had said was the truth. It was normal and reasonable for him to be worried. But, no buts. Without waiting for Xianxia to finish, Ling Yan interrupted her and said confidently, "You only captured them to get me to work with you. On account of the great help you've given me tonight, I've decided to help you this once. Now that we've reached an agreement, you should naturally let them go. Also, I know you want to ask what if I don't keep my promise and go back on my word, right?" Ling Yan took the initiative to voice Xianxia's worries. He looked at her again and smiled. "Since you could capture them once, would it be difficult to capture them a second time? I can't always stay by their side and protect them." Xianxia really couldn't refute Ling Yan's words. However, she was very unhappy in her heart. She glared fiercely at Ling Yan and said coquettishly, "Ling Yan, since you're so smart, do you really think that I captured them just to force you to cooperate with me?" Ling Yan was stunned and asked, "Is there another reason?" Xianxia sneered, "If I hadn't made the first move that night, your 2 confidants would have fallen into Sikong Wuji's hands a long time ago. I have 10,000 reasons to believe that if Sikong Wuji catches them, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Sikong Wuji is an expert in the Tao of dual cultivation, and he loves to pluck in to nourish young. He doesn't care whose woman she is." Ling Yan was stunned. He immediately thought of the consequences if Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were to fall into Sikong Wuji's hands. It turned out that Xianxia had captured Lin Menghan and Yao Rou not to threaten him, but to help him and protect his 2 women. After a moment of silence, Ling Yan suddenly said solemnly, "I'm sorry." "Thank you." "Humph." Xianxia twisted her delicate body and looked elsewhere at the same time. She muttered hatefully, "Treating my kindness as ill intent." Her posture was fake, but her heart was filled with sweetness. Ling Yan smiled sheepishly and tried to smooth things over. "Well, since you saved them, it's only natural for you to teach them a lesson if they're disobedient and make you angry." Hearing this, Xianxia suddenly turned her delicate body and glanced at Ling Yan with a pair of big, bright eyes. "Who wants to teach them a lesson? Tell me, how do you plan to thank me?" Ling Yan was stunned again. He asked in confusion, "Didn't I agree to cooperate with you? Why do I still need to thank you?" Yi Xingchen said leisurely, cooperation and gratitude are two different things. If you want to bring them back, you'll have to pay a little. Hearing this, Ling Yun finally understood. Yi Xingchen was planning to collect gratitude fees. Ling Yun was helpless. He spread his hands and said, "Just ask for anything, I'll guarantee that you'll be satisfied." "Well, it's just a small matter, there's no need for us to ask for an exorbitant price, right?" Yi Xingchen giggled coquettishly and said, "Look at how scared you are," Ling Yun said with a bitter face. "You also know that my family has been very poor since I was young. Even now, I don't have much family property, and I'm empty-handed, yes, empty-handed." Yi Xingchen extended a delicate finger and pointed at Ling Yun's left hand. She continued, "But aren't all your treasures in your ring?" When Ling Yun heard this, what he was afraid of really happened. He only felt his heart bleeding, followed by a wave of pain. If it weren't for his two women, he really had the intention of turning around and running away. He wanted to get as far away from Yi Xingchen as possible, but he had no choice but to agree. At this moment, Big Brother Yun was like a miser. He hid his left hand tightly behind his back and carefully observed Yi Xingchen's expression. He asked hesitantly, "What do you want?" In Ling Yan's spatial ring, other than the almost empty arrows and the food and drinks he bought from the supermarket, the rest were undoubtedly treasures. He thought about it. If Yi Xingchen really dared to ask for the Shenong cauldron, the devil's blade, or the mysterious gourd, then he could only choose to fight Yi Xingchen. These were all incredible treasures, and he couldn't give them to anyone. Other than these three, Yi Xingchen had never seen his other treasures, such as the divine willow wood or the Bodhi seed, so naturally, she wouldn't know. Then, according to Yi Xingchen's detailed investigation of him, what Yi Xingchen could ask for from him was Ling Yan's dragon saliva, the rare medicinal herbs brought back from Xianxia, the night-luminescent pearl, the king emerald stone, and the colorful jadeite hawes. Even so, any one of them was a priceless treasure, and Ling Yun naturally couldn't bear to part with it. However, there was no other way. The cards were in Yi Xingchen's hands, and it was up to her how she wanted to play them. Big Brother Yun could only put on a bitter face and wait for the verdict. Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes were full of vigor and became exceptionally bright. Her expression was as if she was about to start digging for treasures. She was incomparably excited. "I heard you obtained a king emerald stone and a super jadeite hawes?" Yi Xingchen began. "I sold them a long time ago." Ling Yin wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "Even if I didn't sell them, I can't put them in my spatial ring. They're too big and heavy." "Oh, the Shenong cauldron isn't big or heavy. I just wanted you to take it out and open my eyes. Since you can't bear to part with it, then I can only apologize." Yi Xingchen stood up gracefully, as if preparing to leave. "Hey, don't go." Ling Yin hurriedly stood up and stopped her with a smile. He smiled apologetically. I brought them with me. It's fine to take a look." Ling Yin suddenly thought that Yi Xingchen definitely wouldn't be able to take away such a big king emerald stone and the jadeite hawes. Since the little demoness was curious, then there was no harm in letting her take a look. Thinking of this, Ling Yan's body flashed and appeared in an empty space. With a single thought, two earth-shattering sounds could be heard. Dong! Dong! He took out the king emerald that was like a big urn, as well as the super Tonghulu. This was the first time Ling Yun took them out after putting them in his spatial ring to show them to others. The two priceless king emerald stones shone with a red and green brilliance as soon as they landed on the ground. It was late at night, and Song Jingyang had only removed the red jade in the middle of the super candied ha. It was larger than a basketball and as red as blood. The color was bright, translucent, and dreamy. It bloomed with the most gorgeous red. As for the larger imperial emerald stone king, Ling Yun naturally made the cut face upwards. The cut was a translucent emerald green, glistening with green light. It was a shocking sight. It was full of transparent green, as if it was about to flow out of the stone. Yi Xingchen instantly stopped in her tracks. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the two stones as her delicate body remained motionless. She was clearly shaken. These two huge pieces of jadeite could be said to have seized the fortune of heaven and earth. They were both common objects and not common objects at the same time. Anyone who saw them would inevitably be shocked. Yi Xingchen stared at it for a long time. Then, her skirt fluttered in the wind as she walked gracefully to Ling Yan's side. She gently caressed the 2 pieces of jade and carefully examined them. No wonder, Ling Yan was secretly pleased and said proudly, no wonder what? Xianxia murmured, no wonder it could shake the entire world of jewelry and jade. It really is something extraordinary. Ling Yan didn't forget to remind him, you said you were just going to watch. Xianxia quietly admired it for a while. Suddenly, she smiled sweetly and said, I want you to use this imperial jade to make a statue of me. It doesn't need to be too big, just 1 foot tall will do. But you must carve it with all your heart and satisfy me. Ling Yan immediately felt relieved. If a statue of 1 foot tall was carved according to the proportions of Xianxia's body, it wouldn't need much jade. This wasn't a high request, and Ling Yan was definitely willing to do it. I like this piece of top-grade red jade very much too. I want you to make a whole set of women's jewelry, including earrings, necklaces, bracelets, forget the rings for now. Ling Yan started to suck in a breath of cold air. However, when he raised his head and saw that Xianxia wasn't wearing any jewelry, he was moved and said generously, jewelry should naturally be given to beautiful women. I promise you. Ling Yan thought to himself, Xianxia, big brother admits defeat this time. Just treat it as a loan. One day, I'll get back everything with interest. Yes, the interest big brother Yin spoke of was naturally Xianxia herself. Put them away. Don't flaunt your wealth. Ling Yan was speechless. You've already seen and touched it, why are you talking about not flaunting your wealth now? However, as if he'd been pardoned, he immediately put the 2 stones into his spatial ring. Just when Ling Yan thought he could heave a sigh of relief, Xianxia spoke again. Ling Yan, how many luminous pearls do you have left? Night luminescent pearl? Ling Yan was taken aback. Didn't big brother just take one out and leave it on the stone table for a long time? You didn't even look at it, so why are you asking now? Haven't you seen enough? Ling Yan really couldn't figure out Xianxia now. He couldn't guess her thoughts at all. Thus, he said cautiously, there's only one left. Don't tell me, you still want to see it? Xianxia stood in front of Ling Yan at this time, an arm's length away from him. Her beautiful eyes were smiling as she waited patiently for Ling Yan's performance to end. Then, she giggled and said, there's only one left. That's a pity, it's not enough. Ling Yan finally understood that Xianxia didn't just want to see the night luminescent pearl. She really wanted it. And from what Xianxia said, she didn't just want one, but as many as she had. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat when he realized this. This little witch was really greedy. She was obviously ripping him off. Ling Yan hurriedly explained with a smile, there's really only one left. This is a night luminescent pearl, not cabbages in the market. How can there be so many? Of course, Ling Yan was lying. He had obtained a total of 99 night luminescent pearls in the crater. Afterward, he gave 18 to Shui Mining, 2 to Long Wu, 1 to Kong Xiuru, and 1 to Su Bingyan. There were at least 70 night luminescent pearls in his spatial ring now. If Xianxia really wanted it, he wouldn't mind giving her a few. But seeing Xianxia's greedy demand, how could Ling Yan tell the truth? Indeed, Xianxia didn't believe Ling Yan's nonsense. Her beautiful eyes revealed a pitiful expression as she said coquettishly, I said, one isn't enough. Even though Xianxia's face was covered by a veil and only her beautiful eyes were exposed to Ling Yan, it had to be said that this pair of beautiful and captivating eyes carried a kind of charm that overflowed with 100 kinds of charm with every frown and smile. Yes, it was indeed very powerful. It was so powerful that Ling Yan decided to harden his heart and bleed again after just one look. If it's really not enough, I'll look in my spatial ring and see if there's more. Ling Yan obediently gave in and prepared to take out 2 more beads. He pretended to mutter, sigh, the space in this ring isn't small, and I've put so many miscellaneous things in it. It's really troublesome to find such a small bead, eh? I actually found 2 more. With a thought, 3 night luminescent pearls appeared in Ling Yan's left hand. When he opened his palm, the 3 night luminescent pearls glowed faintly. They were very eye-catching in the night sky. Seeing Ling Yan take out 3 night luminescent pearls at once, Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness, but she sighed and said, but 3 is still not enough. What? Still not enough? Ling Yan was shocked when he heard that. His heart was filled with pain and regret. He wanted to dig out his eyes and chop off his left hand. Damn it, it's your fault for not being able to control your eyes, for not being able to resist temptation, for having such a cheap hand. Seeing Ling Yan's pained expression, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh in her heart. She lowered her head slightly and straightened her back, causing the two peaks on her chest to appear even more perky. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to be trembling slightly. She glanced at Ling Yun with an even more pitiful expression. Using a voice so gentle that it was unbearable, she asked, "More? Why don't you look for more?" When Ling Yun saw Yi Xingchen puff out her chest and glance at him coquettishly, he knew that he was finished. He was definitely going to bleed tonight. It couldn't be helped. Ling Yun believed that even an old monk who had meditated for 100 years wouldn't be able to resist Yi Xingchen's deliberate display of seduction. "How many night luminescent pearls do you want?" Ling Yan's gaze was fixed on Yi Xingchen, who was acting out of character. He didn't even blink, fearing that he would miss a single moment. Since he was already prepared to bleed, there was no need for him to continue acting. Big Brother Yun suddenly felt that it was worth it to be able to win the smile of a beauty. Yi Xingchen seemed a little embarrassed as she smiled shyly. "I'm going to be 19 soon. I remember that you gave that Shue brat 18 night luminescent pearls for her birthday." Hearing this, Ling Yun, who seemed to be unable to extricate himself from Yi Xingchen's seduction, suddenly smiled brightly. Compared to little Ning, no wonder Yi Xingchen had used the excuse of giving Shue Mining a birthday present at the start of the negotiation. So she was waiting for him here. Then, Big Brother Yun could understand that the little she-devil was secretly jealous of Shue Mining? Thinking this through, Ling Yun's heart was filled with joy. In an instant, he felt a burst of confidence. "Charm, hee, I'm really charming, isn't it just 19 night luminescent pearls? Here. Even if she wants 20, I'll give it to her. One day, both her and the night luminescent pearls will be mine. If I'm not wrong, you seem to be jealous?" Ling Yun asked with a mischievous smile. "Yeah, you just realized?" Yi Xingchen was very honest, so honest that Ling Yun thought she was joking. "You like me? What do you think?" Ling Yun laughed. He felt that bickering with Yi Xingchen was very interesting. Raising his chin, he said provocatively, "But, I gave little Ning 18 night luminescent pearls as a birthday present because she's my legitimate girlfriend." "But you're not yet," Yi Xingchen giggled. "What's wrong with being your girlfriend? If you dare, I can go back to mansion number 1 with you right now. How about that?" Forget about that." Ling Yan was speechless. He knew that Yi Xingchen was unscrupulous and unrestrained. Bickering with her was not going to give him any advantage at all. Bring Yi Xingchen home? Of course, that was a joke. If he really brought her home, wouldn't the group of women in mansion number 1 explode? What's more, Yi Xingchen possessed peerless demonic arts and had an unfathomable realm. Bringing her home was like placing a ticking time bomb in the house. It was no different from inviting a wolf into the house. Ling Yun, who had repeatedly gained the upper hand during the negotiations, was completely defeated by Yi Xingchen after the formal negotiations were over. Since the two of them were going to cooperate, there would be plenty of opportunities for them to meet in the future. He stopped teasing her and asked seriously, "I can give you 19 night luminescent pearls, but how are you going to take them?" "You don't have to worry about that." Seeing that Ling Yun had finally agreed, Yi Xingchen smiled slightly. With a light shake of her arm, a demonic belt shot out and spread out in front of Ling Yun. Surprisingly, it didn't budge at all. 19, oh. Just put them on. Ling Yun didn't waste any more time. He took out the 19 night luminescent pearls and put them all on the demonic belt. Then, he watched as the demonic belt swept back. He had no idea where Yi Xingchen had hidden those night luminescent pearls. "Thank you. I'm very happy." After receiving the night luminescent pearls, Yi Xingchen's beautiful eyes flashed with a happy smile. That bright expression of hers made the stars in the sky seem dimmer. Ling Yan could naturally tell that Yi Xingchen wasn't joking. She really was very happy. Yi Xingchen was happy not because of these priceless night luminescent pearls, but because Ling Yun was willing to give them to her. Moreover, this was the first time he had given her a gift. Seeing Yi Xingchen happy, Ling Yan's heart inexplicably became happy as well. There was suddenly an indescribable and strange feeling in his heart. He somewhat enjoyed this strange feeling, but he was also a little wary. He couldn't help but shake his head. His words didn't match his heart as he said bitterly, "I've been taken advantage of so much by you tonight. I've completely lost to you. Of course you're happy. Back then, I thought I'd taken advantage of you when I took over a dozen of your cars. I didn't think I'd lose them all in just a short while." Xianxia didn't say anything. She only snickered. After a pause, she retracted her smile and glared at Lingyan fiercely. "Do you still have more night luminescent pearls?" This time, Lingyan was really anxious. He glared back at Xianxia and said angrily, "I say, don't push your luck, okay? I only have 19 night luminescent pearls left. Now that I've given them all to you, where else am I supposed to find them?" Lingyan was naturally not angry because of the night luminescent pearls, but because Xianxia had ruined the strange feeling that had just surfaced in his heart. Pfft, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. She stared at Lingyan with her beautiful, crafty eyes and said, "Actually, I know you still have more. However, from now on, you're not allowed to give them to other women. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to them. I want to know that I'll kill whoever you give them to." Lingyan was really angry now. Just as he was about to let loose a torrent of abuse, he suddenly shut his mouth. This was because he had confirmed one thing. This little she-devil wasn't joking just now. She was really jealous. Moreover, she had directly overturned the vinegar vat. "How dare you?" Lingyan was tempted, but his words didn't yield an inch. "See if I dare." Xianxia's delicate body twisted, and she directly put her hands on her small waist. Seeing this posture, Lingyan hurriedly extinguished his anger and raised his hands in surrender. "Fine, fine, fine. I won't give them any more. It's fine as long as I don't give them any more. Besides, I really don't have any more. It's more real than real gold and silver." Following Xianxia's snort of laughter again, the two's half-joking, half-serious teasing finally came to an end. It was as if the two of them had suddenly stopped talking. In the pitch-black night, two black figures, one tall and slender, the other graceful and alluring, stood facing each other in silence. It was a wonderful feeling, for both of them. After a while, Lingyan looked up at the night sky and the resplendent Milky Way. He asked faintly, "What's your relationship with the Yi family in the capital?" Xianxia was rarely sweet and innocent. She pouted coquettishly and said, "Idiot, my surname is Yi as in high, not Yi as in Yi." Xianxia was practically about to die from anger. After chatting for the whole night, Lingyan had always thought that her surname was Yi. "Oh, got it." Lingyan didn't mind. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at Xianxia with a serious smile. He asked, "Do you want anything else? For example, a dragon?" Xianxia smiled sweetly and shook her head lightly. "I don't want anything else." She wanted what she shouldn't want, but she didn't want what she should want. This woman was really interesting, Lingyan thought gratifyingly. Suddenly, he said, "It's getting late, and there really aren't any enemies coming. Let's go back." Xianxia was puzzled. "Don't you have any more questions to ask me?" "I'll ask on the way." Lingyan left as soon as he said so. Yan shouted from a distance. Chester turned into a human-shaped bird, flying from the direction of the heavenly spear summit. Eventually, he hovered 7 or 8 meters above the ground, his wings flapping slowly. Lingyan smiled and turned to Xianxia with a smug expression. "How did you get here?" Xianxia raised her head and glanced at Chester. She admitted that Lingyan did have the capital to be smug. She didn't waste time and answered directly, "I ran here." Lingyan had been waiting for this sentence. He chuckled evilly and said, "I'll take you flying." Then, he tapped the ground with his toes and floated up to Chester's back. He lowered his head and smiled at Xianxia, who was still hesitating. "Do you dare to come up and try?" Chester was naturally afraid of Xianxia. He immediately flapped his wings and said with a frown, "Boss, I really can't carry 2 people, the master and servant's question and answer, one provoking the other while the other vaguely rejecting Xianxia." However, this only further enraged Xianxia. She snorted coldly and twisted her slender waist. Her delicate body was already on Chester's back. Standing behind Ling Yun, she didn't forget to venting her anger as she fiercely stepped on Chester's feet twice. Chester's huge body obviously sank a few centimeters from the stomp, causing him to wail exaggeratedly in pain. Ling Yun laughed and scolded, "You're asking for it. Let's go, I have urgent matters to attend to." Under Ling Yun's command, Chester didn't dare to act rashly anymore. He immediately flapped his wings and carried the two of them to the top of the mountain. Then, he shot toward the east. Thousands of meters in the air, Xianxia, who was experiencing such flight for the first time in her life, looked down at the pitch-black mountains below. She was so shocked that she couldn't help but reach out and secretly hold Ling Yan's shoulder. The corners of Ling Yan's lips curled up into a mischievous smile. Facing the howling wind, he said, "Beauty, if you're afraid, you can come in front of me. I'll hug you." Xianxia's pretty face behind the veil was flushed. She didn't dare let go, but she stubbornly said, "Who's afraid? We're only at this height. Even if we fall, we won't die." Ling Yan smiled faintly and sent a telepathic message to Chester. Chester received the order and accelerated abruptly. Xianxia abruptly let out a delicate cry as her delicate body suddenly fell backwards. She was so frightened that she instinctively reached out with her other hand and tightly hugged Ling Yan's waist. Even if she was going to fall to her death, she had to drag Ling Yan along with her. Ling Yan couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had finally beaten Xianxia. Xianxia had suffered a great loss, and his face turned even redder. However, he didn't dare to loosen his grip on Ling Yan's arm. He could only grit his teeth and kick Ling Yan's calf, saying hatefully, "Move forward a little." Still angry, he stomped on Chester's feet twice and shouted, "Damn bat, slow down." This time, Chester agreed readily. He flapped his wings, slowing down his flying speed. Under the immense inertia, Xianxia's delicate body suddenly leaned forward and crashed into Ling Yan's sturdy back. The first to bear the brunt of the impact were naturally the two perky soft mounds in front of her chest. Pressed by Ling Yan's back, they were actually squashed slightly and deformed at the same time. Hiss. Ling Yan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body trembled as he squeezed back with all his might, enjoying the special pleasure brought by the collision of those two delicate mounds. He immediately felt that even if he really went bankrupt tonight, it would still be a worthwhile trip. Xianxia only felt 2 balls of electricity instantly spread from her chest to her entire body. Her delicate body felt numb like never before. Coupled with the sudden acceleration and abrupt deceleration of Chester, she was so flustered that she almost fell onto Ling Yan's body on the spot. Ling Yan had profited greatly from Chester's excellent cooperation. He was afraid that Xianxia would really flip out, so he hurriedly spoke up to console her. "It's your first time flying in the sky, so you definitely aren't used to it. However, it'll be much better after one flight." He then pretended to reprimand Chester and scolded harshly, "Chester, don't you know how to fly more steadily? Fly properly." Chester understood tacitly. He nodded obediently and finally stabilized his flight. Ling Yan smiled. After scolding Chester, he secretly sent a telepathic message to Chester. "You did well just now. You'll be handsomely rewarded when we get back." Xianxia, who didn't want to let go of Ling Yan's clothes, was currently flushed red. She wanted nothing more than to use the Sky Demon double slash and kill the master and servant on the spot to dispel the hatred in her heart. Even though Chester had slowed down his flight, it could only be described as swift as the wind. In just a short while, the three of them had already flown out of the immortal ridge, leaving the boundless mountains behind them. Xianxia, the holy virgin of the devil sect, quickly adapted to this state of flight. She no longer held on to Ling Yan's shoulders, but instead hugged his waist. Her state of mind also gradually stabilized, and she began to enjoy this special pleasure. The view from 1,000 meters in the air was extremely vast. Xianxia didn't forget to ask curiously as she overlooked the passing scenery below. "Ling Yan, where did you catch these little bats? Why are they so obedient to you?" Ling Yan chuckled, but before he could reply, he heard Chester say unhappily, "What little bats? We're from the Blood Clan, and we're creatures of a higher level than humans, alright?" Xianxia laughed coldly. "You're humans too? Have you seen people who drink blood, are afraid of sunlight, and have wings?" You're clearly a bunch of vampires, and you still say you're of a higher level than humans? Tisk. Ling Yun knew that Xianxia now hated Chester after the torment just now. He didn't explain and only answered Xianxia's question indifferently. The three of them chased after Chao Tianlong from the Chao family in the capital. I beat them into submission, and I even killed one of them. Paul and Chester then chose to recognize me as their master. Later, when I went to the capital to save Chao Shanshan, I subdued another three. As for why they're so obedient to me, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you for now. Xianxia didn't expect Ling Yun to answer all of his questions either. He only responded with an "oh" and didn't ask further. One of the great benefits of flying in the air was that they didn't have to worry about their conversation being eavesdropped. Xianxia, I really want to know what realm you're in right now. Can you tell me? Ling Yun was indeed curious about this question. Ever since he started cultivating, the strongest expert he had met was undoubtedly the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Xianxia, apart from the Japanese ninja Tokugawa Muto and the Qin family's Qin Jianhao. Ling Yun didn't care about the true strength of these people. He just wanted to know what the cultivation system of the practitioners was like on this mysterious earth, especially in the ancient martial arts world of Huaxia, where there were obviously more and more masters. He needed a clear standard so that he could have a clear idea. Ling Yun had actually discussed this question with Du Guimo and Dongfang Ting in the crater. He had also discussed it in detail with his aunt, Qin Dongxue, and his grandfather, Ling Lai. However, due to the limitations of these people's realms, he didn't get the answer he wanted. Now that Xianxia was by his side, he naturally wanted to know what realm he had reached and whether he could look down on the heroes of the world. Unexpectedly, Xianxia asked instead, Ling Yun, what realm are you in? There was no need for Ling Yun to hide anything. According to my personal cultivation, I should be at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. What? Xianxia was astonished and tongue-tied. However, he discovered that Ling Yun had actually turned around slowly and was smiling at him. After a moment of shock, Xianxia quietly exhaled and murmured, but you can kill a Xiantian realm level 9 Japanese ninja. Ling Yun said seriously, realms are realms, and strength is strength. Is it strange to kill someone of a higher realm? Xianxia naturally knew this better than anyone. With her strength, she obviously knew that Ling Yun was a martial arts genius that only appeared once in hundreds of years. She was shocked because she didn't expect Ling Yun to be able to kill someone of a higher realm. How monstrous was he to kill someone of a higher realm? Thinking of this, Xianxia nodded and suddenly laughed at herself. Actually, I'm at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7. This time, it was Ling Yun's turn to be shocked. The pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7 wasn't above Xiantian realm level 9. Seeing Ling Yun's expression, Xianxia snickered. You don't have to be so dramatic. In this world, you're not the only one who can kill someone of a higher realm. After a pause, Xianxia continued, moreover, many of the Xiantian realm level 9 experts in Huaxia are only in the false realm. When it comes to killing, they might not be able to make it to the stage. Ling Yun nodded in agreement. He finally had a firm understanding of Xianxia's realm. He changed the topic and asked, then what's with the supernatural power? Xianxia smiled and said, to put it simply, divine abilities are abilities that allow one's true qi to leave the body after reaching a certain realm. As long as one is able to freely control the true qi that has left the body, it's naturally a divine ability in the eyes of normal people, but in the eyes of you and me, this isn't anything special. Generally speaking, for ancient martial arts practitioners in Huaxia, only when they reach Xiantian realm level 9 can they control their true qi perfectly. The more true qi that can leave the body, the further they can control it, the more proficient they are at controlling it, and the greater their supernatural power. Of course, there are also many special circumstances that cannot be described with words and can only be understood. Xianxia didn't hide anything and explained everything clearly. Ling Yun smiled and asked, then, do you think people with supernatural powers will come and find trouble with me? For example, the ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Jingshan? Xianxia smiled sweetly and raised her hand to cover her mouth. She stared at Ling Yun. Why? After asking so many questions, it's still because you're afraid of Qin Jingshan? Ling Yun could only smile bitterly and cross his arms. Descendant of the Qin family, I killed Qin Haishan and Qin Haishan, and then Qin Jianhao and Qin Jianjia. Chen Sen and Chen Jianwei are still imprisoned in my house. Wouldn't you be afraid of such a grudge? Even Yi Xingchen felt a headache coming on from Ling Yan's casual words. However, she wasn't afraid at all. She actually raised her hand and patted Ling Yan's shoulder. Don't worry, if he comes to find trouble with you, I'll help you beat him up. With that, Yi Xingchen glanced at the forest below and raised her hand to point at Chester, who was engrossed in flying. Let's go down, we're here. Ling Yan knew that he was about to see Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. His heart warmed, and he lowered his head to look at where Yi Xingchen was pointing. To be continued. Looking down from the night sky, Ling Yan saw that the dark forest below was actually a relatively affluent small mountain village. The reason why this small mountain village was affluent was because Ling Yan realized that most of the villagers lived in villas with 2 or 3 stories. They were distributed on both sides of the mountain road, with red bricks and green tiles in picturesque disorder. Needless to say, Yi Xingchen must have kidnapped Lin Menghan and Yao Rou in one of the villas below. Chester knew that his master was anxious, so he flapped his wings rapidly and dove towards the ground. However, he didn't land on the road, but on a dense forest far away from the road. When they were about 20 meters from the ground, Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen used their movement skills and shot into the dense forest below, landing without a sound. At the same time, Chester transformed into a small bat, which wouldn't attract anyone's attention in the dark. Ling Yan quickly scanned his surroundings after landing and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. You really know how to hide people in the outskirts of Xianxia City, so close to the city. Ling Yan couldn't be blamed for being depressed. The straight-line distance from here to Xianxia City's West Outer Ring Road was less than 3 kilometers, and it was right at the edge of the city. This was definitely the easiest place to be searched. However, regardless of whether it was the police or the Green Dragon Gang, they had searched the entire city for 2 days and 2 nights, but this area was the only place they had missed. Even last night, when Ling Yan and Chester were searching above the mountains in the northwest of Xianxia City, they directly passed by this mountain village. This was a classic case of being in the dark. Looking at Ling Yan's frustrated expression, Yi Xingchen covered her mouth and giggled, explaining, even though it was raining that night, Lin Menghan's car leaving the city would definitely be captured by the road cameras. Therefore, you would definitely think that I caught them and hid them deep in the mountains. Of course, you wouldn't think that they were hidden here. Ling Yan curled his lips and mocked, "TSK, what are you so proud of? It's just petty tricks. If I wasn't busy fighting in the Immortal Ridge these 2 days, do you think I wouldn't have been able to find them?" Yi Xingchen turned her head, looking as though she didn't care what Ling Yan said. At this time, Ling Yan didn't have the time to argue with Yi Xingchen. He asked directly, "Which villa are they in?" In fact, Ling Yan didn't even need to ask after knowing that the 2 of them were in this area. He only needed to release his divine sense and use his movement skills to quickly search the area, and he would be able to find their hiding place. However, Yi Xingchen was right beside him, so he couldn't be bothered to waste his energy. Since they were already here, Yi Xingchen naturally wouldn't continue to make things difficult for Ling Yan. He very straightforwardly raised his hand and pointed up the mountain, smiling. "Didn't I tell you? It's right above your head." Without waiting for Yi Xingchen to finish speaking, Ling Yan had already taken to the air. His figure rose from where he stood and rushed out of the dense forest, landing on the top of a tree. This was a small mountain that was less than 300 meters high. The mountain road curved upwards, and there were a few beautiful villas scattered about halfway up the mountain. One of them had a faint light coming from it. "Go." Ling Yan immediately confirmed the villa that the 2 women were in. Without hesitation, he flew up and shot toward the mountainside. At the same time, in order to prevent any unforeseen events from happening, Ling Yan had long since expanded his divine sense to the maximum. He was afraid that the 2 women would get into trouble again under his watch. Ling Yan traveled 100 meters in one leap, and with another leap, the figures of Lin Menghan and Yao Rou appeared within the range of his divine sense. What reassured Ling Yan was that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were really safe and sound. Swoosh! Ling Yan landed outside the entrance of the exquisite 2-story villa. At the same time, he slowly let out a long sigh. "Why did you run so fast? I already said that the 2 of them would be fine." Yi Xingchen followed closely behind Ling Yan and landed on the ground. There was a trace of bitterness in his eyes as he looked at Ling Yun. When Ling Yun arrived at the entrance of the villa, he was naturally confident that no one would be able to harm Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. He expanded his divine sense to the maximum and scanned the surroundings. After confirming that everything was normal, he glanced at the villa in front of him. The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he said, "Little development 8 trigrams formation, at least you're considerate." The surroundings of this villa were the same as Ling Yun's villa number 1 and villa number 9. There was actually a formation around this villa. Ling Yun was a formation master, so naturally, he could tell at a glance. Yi Xingqian's eyes lit up instantly as she stared at the sight of Ling Yun's face. She asked curiously, "You can even tell?" Ling Yun smiled faintly. "Don't forget, I entered the crater and walked out alive from the Yin Yang Dragon Lock spell." Yi Xingqian couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ling Yun. However, she smiled knowingly. Ling Yun turned his head and stared at Yi Xingqian. With a faint smile, he asked, "Pretty lady, are you planning to let me break the formation and enter, or are you going to give me the key so that we can walk in from the front door?" There was a small courtyard in this villa. The courtyard was lit up, and a faint light shone out from inside. Yi Xingqian, who was dressed in a black veil, appeared even more ethereal and mysterious under the hazy illumination of the light. Especially that pair of alluring eyes that could speak, they were even more captivating. Being stared at by Ling Yun with a faint smile, Yi Xingqian inexplicably felt a little nervous. An undetectable trace of sadness flashed across her beautiful eyes. She rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said resentfully, "It's not easy for you to reunite with them. I don't want to stand at the side and be an eyesore. Otherwise, if they bully me together, I won't have anyone to back me up." Yi Xingqian's voice became softer and softer. Towards the end, she actually looked as if she had really been bullied by others. Her dreamy and beautiful eyes looked at Ling Yun with slight grievance, as if she really wanted Ling Yun to back her up. Ling Yun's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that this little demoness's demonic arts were really powerful. Her ability to charm people could be said to be superb and unparalleled. Even though he knew that what she said was basically a lie, he still couldn't help but want to stand in front of her and shield her from the wind and rain. However, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were currently in the villa in front of him. Ling Yun knew that this wasn't the time for his heart to be fluttering. He silently recited the calming heart technique in his heart and quickly calmed himself down. Smiling slightly, he said, "Don't give me that. Don't think I don't know that their acupoints are currently restricted. Even their strength isn't comparable to that of an ordinary woman. How could they bully you? I think the truth is that they've been bullied by you for the past 2 days, right?" At this moment, both Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were within the range of Ling Yun's divine sense. It was as if Ling Yun had personally witnessed their current situation. Of course, he could see that both of their acupoints had been restricted by Yi Xingqian's unique technique. They were in a pitiful state. Suddenly, Yi Xingqian's beautiful eyes widened, and her entire aura changed. She said, "The two of them have such bad tempers. They insist on going on a hunger strike without eating or drinking. Do you expect me, the Holy Virgin, to lower myself and beg them to eat? What? Not eating or drinking for 2 days?" Ling Yun flew into a rage when he heard that. His handsome eyes widened, and his aura surged violently from his body. "What, are you feeling sorry for them? It's still 1,000 times better than them falling into the hands of Sikong Wuji." Yi Xingqian didn't know why, but she didn't back down either. She straightened her body and glared at Ling Yun. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were at each other's throats. Chester, who was hiding in the dense forest not far away, couldn't help but be speechless. Boss and this Holy Virgin of the Devil sect had been negotiating for so long, and they were about to save them. Were they going to fight? Chester was baffled. Just as the battle was about to break out, Ling Yun actually relaxed his aura and turned his head away with a cold snort. Ling Yun's heart ached when he saw Lin Menghan and Yao Rou's dispirited and weak state. However, he understood that Yi Xingqian was right. On the night the two girls disappeared, Ling Yun's Ordinary People's Clinic and clothing store exploded. Ling Yun didn't need to think to know that Yi Xingqian must have known about Sikong Wuji's plan to deal with Ling Yun in advance. Before Sikong Wuji could make a move, she snatched the two girls who were alone and saved them from a disaster. No matter what, Yi Xingqian saved the lives of the two girls. Otherwise, if they really fell into Sikong Wuji's hands, the consequences would be, Ling Yun didn't dare to imagine. He definitely wouldn't be able to bear it. Humph, if not for the fact that you were kind enough to save them, I definitely wouldn't let you off today. Even though Ling Yun was defeated, he still expressed his dissatisfaction. Tisk, you're talking as if you can really beat me. It's not a bad thing for them to suffer a little when they fall into my hands. You have so little power and so many enemies. Who knows which woman will be kidnapped one day? Xianxia didn't back down. She seemed to be mocking him, but it was more like she was reminding Ling Yun. As she spoke, she tossed something over and said coldly, "For you." Ling Yun caught it and realized that it was a bunch of keys. This was obviously the key to the villa. Ling Yun instinctively wanted to refute Xianxia when he received the keys, but he swallowed his words. Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Chao Shanshan, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou. The truth was right. Strength. Influence. Ling Yun was silent. He secretly gritted his teeth and suddenly raised his head. His gaze was like a torch as he stared into Xianxia's eyes. He said word by word, "Xianxia, remember this. One day, I will make it so that no one will dare to touch my woman, my family, and friends." Xianxia didn't expect Ling Yun to say such words to her so seriously. She was stunned at first, but when she noticed Ling Yun's gaze, her heart throbbed. Ling Yun's gaze was hot and cold. Xianxia didn't dare to look at him for too long. She suddenly turned her head and turned around lightly. Xianxia's red lips parted slightly, her voice bitter. "I'm leaving." Her voice was clearly reluctant to leave, but she had to. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back her anger when she saw Ling Yun reuniting with the two girls. "You've been to the capital. Remember to be careful of Yi Tiandu from the Yi family. You have to be even more careful of Long Tianqing and Long Tianfeng from the Long family. Those self-proclaimed righteous masters of the pugilistic world have already gathered in Qingshui. There's no lack of top-notch masters among them. You must not be careless. Sikong Wuji covets everything in your hands. Within half a month, there will definitely be a battle between you two. You must be careful of his phantom demonic steps and demonic blood dissipation palm." Xianxia was dressed in a black chiffon dress. Her back was facing Ling Yun as she slowly walked along the mountain path into the darkness. Her bell-like reminder drilled into Ling Yun's ears without missing a single word. She didn't say she cared for you, but she cared for you with every word. Ling Yun held the key in his hand, which still carried a hint of Xianxia's faint body fragrance. He stood there in shock, watching Xianxia leave until she completely disappeared into the darkness. To be continued. Xianxia left. She was obviously reluctant to part with him, but she left resolutely and without looking back. For the first time ever, Ling Yun watched Xianxia leave. From the depths of his heart, a feeling of reluctance to part with her arose. This feeling was so domineering and fierce as soon as it appeared. It almost prompted him to throw caution to the wind and chase after her to make her stay. However, Ling Yun didn't fly after her. He only opened his mouth slightly, and then in a daze, or perhaps subconsciously raised his arm. He didn't know if he wanted to make Xianxia stay, or if he wanted to wave goodbye to her. Wait, Ling Yun stood there in a daze, feeling lost. It was as if he had lost the most precious thing in his heart. A large part of his heart had collapsed, and there was no place for it to rest. It could be said that in his 2 lives, Ling Yun had never experienced such a feeling. He didn't know what had happened between him and Xianxia, or rather, what exactly had happened. In the cultivation world, there had once been an extremely beautiful and graceful woman who had followed him for a long time, but ultimately left him heartbroken. However, Ling Yun had always acted as if nothing had happened. He had never cared about it. This was because at that time, he had cultivated the peerless technique and pursued the great path of cultivation. All he wanted was to ascend and become a happy immortal who lived forever. In this life, Ling Yun had started cultivating from the very bottom, and he had risen step by step in defiance of the natural order. Although they were both cultivators, he had embarked on a different path. This was because in this life, there had been peerless beauties throwing themselves into his arms and willingly accompanying him from the very beginning. He had never rejected any of them, and he had even gladly endured them. A life of cultivation was a life of difference. The environment and starting point were different, so naturally, the cultivation method and state of mind would be different as well. Was he a playboy? Of course he was. Ling Yun had never denied this, nor had he ever rejected this in his heart. The Tao of the heart was the Tao of the heavens. He could do as he pleased, and he was invincible. Thus, there were Zhuang Meifeng, Xiao Mimi, Chao Shanshan, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, Shui Mining, Long Wu, Zhang Ling, and many other beauties. All of them fought to be the first to enter his world, his life, and his path of cultivation. These peerless beauties left behind in the city had their own backgrounds, their own beauty, and their own unique characteristics. However, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all deeply in love with Ling Yun. They were willing to sit at the same table with countless love rivals and live under the same roof just to be with him for one more minute. Ling Yun, of course, liked all of them from the bottom of his heart, and he tried his best to treat them equally. Zhuang Meifeng's abduction, Xiao Mimi's disappearance, Chao Shanshan's disappearance, and of course, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou's abduction right under his nose had caused him to explode in anger. It was as if his heart had been gouged out. However, compared to the feeling Xianxia's departure gave Ling Yun, those feelings seemed to be lacking a little. Even though it was lacking by just a little, and Ling Yun was unable to express it in detail, he was clear in his heart that it was different. That was because Ling Yun knew that from the night Xianxia brought the assassins from the Assassins' organization to intercept him on the road, he had caught a glimpse of that extremely enchanting silhouette in the driver's seat. That silhouette, that image, had been deeply engraved in his mind, and he couldn't forget it ever again. Later on, perhaps it was the black muslin dress that always wrapped around Xianxia's graceful and delicate body, or perhaps it was the black veil that covered her face that she never took off, or perhaps it was her seductive and alluring eyes that could speak. There was also that domineering and arrogant gaze, that pleasant and moving voice, that presumptuous way of making things difficult for Ling Yun, and that purple handkerchief with a faint body fragrance that she silently left behind. Perhaps it was one of those, or perhaps it was all of the above. They had repeatedly tugged at Ling Yun's heartstrings, until tonight, Now, actually, including tonight, the two of them had only met 3 times. However, 3 times was enough. A meeting of the Golden Wind and Jade Dew was better than countless others in the world. *CK, I'm really screwed this time. Ling Yun stood where he was for a long time after Xianxia left, staring in the direction she had left. The scenes of the two of them meeting appeared layer by layer in front of Ling Yun's eyes. After a long time, he came back to his senses and shook his head with a bitter smile. We agreed to cooperate, but you didn't even give me your contact number before you left. Where am I supposed to find you? I haven't even given you what I really want to give you, and you're leaving just like that. What else did Ling Yun want to give Xianxia? Naturally, it was his real treasures. The best healing talismans, divine movement talismans, gold talismans, defense talismans, and other things that could save his life at critical moments. There were also treasures like dragon saliva, 1,000-year ginseng, and Chinese knotweed that could increase his cultivation speed. Xianxia had the entire Assassins' organization at her beck and call, and she was also the Tian Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. The power she controlled was much stronger than Ling Yun's, but Big Brother Yun was worried about her fighting and killing outside all day long. When he looked down again, Ling Yun was shocked to find that Xianxia's purple handkerchief was already in his hands. Ling Yun raised his hand and used that neatly folded purple handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he opened his eyes and suddenly smiled. *CK, what Holy Virgin of the Devil sect? Even if I have to snatch you, I have to make you my woman. Big Brother Yun's eyes, expression, and tone were like a bandit who was about to go down the mountain to snatch his wife. Ling Yun carefully folded the handkerchief again and put it into his spatial ring. Finally, he calmed his mind and returned to normal. In the dead of the night, there was no one around halfway up the mountain. After confirming that Xianxia had really left, Chester finally dared to come to Ling Yun's side and transform into his normal human form. Boss, that woman is very powerful and very special. Seeing Ling Yun look over, Chester, who had never been afraid of anything other than Ling Yun, couldn't help but shrunk his neck when he thought of Xianxia's monstrous aura. Ling Yun glared at him and scolded jokingly, "What woman? Remember this, she will be your lady boss from now on." Ah? Chester's pale face turned even paler when he heard that. he said miserably, then, won't I be in deep trouble? Ling Yun didn't have time to bother with him. He took out his phone and switched it on. After some thought, Ling Yun quickly composed a message and sent it to Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng, Tang Tianhao, and Abing. I found Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. They are safe. Stop all search operations. Ling Yun immediately switched off his phone and threw it into his spatial ring after sending the message. He believed that other than Tang Meng, who was sleeping like a dead pig, the other three would definitely see his message. Chester, return to mansion number 1 immediately and tell everyone about tonight's situation. Just say that I'm fine. Yes, boss. Chester nodded. As for your lady boss, say what you should and don't say what you shouldn't, Ling Yun instructed again. Drive a car over when the sun rises. At the same time, Ling Yun gave Chester a look that said, you know what I mean. Chester immediately understood and replied, understood, boss. Then, he turned into a small bat and flew away. Phew, Ling Yun finally let out a long breath after sending Chester away. He turned around and walked towards the main door of the mansion. Xianxia had left, but there were still 2 women waiting for him to rescue in the villa in front of him. These were his genuine women, and they were more real than real gold and silver. The lights in the mansion were as bright as day. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were still wearing the clothes they were wearing the night they were kidnapped. Lin Menghan was in a pink and white cheongsam, while Yao Rou was still in her yellow fishtail evening gown. Their bodies were weak as they sat on the sofa in the living room. They were like 2 mermaids trapped on the beach, crying at each other. The 2 beauties at the pinnacle of Hotian Realm Level 9 had their acupoints sealed by Xianxia and were trapped in this mansion for 2 days and 2 nights without food or water. Relatively speaking, Yao Rou's condition was slightly better. She was born in a poor family and had a strong character. Ever since she followed Ling Yun, she was poisoned by the Xianxia old man and experienced more than 10 tortures. She understood that she had chosen to follow Ling Yun. She had chosen to follow Ling Yun, which meant that she was walking on an unusual path. She had expected this day to come. In fact, she had predicted that the situation would be 10 times worse than this simple kidnapping. However, she didn't regret it. Lin Menghan came from a family with 3 generals. Her background was definitely 100 times better than Yao Rou's. However, she was once in the special forces and had a strong character. She wasn't in a bad state because she felt that her stubbornness was a burden to Yao Rou. Therefore, Lin Menghan was the only one sitting there crying. Sister, it's all my fault. If I didn't run out of jealousy that night, you wouldn't have been caught by that demoness. Lin Menghan had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days, and her body was extremely weak. Her face was pale and haggard, and her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Even her lips, which were usually tender and beautiful, were cracked, and her voice was hoarse. Both of them were on a hunger strike, and Yao Rou's condition was naturally not much better. Her lips were so dry that skin was starting to form, and her voice was equally hoarse. Sister, please don't say such things again. Although we were captured and our acupuncture points were sealed by that demoness, we can still move freely. Therefore, it's not the time to despair yet. I believe that our husband will definitely come and save us. The 2 of them had this conversation countless times over the past 2 days. Every time, Lin Menghan would blame herself while Yao Rou would try her best to console her. Lin Menghan sobbed. But I heard from that demoness that many top experts have come to Xianxia City to cause trouble for our husband. Even the ordinary people's clinic that you spent so much effort on was bombed. Our husband, he's in so much danger now. Yao Rou was silent. Her eyes were red, and she bit her lower lip tightly. A trace of blood flowed out, but she didn't feel any pain. To be continued. That night, Ling Yan's ordinary people's clinic was bombed. It happened to be an hour after Xianxia kidnapped Lin Menghan and Yao Rou. At that time, Lin Menghan and Yao Rou had just been brought back to this villa by Xianxia. Almost everyone in Xianxia City heard the series of earth-shattering explosions. Of course, they heard it too. That was because the location of the ordinary people's clinic was at the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road, in the southwest of Xianxia City. Even though this farmhouse was in the northwest of Xianxia City, the distance between the 2 wasn't that far. Coincidentally, it was late at night, and they could hear it even more clearly. Moreover, Ling Yan's Ordinary People's Clinic and clothing store weren't the only ones that were bombed that night. There was also a pharmaceutical factory in the northern suburbs of Xianxia City, located by the Xianxia River. It was only a few kilometers away from this villa, and they could even feel the tremors beneath their feet. Xianxia City had just experienced an earth-shattering explosion when the two of them were kidnapped. Thinking back to what Xianxia said, Ling Yan's big trouble has only just begun. They instinctively realized that this huge explosion had something to do with Ling Yan. The two women were so shocked that they even forgot the fact that they were prisoners. Their eyes met, and they could see the worry in each other's eyes. They exchanged glances, silently calculating all kinds of tragic possibilities in their hearts, worrying about Ling Yan's safety. Xianxia didn't intend to hide it from them at all. The tremors beneath their feet hadn't disappeared yet. Xianxia tilted his head slightly, as if listening to the earth-shattering explosion attentively. Then, he turned around with a playful smile in his eyes. "See, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Ling Yan's Ordinary People's Clinic and clothing store were already reduced to ashes by the explosion. However, this simple sentence was the last straw that crushed Yao Rou, who was the most determined of all. Perhaps Xianxia knew, or perhaps he didn't, what the Ordinary People's Clinic meant to these two women, especially Yao Rou. From Ling Yan's intention to start the construction of the Ordinary People's Clinic, from the grand opening to the explosion, Yao Rou had poured so much blood, sweat, and tears into it in less than 3 months. In order to protect that small clinic, Yao Rou used the body of an ordinary and weak girl to bear the poison of the old man from Xianxia. She almost lost her young life. It could be said that it was because of the Ordinary People's Clinic that Yao Rou, an intern nurse in a third-rate hospital, was able to get close to Ling Yan step by step. She gradually gained Ling Yan's approval and eventually became his woman. She had her own place by his side, surrounded by many beauties. Yao Rou couldn't imagine how many times she dreamed about it. If she didn't have the Ordinary People's Clinic, she wouldn't have had the chance to showcase her abilities in front of those powerful love rivals. She might not even have had the chance to do so. When that day finally came and the grand opening of the Ordinary People's Clinic, Ling Yan pushed her in front of all the big shots in Xianxia City and announced that she was the owner and manager of the Ordinary People's Clinic. Yao Rou was intoxicated with happiness. It was as if all the hardships she had suffered in the past 20 years, all the poverty she had endured, all the humbleness and insignificance, had become her whetstone on the road of life at that moment. Therefore, at that moment, she welcomed the thunderous applause around her excitedly, wantonly enjoyed the flowers and glory, and faced all kinds of envious, jealous, and hateful gazes around her with confidence and boldness that she had never had before. That was the pinnacle of Yao Rou's life. On that night, Ling Yan fulfilled his promise. She got her wish and became Ling Yan's woman. The Ordinary People's Clinic was the pinnacle of Yao Rou's life as a woman. It witnessed the blossoming of Yao Rou's love for Ling Yan. It gave her everything a poor woman could dream of. It could be said that in Yao Rou's heart, the Ordinary People's Clinic was her life. It was even more important than her life, but now, the Ordinary People's Clinic had been blown up and turned into ashes. Everything that had once carried Yao Rou's life was gone. Yao Rou believed that this evil, powerful, and unfathomable demoness didn't lie to her. No matter how strong a woman's will was, she wouldn't be able to bear such a grievous news. Yao Rou's face turned pale, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. Then, she fainted. Lin Menghan rushed over and hugged Yao Rou. She didn't let Yao Rou fall to the ground. At that time, their acupoints hadn't been sealed. In front of the powerful Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, they were as vulnerable as 3-year-old children. Xianxia didn't need to restrict their freedom at all. Lin Menghan held the unconscious Yao Rou and gently placed her on the sofa in the living room. She pinched Yao Rou's philtrum acupoint and didn't forget to turn around and stare at the demoness who brought them bad news. "You're a demon." Lin Menghan naturally thought that blowing up Ling Yan's Ordinary People's Clinic was part of the mysterious woman's plan to deal with Ling Yan. Otherwise, how could she have known that it was Ling Yan's property just from the sound of the explosion? Who knew that Xianxia only glanced at Lin Menghan with interest and said disdainfully, "The bombing of Ling Yan's Ordinary People's Clinic has nothing to do with me. As for what you think, it's up to you." Lin Menghan busied herself for a long time before Yao Rou finally regained consciousness. The first thing she said was, "Sister, the Ordinary People's Clinic, is gone. Yao Rou's empty eyes represented her despair and helplessness, which made Lin Minghan's heart ache. Coupled with the humiliation, Lin Minghan almost burst into tears. However, the demoness was beside her, so Lin Minghan didn't cry. She held back the tears in her eyes and consoled Yao Rou. "Sister, don't believe her. Maybe she's deliberately torturing us. We won't fall for it." However, even Lin Minghan didn't believe her own words. That night, Yao Rou was completely defeated. From that moment on, the two of them chose to go on a hunger strike to silently resist the powerful mysterious woman. Yi Xingchen came and went like a shadow, but unless she left the villa, Yi Xingchen had never restricted their freedom, much less sealed their acupoints. They were free to do whatever they wanted in the villa. There was food and necessities in the villa, and there was even a television to watch. However, there was no communication device to communicate with the outside world. Of course, their phones had been destroyed by Yi Xingchen a long time ago. When Yi Xingchen wasn't paying attention, or when she was meditating, the two of them tried to escape. However, they quickly realized that there was some kind of array formation in the courtyard, and they couldn't escape at all. In the end, they finally understood that everything they did was futile in the face of true power, so they completely gave up on the idea of escaping. They were truly in despair. However, the willpower of a woman in despair was amazing. After the two of them confirmed on the news that Ling Yan's 3 properties had been bombed the next day, Yao Rou seemed to have forgotten about the ordinary people's clinic. She regained her composure and even started to take care of Lin Minghan, who was getting more and more desperate and blaming herself. In the following 2 days, they depended on each other for survival. Fortunately, the demoness spent much more time away from the villa than she did in the villa. When Yi Xingchen wasn't around, the pressure on their hearts would imperceptibly lessen by a great deal. Once Yi Xingchen returned, all she had to do was open her mouth and ask them about Ling Yan's past. However, when it came to Ling Yan's secret, the two of them chose the same way. No matter how Yi Xingchen threatened or tempted them, they would never say a word. Even if Yi Xingchen revealed her identity as the Devil Sect's Holy Virgin, even if she pretended to be evil and said that she wanted to scratch their faces and blind their eyes, it was all in vain. In the battle between the 3 of them, this was the only thing that the powerful Yi Xingchen felt helpless and even angry about. However, she silently admired the 2 of them. At the same time, the 2 of them deepened Yi Xingchen's curiosity about Ling Yun. Since they could watch television, the 2 of them, who had lost contact with the outside world, naturally hoped to understand the developments in Xianxia City through the news. They were looking forward to unearthing the developments in Xianxia City that only they could understand from the news programs. That was because they knew almost all the people in Xianxia City who had the right to appear on the news, those leaders, and those heads of various industries. They could judge the hidden undercurrents under the surface based on their actions and words on the surface. The reason was simple. Because Ling Yun was in control of Xianxia City now. He controlled both the black and white sides of Xianxia City, and they were both Ling Yun's women. Ling Yun naturally didn't disappoint them. Finally, they saw the dashing figure that they yearned for day and night on a very popular television program in Xianxia City. They saw Ling Yun's magical and gorgeous magic performance. When the 2 of them saw Ling Yun's figure on the television program, they instantly forgot that they were trapped and forgot about their hunger. They couldn't help but hug each other tightly and cry tears of joy. Ling Yun was fine, he was safe. However, Yi Xingchen, who had appeared behind the 2 of them and accompanied them to watch Ling Yun's magic performance, snorted coldly and said in a tone that was half angry and half angry, "Show off." This sentence naturally caused the 2 of them to turn their heads in unison and glare at her angrily. Ling Yun's program gave the 2 of them new hope and fighting spirit after they had gradually sunk into despair. It became the strongest motivation for them to continue fighting against Yi Xingchen. That was until tonight, when Yi Xingchen sealed their acupoints and left without returning. Yao Rou, who was originally still comforting Lin Minghan, was instantly engulfed in intense grief when she heard about the ordinary people's clinic from Lin Minghan. She was speechless for a long time. However, suddenly, Yao Rou's petite body shook violently. Her beautiful eyes were filled with indescribable surprise as she turned her head abruptly in the direction of the door. That was because a voice suddenly entered Yao Rou's ears. It was real and extremely familiar. "Rouer, don't be sad. The ordinary people's clinic is gone. we can just build a bigger one. When that voice rang in Yao Rou's ears like thunder, only the heavens knew how to describe Yao Rou's feelings at that moment. It was like a fish that was trapped in a pond that was drying up day by day. In the muddy water that was gradually drying up, half of its body was exposed under the scorching sun. The fish opened and closed its mouth to spit out the muddy water. When it was struggling for its life, the rainstorm poured down in time, and the pond was instantly filled with water. At that moment, there was only one voice screaming in Yao Rou's heart. Ling Yun. It was Ling Yun. Ling Yun was here, her man, her husband, was here. From despair to happiness, one voice, one sentence, one person was all that was needed. All of a sudden, Yao Rou's weak body burst forth with energy. She sat up straight on the sofa and was about to stand up in the next moment. At the same time, Yao Rou opened her mouth and was about to say hubby, but before she could say the first word, Ling Yun's next sentence immediately made Yao Rou swallow it back and change her words. Rou help me ask Meng Han if she will still be jealous for no reason in the future. At that moment, Ling Yun had already arrived at the main entrance of the villa. He stood outside the living room, only one door away from the two women. Even though he had obtained the key to the villa, it was prepared for them to leave in a car. He still chose to leap into the courtyard and pass through the Shaoyan 8 trigrams formation easily. Along the way, he eavesdropped on the conversation between the two ladies in the living room and arrived at the door quietly. From the moment the two women entered the range of Ling Yun's divine sense to the moment he arrived at the main entrance of the villa, he had been watching and listening. Coupled with Xianxia's narration, he had already guessed the situation of the two women from the moment they were captured until now. The two silly women had definitely suffered, but Ling Yun was already by their side. It wouldn't take him more than a few minutes to save them. If Lin Menghan didn't change her messy temperament, she would definitely suffer a lot in the future. This time, he had to teach her a lesson so that she wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble in the future. Ling Yun stood at the door and used his divine sense to look at the two women in the living room. Even though he was angry and heartbroken, he resisted the urge to barge in. He wanted to hear what Lin Menghan had to say. At this moment, Lin Menghan had already sensed Yao Rou's abnormality. She was instantly alarmed as she asked, "What's wrong, sister? Is that demoness back?" Even though both of them were at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9, their cultivation techniques were different. Lin Menghan cultivated the Arctic Ice technique, while Yao Rou cultivated the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique. Hence, even though their acupoints were restricted and their meridians were obstructed, Yao Rou's sense of the Earth's rhythm was definitely much stronger than Lin Menghan's. Hence, whenever there was any abnormal movement around the villa, Yao Rou would always be the first to sense it. Yao Rou forcefully suppressed the ecstasy in her body. It was impossible for her to purposely show the pain she had felt just now. She could only tighten her face and hide her emotions. "No, I heard some movement in the yard just now and it gave me a fright." Following which, Yao Rou asked with a strange expression on her face, "Sister Lin, actually, I wanted to ask you just now. Say, if we are able to successfully escape this time, will you still be jealous of hubby in the future?" Even though that was what she said, Yao Rou felt very apologetic in her heart. This was what hubby wanted her to ask. "Sister, please don't blame me in the future." Once she heard that it wasn't that terrifying demoness who had returned, Lin Menghan's heart relaxed. Following which, her body softened as she leaned back on the sofa. She was thinking about this sudden question from Yao Rou and didn't pay attention to the changes in Yao Rou's expression. She said casually, "Sister, actually, you're asking too much. These 2 days, we've been through thick and thin together. We've spoken so many intimate words to each other. Actually, you know everything about me. We've been together for so long, and we've even done that with him. At this point, Lin Menghan was slightly embarrassed. However, she continued to say, "But, who's really jealous of him? Based on my personality, if I were really jealous of him, I would have drowned in a vat of jealousy just by looking at the girls around him every day." Lin Menghan's heart was filled with despair. At this point, she opened her mouth and said whatever came to her mind. But that day, that night, Lin Menghan started to get emotional as her chest started to heave up and down. "We've waited for him for so long, we've been thinking about him day and night, and now that we finally have the chance to be with him, but what about him? Not only did we not see him for the entire night, but when he finally came back, he chased us away without even saying a few words. He didn't even have the intention to send us off, let alone go home with us. I'm really angry. Yao sat still, laughing in her heart. Actually, the two of them had talked about this topic many times in the past few days. Of course, she understood that Lin Menghan missed Ling Yun too much. She yearned for him day and night, but she didn't get the result she wanted. Under the huge gap between expectations and disappointment, she acted willfully for once, which resulted in the two of them getting into trouble. While Lin Menghan was talking to herself, Yao secretly turned her head and glanced towards the direction of the door. With a hint of a smile in her eyes, she gestured to Ling Yun, "Do you understand big sister Lin's feelings now?" Yao knew that Ling Yun had divine sense and could see everything. Then, she turned her head and said casually, "Big sister, of course I understand what you're saying. I'm not asking about the past, I'm asking about the future." Hearing this, Lin Menghan's eyes filled with tears. She felt 100 times more wronged and said in despair, "Future, what future is there? Not to mention the fact that the demoness is so strong, even if she isn't here now, we can't walk out of that broken array in the courtyard. Even though we're not afraid of death for our husband, if there's a chance to escape from this place, even if we only have one last look at him before we die, as long as I can die in his arms, I'm willing." As she said that, Lin Menghan's beautiful eyes suddenly spewed fire. She gritted her teeth and said, "Of course, and I'm saying if, we can return to our husband's side alive, I'll definitely focus on cultivation and improve my strength. One day, I'll personally defeat that arrogant demoness and return the humiliation she brought us 10 times, 100 times over." Of course, Yao knew that Lin Menghan hated the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect to the core. Wasn't she the same? The smile in her beautiful eyes became more and more obvious. She smiled and asked Lin Menghan, "Big sister, is what you said true?" "Of course it's true," Lin Menghan said hatefully. Then, she lifted her head and looked at Yao's smiling face. "Little sister, why are you still in the mood to smile?" Then, she was shocked to see that Yao's smile was getting brighter and brighter. Even though she looked haggard, she was smiling brightly. At the same time, 2 crisp claps came from outside the door. Then, a lazy voice said, "My silly wife, of course it's because you said it well." Before he finished his sentence, Ling Yun pushed the door open and entered. Yao twisted her slender body and stood up seductively with the help of the sofa. Her beautiful eyes were filled with joy as she looked at Ling Yun who was walking over. Lin Menghan was dumbfounded and sat on the spot. As Ling Yun walked, he flicked his fingers at the 2 girls and instantly unsealed their acupoints. Ling Yun cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance. The Devil Sect's Holy Virgin's unique restriction was nothing in front of the yin-yang true qi. Once the acupoints were unsealed, Yao's meridians started to flow. She wanted to pounce on Ling Yun, but Ling Yun was faster than her. "Don't move." Yao only felt her vision blur. In the next moment, her entire body was in Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun's unique and familiar scent wafted towards her. His strong arms wrapped around her soft body, making Yao feel safe, secure, and satisfied. Since Ling Yun was here, what else was there for her to worry about? Ling Yun gently placed Yao back on the sofa. At the same time, he transferred a gentle stream of true qi into Yao's body and quickly unblocked her meridians. Then, he said gently, "Be good and don't move. Leave everything to me." Lin Menghan was dumbfounded. She felt like she was in a dream. Until now, she couldn't believe that everything was real. However, her meridians were gradually unblocked. The Xianxia's true qi started to circulate slowly. This told her that everything in front of her was real. Ling Yun was here. Ling Yun was here to save her. In an instant, Lin Menghan's body trembled violently. Her chest heaved up and down with excitement and surprise. She bit her chapped lower lip tightly to prevent herself from crying out loud, but she couldn't stop the hot tears from flowing down her cheeks. However, when Ling Yun helped Yao settle down and looked at Lin Menghan with a smile, Lin Menghan suddenly raised her hand and wiped away the tears on her face. She turned her head away angrily and snorted. Then, Lin Menghan lowered her head and suppressed the joy in her heart. She said coldly, "Humph, at least you know to come." Of course, this wasn't because she was jealous of Yao. It was a natural reaction of a shy woman. As the saying goes, it's easier to change a leopard than a leopard. Lin Menghan was Lin Menghan. She would never change into Yao Rou. Lin Menghan was smart. She didn't even need to think to know that Ling Yun must have been standing at the door for a long time. He must have heard everything she said just now. Big brother Yun knew that he didn't come in just now. It was already good enough that he could hear Lin Menghan's thoughts through Yao Rou. How could he bear to teach her a lesson now? Ling Yun laughed dryly and went directly to Lin Menghan's side. He bent down and hugged Lin Menghan's petite but weak body. He said gently, "Both of my women are suffering here. Why wouldn't I come?" Similarly, Ling Yun transferred several streams of pure Yin true qi into Lin Menghan's body to help her relax. Then, he said in a low voice, "Both of you are really silly. It's fine if you were caught. Since she didn't restrict your freedom, you should know how to eat and drink. Why are you going on a hunger strike? Who am I going to complain to if my breasts shrink because of hunger?" As he said that, Ling Yun placed Lin Menghan's petite body on the sofa. He straightened his body and said, "Both of you don't need to ask or think about anything now. Just sit here and wait." Before he finished his sentence, Ling Yun's figure flashed and went straight to the villa's kitchen. To be continued. Ling Yun quickly returned with a thermos and 2 cups of water in his hands. In a flash, he appeared in front of the 2 girls. His face was gloomy, and he didn't say a word. In front of the 2 girls who were still immersed in great joy and happiness, he poured 2 large cups of warm water and brought them to them. "Drink the water first," Ling Yun said in a low voice. He wasn't in a good mood because there were 2 large thermos in the kitchen filled with boiling water. It wasn't hot or cold, but the temperature was just right. It was obvious that it had been prepared a long time ago. However, these 2 silly girls actually really went on a hunger strike and didn't touch a single drop of water. Ling Yun was naturally aware of their personalities. Yao Rou's personality was firm. Once she decided on something, she would definitely stick to it till the end. On the other hand, Lin Menghan's personality was stubborn. She was so foolish that she didn't even think about teasing and scheming people. In fact, Ling Yun understood that facing the powerful Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Xianxia, the 2 girls could only choose this method to defend their last bit of dignity. However, Ling Yun didn't think so. To him, weren't these 2 silly girls? Even if they really didn't eat or drink when Xianxia was around, didn't they know to secretly eat a little when she wasn't around? At the very least, they should secretly drink some water to replenish themselves. If Ling Yun was in the same situation, he wouldn't choose such a stupid method. Even if he really did choose to go on a hunger strike, he would eat and drink when the enemy wasn't paying attention. Even if he were to die the next moment, he wouldn't want to be a ghost that starved to death. That was why Ling Yun was really angry. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were really thirsty. Their eyes lit up when they saw the water Ling Yun brought to them. They grabbed the cups without a care for their image and gulped it down. Ling Yun couldn't help but feel his heart ache when he saw the 2 girls gulping down water. He sighed deeply in his heart, and his gloomy expression turned into tenderness. He raised his hand and gently wiped away the water that flowed from the corner of Lin Menghan's mouth to her chin, and then to her snow-white neck. His actions were gentle and meticulous. He sighed again. "You too, my heart aches." Lin Menghan gulped down a large glass of water and wiped the corners of her mouth. "Hubby, one more." She pushed the glass in her hand towards Ling Yun and said, "Hubby, one more." At this moment, Yao Rou's cup was also empty. Ling Yun sighed and shook his head. He poured a full cup for each of them and said with concern, "There's plenty of water. Drink slowly, don't choke." After each of them gulped down 2 large cups of water, the 2 women's thirst was finally quenched. Only now did they have the time to consider the problem of their own image. The 2 of them looked at each other and blushed at the same time. They hurriedly wiped the water stains from their mouths and necks. Ling Yun smiled as he looked at their cracked lips due to thirst. Looking at the bloody wounds on their usually bright lips, he took out 2 of his best healing talismans and pasted them on their faces. Then, he shouted, "Activate!" The highest level of healing talismans that Ling Yun could make was the level 5 healing talisman. It could instantly heal any external injury. If he sold it, it could easily fetch more than 1,000,000 yuan. He rarely used it, but at this moment, he didn't feel the pinch at all when he used it to heal the chapped lips of the two women. The two healing talismans instantly turned into spiritual energy that nourished the two beautiful women's faces and lips. In the next moment, the two women returned to their usual beauty. Their chapped faces regained their usual rosy complexion. Their lips were red and plump, and they shone with an alluring luster under the light. How comfortable! Lin Menghan looked at the refreshed Yao Rou and knew that her face must be the same. She couldn't help but hold her cheeks with both hands and exclaim happily. It's so good to have a hubby by my side. Yao Rou couldn't help but touch her own cheeks as she glanced at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes. Rumble, someone's stomach started rumbling at this untimely moment. Lin Menghan's face turned red as she held her stomach. She looked at Ling Yun with watery eyes and said pitifully, "Hubby, I'm hungry." It would be a miracle if they weren't hungry after not eating for 2 days and 2 nights. After their initial thirst was quenched, their first reaction was that they could swallow a cow. Ling Yun stood up and glared at them. How can you not be hungry? Wait here, I'll go and cook now. After that, Ling Yun poured a glass of water for both of them. Drink less water. Don't eat too much and make your stomach feel bloated. Ling Yun reminded them. He flew into the kitchen again. Ling Yun had long realized that there were fruits, vegetables, meat, eggs, fish, rice, steamed buns, and noodles in the kitchen. However, the two silly women actually turned a blind eye to it. He really felt helpless and impressed at the same time. However, this wasn't the time to teach them a lesson. He went into the kitchen and pretended to wash his hands. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and transformed from an expert cultivator to a top-notch chef. Ling Yun's culinary skills had been honed by Qing Dongshua's crafty taste buds. He didn't have to worry about Xianxia poisoning the food. He boiled a pot of thick porridge and a light mushroom soup before starting to stir-fry the vegetables. In less than half an hour, the villa was filled with the aroma of food. Even Ling Yun himself was drooling. Last night's battle didn't just deplete his spiritual energy and true qi, but also his stamina. Ling Yun was famished. Menghan, Roer, come and eat. You guys can't wait any longer, right? Ling Yun walked out of the kitchen with a big bowl of fragrant mushroom soup in his left hand and a plate of tomato scrambled eggs in his right. When he arrived at the dining room, he realized that the two women who were originally on the sofa were nowhere to be seen. They'll be here soon. Lin Menghan's voice came from one of the rooms in the villa. It was the bathroom. Ling Yun listened carefully. Indeed, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. The two women actually went to take a shower while he was cooking. Ling Yun shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, nothing was more important than a woman's shower. An evil thought arose in Ling Yun's mind. He couldn't help but use his divine sense to peep at the beautiful scene in the bathroom. However, he changed his mind. The two women had been bullied by Xianxia for 2 days and 2 nights. They had been on a hunger strike for 2 days. How could he have the heart to torment them now that they had just been rescued? Moreover, he was about to break through to the qi cultivation stage. He couldn't really have sex with the two women. There was no point in scratching an itch through his boots. Thus, he decisively gave up on the idea. So he shouted, "You two, hurry up. Aren't you hungry? You still have time to take a shower?" Then, he put down the food and went to the kitchen to serve the dishes. He could only hear the two women giggling in the bathroom. Then, Yao Rou replied, "Got it." When Ling Yun finished preparing the dishes and placed them on the dining table, the two women walked out of the bathroom one after another. One of them was wrapped in a snow-white bathrobe. Her arms were gently raised as she played with her wet hair. That scene made the lust in Ling Yun's body surge. How thick could a summer bathrobe be? Not only was it not thick, but it was also pitifully thin. Ling Yun didn't need to use his divine sense or the yin-yang eye to see the scenery under the two women's thin bathrobes. Wow! It smells so good. Lin Menghan could smell the aroma of the food from afar. She wrinkled her nose forcefully. In the next moment, she couldn't help but fly directly towards the dining table. As she flew, Lin Menghan's bathrobe flew up. Her two snow-white slender legs were instantly revealed to Ling Yun. Ling Yun almost had a nosebleed on the spot. It's on purpose. It's definitely on purpose. Ling Yan's heart was burning with lust. His teeth were itching, and his Adam's apple was trembling. He secretly gritted his teeth and thought to himself, I'll definitely teach Lin Menghan a lesson after I pass this big stage. He glared at Lin Menghan and said, it's just 2 steps, what kind of movement technique is that? Can't you just walk over? Lin Menghan sat opposite Ling Yun and slightly leaned her body forward. Her pair of beautiful eyes hooked onto Ling Yun as she said meaningfully, hubby, I'm really hungry. There was a double meaning in her words. Ling Yun instantly felt that his eyes weren't enough. This was because the collar of Lin Menghan's bathrobe was too low, and it was incomparably loose. As she leaned over, the magnificent snow-white peaks on her chest were directly revealed. Ling Yun stared fiercely at the 2 large lumps of snow-white peaks that were squeezed together. After staring for a long time, his Adam's apple violently trembled as he swallowed his saliva. Then, he reluctantly retracted his gaze and said dryly, don't seduce me, hurry up and eat. Lin Menghan looked at Ling Yun and giggled. She immediately straightened her body and started eating directly. Yao Rou, on the other hand, was extremely quiet. She sat between the 2 of them and stole a glance at Ling Yun before looking at Lin Menghan with a weird expression. Only then did she start to focus on eating. Once they started eating, they swept away everything like a tornado. The 2 girls were really famished. When they drank the first mouthful of soup, they immediately threw all thoughts of dieting and body figures to the back of their minds. They behaved as if they were reincarnated hungry ghosts as they wolfed down the food. Menghan, eat slowly. Drink some soup, don't choke. Roer, look at the way you're eating. Do you still want to maintain your ladle-like image? During this meal, Ling Yan had been busy serving the 2 ladies. The amount of food he had eaten was pitifully small. In the end, the 2 girls burped before putting down their chopsticks. Looking at the mess on the dining table, Ling Yan touched his empty stomach and sighed. I really didn't know that the 2 of you could eat so much in the past. Who knew that Lin Menghan could not be bothered with his words? Instead, she raised her hands and slowly tugged at the collar of her bathrobe. Her delicate body leaned forward again as she said softly, this meal is so hot. Ling Yun was instantly dumbfounded. However, this was not the end of it. Lin Menghan gave him a flirtatious look as she bit her lower lip and said, hubby, I'm tired, carry me to sleep. Ling Yun's Adam's apple trembled as he said awkwardly in a hoarse voice, sleeping right after eating isn't very good, is it? It was already 4 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was starting to brighten. The house was brightly lit, and there was no sound to be heard. After the meal, there were beauties in front of him and beside him. Furthermore, they were very passionate and proactive, especially Lin Menghan, who had completely thrown her shyness to the winds. She had been trying her best to seduce Ling Yun, teasing his eyes and the evil fire in his heart. Ling Yun was clear that the 2 girls had been in a state of fear and anxiety for the past 2 days. There was no doubt that they had not had enough sleep. After the meal, she had said that she was sleepy. However, the problem was that she had taken the initiative to open her bathrobe and reveal her fair, supple skin to Ling Yun. She had asked Big Brother Yun to carry her to bed. This, turning her head again, Yao Rou's almond-shaped eyes were filled with lust and her lips were curved into a smile. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation, as though they were both seducing me. This was definitely planned by them, Ling Yun thought to himself. Should I accept it, or should I accept it, or should I accept it? Based on Ling Yun's personality, he definitely wouldn't give up such a good opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Normally, he wouldn't even dream of it. However, to Ling Yun, nothing was more important than cultivation. He was about to break through to the Qi cultivation stage, and he had endured for so long. He did not want a moment of indulgence to affect his breakthrough in the slightest. If he really wanted to, Zhang Ling, who was sleeping with him on the plane, Shui Mining, who was wearing a skimpy outfit last night, and Chao Shanshan, who took the initiative to reward him, would have been devoured by him. Why wait until now? Thinking of this, Big Brother Yun gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. You're really sleepy? All right. Then I'll carry you to rest. However, you're not allowed to mess around. Ling Yan stood up and gave a warning. Then, he carried Yao Rou and went to Lin Menghan's side. Reaching out, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist and carried her as well. In the blink of an eye, the 2 beauties were in Ling Yan's arms. They let out 2 soft moans and looked at each other. They could see each other's pretty faces, which were as red as blood. Even though this farmhouse wasn't as big as Lingyun's mansion number 1 and didn't look much different from the other villas, the interior design and furnishings were 10 streets ahead of the other villas. After all, this was the place where the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect was staying. The assassins' organization didn't lack money. Everything in this villa was proof of that. Even though there were only 4 bedrooms in the villa, each of them was elegantly decorated, clean, and comfortable. Even Lingyun, with his picky eyes, couldn't find any flaws. Lingyun carried the 2 beauties and quickly arrived at an unused bedroom. He gently placed them on the bed and was about to get up. Unexpectedly, Lin Menghan, who couldn't hold back any longer, suddenly reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Hubby," she murmured. Her beautiful lips moved closer to his. Lingyun couldn't resist, and the 2 of them kissed passionately. Yao Ro, who was lying at the side, blushed as she watched Lin Menghan pestering Lingyun. She didn't know what to do. Big sister Lin is too daring this time. But we don't even know if the demoness will come back. Is this really a good idea? Yao Ro's heart was pounding. She didn't know if she should follow their plan and pester Lingyun. However, before she could make that difficult decision, Lingyun and Lin Menghan kissed passionately. He took the initiative to lift his head and leave Lin Menghan's lips. "Menghan, Roer, you 2 are too tired. Have a good rest." As he spoke, Lingyun's fingers brushed against the acupuncture points of the 2 girls. He didn't use much force, but it was enough to make them fall asleep quickly. Lin Menghan's body was burning hot. She was waiting to welcome Lingyun's storm. However, in an instant, she felt her eyelids become heavy and drowsy. She couldn't help but cry out, "Hubby." Lingyun smiled and kissed Lin Menghan on the cheek. He said gently, "Have a good sleep. Don't worry, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay by your side and wait for you 2 to wake up." When the 2 of them finally fell asleep, Lingyun leaned over again and arranged them side by side on the bed. Then, he positioned them in a comfortable position and carefully covered them with the bedsheet. After doing all this, Lingyun stood up and stood beside the bed. He looked at the 2 girls as they slept soundly. He thought about how they were surprised to see him in their despair. They gulped down water without a care for their image. They wolfed down the food and endured the hunger to secretly take a bath. He also thought about Lin Menghan's unprecedented initiative. He couldn't help but sigh softly. His heart ached. "Xianxia, should I thank you or be angry at you?" Lingyun shook his head and carefully tucked the 2 beauties in. Then, he turned around and walked out of the bedroom silently. Lingyun flew out and landed directly in the courtyard. He quickly circled around and looked at the minor development 8 trigrams formation in the middle of the courtyard. This formation wasn't big or very advanced. However, if one didn't know about formations, an expert below Xiantian realm level 3 wouldn't be able to force his way in. From this, it could be seen that even though Xianxia had kidnapped the 2 girls and bullied them in every possible way, he had really put in a lot of effort to protect them. If you want to protect them, then protect them. Why do you have to make them hate you? You're wasting your effort, but you're not even married yet, and you've already offended my 2 legitimate wives. Why do you have to do this? Lingyun stood in the courtyard and muttered to himself. No one knew who he was talking to. Then, he found a clean spot and sat cross-legged facing the east. He began to cultivate. Lingyun didn't stop cultivating. All he wanted was to break through to the qi cultivation stage as soon as possible. Then, he would dominate the world and make all his enemies crawl in fear. This exceptionally long night passed just like that. When Lingyun finished his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes, the morning sun shone on his body. The essence of the great sun, true fire, enveloped his entire body. It was pervasive and warm, making Lingyun very uncomfortable. Looking at the time, it was already past 7 in the morning. Lingyun finally felt true hunger. All he could feel was his stomach growling. He turned back to his room and quickly took a cold shower. Then, he took out a set of city clothes from his spatial ring and put them on, putting away the nocturnal clothes. There were still many things to do in the day. Of course, he couldn't wear this strange set of clothes. It would be strange if he didn't look like a lunatic. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou were still sleeping soundly, so he didn't wake them up. Instead, he went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast before going to the living room. He took out his phone and turned it on again. Who knew that a call would come in just as he turned it on? Ling Yan saw that it was from Tang Meng. He picked it up immediately. Big brother Yun, you finally turned on your phone. I've called you a few times already, get straight to the point. Ling Yan laughed. Big brother Yun, you found the two sisters-in-law. How was it? Did you rest well last night? Tang Meng chuckled. Ling Yan knew that Tang Meng was up to no good. He couldn't help but laugh. Who's as despicable as you? I'm very pure, alright? Are you alright or not? If you have something to say, spit it out. I just turned on my phone, and there are still many messages I haven't read. Tang Meng hurriedly said, oh, yes, yes. Big brother Yun, how are things on your side? Do you want us to pick you up now? Tang Meng asked. Ling Yan thought about it. They're both exhausted and still asleep. I don't think they'll wake up anytime soon. You just have to rush over before noon. Let Chester lead the way. Oh yes, don't forget to bring 2 sets of clothes for them. Tang Meng caught on to Ling Yan's words and laughed, haha, I guessed it right, didn't I? Big brother Yun, you still dare to say that you're pure? Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with Tang Meng's teasing. How was it? Did anything happen at home last night? Tang Meng regained his composure and replied in a serious tone, everything was peaceful last night. Up until now, everything is normal at home. However, Aunt Qin seems to have received a message. She doesn't look too good. The Aunt Qin that Tang Meng was referring to was naturally Qin Dongxue. What happened to my auntie? Ling Yan asked in a low voice. Tang Meng hesitated. I vaguely heard that someone from Aunt Qin's sect came and asked to meet her. As for the details, Aunt Qin didn't tell me, so I didn't dare to ask. Ling Yan's face darkened. Qin Dongshua's sect? Wasn't that the deity Sword Villa? When Bai Yu and Jia rushed over to report, he personally told Ling Yun that there were people from the deity Sword Villa among the righteous sections. Qin Dongxue was a disciple of the deity Sword Villa, and Ling Yun was now identified as a member of the devil sect. This time, Qin Dongxue would definitely be caught in the middle of the group of righteous sects that was going to deal with Ling Yun. Thinking of this, Ling Yun said faintly, I understand. Help me tell Auntie not to be put in a difficult position. Everything will be discussed after I return. Is there anything else? Ling Yan asked again. After confirming that there was nothing else, Ling Yan told Tang Meng to be careful and drive 2 cars over. Then, he hung up. After hanging up, Ling Yan browsed through the messages on his phone. He was overwhelmed with emotions as he read the messages from the beautiful ladies. In fact, he was thinking about the deity Sword Villa. Speaking of the deity Sword Villa, Ling Yan naturally thought of Lu Suifeng, who had suffered greatly in Ling Yan's hands. This brat definitely won't say anything nice when he returns. Ling Yan muttered to himself. Ling Yan pondered and muttered to himself. After a long while, he suddenly glared at them and snorted coldly. He said disdainfully, what bullsh *t deity Sword Villa. If they know what's good for them, it's fine. If they really don't know what's good for them and dare to make things difficult for my aunt, so, what if Auntie betrays the deity Sword Villa? As he spoke, Ling Yan's lips curled into a cold smile. His eyes were cold and murderous. Ling Yan knew that with the emergence of the deity Sword Villa, the famous sects that claimed to be on the righteous path had finally come to kill them. To be continued. End of chapter 957. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.